Introduction. The modern female agricultural expert, bearing an ancestral dragon pearl, traverses time to become Daenerys, the twin sister of Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, the beacon of the Seven Kingdoms. Having aged 5 years, she embarks on a leisurely life of cultivating land, nurturing dragons, and caring for pets in this foreign realm. Yet, amidst the long, treacherous nights, she must confront foes with her dragon army. Chapter 1. The 10-year-old Dragon Rider. In the year 101 the Conquest, March, early spring, Dragonstone Castle, the Tower of the Holy Flame. 10-year-old Daenerys Targaryen closed the tome titled The Lineages and Histories of the Major Noble Families of the Seven Kingdoms. Through the vibrant blooms of the potted plants on the windowsill, she gazed out at the vast expanse of the narrow sea. Inhaling the refreshing breath of spring, her spirits buoyed. The narrow sea, a slender body of water between the eastern continent of Essos and Westeros, had finally settled into calm after enduring 3 or 4 months of tumultuous storms. Each October, the narrow sea would succumb to the frigid winds from the north, plunging into a frenzy that would engulf countless ships and brave warriors who dared to conquer her. Fortunately, Dragonstone, with its 2 prominent volcanoes, boasted a favorable climate despite the fierce winds, particularly within Dragonstone Castle, where even winter was not excessively cold, and the latitude allowed for the cultivation of tropical fruit trees. Watching her flourishing flowers and plants that she had nurtured herself, a profound sense of accomplishment welled within Daenerys. The resplendence and abundance of these blooms were entirely attributed to the meticulously crafted fertilizer she had concocted. In a moment of inspiration, spurred by her past lives' occupational habits, she had decided to utilize the massive dragon excrement piled high in the mountains alongside volcanic ash to experiment with composting. To her surprise, the results were remarkably fruitful. Whether it be the grass on the slopes, the crops in the fields, or the fruit trees in her garden that had received the enriched fertilizer, all thrived abundantly, yielding an impressive harvest. It seemed that anything associated with dragons was indeed extraordinary. Having lived in this world for a decade, Daenerys had come to the realization that she had crossed into the realm of the Targaryens from the television series. As she matured, memories from her past life became increasingly vivid, revealing the complexities of this new world. In her previous life, a freshly graduated agricultural science student, she had met with a catastrophic sandstorm while surveying a reforestation project in the desert, burying her beneath the sands. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself transported to the early days of A Song of Ice and Fire, amidst the chaotic dance of blood dragons. The moment she and her sister Rhaenyra were born was marked by serene twilight following a rainstorm, where the sky bore multiple rainbows and countless auspicious clouds, leading their kin to regard them as omens of fortune for the kingdom. Due to the delicate crimson flame pattern adorning her brow, Daenerys was regarded as possessing an extraordinary lineage. This distinction resulted in her receiving an abundance of gifts each year on her naming day. At the tender age of 4, Daenerys discreetly instructed her maidservant to sell off the trinkets that were more ornamental than useful. This cunning maneuver allowed her to amass 2 large chests filled with gold dragons, totaling over 50,000 coins. Despite the clandestine nature of her actions, word of her avarice inexplicably spread across the Seven Kingdoms. Consequently, the nobles, eager to curry favor or test her character, would shower her with gold dragons whenever they encountered her. Although they endeavored to conceal their expressions before a child of 4 or 5, Daenerys could not help but notice the barely suppressed smirks at the corners of their mouths, leading her to conclude that their acting skills were somewhat lacking. If her notoriety could be exchanged for wealth, then let it come forth. Daenerys was acutely aware that she resided in a realm governed by the law of the jungle. In this world, gold held near omnipotent power, especially since the Targaryen family possessed dragons. With sufficient wealth and formidable dragons at her command, Daenerys aspired to entertain the dream of becoming an empress. Yet, she understood that this was an era when the Targaryen family boasted the greatest number of dragons, and that members within the family could swiftly become one's fiercest adversaries. Although she had only read the original text in passing, she had watched the television adaptation several times, rendering her relatively familiar with the narrative. However, certain events had diverged from the original tale. For instance, on the day of her birth, a tremendous storm accompanied by geological upheaval struck Dragonstone, resulting in the emergence of a colossal island, many times the size of Dragonstone itself, to the northeast. This transformation significantly increased the land area and elevation of Dragonstone, introducing a massive active volcano to the landscape. A decade had since passed, and the newly formed island had fully regained its vitality. In her pursuit of greater influence, Daenerys forged a connection with the blue dragon, Dreamfire, prior to Rhaenyra's 7th year of dragon riding, successfully bonding with the creature. Dreamfire, the offspring of the Red Queen, Melisandre, and the bloodworm, Clydas, was the 4th largest dragon in existence, surpassed only by Vhagar, Vermithrax, and the wild dragon, Vhagar, the Devourer. At the time of their bond, Dreamfire measured over 50 meters in length. Perhaps due to prolonged confinement within her lair, her growth had slowed considerably. However, after 3 years of meticulous care and training from Daenerys, she resumed her rapid growth, now nearing 70 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 140 to 50 meters. Her body was adorned with deep blue scales, previously a pale blue, while her wings were edged with silvery scales. Chapter 2. Her back, from head to neck, was adorned with spines, and she possessed 3 pairs of magnificent horns. The grandeur of her tail was particularly striking, embellished with bony protrusions and ending in several large, hard plates. In accordance with Targaryen tradition, a dragon egg was placed in the cradle of each child born into the family. Sister Rhaenyra's dragon egg, a vibrant yellow, hatched within a year, resulting in a magnificent creature named Syrax, which has now grown to a length of 20 to 30 meters. Currently residing in the dragon pit of King's Landing, Rhaenyra successfully bonded with her dragon just days after Daenerys achieved the same feat. Daenerys's egg, a delicate shade of pink, has yet to hatch, remaining nestled in the hearth of her chamber, subjected to daily warmth. Previously, Daenerys endeavored to bond with her egg through blood and tears, barely refraining from emulating her mother, the Dragon Queen, by setting herself aflame while cradling the egg. While Daenerys possesses a high tolerance for heat, being burned would still inflict considerable pain, albeit without the risk of severe injury. However, the fiery mark upon Daenerys's brow seems to facilitate her connection with dragons in her dreams, enabling her to easily establish rapport with them and ultimately succeed in her dragon riding aspirations. Daenerys's auspicious reputation and her enchanting beauty have caused Rhaenyra to distance herself since childhood. Daenerys, naturally, finds little reason to engage with a younger sibling, despite Rhaenyra's undeniable prowess, which is often accompanied by a certain haughtiness. As the granddaughter of the Prince of Dragonstone, the Velaryon family spends a considerable amount of time on the island. Unlike Rhaenyra, who prefers the bustling atmosphere of King's Landing, Daenerys feels more at home on Dragonstone, finding the stench of the city rather off-putting. 3 years ago, following her successful bonding with a dragon, Daenerys persuaded her grandfather and great-grandfather to grant her the newly recognized island of Dragonstone, leading to a royal celebration in her honor. However, once she had received gifts from the esteemed nobles, she swiftly took to the skies with Dreamfire, returning to her beloved island. By that time, Daenerys' modest treasury had appreciated to 255,508 golden dragons, 5,800 silver moons, 12,000 silver stags, 8,052 bronze stars, and a number of copper coins. Since her arrival at Dragonstone, Daenerys has adhered to a disciplined routine, rising at 7 o'clock with the assistance of her handmaidens, followed by breakfast from 7:30 to 8 o'clock the morning is devoted to studying Valyrian, court etiquette, and various texts. Lunch at 11, followed by a 2-hour rest, and from 1 o'clock, she immerses herself in geography and history until 5 o'clock, when dinner commences, leading into her leisure time. After dinner, Daenerys typically feeds her dragons and engages in conversation with her handmaidens, practicing embroidery or tending to her flowers and dogs. At Dragonstone, she cares for 4 imposing mastiffs, whose robust stature commands attention. Having witnessed the remarkable effects of dragon fertilizer on her plants, Daenerys has begun concocting various seasonings to test their effects on animals and humans alike, adding a touch of these mixtures to her dog's diet. Fortunately, the experimental results were remarkably favorable. These 4 Ao dogs indeed grew at a much faster rate compared to their littermates, becoming significantly larger, particularly exhibiting an extraordinary valor. Upon reaching maturity, their size surpassed that of other Ao dogs by more than double, resembling the stature of a young calf. They relished following Daenerys, to the extent that even the most intrepid knights dared not approach them. Moreover, they had grown unperturbed by the presence of dragons, frequently accompanying Daenerys to feed the dragons, no longer frightened to the point of retreating in terror. The products of dragons, it seems, possess remarkable efficacy. Chapter 2. The Dark Tidings. Daenerys' favorite pastime was feeding the dragons at Dragonstone. Dragonstone's dragon mount was tended by the loyal dragon keepers of House Targaryen, who were specifically tasked with nurturing and training the mighty dragons. Most of these dragon keepers are descendants of the Targaryen family's bastards. Perhaps this is why the dragons seldom harm them. Yet due to their impure bloodlines, they remain difficult to approach. They are illiterate, speaking only Valyrian, and have been selected from a young age for training as dragon keepers. The majority have already been taken to King's Landing, where they continue to serve the Targaryen dragons in their lairs. Only a handful remain on Dragonstone. Each day, the dragon keepers would herd sheep into the dragon lairs, allowing the dragons to feast at their leisure. To be candid, this practice seems rather wasteful. Although sheep pelts and wool are not particularly valuable, they are worth a copper star equivalent to 16 copper coins, enough to procure 16 loaves of white bread, amounting to the sustenance of an adult for 5 days. Consequently, Daenerys instructed the dragon keepers to slaughter the sheep, prepare the meat for preservation, and then transport it to the vicinity of the dragon lair to commence roasting on large iron racks. Naturally, they dared not linger nearby, but Daenerys was undeterred after all. Dragons seldom harm those of Targaryen blood, do they not? After 3 years, Daenerys had amassed a considerable sum of several thousand golden dragons from selling sheep pelts, even after sharing half of her earnings with the servants who skinned and procured the pelts. To this end, Daenerys had been urging her father, Viserys, to find her 12 teenage male servants among the orphans in King's Landing, specifically to assist with skinning sheep. These boys were carefully selected by Daenerys from among hundreds of orphans, both for their appearance and intellect. Daenerys intended to groom them as her personal guards. To facilitate this, she had even employed a highly skilled mercenary knight named Boron from King's Landing to instruct them in the art of swordsmanship. Chapter 3 Boron's martial prowess is by no means inferior to that of the knights in white robes, thus the youths have made commendable progress in their training. Rhaenyra, his sister, affectionately dubbed them the Sheepskin Knights, a nickname that quickly gained renown throughout the Seven Kingdoms. However, Daenerys remained indifferent. For fame in this world seldom translates into wealth, her sister being one of the few exceptions. Ever since Daenerys developed a fondness for feeding dragons, she has made it a point to visit each of them in turn. The bronze beast Vhagar, the gentle queen Silverwing, the ugly sheep-stealer, and the old crone Vhagar. Yet, she dared not approach the fierce dragon, the devourer, for that ancient creature was both cunning and perilous. Vhagar and Silverwing had been abandoned on Dragonstone by King Jaehaerys for quite some time, perhaps due to his advancing age rendering him less suited to the task of dragon riding. Vhagar would often seize the roasted sheep Daenerys prepared for him and depart without a hint of sentiment, and both he and Silverwing rarely ventured from Dragonmount. Fortunately, Silverwing would occasionally cast a glance at Daenerys, never shunning her attempts at closeness. Sheepstealer, true to his nature as a thief, would only emerge to abscond with the roasted sheep after Daenerys had left. He was undeniably unattractive, his muddy-colored scales a ghastly blend of black, gray, and a hue reminiscent of certain excrement. His head was devoid of horns and barbs, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Vhagar. Currently, Vhagar served as the steed of Prince Baelon, Daenerys' grandfather, who often preferred to return to Dragonstone rather than remain in the dragon's lair. Nevertheless, she showed Daenerys a measure of respect. After being fed, she would occasionally roar and flap her wings in appreciation, and would even offer a glance that seemed to convey her approval. Vhagar enjoyed resting on the rocky beaches, lazily eating sheep, yet she was amenable to Daenerys' gentle touches and would listen to her murmurs beneath her chin, occasionally exhaling a puff of smoke, perhaps in response to Daenerys' presence. One day, Daenerys flew around Dragonstone on Dreamfire, observing the island's newfound prosperity after a decade of rest and rejuvenation. Upon concluding her flight and returning to the castle, Daenerys sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Master Gladys, with a grave countenance, delivered the somber news. The Black Raven had brought forth dark tidings. Prince Baelon had passed away. Like all, Daenerys was engulfed in profound shock. At that moment, the composed Gladys quietly reminded Daenerys, "Your Highness, according to tradition, when a member of House Targaryen departs, a cremation ceremony must be held back on Dragonstone. We ought to make preparations." Upon hearing this, Daenerys compelled herself to regain her composure and began instructing her attendants to arrange the necessary preparations. Sir Alfred, ensure that everyone remains vigilant. Assign additional patrols in the fishing village, particularly scrutinizing any outsiders. A curfew will be enforced during the mourning period. The esteemed Bachelor of Dragonstone, please prepare the necessary provisions. I would thus rely on you and Sir Alfred for assistance. The dignified and benevolent old scholar, along with the eccentric Captain Alfred, respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness," and, There will likely be a multitude of female guests visiting this time, so I must trouble you to take charge of the preparations for their reception. As Daenerys' instructress, and is also a noble lady hailing from the storied Strackworth family of the royal territory. Yes, your highness. Leave it to me. With that, Daenerys commanded everyone to commence their preparations. After delegating the various tasks, Daenerys seated herself upon the stone chair, gazing at the immense model of the continent of Westeros, and once again fell into deep contemplation. Dragonstone is an island formed by the eruption of the volcanic Dragon Mountain, located at the outlet of Blackwater Bay. Beneath its slopes lies a rich deposit of dragon glass. For centuries, aside from Dragonstone Castle, the island has housed only a modest fishing village with a population of around 10,000. Numerous vessels traversing the narrow sea come here to replenish supplies and fresh water or to seek refuge from storms. Thus, although the fishing village is small, it has provided the Targaryen family with some tax revenue. Prior to claiming the Seven Kingdoms, the Targaryens primarily derived their income from overseas trade. Now, with the support of the Seven Kingdoms, the family fleet has long been reorganized into a royal navy, stationed in King's Landing as a mere display. Not far to the southwest of Dragonstone lies Driftmark, the residence of the Valerians, another family descending from Valyria. To the north, Crab Isle is home to the Valerians, a vassal family brought from ancient Valyria by the Targaryens. Despite the ancient and formidable nature of Dragonstone Castle, the vassals of the island are few, as the sparse population makes it difficult for the lord to muster an army. However, with the recent expansion of a new island in the northeastern corner, Prince Balon has summoned several thousand refugees from King's Landing to settle at the juncture of the new and old islands. This area has now developed into a small town, White Sheep Town, thriving on sheep herding and the cultivation of barley, oats, and soybeans. 3 years ago, following her successful dragon riding, Daenerys directly requested her great-grandfather King Jaehaerys and her grandfather Prince Balon to grant her White Sheep Town and the new island of Dragonstone as her own domain. As Daenerys was the youngest dragon rider in Targaryen history, and considering the land was viewed as expendable wasteland, they acquiesced to her request as one might indulge a child. Chapter 4. Now Daenerys is a royal princess with her own fief, a first for the Targaryen family. Traditionally, only the heir to the throne was entitled to be granted the title of Prince of Dragonstone and the governance of the island. Currently, the Targaryen family possesses substantial wealth reserves, and there has yet to arise a situation in which they needed to borrow from the Iron Bank. With a limited number of royal family members, they live comfortably and abundantly, never perceiving gold dragons as a particularly rare treasure. Everyone has taken Daenerys' actions as mere child's play, dismissing them entirely. If that is your belief, then splendid. After all, Dragonstone rightfully belongs to her, Daenerys Targaryen. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, no one shall dare to interfere, otherwise they may find themselves facing the wrath of a dragon. She is well aware that in history, Rhaenyra, despite her victory, was ultimately overthrown due to insufficient funds and excessive taxation, leading to her downfall at the hands of the most formidable mob in King's Landing. Ultimately, she was left with no means even to return to Dragonstone by ship. Chapter 3. The current state of Dragonstone. The construction of Dragonstone Castle utilized advanced Valyrian masonry techniques, which had been lost in the cataclysm that befell Valyria, rendering the castle a unique marvel among the fortresses of Westeros. The Valyrian stonework is undoubtedly an advanced craft, whether for castle construction or road laying. The Valyrian roads of Essos, enduring for millennia, remain as robust and smooth as new, exemplifying this mastery. After settling in Dragonstone Castle, Daenerys often dreams of the original construction of the castle. She suspects that she has awakened the dreamer bloodline of House Targaryen. Thus, upon re-entering the dream, she pays close attention to the methods of crafting the Dragonstone. Gradually, she begins to grasp some of its underlying principles. It turns out that the essence of Valyrian masonry relies heavily on dragonfire and certain metabolic byproducts of dragons. After taming the Dreamfire, Daenerys attempted to construct a road in Goat Town, emulating the Valyrian roads. Although the outcome was far from perfect, it resulted in a rare black stone pathway. Consequently, Daenerys selected a group of artisans to collaborate on the development of Black Dragonstone. Thus far, the Dragonstone produced has been somewhat crude. However, once refined by the stonemasons, it proves suitable for building houses and roads. She believes that through continued experimentation, superior Dragonstone can undoubtedly be forged in the future. Today, under Daenerys' vision, Goat Town has developed significantly, with uniform black stone streets and buildings appearing remarkably orderly. Additionally, She has instructed the townsfolk to utilize the nearby volcanic hot springs to construct dedicated bathing facilities and sewage systems. She has also selected some elderly and frail single men from the refugees of King's Landing to manage the town's waste and refuse. These materials, when combined with dragon excrement and volcanic ash, ferment into excellent fertilizer. As a result, Goat Town has cultivated nearly 10,000 acres of fertile land. With the ability to yield 2 harvests a year, Daenerys has significantly improved crop yields over the past 3 years, especially bolstered by the dragon fertilizer, achieving production levels comparable to those in the real world. Last season, the barley yield reached 180 kilograms per acre, a remarkable feat in a world where the average yield is merely a few dozen kilograms per acre. The inhabitants of Ares Town firmly believe that the auspicious Princess Daenerys is their protector. Hence, they regard Daenerys as the embodiment of the Seven Gods Maiden. Although not as grand as her sister Rhaenyra's Kingdom of Light, she is certainly more in tune with the hearts of the people. With the new island now her domain, Daenerys has the liberty to formulate her own taxation policies, only demanding 40% of the harvest as rent. This has allowed the residents of the new island to enjoy a life free from want over the past 2 years. Consequently, Ares Town has become increasingly vibrant, with various handicrafts flourishing. Dragonstone Castle, constructed entirely of massive black dragonstone, boasts towers carved in the likeness of dragons. Even the crenellations along the city walls are adorned with various dragon-shaped gargoyles. Much of the castle's design is dragon-themed, with smaller dragons embellishing door frames, protruding dragon claws serving as torch holders, and colossal stone wings housing the blacksmith's forge and armory, while dragon tails form arches, bridges, and outdoor staircases. However, a faint stench of blood and sulfur pervades Dragonstone Castle, which casts a rather somber hue over its entirety. Rather than a noble castle, it resembles a military stronghold. Perhaps the original intention of the Valyrian Federation in establishing Dragonstone, though they never took action against the continent of Westeros before their own catastrophic downfall. The Stone Drum Tower serves as the main fortress of Dragonstone Island. Whenever a storm approaches, the ancient walls resonate with a thunderous echo, hence its name. The imposing black stone structure instills a sense of awe. The dungeons beneath the main fortress are characterized by oppressive heat and dampness, making imprisonment there quite unbearable. Numerous secret passages and concealed staircases exist within the fortress, the most significant of which leads directly to the heart of Dragonmount through an arched stone bridge, from which the Targaryen dragon riders summon their mighty dragons and soar into the skies. The map room is situated at the pinnacle of the Stone Drum Tower. It is a circular chamber with 4 tall, narrow windows facing the cardinal directions. Within lies a vast wooden table, intricately carved to depict a detailed map of Westeros, which the conqueror Aegon once utilized to devise his battle strategies during the conquest. The map table spans over 17 or 18 meters in length, its widest part being approximately half that length, tapering to less than 2 meters at its narrowest, corresponding to the location of Dragonstone Island, a meticulously designed seat. The Dragonstone chair overlooks the entire table. The map room enjoys the best natural light in Dragonstone Castle, making it Daenerys' favored spot to attend lessons from Maester Targaryen, accompanied by her handmaidens. The room's shape resembles a dragon lying low to the ground, with its gaping maw serving as the entrance. Adjacent to it, the kitchen appears as a coiled dragon. The Aegon Garden is located to the east and south of the map room, facing the narrow sea and offering breathtaking views. The garden is filled with the delightful aroma of pine, with towering black trees rising majestically from all sides. At the White Horse Academy, during the Festival of the Fire and Blood, wild roses and towering thickets of thorns flourish, while cranberries thrive in the muddy soil. After Daenerys discovered the utility of dragon dung, the flora in this region has been meticulously tended to. However, this secret remains known only to the dragon guards, who are unable to communicate with the outside world, rendering it Daenerys' exclusive proprietary technique. The Dragonstone Tower is among the finest of the towers on Dragonstone Island, boasting stunning views. Atop it, a colossal dragon, shrieking defiantly, embodies an aura of supremacy. This tower is designated for hosting noble guests, typically reserved for the grandest lords. The Sea Dragon Tower, one of the many on Dragonstone Island, overlooks the sea and resembles a slumbering behemoth. Beneath the raven's cage atop the tower lie the chambers of the scholars. The staircase within the tower is narrow and winding. Descending from the Sea Dragon Tower, one traverses a hall adorned with portraits of the Targaryen ancestors, walking amidst the dragon heads of the inner and outer walls, passing through the iron gates, and finally ascending to the Hall of Tables. In the sanctum of Dragonstone Island, wooden statues of the 7 gods stand. At the small tax house, During the festival of the Gilt Scourge, the father is entirely gilded. The mother dons the finest silk. The crone's eyes are embedded with pearls. The stranger is sculpted as a being half man, half dragon. The knight is clad in Targaryen armor. The maiden's likeness is said to be modeled after Rhaenys, the sister of Aegon the Conqueror, and the smith is depicted as a Valyrian with white hair and purple eyes. These statues are carved from ship masts, the vessels used by the Targaryen ancestors when they crossed the sea from Valyria. For centuries, they have been layered with vibrant paints, gilding, silvering, and adorned with jewels. The sanctum also houses several altars and stained glass. It is said that on the eve of Aegon's departure to conquer the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, he knelt here in prayer. However, this claim is dubious, as Aegon was known to have converted to the worship of the 7 only after reaching Old Town during his conquests, suggesting that the sanctum was constructed afterward. Nevertheless, the people of this world tend to intertwine their families and actions with the divine, despite the existence of deities. In the foreseeable future, Dragonstone will serve as Daenerys' stronghold, and she is resolutely determined to cultivate it well. She yearns to safeguard her family's dragons, haunted by the thought of their meaningless sacrifice in the Dance of the Dragons. In truth, Dragonstone has expanded significantly with the emergence of a new island. In recent days, Daenerys has estimated that, excluding mountainous and marshy land, the arable land on the new island exceeds 500,000 acres, with even more than 1 million acres suitable for planting grasses, flowers, and trees. Even the smoking volcano harbors numerous exploitable resources. Daenerys has formed a general plan in her mind, but her youth hinders immediate execution. Nonetheless, she can begin to experiment gradually. At this current stage, my primary focus remains on learning. Over the past few years, I have struggled to truly integrate into this world. Firstly, my youth limits the people and experiences I can encounter. Secondly, the ingrained red values from my past life are not easily transformed. Particularly, the fervent agricultural instinct prevalent among the people of the Dragon Kingdom makes it challenging for me, Daenys, to reside aloofly in the lofty heights, looking down upon the masses. Chapter 4. The enigmatic dragon dream. As a 10-year-old child, my energy is finite. After 2 hours of quiet contemplation in the drawing room, I found myself rather fatigued. Thus obediently followed my maid back to my chamber for rest. I am at a crucial stage of growth. I must not be careless. However, it appears that children of the Targaryen lineage develop swiftly. Rhaenyra and I, though merely 10 years old, have physiques comparable to those of 13 or 14-year-olds. Especially after forging a bond with Dreamfire, I feel an extraordinary surge of vitality coursing through me, and my courage has notably increased. My room is situated in a tower near the gardens of Dragonstone, originally nameless until I christened it the Sanctum of Flames. This tower boasts a colossal dragon claw torch pedestal. During winter, the roaring hearth imbues my chamber with a comforting warmth, allowing the flora I cherish to flourish throughout the year, their fragrant blossoms successfully masking the acrid scent of sulfur that permeates Dragonstone. Chapter 6. Behind the tower lies a vast hillside, perfectly suited for a dragon's repose. Dreamfire enjoys perching here during the day, retreating to the vicinity of the new island's volcano for the night, where she has built her nest in a natural cave near the crater. Since I rescued Dreamfire from the dragon pit in King's Landing, her appetite has notably improved. She now devours numerous roasted goats daily. Occasionally, I ride Dreamfire to hunt in the narrow sea, and during fruitful excursions, we manage to capture whales, sharks, and other large fish. One whale not only satiates Dreamfire, but also enriches my modest treasury with several hundred gold coins. The Sanctum of Flames is modest in size, comprising 3 stories and a total area of just over 300 square meters. The ground floor houses my kennel and the quarters for 12 knights of the skinning sheep. The second floor features a reception area for guests, along with my living room, as well as the quarters for my instructor, Boron, and my 2 nightly attendants. The top floor consists of my bedroom, study, and the quarters for my 4 handmaidens. Currently, I am attended by 4 personal maidens, led by the 16-year-old and from the noble Storkworth family, directly under the king's domain. The other 3 are Layla, age 13, from the Royce family in the Valley of Runes, Jarell, the 12-year-old younger daughter of Count Mutton from the town of Riverland, and Bessani, the 10-year-old eldest daughter of Count Rosby. Under their meticulous care, I complete my ablutions and retire to bed, cradling my dragon egg. The dragon egg had accompanied Daniela for many years, its warmth intensified by the constant heat of the furnace during the day. While Daniela found solace in its embrace, others could scarcely endure the egg's current temperature. In the depths of slumber, Daniela's consciousness drifted to an ethereal realm, seemingly suspended among clouds that bore an uncanny resemblance to flames. She felt an exquisite lightness in her body, compelling her to glide forward effortlessly. Suddenly, A massive swirl of dark blue fire clouds obstructed her path. Yet, upon closer inspection, she realized it was not mere fire clouds, but a colossal dragon of dreamfire. Its form ablaze with fiery essence. Having forged a bond with this dreamfire, Daenys felt no trepidation in the presence of this intangible giant. The dreamfire lowered its immense head. Its golden-hued eyes, akin to basketballs, gazing intently at Daenys before it bowed down. Without hesitation, she climbed onto the dragon's back, enthusiastically patting its shimmering scales that danced between reality and illusion. In an instant, the dreamfire understood, opening its great maw in a silent roar and ascended into the skies. Although no sound emerged, Daenys could palpably sense its elation, a wondrous connection blossoming between them, as if their spirits resonated in perfect harmony. In that moment, Daenys felt an even deeper telepathic bond with the dreamfire, as if the dragon were an extension of her very being. "Ascend, dreamfire," she commanded in her mind. Astonished to find that the dragon truly responded, soaring higher into the dreamscape. The environment around her bore no discernible direction, a labyrinth of fiery clouds obscuring her sense of space. "Accelerate, dreamfire. Dive, dreamfire. Dragon flame, dreamfire." To her amazement, the dreamfire unleashed a torrent of flames unlike any she had witnessed in reality. Its dragonfire, typically a vivid orange red, transformed into an intense blue-black blaze that threatened to ignite the entire dream. The heat surged, yet it enveloped Daenys in a cocoon of comfort, eradicating any discomfort and fatigue she had felt. This sensation was utterly exhilarating, unfettered and liberating, a euphoric release of the soul that surpassed even her first flight atop a dragon. She reveled in the flight, savoring the boundless joy. Suddenly, a massive green flame cloud approached rapidly from the distance, larger than even the red dragon. Was it Vagharl? The green dragon halted not far off, maintaining a leisurely pace in pursuit. How wondrous! Racing through this infinite dream of fire clouds, Daenys was enveloped in a state of unparalleled bliss and freedom. At that moment, a faint resonance echoed in her mind, neither a sound nor a voice, but rather a profound perception. Following this burgeoning awareness, she felt its intensity grow ever stronger. "Stop, descend, dreamfire." Climbing down the dragon's back, before her lay a flaming stone shaped like a pale pink dragon egg, from which her senses emanated. Uncontrollably, Daenerys extended her right hand toward the large pink stone, when suddenly a shockwave surged forth, striking her crown like a thunderclap. Daenerys jolted awake from her dream, leaping from her bed, inadvertently knocking the dragon egg to the floor. Fortunately, the thick, plush carpet cushioned the fall, and the egg was robust enough not to break. Why does this dragon egg shimmer with so much pink radiance? Connecting it to the pink stone from her dream, Daenerys murmured, "Could it be that the dragon egg is about to hatch?" Chapter 7. Glancing at the early light outside, Daenerys found herself wide awake, brimming with vitality. Her body felt invigorated, a true blessing from a splendid dream. "Your Highness, have you risen?" Outside the door, Annie inquired, having heard Daenerys' movements. "Yes, Anna." Shortly after, Annie entered with Bethany, carrying toiletries. After a brief wash, Daenerys donned a deep violet gown, suitable for the somber occasion of the day's funeral. "Your Highness, Bachelor Tigress has announced that there will be no morning classes today. After breakfast, everyone must prepare to receive the royal entourage," reported Cameron, Daenerys' loyal knight. Cameron, the second son of the Count of Twilight Hall on Tar's Island, alongside Harold, was appointed by Daenerys as her personal knight during last year's royal tournament for the king's birthday. Daenerys had even spent 100 gold coins to bribe Sir Claremont, the drunken royal guard, to knight them. Being knighted by the royal guard was indeed an honor for them, and Claremont was diligent in his duties. During their time at King's Landing, he had personally trained them for several months. Now, both Cameron and Harold were considered formidable among their peers. Today, all royal family members and numerous nobles are expected to attend. "You may go about your tasks. I wish to remain here for a while," Daenerys instructed Annie and the others after changing her attire. Once they departed, Daenerys approached the silver-white, faintly pink dragon egg, warmed by the hearth, gently caressing it. "Is it you that I saw in my dream?" Through the coarse scales of the egg, she sensed a vibrant energy stirring within. "Perhaps it is worth a try?" Daenerys whispered with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. After breakfast, Daenerys beckoned Cameron, softly whispering instructions in his ear. He initially appeared startled, then confused. Yet he bowed respectfully, saying, "As you command, my princess." Subsequently, Daenerys led the castle's inhabitants to the grand entrance, awaiting the arrival of the king and his entourage. Chapter 5. Preparing for the arrival. Since March, the weather on Dragonstone has become increasingly pleasant, with today's sunlight particularly warm. The presence of an active volcano on the island has led to an early revival of plant life. resulting in numerous fruit trees and blossoms already in full bloom this year. It should have been a rare, splendid day in spring, yet Prince Balon, born in the first spring following a long winter, has tragically passed away amidst this new season. Such is the cruel jest of fate and the gods. Yet, when has this world ever altered for the sake of any individual? After breakfast, Daenerys and Ser Jorah Mormont meticulously reviewed all the preparatory details, marking a significant learning experience for Daenerys. In the eyes of Ser Jorah, Daenerys is an exceptionally capable pupil, quick to grasp new concepts and adept at drawing connections, exhibiting a remarkable talent at such a tender age. Daenerys herself feels that her intellect in this life is indeed sharp, nearly photographic in memory. Additionally, her physical strength is extraordinary, especially after successfully bonding with her dragons. She has felt a rapid increase in her power. Following her triumph, she also trained in swordsmanship with Ser Jorah, and after 3 years, she has become quite the adept. In this world, funerals, particularly those of royal members, are conducted with considerable formality. Daenerys' hands-on involvement in the arrangements serves as invaluable experience for her future governance of a household or domain. After all, in this realm, women hold a respectable position. In the absence of suitable male heirs, women are permitted to inherit titles. However, the Targaryen dynasty has yet to witness such an occurrence. The Seven Kingdoms remain predominantly male-dominated, and most still favor male heirs over females. Compared to the customs of other noble families in the Seven Kingdoms, Targaryen funerals are relatively straightforward. Yet, the pyre ignited by dragons elevates the ceremony's grandeur significantly. Besides the ancient Valyrian freehold, the Targaryen family is currently the only house with the power and capability to conduct such an affair. Given Prince Balon's noble status, the most prominent nobles of the Seven Kingdoms are expected to attend. Thus, every detail, from the exquisite cuisine and fine wines for the subsequent banquet to the resting areas for the noble women, must be meticulously considered, balancing royal dignity with an aversion to excessive extravagance. The Targaryen family has always championed simplicity, focusing on the quality of the preparations instead. Ser Jorah arranged for the procurement of the freshest seafood from the prosperous Valyrian family's spice town on Driftmark, along with various exquisite spices imported from the distant continent of Essos. Coupled with the stock from Dragonstone itself, a feast worthy of the Seven Kingdoms is assured. In terms of tableware, aside from the usual gold, silver, copper, and aluminum items, Daenerys requested that Ser Jorah bring forth several sets of Dragonbone cutlery, crafted at great expense by skilled artisans. However, these are all personal belongings of Daenerys, and her willingness to share them with others comes with her own ulterior motives. Chapter 8. The Seven Great Houses, House Stark of the North, House Tully of the Riverlands, House Arryn of the Vale, House Tyrell of Highgarden, House Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, House Baratheon of Storm's End, House Lannister of the Westerlands. The Martell family of Dorne has a poor relationship with her and will not attend. Each house receives a set. Naturally, the Valyrian family, being her close kin, is also included alongside all members of the royal family. This collection of Dragonbone tableware includes bowls, plates, dishes, cups, knives, forks, barrels, boxes, pots, and trays, all exquisitely crafted. Moreover, they are adorned with gold and silver inlays, and embellished with numerous pearls and gems. Daenerys has commissioned hundreds of sets, consuming thousands of kilograms of Dragonbone in the process. Each set costs over a dozen golden dragons, representing the pinnacle of luxury. She intends to take advantage of the occasion to dazzle the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. Aren't they always eager to compare themselves with one another? Daenerys does not doubt that after using these exquisite items, they will yearn to possess a set for their own collections. It would not be unreasonable for her to charge them tens of thousands for each set. Those who cannot afford it will find themselves unable to hold their heads high in the Seven Kingdoms. As for the ingredients, the quality stored at Dragonstone is undoubtedly exceptional, and the whale meat captured by Drogon a few days ago will serve as a remarkable delicacy for the feast, ranking among the finest in the realm. Additionally, Daenerys has prepared a meticulously brewed wine known as Dragon's Breath. This potent beverage is crafted by fermenting a certain unnamed metabolic byproduct of dragons in the strongest barley beer for a month, followed by multiple distillations. Daenerys can confidently assert that this is the strongest alcohol in existence. Despite its potency, Dragon's Breath is not harmful to the body and even possesses health benefits, making it safe for pregnant women to consume. The wine prepared for the banquet is diluted at a ratio of 1 to 10, yet it remains an exceptionally strong elixir, albeit with diminished health benefits. Daenerys has also arranged for 100 plump goats to be sent from the shepherds of Goat Town. With the dragon riders of House Targaryen gathered, it is imperative to provide ample sustenance for the dragons. The goats, roasted by her very own skinning knights, are sure to be delectable, especially with Daenerys' exclusive secret barbecue seasoning added. This seasoning, developed by Daenerys herself, is not overly complicated and resembles traditional barbecue spices. But with the addition of dragon metabolic byproducts and salt harvested near Dragonstone, it has transformed into a truly delightful flavor. This affordable yet exquisite seasoning can easily rival the finest spices. If managed well, this seasoning business could serve as a lucrative source of income for Daenerys in the future. Once the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms gather, aside from indulging in wine and women, they are also fond of martial contests. Although a large-scale tournament would be inappropriate during a funeral, a small-scale bout for amusement could serve as a fitting tribute to the deceased. Grandfather Balron, in his lifetime, relished the pursuits of hunting and participating in martial contests, earning him the moniker of the Brave Balron. Thus, it was inevitable that his funeral would be accompanied by a martial exhibition. Consequently, Daenerys commanded the captain of the guards, Alfred, to prepare the training grounds. Some weapons and armor, long gathering dust in the storerooms, were retrieved and restored by the squire knights. Seizing the occasion, she rewarded Boron, her 2 personal knights, and 12 hedge knights with a suit of plate armor and a fine steel sword each. Though valued at merely 60 gold dragons, it remained a substantial fortune for an ordinary knight. Under Boron's tutelage, Daenerys had recently made notable progress in her swordsmanship, to the extent that even Boron could not refrain from praising her innate talent for becoming a lady knight. To commemorate this, he utilized his prize money to commission a finely crafted half-sword for Daenerys. The hilt was fashioned from dragon bone, and the blade was slender, measuring only half a meter in length. The scabbard, too, was crafted from a silver alloy, adorned with 7 different gemstones, making it perfectly suited for Daenerys. After waiting at the entrance for over half an hour, Harold approached Daenerys to report, "Your Highness, the time has come. His Majesty, King Jaehaerys, has disembarked and is making his way to the castle." Chapter 6. The Gathering of Dragons. Everyone, prepare to welcome His Majesty the King and the esteemed lords. Daenerys commanded with a resonant voice. The assembly promptly adjusted their attire, assuming solemn expressions as they awaited the king's arrival. Leaning down, Harold whispered in Daenerys' ear, "Your Highness, Princess Rhaenyra is not in the procession." I see," Daenerys replied, momentarily taken aback, but soon dismissed the thought. After all, she shared little affection for her sister. What did it matter to her? In no time, the king and his retinue of nobles arrived. The grand procession took over an hour to enter Dragonstone Castle. These nobles had brought nearly everything they might require on their journey, for indulging in the pleasures of life was their foremost priority. Accustomed to their luxuries, they ensured to carry their belongings wherever they went. Daenerys merely needed to issue commands, leaving the arrangements to her servants. Having been apart for several days, her father, Viserys, and mother, Aemma, rushed towards Daenerys. Viserys enveloped her in an embrace, a hint of joy breaking through the weariness etched on his face. "My Daenerys, my wildling, how have you fared here?" Chapter 9. Aemma grasped Daenerys' hand and remarked, "In just a few days, you seem to have grown quite a bit." "Father, mother," Daenerys replied dutifully, "I am doing well here, though I do miss you both." "I refuse to believe it. Ever since the arrival of Dreamfire, I feel as though I am losing my precious daughter," Viserys jested. "I can only imagine how comfortably you have been living on Dragonstone. Surely, you have not thought of us at all." "Truly I have." Daenys endeavored to conduct herself like a 10-year-old child. "I merely feel that I would be more comfortable on Dragonstone, where I could indulge in more abundant meals each day." As she spoke, she pointed to Emma's slightly rounded abdomen and suggested, "Mother, why not stay with me on Dragonstone for a while? Surely, we could welcome a healthy little brother. After all, we possess the blood of dragons. Only an environment like Dragonstone is suitable for our physical nurturing." Though Viserys and Aemma regarded Daenys' words as childish, Aemma, having suffered 2 miscarriages, felt a compelling desire to give it another try. Indeed, she began when the Targaryen family resided on Dragonstone. The survival rate of children was notably higher. What if Viserys, fervently yearning for a male heir, also wished to explore this possibility and thus acquiesced? "Let us remain and give it a try. Perhaps it will yield results." The group did not linger long. After a brief refreshment and a sip of wine, they prepared to ascend to the Dragon Mount for the cremation ceremony. At that moment, a series of resounding dragon roars shattered the tranquility of Dragonstone. It was Prince Daemon, accompanied by Princess Rhaenys, arriving on their mighty dragons. Princess Rhaenys Targaryen rode her crimson dragon, Meraxes, whose body was adorned with blood-red scales. Measuring around 50 to 60 meters in length, her neck and back bristled with silver spines, exuding strength and ferocity. She was famed as the swiftest dragon in history. Rhaenys had fought alongside Meraxes for many years, forging a profound bond, although her size ranked only 6th among the existing dragons. Her combat prowess undeniably placed her among the top 5. Daemon Targaryen commanded the dragon Caraxes, which, like Meraxes, was clad in blood-red scales but was somewhat smaller in stature. Caraxes possessed an elongated body, particularly a notably long neck, distinguishing him from other dragons. It was said that he breathed fire with the greatest volume among all dragons, perhaps due to his unique physical structure. According to the Targaryen tomes concerning dragons, they were originally formed from a fusion of fireworms and bipedal flying reptiles through blood magic. Caraxes' impressive flame-breathing ability may indeed be attributed to his reptilian-like streamlined physique. Moreover, among all dragons, Daemon's Caraxes ranked among the top 3 in combat strength. Trailing behind the 2 red dragons was a yellow dragon measuring over 10 meters in length, with a wingspan of 30 to 40 meters. The dragon rider atop was none other than Daenerys' twin sister, Rhaenyra. The sight of Rhaenyra riding her dragon was truly dazzling. Just as Daenys was captivated by Rhaenyra's beauty, a resounding dragon roar echoed once more, heralding the arrival of the now 70-meter-long Dreamfire, soaring from the northeast. Perhaps due to the new volcanic activity, Dreamfire, which had not grown significantly for some time, had begun to flourish since returning to Dragonstone. Every day, she would venture into the nearby seas to hunt various large marine creatures to satisfy her hunger. The daily supply of roasted lamb had become insufficient to meet her dietary needs. Shortly thereafter, sensing the presence of her master, Vamizur soared out of the Dragon Mountain, accompanied by Silverwing. Vamizur was the second largest dragon currently, adorned with golden scales that shimmered with a bronze hue, measuring nearly 100 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 200 meters. As he flew by, the surroundings were instantly shrouded in darkness. Silverwing, a gentle silver-white female dragon, shared a profound bond with Vamizur, measuring over 60 meters in length, ranking 5th among the dragons. It had been a long time since the sight of a gathering of dragons had graced the skies. The fiery-tempered bloodworm Clark stretched his long neck, emitting a sharp, piercing roar distinct from many other dragons. At that moment, as the dragons convened, he leaped forth to assert his presence, yet only his sister, Melius, responded with a low growl. Princess Rhaenys' Red Queen, the fastest dragon known to exist, was the first to land near the cremation site. Meanwhile, Vamizur and Silverwing circled above King Jaehaerys, highlighting the deep affection these 2 dragons held for their master. At that moment, a mournful cry echoed through the heavens as the largest dragon, Vaggerl, emerged from the clouds. Seemingly sensing the loss of her master, Vaggerl's roar resonated with profound sorrow. She landed beside the pyre, lowering her head to gently sniff the body of Berlon, which had been wrapped in burial cloth. Soon after, Bloodworm Clark descended nearby, followed closely by Vamizur and Silverwing, who landed not far from Vaggerl. Dreamfire, however, settled directly beside Daenerys. Chapter 10, Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, made her final descent. The young girl, having just flown such a distance on her dragon, was still brimming with excitement. Could one not smile joyfully at such a scene? Daenerys couldn't help but silently scoff at her radiant smile. The gathering of 7 dragons left the nobles of the 7 kingdoms in awe, stirring a myriad of complex thoughts within them. The dragons finally fell silent as Jaehaerys personally presided over the funeral. With the departure of his last child entitled to the throne, the king, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, visibly showed signs of weariness. After a solemn period of mourning, Jaehaerys commanded Vamizur to ignite the pyre. As the fierce flames engulfed the wood, their glow illuminated the faces of all present, casting a solemn atmosphere. Beyond King Jaehaerys and Berlon's offspring, were there truly any others who felt genuine sorrow? Beneath their grave expressions, what schemes and calculations lay hidden? The crowd fell into a hushed silence, vigilantly watching the fire gradually consume itself. Creak, creak, creak. The gathering was suddenly captivated by the creaking sounds emanating from the already extinguished campfire, and soon, a pink creature, the size of a wildcat, emerged from the ashes. Chapter 7. Passing and Rebirth. King Jaehaerys, the venerable ruler, had never felt such profound solitude. The comforting presence of his beloved Queen Alysanne was now absent, intensifying his sense of loneliness. Over nearly 60 years of reign, Jaehaerys received accolades unparalleled by other monarchs. In the eyes of many, Jaehaerys maintained an appearance of nobility and wisdom at any age. He possessed a long, well-groomed white beard and wore a crown adorned with 7 gemstones of varying hues. To put it plainly, he was quite dignified. One should not underestimate this. The essence of aristocratic dignity transcends time and culture. Jaehaerys was a masterful horseman, skilled in the use of lance and bow, his actions and thoughts marked by decisiveness and sagacity, always resolving conflicts through the most peaceful means, thus bestowing many years of peace and prosperity upon his kingdom. Throughout their lives, Jaehaerys and Alicent bore 13 children, 9 of whom survived to adulthood. The last 2 sons, Aemon and Balon, had passed away. At that moment, Jaehaerys silently gazed at the remnants of the bonfire. The elder had always worn an air of calm composure, yet the nobles present discerned a hint of melancholy upon his eternally dignified visage. Creak, 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 as a pink hatchling crawled out from his son's pyre. Even the stoic king could not maintain his facade, a fissure of emotion appearing on his impassive face. The young dragon immediately made its way towards Daenerys. Observing the pink hatchling approaching his great-granddaughter, Jaehaerys followed suit. Daenerys had been attentively watching the funeral pyre. After all, it was his arrangement to discreetly place the dragon egg among the ashes. Wasn't it how a dragon mother hatched 3 dragons? It was worth a try? Even if it did not succeed, there was nothing to lose. If it did hatch, the rewards would be immense. As the pink hatchling crawled closely behind her, Daenerys congratulated herself inwardly for her cleverness. She dashed towards her newfound companion, scooping the wildcat-sized dragon into her arms. The hatchling affectionately rubbed its warm little head against her chest. Daenerys gently caressed it, finding the experience of nurturing a dragon rather splendid. Meanwhile, Dreamfire, who had been guarding Daenerys, noticed her new pet and immediately leaned in, fixating on the pink hatchling with keen interest. Daenerys extended her hand, addressing Dreamfire in High Valyrian. You must hunt good prey to feed the little pink dragon, so she can grow quickly. Dreamfire snorted a plume of warm air in discontent, casting a dismissive glance at the tiny dragon before soaring away. Little Dany, is this your dragon? King Jaehaerys inquired kindly, bending down to address Daenerys. Yes, your majesty. However, to be precise, it is the dragon that has just hatched from my egg. Your dragon egg has hatched? Indeed, your majesty. I heard from Maester Gladys that grandfather Balon has passed away. Passing means going far away and never returning. Maester Gladys, looking bewildered, exclaimed, Did I say that? He also mentioned that when someone passes, they can no longer be seen, nor can they return home. Grandfather was very kind to me, and the thought of never seeing him again makes me profoundly saddened. Thus, I contemplated gifting him my most cherished dragon egg, so that he could gaze upon it whenever he longs for home, accompanied by our Targaryen legacy. But how did the egg hatch? That means grandfather will have no dragon to keep him company. Alas, he must be heartbroken not being able to return home. Daenerys lamented, believing that one's true comfort lies within their home. Your home? Yes, Dragonstone is indeed the home of our Targaryen family. Chapter 11. Observing his young great-granddaughter with a face that bore a hint of sorrow and listening to her light, melodious voice, King Jaehaerys found his rare melancholy beginning to lift. Meanwhile, he pondered why Daenerys had managed to forge such an intimate bond with 2 mighty dragons. Daenerys was a kind and beautiful child, possessing bright silver hair and eyes tinged with purple, differing somewhat from the rest of her family, who predominantly had silver hair and purple eyes. The presence of such dark purple eyes was unprecedented. To hatch a dragon and cultivate a close relationship with 2 of them suggested a commendable purity of blood. It seemed that every child named Dany in the family was indeed extraordinary. Your Majesty, look at how adorable my little pink dragon is. Such vibrant colors have never graced the dragons of Targaryen history. She is truly the embodiment of art. I believe she should be named Myraces, the goddess of art. Myraces, an ancient deity of Valyria, and also the name of the only fallen dragon among the 3 great dragons that founded the Targaryen lineage. That is indeed a splendid name. Our little Dany has hatched her own mighty dragon, Myraces. Jaehaerys laughed heartily. History is but a cycle. With every end comes a new beginning. This is the simplest yet most profound truth. King Jaehaerys stood, arms wide open, and declared loudly to all, ladies and gentlemen, the Myraces of the Targaryen family has returned today. Congratulations to Daenerys, and praise be to Myraces. Myraces, Myraces, Myraces. Every dragon is a vital strategic asset to the Targaryen family. To witness the birth of a new dragon amidst the sorrow of his son's funeral was, at the very least, uplifting. Moreover, the astute Jaehaerys sensed that countless conspiracies were lurking, waiting to ensnare him in his twilight years. Daenerys was indeed a child born under auspicious omens. Alas, if only she had been a boy. Jaehaerys sighed inwardly and allowed Daenerys to depart. Daenerys, go to your mother, he said. As he watched Daenerys return to Emma's side, Jaehaerys turned back to the funeral proceedings, which still required the coffin to be sealed, the earth to be covered, prayers to be offered, and a banquet to be held. Viserys gazed at his healthy and intelligent second daughter, his expression inscrutable. The subtle joy evident on his slightly plump face betrayed his good spirits, alleviating the sorrow of their father's passing. Daenerys stifled her excitement as she walked briskly back to her mother, embracing Meleys. "Congratulations, my little Daenerys. Meleys is truly beautiful. She will undoubtedly become the most stunning dragon of House Targaryen," Aemma thought, overflowing with happiness and contentment. Both of her daughters were now dragon riders, and they were the youngest in the history of House Targaryen. Daenerys had also formed a close bond with 2 dragons, a testament to her lineage as Aemma Arryn's daughter. "My dragon is far larger than yours. Syrax embodies the essence of harvest and prosperity, unlike your Meleys, who met her end by an arrow." They initially suggested naming my dragon Meleys, but I refused, choosing the name Syrax myself, for it suits my dragon perfectly. Rhaenyra proudly scrutinized Meleys while teasing Daenerys. "Indeed. My dear sister, everyone speaks of the beautiful Princess Rhaenyra and her dragon Syrax, which is as magnificent as its mistress, a true light of the realm. You must teach your little sister how to care for a dragon so splendidly." Upon saying this, Daenerys fixed her sparkling gaze on Rhaenyra with fervent intensity. "No, it's not that grand. You are my sister, and you need not worry. I shall always look after you," Rhaenyra replied, her cheeks flushing with modesty before she straightened, assuming an authoritative demeanor. "Is that so? Then I shall rely on my sister's guidance. I fear I am the happiest sister in the 7 kingdoms. And you are the best sister," Daenerys exclaimed playfully. Rhaenyra appeared quite satisfied with this remark, contemplating the merits of having a sister. She took Daenerys' small hand, leading her toward their mother, Aemma. Feeling a surge of embarrassment, Daenerys momentarily questioned how to navigate this newfound dynamic. By the time all the formalities concluded, evening had descended, and the banquet commenced punctually in the Great Hall in the Gardens of Aegon. Chapter 8. The amusement of nobility at this juncture. The noble lords and ladies had completely transformed their demeanor. Although their attire remained understated and dark-hued, it was far more elaborate than during the cremation ceremony. Men and women congregated in groups of 3 or 5, showcasing their eloquence on various topics, seamlessly transitioning into the social atmosphere of the banquet. Daenerys and her sister were guided by their mother to engage in pleasantries with the nobility, which primarily comprised high lords, ministers of the crown, and esteemed families of the court. In the west, the 13-year-old twin brothers of House Lannister, Jason and Tyland, caught Daenerys' eye, compelling her to gaze at them several times. With their golden hair and azure eyes, their tall and striking figures, though not as breathtaking as those of House Targaryen, were nonetheless remarkably captivating. The Lannister twins, in turn, found themselves enchanted by the extraordinary beauty of the Targaryen sisters. However, the distance between them precluded any personal greetings. In Chapter 12, Daenerys' own sister, Rhaenyra, introduced her to her companion, Rhaenyra Velaryon. Rhaenyra, the 10-year-old eldest daughter of the Earl of Driftmark, was a vivacious and radiant young girl, a stunning beauty with silver hair and violet eyes. Notably, she was of Caucasian descent, unlike the Black Pearl portrayed in the television series. Beside her stood her 8-year-old brother, Rhaenyra Velaryon, who was fixated on the Jason brothers, evidently intrigued. "Greetings, cousin Rhaenyra," Rhaenyra exclaimed. "Oh, hello, cousin Rhaenyra, cousin Daenerys," Rhaenyra replied. "Daenerys, your Meleys is truly a magnificent dragon." Daenerys smiled and bowed, responding, "Thank you for your kind words, cousin Rhaenyra. Your sea smoke is also a beautiful and fierce dragon. Yes, he is already 2 years old and growing swiftly, nearly the size of a calf, though he is not yet rideable." The mention of dragons piqued Rhaenyra's interest in conversing with the girls. However, Rhaenyra interjected proudly, "My Syrax is much larger than sea smoke. They were hatched from the same clutch of eggs." Rhaenyra immediately protested, "That's because your Syrax has been hatched for 2 years. Lena quickly restrained her brother, lamenting, Now, only my dragon egg remains unhatched." Daenerys had already hatched Dreamfire and now Meleys, which was indeed a source of envy. Lena's remark caused Rhaenyra's pride to falter slightly. Daenerys then smiled and suggested, perhaps cousin Rhaenyra could exchange a dragon egg to see if it hatches, or venture to Dragonstone to attempt to tame some of those adult dragons. Then one could ride them directly, wouldn't you agree? Afterward, she took Rhaenyra's hand affectionately, saying, "Sister, I've had the kitchen prepare several new desserts just for you. Do hurry and try them." "Is that so? I shall certainly indulge. I adore desserts. But the Red Keep serves only the same few, and I have sampled all the pastries in King's Landing." Daenerys' confections, inspired by her world, were indeed novel and quickly captured Rhaenyra's appetite. This is delightful. Moreover, the presentation is exquisite." "Thank you, sister." I must tell you, as the sisters Daenerys and Rhaenyra shared their heartfelt conversation, Sir Otto Hightower, the newly appointed Hand of the King, was introducing his 12-year-old daughter, Alicent, to King Jaehaerys. Your Majesty, this is my daughter Alicent, of gentle disposition, my treasured jewel. Alicent's voice was warm and soft, her features strikingly beautiful. Jaehaerys nodded with satisfaction, remarking, in my old age, reading has become somewhat of a challenge. Miss Alicent, with your melodious voice, do stay by this old man's side to assist me in my reading. Otto immediately bowed respectfully, replying, yes, Your Majesty. It would be Alicent's honor. Alicent followed suit, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. She then received a goblet of pale golden wine from a maid and personally poured a glass for King Jaehaerys. Upon tasting the exquisite beverage, a warm sensation spread throughout him, and he instantly grew fond of the delightful experience. This is truly remarkable wine. How have I never encountered it before? Alicent chimed in, Great-grandfather, this is the newly brewed Dragon Fire from Goat Town. It's delightful, I assent it. Moreover, it also fortifies the body. At that moment, Daenerys arrived with Rhaenyra, bearing 2 exquisite delicacies. She eagerly explained, the shepherds of Goat Town rely on this wine to withstand the biting winds. Jaehaerys, who had a vivid recollection of the great-granddaughter who had hatched dragons at Baelor's funeral, was reminded of a request made to him by Baelor during his lifetime, concerning the granting of the new island northeast of Dragonstone to his granddaughter. Goat Town, I recall that it is your domain, dear Daenerys. How is it that you have managed to brew such exceptional barley wine so swiftly? Daenerys beamed brightly, affirming, you are correct, great-grandfather. Goat Town not only boasts fine wine, behold these unique pastries. She then took a delicate silver spoon, scooped a small piece, and offered it to Jaehaerys, saying, please, great-grandfather, do try this. Jaehaerys bent down, satisfied as he accepted the treat, and took a bite. This is indeed delightful. Is there lemon within? Daenerys's clear voice responded, yes, these are lemons from the lemon trees of the Aegon garden. Do taste Rhaenyra's. Hers is even more delectable. Upon hearing this, Rhaenyra eagerly fed her own pastry to Jaehaerys. This is also delightful. I adore this sweet flavor. Is it pear? Young Rhaenyra exclaimed, yes, this is my favorite flavor. The 2 great-granddaughters brought Jaehaerys a sense of familial joy he had not felt in ages, causing the old man to momentarily forget about Otto and his daughter, as Daenerys eagerly led him to admire her various little inventions. Chapter 13. As Alicent gazed at the receding figure of Jaehaerys, she restlessly turned to her father and remarked, the 2 princesses are indeed exquisite and seem to have captured the favor of His Majesty the King. Otto, eyeing the sisters Jaehaerys and Daenerys, whispered, you should cultivate a good rapport with them. Show them the same care you exhibit towards your brother. I dare say they might come to adore you as well. He then placed a reassuring hand on his daughter's shoulder, adding, they are the youngest dragon riders of House Targaryen. Not only did Jaehaerys extol the virtues of the fiery wine known as Dragon's Breath, but many nobles also praised its remarkable flavor. Sir Samwell, the tax officer from Goat Town, seized the opportunity to extol the wondrous properties and legendary brewing process of Dragon's Breath. Esteemed lords, he proclaimed, the yeast used in brewing Dragon's Breath can only be found near Dragonstone, and the barley is fertilized with the ashes of sheep charred by dragon fire. The brewing process incorporates numerous secret ingredients. While I cannot divulge their nature, rest assured they are related to dragons. After Samwell's eloquent presentation, this affordable barley wine, Dragon's Breath, was astonishingly priced at 1 gold dragon per barrel, equating to 50 pounds for a single gold dragon. This price approached that of a warhorse. Yet the noble class clamored to place orders. Remarkably, he received orders totaling 200,000, marking the highest production for Goat Town in a year. Chapter 9. While savoring desserts with the sisters Daenerys, King Jaehaerys observed Samwell tirelessly promoting Dragon's Breath among the nobles. He affectionately lifted Daenerys and whispered in her ear, little Daenerys, if Samwell is to conduct business at the royal banquet, should he not settle the taxes first? Daenerys, with gracious candor, replied, this Dragon's Breath is exclusively for the noble lords. Our royal household deserves something far superior, does it not? I can offer a special supply to the crown at the same price as Dragon's Breath. She inquired, what does great-grandfather think of this sincerity? Intrigued, Jaehaerys responded, oh, there is something even better? I must taste it. With a gesture towards her maid, Annie, Daenerys signaled for the awaited treat, prepared in advance. Annie promptly presented the exquisitely silk-covered, deluxe version of Dragon's Breath. This particular brew was housed in a specially crafted dragon-shaped glass bottle, radiating a golden hue. The drinking vessel was a glass cup embedded with dragon bone, intricately carved with the fiery patterns of dragon flames. Annie respectfully poured a glass for King Jaehaerys, declaring, "This wine is known as the Dragon's Breath of House Targaryen. Please, indulge, Your Majesty." Jaehaerys took a small sip, instantly feeling a spicy, warm current surge from his mouth to his stomach, igniting a fire within him that seemed to blaze throughout his entire being. However, this explosive energy seemed to imbue his decaying body with a hint of newfound vitality, prompting him to gulp down an entire cup in one go. The old king's forehead instantly beaded with sweat, yet he felt considerably lighter. As Daenerys dabbed the perspiration from Jaehaerys' brow with a handkerchief, she confidently remarked, "What do you think, great-grandfather? This is the fiery brew of House Targaryen. Excellent. The wine is splendid, and the name is even more fitting. Only the name of House Targaryen's fiery brew deserves such honor." Observing the commotion, the onlookers subtly gravitated closer. The sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, and Princess Rhaenys were the first to approach. "What has brought such joy to His Majesty? By your countenance, it must be splendid news." Jaehaerys gestured for Annie to pour a cup of Targaryen's fiery brew for Lord Corlys and Princess Rhaenys. Targaryen's fiery brew? Although puzzled, the sea snake and Rhaenys accepted the golden-hued liquor from Annie's hands. Upon tasting, even the renowned connoisseurs of strong spirits were astonished by the intensity of the drink. This wine, though fiery and robust, invigorated both body and spirit. "I have circumnavigated the globe 6 times with my fleet, yet I have never encountered a spirit that rivals Targaryen's fiery brew," praised the sea snake earnestly. Rhaenys nodded in agreement. The earlier fiery brew was already a rare delight. Yet in comparison, this wine is incomparable. She continued, "I have been feeling unwell recently, but this drink has seemingly cured me." Jaehaerys, brimming with pride, pointed to the dragon-shaped bottle in Annie's hands. "Of course, this is the royal wine reserved exclusively for the Targaryen family. Just this one bottle costs 10 golden dragons." 10 golden dragons? Even the wealthiest lord in the 7 kingdoms, the sea snake, could not help but gasp at the price. Yet, he quickly downed the exquisite wine in his cup and extended the empty vessel toward Annie. Observing this, Annie smiled and explained, "I apologize, Lord Corlys. The Targaryen fiery brew is a medicinal wine with potent effects, so each person may only consume 1 cup at a time." Although disappointed, the sea snake retracted his wine cup. Chapter 14. Merely waiting for the right price? I refuse to believe it. I have partaken in numerous strong spirits, and how could a mere few cups pose any issue? The Duke of Storm's eldest son, the boisterous 14-year-old Boros, pushed his way through the crowd. Princess Rhaenys, his cousin, immediately grasped his arm, saying, "You foolish boy, are you already tipsy so early? Mind your words before the king, or be wary of Boros' wrath." Daenerys, realizing it was this simpleton, interjected, "Young Boros may not comprehend, but medicinal wine nurtures the ill. However, an ordinary person could harm themselves by overindulging. I refuse to believe that a mere strong drink can have any adverse effects on me. How about we make a wager?" At that moment, Duke Beaumont rushed over, delivering a swift kick to Boros, causing him to stumble. "What is this place? Do you think you are at Storm's End, free to act as you please?" Boros, undeterred, retorted, "It's just a few glasses of strong liquor. I refuse to believe it can harm anyone." In the distance, Daemon Targaryen was venting to his brother, Viserys. "Even the goats in the valley evoke more desire in me than that woman. How could I possibly father a child with her? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Viserys was clearly unable to accept his brother's remarks, sternly warning, "That is your wife, the head of House Royce of Storm's End. How dare you tarnish her reputation? I suggest you mind your tongue, lest I take it from you." Daemon, however, remained unfazed. "If you can assist me in annulling my marriage to that woman, I wouldn't care if you severed my tongue. How about this? I shall aid you in your claim to the throne, and in return, you help me dissolve my marriage." Viserys, increasingly incensed by his brother's audacity, delivered a punch. "You will treat Lady Royce with the respect she deserves. Otherwise, I will not spare you." Viserys was about to unleash more blows when he suddenly heard the commotion between Daenerys and Boros, prompting him to hasten over. "Let us wager," Daenerys exclaimed, having successfully provoked Boros into a fervor. "However, since you seem unconcerned for your health, I would rather not waste my fine wine. Here's the deal. If you can consume an entire jug of Dragonfire wine without any ill effects, I shall provide you with complimentary Dragonfire wine for life. But if you cannot handle it, you must gift me 10 fully equipped 3-masted ships. Do you realize how much those cost? We're talking about a fortune of 100,000 gold dragons." Boros leapt up, incredulous, as if Daenerys had uttered the most unreasonable demand. Daenerys disdainfully scoffed, "If you Stormlanders cannot afford it, then so be it. Your intellect has never been particularly sharp, and should you overindulge and come to harm, it would be a disservice to your loyal royal father. Who are you referring to? A wager is a wager. Boris, incensed that a mere girl dared to belittle him, was filled with rage. Daenerys, not even glancing at him, turned to Duke Beaumont for confirmation. Duke Beaumont, do you support Boris in this wager? If you do not agree, I doubt he will honor his promise. After all, the Stormlands are not what they once were. Let us not allow Boris to squander further. Duke Beaumont thought to himself, who do you think you're looking down on? While the political standing of Storm's Inn may have diminished, when have we ever lacked for resources? If an average person were to say this, Beaumont would undoubtedly recognize it as nothing more than a poorly executed provocation. Yet, to be looked down upon by a mere 10-year-old girl stirred a certain ire within the Duke Beaumont. Thus, he blurted out, I support his wager with you. Chapter 10. The calculations among nobility. Daenys, sensing the moment was ripe, tugged at the hand of her great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys, and playfully implored, Great-grandfather, would you be our witness? The ships and sailors of Storm's End are reputed to be among the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. However, I am not well versed in such matters, so I shall rely on your expertise to assess them. Otherwise, if they take advantage of my youth, how would I know? King Jaehaerys, already harboring a considerable grudge against Storm's End, was delighted at the prospect of his great-granddaughter outsmarting them, thus readily agreed to assist Daenys. You are quite astute, he remarked. However, one must consider the fleets of House Velaryon from Driftmark and House Redwyne from the Arbor. Hence, let Lord Corlys and Count Robert oversee your spoils. Upon hearing this, Duke Beaumont immediately sensed the misalignment in their conversation and interjected, Our Baratheon fleet cannot compare to the quality of their vessels, so. Nonsense. King Jaehaerys interrupted Beaumont's protest. In the esteemed domain of Storm's End, can you not muster 10 fine three-masted ships? Count Redwyne instantly chimed in, Indeed, even if the quality of the warships is somewhat lacking, we can simply augment them with additional resources. I have many skilled shipwrights on Driftmark. Should your vessels fall short, I shall gladly modify them for you, and rest assured, I will only charge you the cost. Chapter 15. Warships? Princess Daenys and Boros are merely wagering three-masted sailing ships, not three-masted warships. Lord Corlys of House Velaryon directly countered Count Redwyne's remarks. Count Robert Redwyne retorted with a sharp tongue, if they are not warships, could they possibly be three-masted galleys? Can Storm's End truly bear that? Princess Daenys, being young, naturally could not distinguish between the various types of three-masted vessels. What she referred to was undoubtedly the most capable of warships. Do you truly believe that the noble dragon rider Princess Daenys would consider leading 10 merchant three-masted ships to the eastern continent for trade, as you do? Although Lord Corlys, esteemed and resourceful, held a high reputation, he paled in comparison to the renowned verbal duelist, Count Robert Redwyne of the Seven Kingdoms. The verbal sparring seemed to suggest a foregone conclusion. Whether common merchant vessels or warships, the outcome would ultimately reveal itself. A few cups of strong wine hardly dictate the result. Upon hearing this, Daenerys immediately spoke up, asserting that it is always better to clarify matters beforehand. To my astonishment, I had not realized that this three-masted sailing ship had so many classifications. Let us wager 9 warships alongside a three-masted galley akin to the Queen of Dragonstone. This way, my venture at sea will befit my standing. Duke Beaumont's countenance darkened instantly. In Storm's End, we possess no such opulent vessels. The only ships at our disposal are 10 commercial, three-masted sailing vessels. If your highness does not find it beneath her dignity, let us use this as our wager. Releasing King Jaehaerys' hand, Daenerys approached the Duke of Storm's End, gazing up at the imposing figure with a full beard, her voice icy as she spoke. Duke Beaumont, do you presume to bully me due to my youth, or do you disregard me, a princess of House Targaryen? Do you truly believe that I am only worthy of the most inferior sailing ship? As she drew closer, her voice rose with an unwavering clarity. It was your eldest son who first disregarded noble decorum and publicly questioned my status as a royal princess. And now you and your son conspire to humiliate me through gambling, taking advantage of my youth. How dare you now lecture me on wagers? Do you believe that House Targaryen has lost the wrath of the Dragon King? As Daenerys' furious and proud voice resonated through the gardens of Aegon, her dragon, Dreamfire, soared down from the open sky above, emitting a powerful and wrathful roar that reverberated among the spectators. Flames of orange and red swirled within its throat, sending shockwaves through the gathered nobility, with noble women gasping in fear. King Jaehaerys, Prince Daemon, and Princess Rhaenys looked on with excitement as Dreamfire circled low, their eyes alight with elation. It is well known that while the Targaryens have a natural affinity for dragons, few have established such a profound bond. Even the most esteemed dragon lords of the Targaryen lineage could not summon their dragons through mere emotion. Thus, Daenerys' display filled them not with discontent, but with immense pride. A true descendant of the Dragon Queen, this was expected of her. Duke Beaumont, confronted by Daenerys' fierce questioning and Dreamfire's intimidating presence, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face reddening. Princess Daenerys, you misunderstand me. I did not intend such offense. It is simply that Storm's End lacks ships of such quality. If that is the case, then build or procure them. Daenerys retorted, her words rapid and sharp, causing Beaumont's head to spin. Are you, the Duke of Storm's End, incapable of such a task? No wonder the pirates of the Stepstones and the Dornish are nearing your stronghold. You lack the ability to defend yourself. Her words struck deeply at Duke Beaumont, who, flustered, exclaimed, I am the Duke of Storm's End. I have achieved countless victories for the Seven Kingdoms. How can you doubt me? Daenys retorted defiantly. I am still a princess of House Targaryen. No matter how great your achievements are, can they surpass the might of a Targaryen dragon? At that moment, Lord Corlys Velaryon interjected, grasping the arm of the ever-impulsive Boros. Today marks the funeral of Prince Baelon, a day meant for mourning. However, the hatching of another dragon by Princess Daenys serves as a source of inspiration and solace for the Seven Kingdoms. Let us heed the princess's wishes. I shall provide the grand vessel. Daenys cast a grateful glance at Lord Corlys and replied, I thank you, Lord Corlys. Just then, Viserys approached, taking Daenys' hand. Please, let the flames of Dreamfire subside. The ladies are frightened. Yes, father. Daenys acquiesced, using Valyrian to command Dreamfire to retreat. Meanwhile, Annie prepared a new bottle of Targaryen fire wine, presenting it to Boros, gently advising, My lord, this wine should truly be consumed in moderation. Do take care not to overindulge and harm your health. Chapter 16. With the crowd watching intently, Boros refused to yield, barking, Enough chatter. Fill my cup to the brim. Reluctantly, Annie poured him a generous glass from the dragonbone goblet. Boros seized the cup and downed it in one swift motion. The fiery sensation coursed through his throat and into his stomach, causing beads of sweat to form instantly. Refreshing. Another. Annie complied, pouring him another glass. Yet again, Boros raised the goblet, consuming its contents in one go. Despite his earlier experience, the heat and intensity remained unabated, although this time he did not sweat. Instead, he felt a surge of energy rush to his head, followed by a salty, metallic liquid trickling from his nose. Chapter 11. Father and daughter dialogue. Mistaking the liquid for mucus, Boros carelessly wiped his nose with his hand, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance as he bellowed at Annie, Excellent wine. Fill it again. Sir Boros, you appear to be bleeding. Annie gently reminded him, stifling a laugh at the sight of his blood-splattered face. The expressions of the onlookers were highly entertaining to Daenys, aside from a few, such as Duke Boromund and Princess Rhaenys, who exhibited concern and spoke in caution. The majority were merely spectators, reveling in the spectacle. Boros, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from further consumption. This wine truly does not suit you, Princess Rhaenys declared, her intelligence evident as she recognized that Boros had already lost. Further bravado would only lead to greater embarrassment. However, Boros was oblivious to her intentions, insisting, I'm perfectly fine. It's just a bit of blood. Keep it coming. His thick-headedness drew disdain from the assembled nobles, with some ladies discreetly covering their amused faces with handkerchiefs or fans. Although many individuals concealed their true feelings, Daenerys discerned a sense of schadenfreude in their expressions, including those of her own father and uncle, Daemon. Even Lord Corlys Velaryon, who had maintained a cordial relationship with the Velaryon family, exhibited a palpable disdain. Sir Boros, you truly must refrain from further drinking. Your body cannot withstand it. You have only consumed 2 cups. Surely, defeat is inevitable. Why risk your health any further? Anne's words seemed like a plea, yet they served only to provoke Boros further. His eyes bulged with impatience as he urged, Enough with the nonsense. Fill my cup. While Anne continued her verbal entreaties, her hands deftly refilled his glass. Ignoring the concerns of those who genuinely cared for him, Boros swiftly downed a 3rd cup of Targaryen fire. This time, a more intense warmth surged through his mind. The young and vigorous Boros struggled to steady his swaying form, exclaiming excitedly, Excellent wine. Excellent wine. Hiccup, fill it again. Alas, it was evident that he would not be graced with a 4th cup of Targaryen fire that day. His corpulent body collapsed onto the black stone tiles of the garden. Oh dear, Sir Boros. Anne's shriek was filled with surprise and urgency, yet her steady hand did not falter in holding the exquisite wine. Boros. Duke Boromund rushed to his side, helping him up, and shouted frantically at the attendants. "What are you fools waiting for? Hurry and take Boros away. Quickly summon the maester." In the ensuing chaos, Boros was finally carried away by several attendants to a guest room. Following a diagnosis by Maester Tigris, it was determined that Boros was merely inebriated and would recover after a good rest. The assistant to the maester administered a few cups of sobering draught-tam. Meanwhile, Daenerys emerged victorious in the wager, claiming 10 of the most advanced three-masted ships, thereby carving a small piece from Lord Corlys Valerion's holdings. Haha, this Targaryen fire is indeed remarkable, truly deserving of its name. Bring forth wine for each of the esteemed lords and ladies present. Such fine wine must be shared. King Jaehaerys finally stepped forward to preside over the gathering. Lord Redwine, I would appreciate your staying at Dragonstone for a time to assist Daenerys in assessing the 10 three-masted ships from Storm's End. Lord Robert Redwine bowed with pride, replying, "It would be my honor, your majesty." The attendants promptly filled the cups of everyone present with Targaryen fire. King Jaehaerys raised his glass once more, exclaiming passionately, "To Targaryen fire, to the finest wine in the 7 kingdoms." The crowd was exceedingly cooperative, regardless of their true thoughts. They all feigned a facade of pride as they loudly proclaimed, "To the finest wine of the 7 kingdoms." Ha! The taste of this wine is delightful, is it not? Duke Beaumont. As Uncle Demon savored the flavor of the dragonfire, he jested with Duke Beaumont, suggesting that in the future, when people extolled the Targaryen family's dragonfire, they would certainly not overlook the Baratheon lineage. Chapter 17. The bond between our two families is indeed remarkable. Humph. Upon hearing this, Beaumont's expression darkened considerably. However, he chose to disregard Demon and instead directly requested the assistance of Maester Dagon to send word back to Storm's End, instructing them to dispatch their 10 finest three-masted ships. Lord Corlys Valerion also fulfilled his promise by sending the best of the Valerion family's three-masted galleys to Dragonstone. Duke Beaumont insisted on compensating the Valerion family with an additional three-masted warship. Prince Viserys took Daenerys aside and spoke softly. "Daenerys, congratulations on acquiring 10 three-masted ships. However, you must understand that winning these vessels brings you wealth and attention, but it may also attract the scrutiny, or even envy, of others. In the realm of nobility, power, reputation, and relationships often outweigh wealth and military might." Viserys gazed steadfastly at his daughter, Daenerys. Daenerys nodded thoughtfully, recognizing her father's lesson on navigating this complex world. Seeing that Daenerys was absorbing his words, Viserys continued, "When engaging with nobles, remain ever vigilant. Do not easily offend or trust anyone. Moreover, learn to wield your charm and intellect to your advantage. Remember, power lies in control, not in ostentation." "I shall keep this in mind, father," Daenerys affirmed resolutely. Viserys regarded her with affection, seemingly nonchalant, and inquired, "Daenerys, what are your thoughts on the Targaryen dragons?" Daenerys glanced at her father and deliberately replied, "They say the Targaryens are closer to the divine than most, and I know this stems from our ability to command dragons. Yet, perhaps the very notion that we can control dragons is an illusion." Viserys smiled gently, stroking Daenerys' hair, and softly remarked, "The dragons indeed grant us formidable power. Yet with that power comes responsibility. We must wield this strength wisely." After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys responded, "Father, you are right. The dragons are our advantage, but they must be used with caution. We can harness their power to establish authority and deter foes. But we must also be wary not to transform the dragons into objects of fear and envy for others." Viserys nodded in agreement, adding that it was essential to cultivate a rapport and trust with the dragons. Only by forging a profound bond could one harness their formidable power. "Daenerys, today you have demonstrated to all the wisdom and strength of a Targaryen princess. Your father is immensely proud of you." Chapter 12. Persuading father to train dragon's father. Ever since grandfather's passing, Vhagar has become a dragon without a master. These days, she mourns in the skies above the narrow sea, likely grieving for him, Daenerys observed carefully. Testing Viserys' expression, she was the largest dragon of House Targaryen, and it remained uncertain who would next tame her. Cousin Lena desires to tame an adult dragon. I wonder if she has any hope of mastering Vhagar. If she succeeds, the Valerion family's dragon might surpass ours. Daenerys' seemingly casual remarks momentarily startled Viserys. Yet he remained silent. She continued with a smile. "Father has once been the dragon rider of the Black Dread, Balerion. Surely, no one wishes to tame Vhagar more than you." Viserys smiled and shook his head. "Since Balerion's death, I have no intentions of taming dragons." As he spoke, a mixture of pride, regret, and a hint of nonchalance flickered in his eyes, revealing layers of emotion in the man long perceived as merely amiable. Daenerys was taken aback by the depth of feeling in her father, Viserys. She began to understand some of the reasons behind his reluctance to continue dragon riding. Firstly, having tasted the pinnacle of experience, it is challenging for individuals to settle for anything less than extraordinary. This psychological phenomenon is widespread. For instance, those who have savored fine tea find it difficult to enjoy ordinary brews, just as connoisseurs of fine wine struggle to accept mediocre vintages. Could it be that having ridden the Black Dread, Viserys now deemed Vhagar beneath him? Secondly, the disparity between high and low positions makes it difficult for those in elevated status to accept anything subpar, while those in lower positions easily accommodate various standards. It seems Viserys has little ambition to vie for the throne, given the considerable distance between his origins and that lofty seat, despite having once commanded the Black Dread. As his status rises, perhaps he prefers to forego dragon riding altogether? Lastly, the principle of opportunity cost in economics illustrates that to gain one thing, one must relinquish another. Once one has tasted the extraordinary, the inadequacies of previous choices become starkly evident. This mindset of choice and sacrifice leads individuals to resist settling for less. The pride of the Targaryen family appears to be ingrained in their very essence, seemingly independent of character. Personal experiences and psychological influences play a significant role. For instance, individuals who achieve their goals through perseverance and dedication often find a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction that dissuades them from returning to previous states. This psychological transition renders them reluctant to accept suboptimal choices. The Targaryen lineage is often regarded as closest to the divine, with the Black Death being undeniably the foremost among dragons. Thus, does this not amplify Viserys' pride? Moreover, some individuals attain new heights through self-awareness and continuous self-improvement. This elevation in self-esteem raises their standards, making it difficult to accept options that fall below their current level. In summary, the reluctance to settle for less after experiencing the pinnacle of success stems from a confluence of factors: the disparity between high and low positions, opportunity costs and trade-offs, personal experiences and psychological impacts, as well as self-awareness and self-enhancement. Nonetheless, despite understanding these reasons, Daenerys could not help but internally scoff. You truly are a fool. From now on, your misfortunes are entirely deserved. Father, following your grandfather's passing, tradition dictates that you should inherit the throne, does it not? Without a dragon. How is this feasible? Daenerys confronted the daydreaming Viserys boldly. Viserys snapped back to reality, gazing at Daenerys with disbelief. What has been said in my presence? Daenerys shook her head. Isn't it obvious? Are you not the eldest male of the Targaryen royal family? Your ascension to the throne is the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms. Is it not? Viserys hastily interrupted. Daenerys, refrain from such talk in the future. You are still young and do not comprehend certain matters. If others were to overhear, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. Oh, I understand, Daenerys retorted, but will you still insist on not attempting to tame Vhagar? I believe being prepared is always prudent. What if, just what if, it were truly you? The Targaryen family has yet to witness a king without a dragon. You must consider this carefully. I may not grasp the affairs of adults, yet I know that to obtain what one desires, one must hold the power and initiative firmly in their own hands. I can choose to forego something, but I cannot be coerced into relinquishing it. Viserys felt increasingly perplexed by his daughter. She was undeniably still a child, yet her words and actions consistently surprised him. Originally contemplating what to say, Aemma and Rhaenyra approached. What are you two discussing for such a long time? Viserys gently took Aemma's hand and inquired softly. Oh, it's nothing much, just a casual chat since we haven't seen each other in ages. Rhaenyra teased Daenerys. I heard you wagered and won 10 three-masted ships from Boros. What are you planning? Do you wish to follow Lord Valerion and become a navigator? However, we are Targaryens. Surely we can simply fly wherever we desire on our dragons. Why endure the troubles of a ship? Daenerys, with an innocent expression, retorted, Sister, can't I sail a ship and ride a dragon at the same time? Why should I choose discomfort? Before Rhaenyra could respond, Daenerys turned to Viserys with concern. Sailing can indeed be quite tumultuous. You suffer from seasickness, don't you, father? Perhaps it would be better to tame another dragon. That way, we could forego the ship altogether. Her words brought a smile to Viserys' face. It seemed his dear daughter genuinely wished for him to tame another dragon. Daenerys added matter-of-factly, of course. Can a Targaryen truly be considered one without a dragon? Besides, I've noticed that bonding with a dragon has its benefits. Ever since I rode Dreamfire, I feel much stronger. Perhaps mother should also tame a dragon. It might lead to a healthier brother. Hearing this, Viserys realized he had overthought the matter. His daughter was merely assertive, strong-willed, and pragmatic, not deranged in any sense. Chapter 13. The children's audacity. Rhaenyra felt a twinge of unease as her parents' attention shifted entirely to her sister, Daenerys. She quickly retorted, "Father has already tamed Balerion. Why seek to tame another dragon? Wouldn't that diminish his prestige? It seems, Daenerys, you are not only greedy for wealth, but also for everything else." Chapter 19. Daenerys swiftly distanced herself from Rhaenyra, making a face at her. "I just love watching you, sister, in your jealous state. Helpless against me. Ha ha." Her remark elicited laughter from both Viserys and Aemma. Rhaenyra, prepared with a litany of admonishments, fell silent. Aemma, stifling her laughter, gently urged, all right. You two sisters haven't seen each other in so long, and you're busy bickering instead of reconnecting. Rhaenyra, you just enjoyed the dessert your sister prepared for you. Have you so quickly forgotten her kindness? Daenerys, you are growing up now. Remember to uphold your ladylike demeanor. You are princesses of House Targaryen and must serve as role models for the noble ladies of the Seven Kingdoms. Do you understand? Rhaenyra nodded obediently, acknowledging, understood, mother. Daenerys, however, dismissed her mother's words with indifference, stating, I believe the Targaryen family is sufficiently represented by an exceptional sister, a true luminary of the Seven Kingdoms. My ambition is to serve as a formidable guardian of the Targaryen legacy, ensuring that all who harbor ill intentions towards our family cower beneath our dragons. If we, as royal princesses, cannot live according to our own desires, then what meaning does life hold? Would you agree, father, mother? And father, I implore you to give my counsel due consideration. It is only through strength that one may counterbalance strength. Viserys and Aemma, being gentle by nature, found themselves at a loss in the face of their children's audacity. Thus, they refrained from further discourse and took their daughters into the realm of noble society for their customary social engagements. They believed that with time, the children could be guided. Especially since Daenerys had much to say, and the most esteemed royal princesses ought to live with a certain abandon. During the evening's festivities, Daenerys' wager with Boros, which resulted in her winning 10 three-masted ships, was likely to remain a topic of conversation across the Seven Kingdoms for quite some time. The plight of troublesome youths in noble households would seem less severe in comparison, as their actions paled next to the antics of the reckless Boros. However, even if their behaviors were deemed unacceptable, what could be done? How many parents possessed the true resolve to stand against their children? Equally noteworthy that evening was the acclaim for Daenerys' Dragonfire wine. The nobility, having savored its flavor, found it delightful, and with Samwell's enthusiastic endorsements, numerous families began placing orders. The recent wager incident involving Daenerys and Boros only intensified their desire to stockpile the wine. These astute lords were well aware that the tale of the Stormborn heir's loss of 10 ships would spread far beyond the Seven Kingdoms, reaching even the free cities. Boros, in a way, had secured a place in the annals of foolishness. Meanwhile, the story of Dragonfire wine would undoubtedly become the toast of the town, representing a lucrative opportunity for the nobles. After all, many of them had lesser nobles and their own trade routes at their disposal, individuals who could scarcely access Dragonstone. Hence, they swiftly approached Samwell to place additional orders, resulting in over 500,000 golden dragons in requests by night's end. Fortunately, the town of Goatstone had stockpiled a considerable amount of Dragonfire wine over the past 3 years, making it feasible to fulfill the orders. However, future production would need to expand, as the distillery in Goatstone could currently only produce 100,000 golden dragons worth of new wine each month. To procure sufficient barley, Samwell traversed the Seven Kingdoms. Although Westeros had enjoyed a long period of stability and had ample grain reserves, the cost of transporting food was considerable, and Dragonstone had little to offer in trade. Thus, the grain merchants are rather reluctant to venture to Dragonstone Island. To attract these traders, it is essential to offer a substantial array of marketable products. The Dragonfire wine, introduced by Daenerys, stands as the inaugural brand product of Goat Town. However, due to its exorbitant price, sales have been limited, resulting in unsatisfactory results over recent years. Conversely, the livestock, cattle, horses, and sheep, nurtured on Daenerys' special feed, have seen a remarkable enhancement in quality, drawing numerous livestock traders to the area. Coupled with the rich vegetation resources of the newly established Dragonstone Island, Goat Town now boasts a livestock population exceeding 200,000 goats and sheep. Apart from providing sustenance for the dragons, this abundance generates annual revenues of several thousand golden dragons for Daenerys. The cattle population has also expanded to several thousand, although most have been allocated to the serfs for agricultural purposes. Daenerys has improved various agricultural tools and extended credit to the serfs, significantly enhancing their farming efficiency. After cultivating her 10,000 acres of fertile land, they have also cleared substantial new fields. In the past 2 years, Daenerys has exempted them from rent, prompting even some impoverished fishermen from nearby villages to join in the cultivation efforts. Their newly cleared farmland now spans approximately 40 to 50,000 acres. Starting this year, they will be required to pay rent to Daenerys, which alone could yield her an annual income exceeding 10,000 golden dragons. Nevertheless, she charges them only 40% of the rent, a remarkably low rate. However, the obligation of monthly labor is considerable, as Dragonstone Island remains in a developmental stage. In the past 3 years, due to the vigorous development of Dragonstone Island, Daenerys' treasury has seen little growth. Ultimately, she has managed to amass 500,000 assorted gold coins by occasionally commandeering merchant ships belonging to notorious pirate families and free trade city-states on the Narrow Sea. These vessels were discreetly sent to Tarth Island, where Count Tarth refurbished them for sale. The lower-quality ships were sold off, while the superior ones were incorporated into their jointly operated oceanic fleet. The close relationship between Daenerys and Count Tarth is naturally facilitated by her loyal guard, Cameron, who is, in fact, the Count's younger brother, thus fostering a swift bond of trust. Furthermore, Tarth Island has endured several brutal raids by pirates supported by the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards pirates and free trade city-states. This enmity is a significant reason for Count Tarth's willingness to collaborate with Daenerys. As for the sailors and crew members, those of slave origin who are obedient and reliable have been recruited. Pirates and wealthy merchants from the noble families either met their end by dragon or were sent to the mines. Presently, their fleet has safely returned from a considerable journey around the free trade city-states, bringing back goods valued at no less than 10 million golden dragons. This expedition was merely a reconnaissance mission, deliberately steering clear of perilous territories. They avoided regions abundant in gold, silver, and gemstones, primarily to familiarize themselves with the conditions of various free city-states in preparation for future endeavors. Next time, Daenerys plans to navigate the Dreamfire herself. Chapter 14. Dancing with Dragons. Since successfully riding a dragon, Daenerys had seldom attended royal banquets over the past 3 years, apart from significant celebrations. Consequently, she felt somewhat out of her depth amidst the social niceties of the nobility. Under the guidance of her mother, Emma, and her sister, Rhaenyra, she was compelled to feign polite smiles and endure the socializing for over an hour, which was quite taxing for her. Thus, she eagerly sought an opportunity to retreat to her chamber for a respite. Unbeknownst to her, the king and the nobles had no intentions of departing. Seemingly captivated by Daenerys' exquisite wine, the banquets extended late into the night, ensnaring countless lovesick suitors within their revelry. Even her 4 handmaidens were enchanted by the charming noble science. Had it not been for Daenerys' stringent regulations regarding her attendance, their virtue might have been at stake. The 10 three-masted ships Daenerys had won were delivered the previous day, fully equipped with sailors and stocked with a month's worth of provisions. This marked the Duke of Beaumont's final display of stubbornness and dignity. Daenerys implored her great-grandfather, Jaehaerys, to exchange half of the royal crew for her own, ensuring that any ulterior motives among the crew would be kept in check. To convert these ships, Daenerys allocated 2 million golden dragons from her treasury to Samwell, instructing him to find a reliable captain to transport the ships to Braavos for modifications, while also arranging for the purchase of 10 warships in return. To ensure Braavos' earnest attention, Daenerys invited her devoted handmaiden, Jaine's father, the Earl of Seagull Town, to oversee this operation. Simultaneously, Samwell planned to gather some unique Westerosi products to bring along, facilitating a profitable round trip. One morning, just as dawn began to break, Daenerys was roused from her slumber by the mischievous Marishes. The pastel-pink creature, resembling a famished pup, nuzzled against her while gazing with its violet-hued slitted eyes, signaling its hunger. Promptly, Daenerys instructed her guards to have the kitchen send over the prepared roasted lamb. Marishes devoured the spiced meat with gusto, consuming several pounds before finally succumbing to sleep in the black stone nest Daenerys had crafted for her. With sleep eluding her, Daenerys summoned her handmaidens to assist her with her morning routine. After a modest breakfast in her chamber, she donned her dragon-riding leather armor and set off on Dreamfire to hunt in the Narrow Sea. The previous night's banquet had concluded late, ensuring that the nobles would not rise early. With her lessons suspended for the time being, Daenerys resolved to seek her own amusement. Soaring through the skies above Dragonstone Island, Daenerys observed the industrious inhabitants of Goat Town diligently toiling in the fields. The earth had awakened, marking the onset of the sowing season. The diligent farmers, brimming with enthusiasm, scattered their hopes across the fertile soil. Meanwhile, the chimney of the distillery nestled on the northern hillside of Goat Town had scarcely rested, as the demand for the renowned fire wine had surged, gracing the stage of the Seven Kingdoms. To meet this burgeoning market demand, the distillery remained ceaseless in its endeavors. In stark contrast, the fishing village by the harbor exuded a tranquil atmosphere. Recently, the influx of nobility had transformed the village's taverns, inns, and houses of ill repute into bustling establishments, with patrons flocking in droves, often keeping the doors open until the late hours. The most sought-after venue was the Fire Kiss Garden, discreetly managed by Daenerys herself. This exquisite three-tiered garden, designed in the Rhaenys style, was meticulously crafted by skilled artisans from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, for which Daenerys had generously compensated them. Every aspect of the garden, from its decor to the courtesans and attendants, had been carefully curated by Daenerys, with considerable expense incurred. Merchants who had visited Dragonstone Island found themselves enchanted, and the establishment not only provided Daenerys with substantial illicit income, but also served as a vital source of intelligence. Many nearby nobles frequented the garden, which had become the epicenter of their social activities. Despite its exorbitant prices, the noble patrons remained unfazed, allowing a steady stream of golden dragons to flow into Daenerys' coffers. Her uncle, Daemon, was a regular patron, often spending nights in the Fire Kiss Garden, practically residing there in recent days. However, the revenue generated by the garden was primarily allocated by Daenerys to send emissaries to various cities in search of orphans and informants. Since the garden's inception, she had gathered over 1,000 bright and cunning orphans from diverse locales. In this world, nearly every city was teeming with displaced individuals and orphans, making the task relatively straightforward. Upon their arrival at Dragonstone Island, these orphans underwent rigorous assessments, and the most promising 100 were placed in a secluded valley within Daenerys' estate on New Dragonstone. Although the estate was constructed with simplicity, it was equipped with all necessary amenities. Additionally, it housed a multitude of talents, including gladiators, assassins, scholars, and healers, all procured at great expense from the slave bay by Lord Targaryen. These children were to learn from these skilled individuals, forming the core of Daenerys' future power. Those who did not meet the criteria were sent to the distillery, blacksmiths, or farms to acquire basic survival skills, while a select few with exceptional talents were chosen for the Fire Kiss Garden. Currently, the season marked the migration of whales, dolphins, sharks, and jellyfish from the summer seas to the northern waters, heralding a rare fishing season. Dreamfire had recently captured a considerable number of large sea fish. As Daenerys piloted Dreamfire, she soon encountered several sizable schools of fish. Dreamfire only needed to glide close to the ocean's surface and powerfully flap its wings to lift the great fish into the air, then sear it with a breath of dragon fire before swiftly devouring it. After a little over half an hour, they discovered a large school of migrating tuna, closely pursued by a group of dolphins and several great white sharks. Once Daenys confirmed their target, Dreamfire dove directly towards a great white shark. The speed was such that Daenys felt a temporary deafness in her ears. With its enormous claws, Dreamfire swiftly grasped the shark, pulling it into the sky, leaving the creature paralyzed in fear. Many creatures in this world were significantly larger than those in Daenys' previous realm, possibly due to the higher oxygen levels here. This particular great white shark measured an impressive 14 to 15 meters in length and weighed at least 10 tons. Satisfied with their catch, Daenys guided Dreamfire back. However, just as they were nearing Dragonstone Isle, they unexpectedly collided head-on with 3 small dragons, over 10 meters long, fleeing in a panic. One was silver gray, slender, and its scales shimmered like morning mist under the sunlight. Gray Shadow. Daenys immediately recognized this unfortunate creature, the last of its kind, once recorded in the annals of Dragonstone, devoured by the Sunfire. What about the other 2? They appeared significantly sturdier and larger. The green dragon bore a striking resemblance to Dreamfire, its body a rich copper hue, with black fangs and claws, adorned with emerald and bronze scales that reflected light like jade. The largest of the 3 was pitch black, its scales, wings, and horns as dark as coal, save for its striking emerald eyes that glimmered like precious gems. Upon witnessing the fearsome black dragon, the glutton, lurking behind the 3 young dragons, Daenys grasped the situation. It seemed the 2 undocumented young dragons were destined to be the glutton's next meal. Dreamfire attack. The glutton was an ancient dragon of Dragonstone Isle, rumored to be older than the infamous Black Death, Bellerin. A wild dragon, it was fiercely powerful, yet it barely exceeded 100 meters in size, smaller than the bronze dragon, Vomasol. Now, Dreamfire had reached a length of 70 meters and showed no fear. Moreover, the power of a dragon under the command of a dragon rider was significantly enhanced. Upon receiving Daniela's command, Dreamfire charged towards the glutton at full speed. With a deep and commanding roar, Dreamfire's voice resonated as the mightiest among all dragons. Having finally cornered the three young dragons, the glutton could not tolerate Dreamfire disrupting its feast, unleashing an enraged roar towards it. Hiss, Dragonfire! As soon as the glutton entered Dreamfire's range, Daniela commanded Dreamfire to unleash its flames. The deep blue dragon fire instantly engulfed the glutton. However, Rhaenyra remained vigilant. After the fiery breath subsided, she promptly instructed Dreamfire to ascend rapidly. With unwavering focus, Rhaenyra observed the situation beneath the dragon flames. Indeed, the cunning devourer, taking advantage of the smoke and fire, opened its massive jaws and lunged towards Dreamfire. Fortunately, Dreamfire had already gained altitude, causing the devourer's ambush to fail. Rhaenyra commanded Dreamfire to unleash another torrent of flames, obscuring the devourer's line of sight, and maneuvered into the creature's blind spot. Silence, Dreamfire! Leap onto its back and strike. Following her command, Dreamfire seized the moment while the devourer was still disoriented by the flames and darted towards its rear. However, the wily beast, a seasoned dragon, executed a swift turn just as Dreamfire was about to grasp its back. It retaliated with its claws aimed at Dreamfire, simultaneously ascending to target the oil sac in Dreamfire's chest. Dreamfire, unleash your flames. At such close proximity, Dreamfire's fiery breath caused the devourer to stumble, sparks igniting from its wings. Upon witnessing the sickly green flames erupting from the devourer's throat, Rhaenyra urgently commanded Dreamfire to ascend once more, narrowly evading the creature's viscous, jetting flames. The battle prowess of this ancient dragon was indeed formidable. Rhaenyra couldn't help but reflect on her own growing skill in commanding Dreamfire. Despite her strategic acumen and years of experience, which included plundering countless ships and hunting ferocious whales and sharks, she found herself at a disadvantage against the devourer. Thankfully, at that moment, the three young dragons had vanished behind the cover of clouds, posing no immediate threat. Thus, Rhaenyra instructed Dreamfire to maintain a safe distance from the devourer and to steer clear of the dense clouds to avoid surprise attacks. Her aim was to force the creature to retreat, ensuring the safety of the young dragons. She had no intention of prolonging the battle. It was unfortunate that she had to abandon the prized great white shark she had painstakingly captured for this conflict. The location of the clash between Dreamfire and the Devourer was near Dragonstone Island, attracting the attention of the residents of Dragonstone Fortress. Uncle Daemon, hastily dressing upon hearing the roars of the dragon, made his way towards the bloodworm Clark, who was incessantly wailing at the sight of the titanic duel. Meanwhile, Clark, though young, was already vocalizing his excitement over the battle between the two colossal dragons. Although her great-grandfather was advanced in age, upon learning that Rhaenyra was engaged in dragon combat, he could not remain seated. He hurried to Dragon Mountain to summon his mighty dragon, Vormisol. Aunt Rhaenys, quick to respond, was already on the move. By the time Uncle Daemon exited the Fire-Kiss Garden, the Red Queen Melias had already taken to the skies from Dragon Mountain. Sister Rhaenyra Syrax had settled within the grounds of Dragonstone, and she stealthily climbed onto the dragon's back, taking flight alongside Melisandre. Their Aunt Rhaenys gazed at the distant battle, where Daenerys clashed with Rhaenyra, a smile of deep satisfaction gracing her lips. This was truly the essence of a Targaryen princess. The Red Queen Melisandre, renowned as the swiftest of dragons, soared from Dragonstone to the battlefield of Dreamfire and the Cannibal in mere minutes. Attack, Melisandre! Though Melisandre's form was a mere 60 meters long, her ferocity was unparalleled as she charged directly towards the Cannibal with a thunderous roar. While the Cannibal had previously held an advantage against Dreamfire, the addition of Melisandre tipped the scales unfavorably for him. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys inflicted deep gashes upon the Cannibal's chest, eliciting agonized cries from the beast. Aunt Rhaenys, increasingly pleased with Daenerys, could not help but admire her exceptional dragon-riding skills at such a tender age of 10, truly a rare talent. At that moment, Rhaenyra finally arrived, guiding Syrax nearby. But faced with the tumult of three battling dragons, both she and Syrax dared only to observe from a distance. The courage that had surged within her earlier, out of concern for Daenerys, had now been utterly depleted. With a resonant dragon's roar, their great-grandfather King Jaehaerys riding Vhagar and Uncle Daemon atop Caraxes finally arrived. Upon seeing this, the cannibal swiftly unleashed his dragonfire, forcing Dreamfire and Melisandre to retreat before hastily fleeing towards his lair. Aunt Rhaenys, piloting the Red Queen Melisandre, closely pursued the cannibal to ensure his return to the safety of his den. Great-grandfather Jaehaerys and Uncle Daemon followed suit until they saw the wily old dragon enter his lair, after which they turned back alongside Aunt Rhaenys. Meanwhile, Daenerys guided Dreamfire to dispose of the great white shark and seek her quarry. Fortunately, it had not yet sunk. Dreamfire quickly located it and took off towards Dragonstone. Rhaenyra, witnessing her sister's audacity in the midst of chaos, felt her earlier fear transform into a blaze of fury. Daenerys, you stir up such trouble early in the morning and still have the gall to hunt sharks? I deem you utterly hopeless. Daenerys merely pointed to her ears, waved her hand dismissively, and then gestured to her mouth. Chapter 23. I can't hear you. Sister, be quiet. Clearly, Rhaenyra understood Daenerys' meaning, her anger escalating further. Chapter 16. The resolute Viserys Dreamfire soared through the skies with swiftness surpassing that of Syrax, prompting Daenerys to hasten her flight towards Dragonstone. Left behind were Rhaenyra and her Syrax, caught in a chaotic tangle amidst the clouds. Upon reaching Dragonstone, Daenerys commanded Dreamfire to descend before the castle's kitchens. The chefs, upon witnessing the princess's arrival with a massive shark clasped in Dreamfire's grasp, promptly summoned their comrades to assist, exclaiming that the princess had once again captured a prize. Such scenes had become commonplace in the kitchens of Dragonstone, where each time Dreamfire ensnared whales, sharks, or other sizable marine creatures, they were entrusted to the chefs for processing. The resulting fish meat and valuable portions were divided, with Daenerys claiming 60%, Dragonstone retaining 30%, and the remainder distributed among the kitchen staff. Thus, the kitchen personnel held unwavering loyalty to Daenerys. For over the years, their fortunes had flourished thanks to her generosity. With wealth, they could provide their families with a better life. In White Harbor, Daenerys had established the Daenerys Academy, where for a mere gold coin annually, common folk could gain access to education. This opportunity was exceedingly rare, as knowledge in Westeros was predominantly monopolized by the nobility and the citadel, leaving the commoners with scant chances for enlightenment. The academy conducted assessments each month, and the top 5 students not only received tuition waivers, but also enjoyed rewards in the form of stationery and books. Currently, the Daenerys Academy boasted over 100 students. With Daenerys' assistance, the residents of White Harbor and the servants of Dragonstone had accumulated a modest fortune. With newfound wealth came the willingness to invest in their children's futures, as they recognized Daenerys' generosity towards those with potential. While outsiders may have been oblivious to the transformations occurring on Dragonstone, its inhabitants keenly felt the positive impact brought forth by Princess Daenerys. Their lives were now imbued with hope. The great white shark captured today promised Daenerys an income of at least 300 gold dragons, further elevating her spirits following her initial dragon battle. The chefs, skilled in their craft, swiftly dismantled the immense creature within mere moments. The most prized parts of the shark were its fins and flesh. In this world, there was no customary consumption of shark fins, making Daenerys somewhat of an innovator in this regard. This singular delicacy alone was sufficient for bards to immortalize her in song. Additionally, the shark's skin, cartilage, liver, and heart served as excellent nourishment, particularly beneficial for the currently expectant Aemma. The shark's skin also represented a superior material for crafting scabbards and bags. Daenerys had amassed a considerable stockpile of shark skin, whale skin, and seal skin. The remnants were consumed by Dreamfire, charred by Dragonfire before being devoured. In this world, many large creatures harbored a trace of latent magical essence, and Dreamfire had grown accustomed to the flavor of these wild delicacies. Reserve the most succulent portions of the shark for His Majesty the King and the esteemed members of the royal family. Additionally, prepare a serving of shark sashimi for the noble lords. Oh, and do not forget to prepare a delicate shark fin soup for the king and the royal family. Many of them may not have had the pleasure of tasting it yet. Haha. Others may be unaware, but Prince Daemon and Lord Vhagar have undoubtedly savored it. The corpulent chef, Bose, could not resist jesting. Silence your foul mouth. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to sever your appendage and feed it to the hounds. The princess is present. Mind your tongue. The head cook, Padma, swung her rolling pin menacingly at Bose. She, along with many other cooks and castle servants, had been assigned to Dragonstone by Daenerys, who also paid their wages. Daenerys, in addition to developing agriculture on Dragonstone and nurturing talented individuals, had also supported numerous impoverished women with skills to assist her in creating culinary delights, tailoring garments, and weaving textiles. This not only alleviated their financial burdens, but also ensured that whenever Daenerys had a sudden inspiration, there were hands available to help manifest her ideas into reality. As a royal princess, Daenerys received an annual stipend of 300,000 gold dragons since her successful dragon riding endeavor, a substantial increase from her previous allowance of merely 50,000 gold dragons. Thus, her patronage and employment of these individuals did not require her to seek anyone's approval. The stipends for members of the Targaryen royal family were not fixed. They were adjusted annually based on the royal income. However, since her great-grandfather, Jaehaerys, secured the throne, there had been little change for decades. Ordinary royal members received an annual allowance of 50,000 gold dragons, while luxuries such as silk, jewels, and fine wine depended on the king's whims, resulting in significant disparities among royal members. Members of the royal family who had successfully ridden dragons received 300,000 gold dragons, primarily to cover the expenses of feeding and maintaining their dragons. The Prince of Dragonstone enjoyed an annual stipend of 500,000 gold dragons, with additional rewards that far surpassed those of other royal members. Nevertheless, like most royals and nobles, these allowances were often expended on lavish living and socializing among the elite. After all, even private banquets hosted by royal members at the Red Keep required them to bear the costs themselves, with additional gratuities expected for the castle servants. Chapter 24. The salaries of the personal guards and maids surrounding royal members were also to be covered by the members themselves, which meant that generally, royal members did not maintain extravagant displays. Daemon's father, Viserys, being ascetic, had only a few childhood companions by his side and seemed oblivious to the necessity of cultivating a core of direct heirs. Conversely, Uncle Daemon likely squandered his allowance on revelry and women. However, he had indeed forged numerous friendships. Once Dreamfire had finished her meal, Daenerys instructed her to return to the dragon's lair, while she hastened to the main keep of Dragonstone. Today's dragon battle was a significant event, and as the central figure, she could not afford to be absent. What? You mentioned that 3 wild dragons have once again appeared on Dragonstone? Uncle Daemon seems to be in a state of disbelief, perhaps due to his failure in the dragon battle. It feels as though his anger has yet to subside. Daenerys playfully rubbed her ears, expressing her dissatisfaction. Uncle Daemon, why are you so surprised? Is there anything strange about this? There have been numerous wild dragons born on Dragonstone, haven't there? Or do you think I could mistake a great dragon? Daemon immediately apologized, feeling embarrassed. I apologize, I was simply taken aback. After all, aside from the dragon Syrax hatched by Rhaenyra and the one you hatched, Meraxes, it has been quite some time since any young dragons have been born within our Targaryen lineage. Daenerys smiled and teased. If only you could have more siblings. There would surely be more young dragons hatching. It seems you must put in more effort, uncle. Ha. Daemon was indeed reminded that he needed to exert himself more, as King Viserys quickly chimed in with agreement. Great-grandfather Jaehaerys found it quite amusing to see Daenerys jesting with Daemon. Yet he was aware that the greedy one was cunning and vengeful, while he had temporarily retreated due to the presence of multiple dragons. Jaehaerys feared he would not remain docile for long. Therefore, Daemon, you and the dragon rider, Cregan, should remain stationed at Dragonstone for a while. Come autumn, when the greedy one retreats to Dragonmount, it will be less of a concern. Yes, your majesty. Daemon obediently agreed. Nonetheless, Daenerys couldn't shake the feeling that he had not fully enjoyed the pleasures of the Dragon's Kiss Garden. At that moment, Viserys silently resolved to attempt taming Vhagar for Daenerys' sake. Only this founding dragon could overpower the greedy one. Chapter 17. Dragonstone and Shark's Fin. The 3 wild young dragons are of utmost significance to the Targaryen family, which already possesses numerous adult dragons. Therefore, ensuring their safety is the royal family's foremost priority. However, as these are wild dragons, not hatched in Dragonstone, they have not received the care and training from the Dragon Keepers since their infancy, making it exceedingly difficult to bring them into Dragonstone for protection. The 3 young dragons remain in constant peril, especially under the watchful eye of the greedy one. Although Dreamfire is formidable, it still falls short against the greedy one. Thus, King Jaehaerys decisively ordered that Daemon, riding the fierce bloodworm Cregan, should stay with this mighty dragon present. Even if the greedy one were to attack the young dragons again or seek vengeance against Dreamfire, the 2 dragons together would be able to handle the situation. Moreover, with Daemon and Daenerys present, their exceptional Targaryen bloodline might even allow them to guide the 3 young dragons into Dragonstone for protection. Furthermore, Jaehaerys had suffered the loss of his children, feeling his own vitality waning. With the struggle for the throne imminent, it was prudent to place the impulsive and restless Daemon far from King's Landing for the benefit of all. Understanding the situation's background, the Targaryen family felt a sense of relief. The family has acquired 3 more dragons, and Daenerys's remarkable talent for dragon riding has garnered much satisfaction from the elders. However, the situation is quite different among the other noble families, as Daenerys perceives their veiled apprehension through their furtive glances. After all, the more dragons in the Targaryen lineage, the less daring they are to provoke the royal family. With King Jaehaerys in the twilight of his reign, the uncertainty of the next ruler looms large. Should another Aegon or Maegor emerge, the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms would find themselves in dire straits, making their trepidation entirely reasonable. Nonetheless, they maintain a facade of obsequiousness, showering the king with various congratulatory remarks and praises. The exaggerated language and theatrical gestures make Daenerys feel as though the milk in her cup has soured. Soon, the kitchen presents an array of exquisite dishes. Due to the dragon battle, breakfast and lunch have been combined into a grand brunch. In recent days, the nobility have found the culinary offerings at Dragonstone to be most satisfying, many of which they had never even heard of before. Thus, anticipation for the 2 daily meals runs high, and today's lunch is no exception. In addition to traditional fare from the Seven Kingdoms, the chefs unveil some innovative dishes that Daenerys has inspired them to create, utilizing the rich culinary heritage of her homeland. Daenerys finds it exceedingly simple to impress these provincial lords. However, her intention in showcasing these delicacies is not merely for ostentation. She has already conferred with Samwell about charming the noble families with gourmet food and fine wine. After establishing a rapport, they plan to discuss the establishment of a branch of the Fire Kiss Garden in their territories, combining exquisite cuisine, fine wines, accommodations, and brothels. The costs of land and construction will be borne by the noble families, while Samwell will oversee staffing and management. Profits will be divided, with Samwell receiving a generous 70%. Of course, the Fire Kiss Garden is ostensibly owned by Samwell of House Saga, thus preserving Daenerys's royal reputation. Yet, the cunning nobles are not oblivious to the underlying machinations. However, such dealings remain unspoken, lest they invoke Daenerys's dragon wrath. Presently, many prominent nobles from the Westerlands, Riverlands, and Vale have already reached a cooperative agreement with Samwell. They await the graduation of apprentices from Goat Town before officially launching operations. During their recent visit, these lords have thoroughly experienced the splendor of the Fire Kiss Garden, and though they have yet to return home, their subordinates have already begun preparations via Raven. Daenerys does not anticipate that the Fire Kiss Garden will yield significant profits. Her primary objective is to gather intelligence and recruit talent. After all, there are numerous lesser noble scions and exceptionally gifted commoners in the Seven Kingdoms. Uniting them could forge a formidable force. Among today's culinary delights, the standout dishes crafted from shark meat are truly remarkable. After all, even the noblest of nobles cannot frequently indulge in such a luxury. Moreover, the connection of this particular shark to a fierce battle with a dragon only adds to the grandeur of the feast, especially when the exquisite shark fin soup, served in delicate white porcelain bowls, graces the table. Its fine craftsmanship and the translucent, sweet broth captivate the assembled aristocrats once more. At this moment, Samuel Wells appropriately stepped forward to elucidate, esteemed king, distinguished lords. This delectable soup features shark fins, meticulously prepared. It is not only delicious, but also highly nourishing, promoting vitality and enhancing beauty. He continued, the vessel that holds this exquisite soup is known as dragon porcelain. Crafted from clay sourced from the great royal river and fired in a clay kiln with the breath of a dragon. Beyond this soup bowl, various tableware and vases are available for those interested to explore and purchase at the Dragon Porcelain Shop in White Goat Town. However, while Samuel Wells eloquently explained, many guests shifted their attention to Daenerys. Several young nobles, of similar age to Daenerys, regarded her with calculating eyes. After savoring a spoonful of the shark fin, Jaehaerys graciously praised, indeed, this shark fin is delightful. Moreover, this dragon porcelain-esque quality rivals that of the most expensive wares from Essos. It appears that White Goat Town has much to offer. Lord Collis of the Sea Serpent, a seasoned navigator with 9 grand voyages under his belt, could not help but exclaim, truly fine porcelain. I must visit White Goat Town. Such quality would be highly sought after even in Essos. With the endorsement of these 2 most prestigious figures of the Seven Kingdoms, the nobles quickly unleashed their flattery and social finesse, as if this porcelain represented the very hope for the resurgence of their realm. Suddenly, Uncle Demon turned to Daenerys and remarked, it seems my expenses during my stay at Dragonstone can be covered by my niece Daenerys. Pray tell, how substantial is your little treasury now? Demon's comment caught Daenerys off guard as she was busy explaining the preparation of shark fin to her mother and sister. With a puzzled response, she said, Isn't our royal allowance for dragon rider's uniform? You, uncle, live a carefree life, supported by a wealthy lord's wife. Why then, do you seek to profit from me? A humble servant of White Goat Town? Shouldn't you, as an elder, be the one to care for me, the younger? I am always eager to share my treasures with everyone and possess no little treasury. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold all those gifts I saved from childhood. Chapter 18. The Contest for Dragon Porcelain Shares. However, during your time at Dragonstone, I shall do my utmost to ensure your comfort, dear uncle. Daenys, who initially wore an innocent expression, suddenly shifted her tone to a teasing remark, implying, of course, there's also the entertainment you enjoy. Oh my, Daenys, you truly are a cunning little girl. As Daemon Targaryen grew increasingly fond of his niece's character, a curse slipped from his lips inadvertently. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. Prince Viserys Targaryen's countenance darkened instantly, and he rudely smashed the silver cup in his hand against Daemon's face. Warning, mind your tongue. If you speak so freely again, I shall personally sever it. Daemon, wiping away the remnants of his drink, sheepishly apologized. Oh, my apologies, it was an unguarded remark. But I assure you, it was merely my admiration for Daenys that led to my indiscretion. Daenys, appearing unfazed by the incident, calmly replied, Then I thank you for the compliment, uncle. Chapter 26. I hope you find joy during your time here. If gold dragons are insufficient, I can lend you some. Rest assured, the interest is not steep. Mother, Emma, witnessing Daenys' composure, swallowed back her words of comfort for her daughter. Sister Rhaenyra cast adoring glances at Daemon, finding her flamboyant uncle irresistibly charming. This little interlude was soon overshadowed by the nobles' discussions regarding dragon porcelain. As the foremost elite of the Seven Kingdoms, they were acutely aware of the potential benefits that dragon porcelain could bring. In this world, only the kingdom of Et possessed the secrets of porcelain crafting, with Westeros and Essos importing their porcelain from there. Maritime transport was perilous, compounded by the long distances, making it exceedingly expensive. Only the most elite nobles and wealthy merchants could afford it. Even the great houses merely collected a few vases and plates, which were often displayed as decorative items. Due to frequent conflicts in the Et kingdom, the high-quality porcelain available in the market often became quite rare. The exquisite white porcelain produced in White Sheep Town was the pinnacle of the market, and the profit margins were indeed substantial. Daenys, now the darling of the Targaryen royal family, was not someone they could easily manipulate. However, should an opportunity arise to involve themselves, they would certainly not let it slip away, especially for families like Lord Corlys Velaryon and Count Redwyn, who commanded ocean fleets. Securing dragon porcelain at favorable prices would undoubtedly augment their caravans with a lucrative product. Coupled with Dragonfire wine and the unique barbecue seasonings from Goat Town, these three items were competitively viable in the Essos market. Thus, in a bid to win Samwell's favor, they all, in unison, made significant concessions during their collaboration in the Fire Kiss Garden, attempting to establish a friendly partnership with Samwell. Samwell and Daenerys had long anticipated the reactions of the assembly and established a strategic response. Thus, when faced with the outstretched olive branches, he accepted them, albeit only to a degree. The merits of dragon porcelain were well understood by all, including King Jaehaerys. However, White Sheep Town was Daenerys' fief, and dragon porcelain was a creation of his great-granddaughter. He remained committed to safeguarding the interests of House Targaryen. Due to the allure of dragon porcelain, the gathering swiftly concluded their meal and formed a procession towards the porcelain shop in White Sheep Town. Despite having witnessed the quality of dragon porcelain, they were nonetheless astonished by the diverse shapes and exquisitely decorated patterns within the shop. A few astute nobles promptly expressed their desire to purchase the porcelain. However, Samwell regretfully interjected, I apologize, my lords, but what is displayed here are merely samples and not for sale. Furthermore, our current porcelain firing techniques are still in their infancy, and our monthly output is limited. This complete set of dinnerware can yield only 100 sets, while the remaining 15 individual items total merely 300 pieces. Upon hearing this, the nobles exhibited expressions of disappointment. Observing their reactions, Samwell thought to himself, as the princess had forewarned, these gentlemen possess quite the appetite. He promptly raised his voice again. However, we are in the process of expanding our production and training more apprentices, and I believe that our output will gradually increase. By the end of this year, we expect to double our production. Such a small quantity. Lord Corlys of the Sea Serpent furrowed his brow. Indeed, the craftsmanship of dragon porcelain is exceedingly intricate, and we must ensure the quality of each piece, which requires considerable time. Samwell elaborated with eloquence. And what of the pricing? Inquired Count Redwine. Prices will vary based on the size, shape, and patterns of the porcelain, Samuel responded. For instance, this set of dragon porcelain dinnerware, due to its comprehensive assembly, demands significant labor and time to produce, yet it will be priced at a mere 1,000 golden dragons. 1,000 golden dragons. The assembly deemed this price remarkably reasonable, considering that porcelain of such quality from the continent could command upwards of 10,000 golden dragons. Consequently, they eagerly began to express their intent to place orders. Samuel, adhering to the prearranged plan with Daenerys, proclaimed, "Esteemed lords, the rarity of porcelain needs no elaboration. As you are all well aware, our dragon porcelain from White Sheep Town is forged with the aid of dragon fire, elevating its preciousness even further. Thus, the quantity of this exquisite dragon porcelain will inevitably be limited. Only those present here can truly afford it. Therefore, White Sheep Town has no intention of selling to others, and we are adopting a novel sales method. Our dragon porcelain will be offered via a subscription share system. Taking this complete set of tableware as an example, only 100 sets are sold each month. However, to secure one set per month, one must first pay an annual subscription fee of 10,000 gold dragons." Samuel's words immediately piqued everyone's interest. Lord Corlys Velaryon could not help but exclaim, "How intriguing! Indeed, it is fascinating. We, the Velaryon family, shall subscribe for 2 million gold dragons." Chapter 27. Samuel, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I apologize, Lord Corlys, but aside from members of the Targaryen royal family, no family may exceed a subscription limit of 100,000 gold dragons for any single item. Then let it be 100,000 gold dragons for each item." King Jaehaerys interjected, "What privileges does this king possess?" Samuel promptly responded with respect, "Naturally. Princess Daenerys has instructed that 30% of each item be reserved for the royal family." Hearing this, King Jaehaerys nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, Lord Linman. I leave the arrangements to you." With His Majesty the King and Lord Corlys leading the charge, the nobles eagerly began to compete for subscriptions. However, as the subscription amounts were limited, spirited debates ensued before the allocations were finally settled. The inventory presented in the shop was swiftly purchased. In just one day, Daenerys garnered nearly 20 million gold dragons. Chapter 19. While the major nobles vied for the qualifications to subscribe to dragon porcelain, Uncle Demon, with a roguish grin, leaned towards Daenerys and said, "Little Daenerys, as I assist in safeguarding your territory, you ought to reward me with 10 or 8 pieces of dragon porcelain. When I come across something good, I shall think of you." As Demon approached, Emma instinctively pulled Daenerys closer to her side. Nearby, Rhaenyra, witnessing Demon's antics, excitedly chimed in, "I want some too. Count me in." Daenerys, with an air of pride, declared, "I have already commissioned bespoke porcelain for each member of the Targaryen royal family. As Dragonlords of House Targaryen, how could we possibly use the same items as those outside?" Daenerys' words left Demon and Rhaenyra momentarily speechless. "That stubborn girl," was the collective thought that echoed in their minds. Daenerys was indeed correct. They must always remember their identity as members of the royal family. Father Viserys, though he voiced otherwise, secretly felt relieved. "Thank heavens I did not speak first." After securing the lion's share of the dragon porcelain subscriptions, King Jaehaerys left contentedly with the King's Guard. The royal members, including Daenerys, followed suit. As for the other nobles, they were left to Samwell, who, as the second son of Count Cetigar, possessed both the intellect and status to manage them adeptly. "Father, mother, Uncle Daimang, and sister, how about I take you for a stroll in the nearby orchard? It is the season when the fruit trees are in bloom, and the hillside is quite picturesque." Ever since Emma arrived on Dragonstone, her health has improved significantly, so she readily agreed, saying sure. "Although the flowers in Egan Garden are delightful, I have grown a bit weary of them these days. What do you think, Viserys? I would like to see it as well." Thus, they all decided to go together. Naturally, the playful Rhaenyra was eager to join. However, Daimang inopportunely interjected, "I am about to take flight on my dragon, Clark, to survey Dragonstone. Those 3 young dragons have yet to show themselves, and I wish to seek them out. I shall not intrude upon your family." With that, Daimang strode purposefully towards Dragonmount. Meanwhile, Daenerys and her family, accompanied by guards and handmaidens, made their way through White Sheep Town, slowly heading towards the northern hillside. Over 3 years of development had significantly expanded the scale of White Sheep Town, with nearly all streets and buildings constructed from black stone. To alleviate the oppressive ambience created by the monochromatic black, the rooftops were commonly adorned with red tiles, and the doors and windows were painted in vibrant hues. Additionally, various trees were planted along the roads, with flower beds and comfortably designed black stone benches scattered throughout, rendering White Sheep Town not only clean and tidy, but also teeming with life. The costs of road construction and building erection were all covered by Daenerys. The subjects under her domain received their homes at low prices and through installment payments, binding them firmly to the land as they gradually repaid their debts through diligent labor. Conversely, the free folk who came here seeking a livelihood could only rent houses. Although those willing to become subjects of White Sheep Town could enjoy the same privileges as the locals and gain the right to cultivate land. In the past year, due to the rise of White Sheep Town, tens of thousands of refugees from the Seven Kingdoms have settled here. In response, Daenerys was constructing a village named Dreamfire near the mountainous area, specifically for her agricultural endeavors. The shops lining the main road were available for rent to merchants seeking to conduct business, with Daenerys owning 7 of the largest and most prominent establishments. The most opulent among them was a porcelain shop, a 3-story standalone building covering more than 3,000 square feet, complete with a courtyard, warehouse, and staff living quarters, occupying nearly 10 acres in total. Following closely was a tavern and in specializing in Dragonfire Ale, spanning 8 acres, slightly smaller than the porcelain shop. Additionally, there were a silver shop, a spice shop, a silk store, a crystal workshop, and a blacksmith's forge, each occupying between 3 to 5 acres. However, aside from the spice shop, which thrived thanks to Daenerys' dragon-derived barbecue seasoning, the others received only modest responses. Chapter 28 Last month, Daenerys spent a considerable sum to purchase several hundred artisans from the Slave Bay, and they have now arrived. Once they acclimate to their new surroundings, Daenerys will be able to assign them tasks. Beyond the town of White Sheep, a meandering mountain stream leads to the orchards of White Sheep. Mother Aemma gazed upon the vibrant orchard before her, instantly enamored. She enveloped Daenerys in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "My Daenerys, how remarkable it is that you always come up with such splendid ideas. The fruit yield in this valley is among the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. Yet no orchard has been managed with such beauty." Father Viserys concurred. Daenerys truly embodies the spirit of our Targaryen lineage. To justify her extraordinary visions, Daenerys had exhibited the traits of a dreamwalker from a young age, leading her family to attribute her current endeavors to this gift. The orchard of White Sheep has flourished over the past 3 years, expanding to over 40,000 acres, nearly covering the nearby hills within a 10-kilometer radius. This year, most of the fruit trees have entered their fruitful phase, making it the most splendid time for blossoms. Petals of various hues danced in the breeze, instantly uplifting the spirits of all present. Sister Rhaenyra, rarely allowing her youthful exuberance to shine through, eagerly took Daenerys by the hand and joyfully frolicked through the orchard. Their parents, supporting each other, watched their 2 daughters play with satisfaction, their eyes filled with affection. Father Viserys gently caressed Aemma's burgeoning belly, gazing at her with hopeful anticipation. "Aemma, if you could bear me another son, my life would be complete." Aemma playfully responded, "Would you not cherish another princess like her sisters?" Viserys affectionately took her hand. "As long as it is our child, I shall love them dearly. However, since we already have 2 remarkable daughters, I do wish for a son this time." Aemma sighed. "I only hope he arrives safely and grows up as joyfully as his sisters." Viserys, "I do not wish to endure the pain of losing a child again." The family was thoroughly enjoying their outing and reluctant to return. Thus, Daenerys instructed her servants to prepare a feast at Dragonstone and proposed a picnic in the orchard. A suggestion met with unanimous approval. However, Daenerys did not wish to wait long. She ordered that a few sheep be brought from White Sheep for an initial feast of roasted lamb. Since the introduction of a special barbecue seasoning, the roasted lamb from White Sheep has become a delicacy of the Seven Kingdoms. Just as the family began to tire from their stroll, the marinated goat arrived. Daenerys took it upon herself to grill the meat for her family. A family is seldom afforded such an opportunity for togetherness, and thus today, they are filled with joy. Chapter 20, An Unexpected Visitor. The orchard is suffused with the distant fragrance of blossoms, while the tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb wafts through the air. As royal members, Viserys and Aemma frequently accompany His Majesty the King on hunting excursions, where picnics are an essential activity. However, such occasions are often marred by the political machinations and social obligations of the nobility, necessitating the maintenance of aristocratic decorum, which diminishes the pleasure of even the most exquisite feasts. In a bid for freedom, Daenerys has dispatched the guards and servants to a distance. They revel in their own merriment, enjoying roasted lamb and fine wine. Meanwhile, the family takes it upon themselves to roast the goat, with Daenerys handling the seasoning. Her sister Rhaenyra turning the spit, their mother Aemma arranging the seating and setting the table, and their father Viserys carving the meat. casting aside royal etiquette. Viserys encourages Daenerys and Rhaenyra to indulge heartily in the meat and wine, reveling in their happiness. Even their pregnant mother, Aemma, is swept up in their enthusiasm, unable to resist a small sip of Targaryen fire. Although this wine is deemed safe for expectant mothers, Aemma, having suffered 2 miscarriages, remains cautious. Despite Daenerys conducting numerous trials with the pregnant women of White Sheep Town, Aemma hesitates until today, when the festive atmosphere emboldens her to take a taste. Upon sipping, she feels warmth radiate through her body, particularly soothing the discomfort in her lower abdomen. With surprise, Aemma exclaims, "It appears that Targaryen fire indeed has benefits for pregnant women." As Daenerys and her family enjoy their feast, Dreamfire, residing near a volcano, seems to have either caught wind of the roasted lamb or sensed Daenerys' joy, descending directly overhead. Fortunately, the location chosen by Daenerys offers ample space for Dreamfire to land. Upon its arrival, Daenerys promptly sends her guards to White Sheep Town to procure more goats. She offers the majority of their leftover lamb to Dreamfire. Yet this small portion merely satisfies its hunger momentarily, as it devours it in one swift bite. Gently stroking Dreamfire's large head, Daenerys affectionately remarks, "Dreamfire, you're becoming quite the glutton. Thankfully, your master can earn a living. Otherwise, you would surely eat us into poverty." Chapter 29, Dreamfire. Observing the affectionate interaction with Dreamfire fills Viserys and Aemma with immense pride. "This is our child." Rhaenyra, having just quelled her jealousy through familial warmth, feels it reignite upon hearing Daenerys lament her inability to afford Dreamfire. "You lack money?" Who is unaware that Princess Daenerys of House Targaryen is the most astute in business. Today alone, with your dragon porcelain, you must have earned over 10 million gold dragons. That nearly rivals the royal treasury's tax revenue for an entire year. Are you perhaps beginning to save for your dowry? Rhaenyra turned her head and innocently remarked to Rhaenyra, "A dowry? Sister, how could you think that? I have no desire to marry at present. It is far more delightful to remain by my family's side. Moreover, as royal princesses, must we necessarily wed? I propose we invite suitors to join us instead, thus allowing us to take charge of our own destinies. Would that not be preferable? What do you think, sister?" Rhaenyra, momentarily swayed by Rhaenyra's words, found herself unexpectedly agreeing. "What you say seems quite reasonable." Aemma interjected with a smile, admonishing the 2 sisters, "By the 7, you 2 must cease such frivolous chatter. As royal princesses and paragons of virtue in the 7 kingdoms, you ought not to speak so carelessly in public. It would be a source of mockery." Viserys gently took Aemma's hand and said, "They are still young. Let them enjoy their current lives. We shall address future matters in due time." Aemma shook her head in resignation but chose not to elaborate further. The guards acted swiftly, and within half an hour, they returned with over 20 plump goats. With 12 skinning knights on hand, the goats were soon processed. They gathered all the roasting spits and began to prepare the meat. To alleviate any impatience from Drogon, Rhaenyra placed 3 goats, seasoned to perfection, upon a large stone, allowing Drogon to roast them with his dragon fire. The 3 goats filled Drogon's belly, prompting a few satisfied roars from him. At that moment, several youthful dragon calls echoed near the volcano. Everyone turned towards the sound, and soon 3 small dragons of varying colors were drawn here by the scent of blood and roasting meat. As highly intelligent beings, these young dragons had been forced to abandon their lair on Dragonstone, having been discovered by predatory creatures. They had managed to survive there until today. But driven by insatiable hunger, they ventured forth in search of food, only to fall into the hands of their pursuers. Saved by Drogon, they cautiously sought a new cave near the newly awakened volcano. However, startled and frightened, they had yet to find sustenance, leading them to follow the alluring scent of meat. Upon spotting Drogon, they immediately halted, circling cautiously in the vicinity. Seeing this, Rhaenyra quickly commanded Drogon to lower his massive form. Drogon cast a disgruntled glance at the 3 young dragons before letting out a low growl and lying down. Rhaenyra then instructed her servants to move the 3 roasting spits to an isolated clearing away from the others, allowing everyone to take refuge among the fruit trees. Shielded by the lush foliage, the group soon rendered themselves invisible. The vision and sense of smell of dragons are remarkably acute, and the 3 young dragons quickly detected the aroma of the roasting goat in the clearing. After circling a few times, they finally let down their guard and cautiously approached. However, it lingered in the air, reluctant to descend. Half an hour passed, and the succulent goat began to emit a burnt aroma. The stout, coal-black dragon was the first to boldly land. With a vigilant scan of its surroundings, it detected no anomalies before swiftly crawling toward the roasting spit, devouring the goat voraciously. The green dragon, seeing that the little black dragon was unharmed, bravely descended as well, making a beeline for another goat. Yet, the protective little black dragon let out a series of fierce roars to assert its claim. However, the ravenous little green dragon paid no heed to its furious cries, quickly snatching a plump goat and retreating to a distance, greedily gulping down its meal. Although the onlookers in the orchard were growing increasingly impatient, the sight of the colossal dragons feasting filled them with exhilaration. Among them, the most elated was undoubtedly Viserys, for 3 robust dragons held significant meaning for the Targaryen lineage. While none doubted Daenerys' words from the morning, witnessing the 3 young dragons consume their prey before their very eyes was a thrill far surpassing mere hearsay. Chapter 21. The favor of the dragons. In contrast to the audacious little black and brave little green dragons, the naturally cautious Grey Shadow remained hesitant to land. Even though it was nearly depleted of energy from hunger, and its 2 brothers had already indulged to the point of gluttony, Grey Shadow continued to scrutinize its surroundings with wariness. It was no wonder that in the original course of fate, Grey Shadow survived while its 2 siblings perished. This vigilance was indeed commendable, yet it also condemned it to a life of frustration. Daenerys found it perplexing that Grey Shadow, capable of evading the gluttonous predators, was ultimately captured and devoured by the half-damaged Sunfire. This was as bewildering as the butchery of dragons by the mob in King's Landing. Chapter 30. Could it be the intervention of deities? The faceless ones. It is also possible that Grey Shadow's excessive caution, combined with the scarcity of food and its diminutive size, led to its entrapment by the half-damaged dragon, Sunfire. Unable to fight back or escape, now that Daenerys had arrived, Grey Shadow's springtime had come. During the time Grey Shadow hesitated, Little Black and Little Green had swiftly consumed the 3 plump goats. Especially during the contest for the 3rd roasted goat, the 2 young dragons showed no regard for fraternal bonds. The little black dragon, having landed first, devoured its goat first. However, just as it had taken a few bites of the 3rd goat, Little Green snatched it away. After finishing its own roasted goat, Little Green unexpectedly seized the leg of the 3rd goat, and in a moment of surprise for Little Black, it yanked the entire goat away. Then, in a ravenous frenzy, it devoured a significant portion of it. This theft of food ignited Little Black's fury, leading it to unleash a series of fierce roars directed at Little Green. The esteemed author Beaky Zhongwen has unveiled the latest chapter. Xiaolu, with his eyes and mouth fixated solely on the succulent lamb before him, exhibited no reaction towards Xiaohui, inciting the latter's furious wrath. In a fit of rage, Xiaohui leapt forward and inflicted a deep gash upon Xiaolu's chest with a swift claw. The searing dragon blood gushed forth, scorching the surrounding grass in an instant. In pain yet undeterred, Xiaolu let out a fierce roar at Xiaohui, cleverly seizing the remaining lamb with his hind feet and soaring into the sky. Xiaohui, witnessing this, promptly pursued him. Amidst the aerial tussle for the remaining roasted lamb, Xiaohui ultimately triumphed due to his larger physique, snatching the last morsel and triumphantly tossing it into the air before gulping it down in one swift motion. This display of skill was rather impressive. Seizing the moment while the young dragons were airborne, Daenys hastily summoned her servants to bring forth 6 more marinated lambs, piling them onto the grill and quickly adding firewood. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasting lamb wafted through the air, having barely satisfied their hunger. Xiaohui and Xiaolu descended eagerly upon the scent. To foster camaraderie, Daenys positioned herself near the grill. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Daenys, with Emma gripping Viserys' arm in concern, wondering if her actions were overly audacious. Viserys, fixated on the young dragons, reassured Emma, stating that dragons would not harm one of pure Targaryen blood. However, the frequent movement of his throat betrayed that his composure was not as unwavering as it appeared. As Xiaohui and Xiaolu grew impatient waiting for the lamb to cook, they unleashed their dragon flames upon it. Xiaohui's breath, a ghastly green akin to that of a glutton, emitted a slight jet-like quality, while Xiaolu's flame was a pale green intermingled with gold, closely resembling the hue of his scales, shimmering with a golden sheen. Though their flames did not reach the intensity of an adult dragon's, they far surpassed the heat of the firewood, swiftly roasting all 6 lambs to perfection. Xiaohui, unable to contain his eagerness, immediately tore into his lamb. Xiaolu, on the other hand, clutched one in his mouth, grasping another with his hind leg, and flew to a distance away from Xiaohui to feast. This diversion allowed Xiaohui, who had been vigilantly watching Xiaolu from the corner of his eye, to finally focus on his meal. Meanwhile, the cautious Grey Shadow, unable to withstand his hunger any longer, cautiously approached the grill and snatched a lamb, soaring away until he vanished from the spectator's sight. Xiaohui, consuming his lamb at lightning speed, then claimed the grill as his own, protecting the remaining 2 roasted lambs beneath him to prevent Xiaolu or the Grey Shadow from pilfering them. After a quarter of an hour, Xiaowei and Xiaolu finally concluded their feast. Out of a total of 9 lambs, only 3 skeletons remained. The skulls of the plump sheep had been crushed and devoured by them, revealing the stark scarcity of their usual sustenance. It seemed that Xiao He and Xiao Lv were aware that these fat sheep had been provided by Daenys. After satiating their hunger, they slowly approached Daenys. Xiao He took a deep sniff of her, then affectionately nudged her with his head, displaying an unexpected intimacy. Boldly, Daenys placed her hand atop his head. Feeling his intense warmth, her figure gradually appeared in Xiao He's slit pupils. Just as she was about to caress him again, Xiao He unfurled his wings and took flight. Following his departure, Xiao Lv approached Daenys, sniffed her, and after a thorough examination, also took to the skies. Watching their retreating figures, Daenys remained lost in thought for a long while. Viserion and Rhaenyra shared a similar sentiment. As dragon riders, they understood well that the 2 young dragons were nearing a state of submission to Daenys. However, it was an unyielding law that each Targaryen could only be recognized by a single dragon. What made Daenys appear distinctly different from previous Targaryens? Not only had she mastered Dreamfire, but her bond with her dragon, Myricus, was also exceptionally close. They speculated that Myricus might recognize Daenys as its master upon reaching maturity. The current closeness of these wild dragons to Daenys was indeed puzzling. Chapter 31. It wasn't until Cameron approached and whispered in Daenys' ear, "Your Highness, the roasted sheep for Dreamfire is ready," that she snapped back to reality. "Oh, very well, you may carry the roasted sheep along with me," she promptly replied. The skinning knights lifted the 6 plump sheep and quietly followed Daenys toward the massive stone where Dreamfire lay. Upon arrival, Daenys approached Dreamfire and gently caressed her dragon lips, allowing her to relax completely. The skinning knights carefully placed the roasted goats upon the stone and retreated. For Daenys had taught them the importance of never turning their backs on a dragon. Initially, Dreamfire had been slightly annoyed at being interrupted by the young dragons. But upon seeing the 6 golden roasted sheep, all her displeasure vanished. With joy, she devoured them, swallowing each one whole. Ever since Daenys had bonded with Dreamfire, it was rare to witness the great dragon eating meat and spitting out bones. One could hardly imagine that a fully grown dragon, with its immense jaws and powerful bite, would bother to regurgitate a mere sheep's bone. It was said that dragons could even consume stones to replenish their iron reserves. A little sheep bone was hardly a concern for them. Chapter 22. The name of the dragon. Now, Dreamfire's appetite was truly prodigious. After consuming over a dozen plump goats, she let out a satisfied roar, signaling her contentment. It was worth noting that just this morning, she had feasted on no less than 1,000 pounds of shark scraps. However, the ability to consume is indeed a blessing, for it ensures that Dreamfire continues to flourish at an accelerated pace. In terms of age, she surpasses even the Bronze Fury, Vagor. Should her stature exceed that of the Devourer or Vagor, Daenyra's position within the royal hierarchy would undoubtedly become more secure. With the unforeseen turn of events surrounding Daenyra, it remains uncertain if Bloodraven will manifest again in any form. Yet, Daenyra understands that only by wielding substantial power can she ensure her advantageous position, regardless of how circumstances may evolve in the future. Once Dreamfire was satiated, the family members who had ventured to White Grove for picnic supplies returned. Not only did Daenyra's family revel in the early spring beauty of White Grove's orchards, but they also thoroughly enjoyed a delightful barbecue picnic, further enriching their familial bonds. After the picnic, Daenyra, riding Dreamfire, transported her family back to Dragonstone, showcasing once again her remarkable dragon riding abilities. In the days that followed, Daenyra frequently took her parents on excursions around the newly established Dragonstone, while her sister Rhaenyra naturally rode her own dragon, Syrax. Occasionally, their uncle Daemon Targaryen would join them, commanding his formidable dragon, Caraxes. The family's relationships flourished through their shared experiences. The Devourer, a cunning and ferocious ancient dragon, has not made an appearance since being driven away. Evidently aware that the others would remain vigilant in his absence, he has demonstrated remarkable patience, allowing the memory of his presence to gradually fade. It must be acknowledged that the intelligence and temperament of dragons can sometimes mirror that of ordinary humans. King Jaehaerys and the noble lords departed after dividing the shares of dragon glass. The Valerion family chose to remain on Dragonstone, wishing for Emma to have a smooth delivery. In the current timeline, perhaps the birth of several dragons within House Targaryen has alleviated Jaehaerys' grief over the loss of his son. Or perhaps the potent essence of Targaryen dragonfire has revitalized his health. Thus, the king, in good spirits, has not commenced the selection of his next heir as would be customary. Nevertheless, the undercurrents of intrigue among the noble houses have never ceased. The Hightower family, with Otto Hightower appointed as Hand of the King, is diligently forging alliances with the other houses to consolidate Otto's power. Otto's daughter, Alicent Hightower, has made a favorable impression on Jaehaerys with her gentle demeanor and melodious voice, becoming one of his trusted attendants. Though she has not attained the prominence she would have in the original timeline, Rhaenyra seized the opportunity to present a stunning Rhoynish beauty, Audrey, to King Jaehaerys. Audrey possesses the quintessential features of a Valyrian, with her platinum blonde hair and deep blue eyes. The petite and exquisite figure, coupled with her gentle demeanor, greatly endeared Audrey to His Majesty King Jaehaerys. Audrey was meticulously chosen by Count Rhaenyra from the numerous beautiful maidens brought back from the free trade city-states. It is said that she is a descendant of a fallen noble family from Volantis. Having been rescued from the Garden of Desire and elevated to the position of the king's personal maid, Audrey harbors profound gratitude towards Rhaenyra. Consequently, she has become Rhaenyra's invaluable informant within the Red Keep and the capital. Meanwhile, the Valyrian family has begun to disseminate considerable wealth, intentionally forging connections with the various nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Following the demise of Prince Baelon, and without regard to gender, Lady Rhaenys, the wife of Lord Corlys Velaryon, and their son Laenor have emerged as the nominal first heirs to the throne. Thus, the astute Lord of the Tides has initiated a comprehensive strategy. Fully aware that for Rhaenys to inherit the throne as a female claimant, the path would be fraught with challenges. Therefore, he must exert every effort to cultivate friendships and gain the acknowledgement of the nobility across the Seven Kingdoms, ensuring that he has ample support during any future contest for the crown. As Rhaenys' most formidable rival, her father Viserys appears utterly disengaged, his thoughts solely consumed by the hope that his wife, Aemma, will bear him a son. In stark contrast, his uncle Daemon exhibits far more vigor, consistently networking with the powerful elite of the Seven Kingdoms, even amidst revelry in the Dragon's Kiss Garden. He has gathered a considerable number of noble second sons and wandering knights, all while borrowing a substantial sum of 100,000 golden dragons from Rhaenyra. However, Rhaenyra is reluctant to expend her wealth merely to bolster Daemon's direct followers. Thus, through her informants, Rhaenyra has successfully allied with individuals of commendable character and temperament among those Daemon has amassed, forming a cohort of 20 knights to establish her own dragon guard. As Rhaenyra regularly leads her men from White Sheep Town to drive the flocks to the hillside orchards to feed the dragons, it has become evident that her 12 skinning knights are insufficient for the task at hand. Her swordsmanship instructor, Boron, has taken on the role of captain for these knights. Under Boron's unique training methods and stringent standards, the skills of these 20 knights have seen remarkable improvement within a month. Moreover, their daily close encounters with the dragons have imbued them with immense pride. When individuals possess a sense of honor, their spirit and demeanor transform distinctly. Currently, the 12 skinning knights and the 20 members of the Dragon Guard exhibit a presence that rivals that of the 7 white cloaks surrounding His Majesty. Over the days, as Rhaenyra has personally fed 3 young dragons, her bond with them has deepened significantly. Aside from not yet attempting dragon riding, Rhaenyra can now stroke them with ease, and they respond to her with remarkable intimacy. Occasionally, Rhaenyra's family accompanies her to partake in the dragon feeding. Thus, the 3 young dragons gradually became more familiar with them. Although they did not exhibit overt affection, they were at least completely at ease in the presence of Daenerys' family. Consequently, the 3 little dragons were bestowed with new names by their kin. The Black Dragon was named Little Balerion by Sister Rhaenyra, in honor of the founding trio of dragons. The father, Viserys, named the Green Dragon Vhagar. Thus, the names of this new generation of the founding dragons found their successors. As for the Silver Dragon, the mother surprisingly chose to name her Shade. It seems the inertia of history is indeed formidable. However, with Daenerys and her Dreamfire as guardians, these dragons are certain to avoid the tragic path of the original timeline. With an ample supply of food, the 3 young dragons grew remarkably in size over just a month, nearly matching Rhaenyra's Syrax. Chapter 23. The Glutton returns to action due to the frequent visits from Dreamfire and the 3 young dragons. The area within a half-kilometer radius of Daenerys' daily feeding spot had become barren. The colossal rock where Dreamfire perched was scorched black by their dragon flames. To prevent further devastation to the fruit trees, Daenerys ordered the construction of a towering black stone wall surrounding the area. Over the course of more than a month, the ferocious dragon Glutton had remained inactive, having exhausted all entertainment from the fishing village and White Harbor. Uncle Daemon could no longer tolerate the silence, and often piloted the dragon to Spice Town on Dragonstone, or cross the narrow sea to Pantos and Lys in search of revelry and excitement. It seemed that Daenerys' gift of the Golden Dragon had provided him with the means to indulge in pleasures. He appeared blissfully unaware that all unearned gains would ultimately bear a greater cost. On this particularly sultry day, the dim, muggy rooms of Dragonstone Castle left Mother Aemma and Father Viserys feeling particularly irritable. The sunlight in the gardens of Aegon was blinding, and the sea breeze was particularly fierce. Thus, Daenerys took to the skies on Dreamfire, accompanied by the now-flying pink dragon Meraxes, her family, and her personal handmaids, joyfully making their way to the orchards of Dragonstone for a respite. Dreamfire's massive form, with its broad back, could easily accommodate dozens of riders. Recently, Daenerys had frequently taken her handmaids and guards on dragon flights, which thrilled them immensely, as they were among the few nobles, aside from the Targaryen family, to ascend a dragon's back. Historically, only the former Duke of the Vale had been taken upon Vhagar's back as a child by Princess Visenya. In the orchard, the dense shade of the trees and the gentle breeze offered a far more comfortable respite than remaining in the stone castle. Dreamfire and Syrax rested amicably side by side on a vast, pitch-black rock. Over the years of training under Daenerys, the character and intellect of Dreamfire have undergone significant transformation. She has become increasingly tolerant towards other dragons and humans who pose no threat. In the course of their interactions, the naturally gentle Syrax has also forged a bond with Dreamfire, resulting in a cordial relationship between the two dragons. Occasionally, Dreamfire would take Syrax and the three young dragons on hunting excursions in the narrow sea. With Dreamfire's protection, the three little dragons, who had previously been terrified by the glutton, gradually regained their innate courage. Their silhouettes can often be seen soaring freely above Dragonstone. When Daenerys emerged, she brought along an array of delectable pastries, gourmet food, and fine wines. The handmaidens had also prepared picnic essentials and basic toiletries for their outing. Upon reaching the orchard, they swiftly found a picturesque spot where they could indulge in delightful afternoon tea while admiring the orchard's exquisite scenery. The now 2-meter-long pink hatchling, Meraxes, eagerly entangled herself around Daenerys, pleading for nourishment. Meraxes, despite her delicate and rosy appearance, possessed an insatiable appetite, consuming over 100 kilograms of roasted meat daily. Her growth has been remarkable, changing noticeably from day to day. According to the Targaryen records, no hatchling has ever grown as swiftly as Meraxes. Daenerys speculated that this phenomenon might be intricately linked to her own presence. Her dragon dreams differ significantly from the family lore, which states that only dragon lords experience dreams during the hatching of dragons. Initially, Daenerys believed she might possess the rare gift of a dreamwalker within the Targaryen lineage. However, she increasingly sensed that her dragon dreams were far more profound than mere dreamwalking. Each night, she enters that extraordinary realm, where, aside from Dreamfire and Meraxes, the occasional presence of Vhagar also manifests. Recently, the three young dragons inexplicably began to appear in her dragon dreams as well. In this dreamscape, their forms diverge considerably from reality, appearing far more majestic and fearsome. Daenerys theorized that these might represent their pinnacle states, or perhaps her dragon dreams facilitate their growth and evolution. Contemplating the faint pinkish-purple flame mark on her brow, she pondered the possibility that it could be a latent power yet to be unlocked. After a half-hour's arrival, her dragon guard, accompanied by dozens of plump sheep, reached the orchard. Having previously arranged for a dedicated roasting spit, the knights promptly began slaughtering, skinning, and marinating the sheep upon their arrival. Daenerys discovered that roasting the meat over branches pruned from the fruit trees imparted an even more exquisite flavor. In this vacant area, numerous branches of fruit trees have been hoarded, enough to last for a year or two at the current rate of consumption. One cannot discern whether it is the acute sense of smell of the three little dragons or the potent will of Daenerys that has drawn them in. But just as she pondered how to summon them, their joyful dragon cries echoed from afar. Daenerys, who nearly always had the pink hatchling, Meraxes, by her side, had grown quite familiar with the three little dragons, and they played together splendidly. Though the trio of dragons, being siblings, could be merciless in their competition for food, often resulting in fierce scuffles, they showered particular affection upon the pink hatchling Meraxes. They never contended for food with him and would often offer their portions willingly. Upon hearing the call of the three dragons, Meraxes promptly swallowed the morsel in his mouth and joyfully flapped his wings, soaring towards them. Their close-knit relationship has reshaped the perception of the Targaryen family's dragons among the onlookers. However, amidst the joyous admiration for the hatchling's camaraderie, a low, ominous dragon roar emanated from the direction of Dragonstone, startling everyone. Upon turning to investigate, The sight of the massive, coal-black dragon left the crowd in shock. "Sister, steer your Syrax away from here. Do not be reckless," Daenerys urged Rhaenyra sternly before hastening towards the enraged and roaring Dreamfire. The three little dragons, with Myraces in tow, cleverly sought refuge in a cave behind the volcano where they dwelled. The cave was exceedingly narrow, allowing the hatchlings to pass through easily, while the enormous glutton would be unable to enter. Yet, the distance to the cave posed the greatest peril, as the glutton could easily intercept them before they could reach safety. Thus, Daenerys swiftly mounted Dreamfire and ascended into the sky, heading towards the glutton to buy time for the hatchlings' escape. With Dreamfire's current prowess, even if she could not overpower the glutton, she was certainly capable of holding her own against it. Faced with the glutton, Dreamfire regained her regal demeanor as the Dragon Queen, her powerful and furious roars reverberating throughout the island. Chapter 24: The Bloody Dragon. The dragon's roar instantly roused all inhabitants of the old and new Dragonstone. Those who had been busily engaged immediately began to scramble for shelter. The dragon has arrived. Chapter 34: The Dragon has arrived. The once bustling streets of the fishing village and White Sheep Town fell eerily silent within moments. This instinctive reaction had become a vital skill for the residents of Dragonstone, as large gatherings could easily attract the attention of dragons, particularly the wild ones known to feast on humans. On Dragonstone, it was not uncommon for livestock to be seized and devoured by dragons. In the past, there have been numerous instances where herdsmen were mistakenly slain and consumed by dragons. Over time, they gradually developed a rather effective method of self-preservation. When confronted by a dragon, they learned to immediately seek shelter and distance themselves from the beast. If escape proves impossible, it is vital to face the dragon directly. Turning one's back is perceived as a provocation, often inciting the dragon to unleash its wrath upon humans. The dragon protectors swiftly guided Viserys and Aemma into a nearby natural cave. Will Viserys and Daenerys be safe? That is the Devourer, the most ferocious of dragons. Aemma anxiously grasped Viserys' hand, seeking reassurance from her husband to calm her frayed nerves. Viserys gently took her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Aemma. Dreamfire is a formidable dragon as well. And did we not already confront the Devourer once without incident? We shall be safe this time too. Moreover, Dreamfire's speed far exceeds that of the Devourer, so even if a confrontation arises, escape will not pose a problem." Rhaenyra demonstrated wisdom in her actions, maneuvering Syrax swiftly towards the storm's end. For Princess Rhaenys dragon, the Red Queen Melisandre, ranks among the most powerful adult dragons of House Targaryen, one of the few capable of challenging the Devourer. If she and Dreamfire join forces, they should be able to drive the Devourer away. When Daenerys ascended into the sky atop Dreamfire, she did not hastily engage the Devourer. Instead, she positioned herself directly in front of the ancient dragon, soaring at a height that would intimidate it, preventing its advance. This tactic aimed to buy enough time for the younger dragons to retreat to their lairs and for the people of Driftmark to evacuate, safeguarding them from the impending dragon conflict. However, the enraged roar of Dreamfire seemed to hold little significance for the Devourer, which lunged forward with alarming speed. Though this ancient dragon's size did not match its age, its weathered and resilient scales provided formidable defense, surpassing even Vhagar's. Its less cumbersome form granted it agility greater than Vhagar's, coupled with its cunning and ferocious nature, earning the Devourer the title of the most terrifying dragon on Dragonstone. Faced with the oncoming assault of the Devourer, Daenerys wisely guided Dreamfire to flee swiftly into the distance, opting not to confront the ancient beast head-on. Instead, she aimed to buy time until reinforcements in the form of other dragons could arrive, allowing for a united counterattack against the Devourer. Nevertheless, she remained cautious not to let Dreamfire stray too far, lest the Devourer turn back to target the younger dragons or the crowd below. The speed of Dreamfire now surpasses that of the Devourer, as it enjoys an abundance of sustenance daily, endowing it with far greater stamina. Thus, Dreamfire possesses ample energy and capability to circle around the creature. Alas, the heavens do not favor them. Dragonstone, historically plagued by storms, is once again beset by turbulent weather. After a brief spell of sultry heat in the morning, heavy clouds swiftly began to gather, heralding the imminent arrival of a tempest. As Dreamfire circled the Devourer, the oppressive cloud cover quickly enveloped the sky, posing significant risks for both Dreamfire and Daenerys. The dense clouds provided an ideal cloak for the dragons to conceal themselves and launch ambushes. In haste, Daenerys guided Dreamfire towards the rugged terrain of Dragonstone's mountain, where the formidable Vhagar and Silverwing dwelled. It was hoped that the Devourer's audacity would draw the attention of these two mighty dragons. compelling them to intervene and thus drive away the accursed old dragon. Fortunately, the winds near Dragonstone's mountain were fierce, preventing the formation of thick cloud cover, allowing Daenerys and Dreamfire to maintain a clear line of sight on the Devourer. Regrettably, despite having circled the mountain several times, no sign of reinforcement from the dragons appeared. Damn demon! How could he be gallivanting at such a critical moment? Viserys, seeing no sign of the dragon bloodworm Caraxes, surmised that his wayward brother was off frolicking somewhere, transforming his concern into a simmering anger directed at Daemon. Simultaneously, the notion of once again commanding a dragon solidified within Viserys' heart. He could not bear the thought of remaining helpless in a cave while his loved ones faced peril. Unexpectedly, as Daenerys maneuvered Dreamfire in a low pass over the mountain, a massive ochre dragon suddenly erupted from the clouds, unleashing a torrent of searing orange flames directly at the Devourer, catching it completely off guard. Chapter 35, Enraged. The Devourer let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies. Immediately, it altered its course, charging toward the dragon. The great beast, unable to evade in time, found its wing caught in the Devourer's grasp. Observing this, Daenerys urged Dreamfire to dive swiftly downward. Dragonfire. The cerulean flames engulfed the Devourer's head in an instant. With unrelenting momentum, Dreamfire descended onto the Devourer's back, its razor-sharp claws tearing into the flesh. In agony, the Devourer was compelled to release its grip and spun violently, attempting to dislodge Dreamfire from its back. At that moment, Dreamfire's talons had already inflicted grievous wounds upon the Devourer's hide. As the Devourer turned, Dreamfire's claws remained firmly embedded, leaving behind 2 deep gashes that exposed bone beneath. In the climactic moment, as the voracious creature was violently thrown aside, it fiercely grasped one of its dragon wings, tearing open a gash that spanned several meters. Ignoring the profuse blood streaming from its back and the damage inflicted upon its wing, the voracious beast finally managed to turn and engage in a fierce struggle with Dreamfire. They clawed at each other's scales with ferocity, unleashing torrents of dragonfire to scorch one another. However, due to Dreamfire's advantageous position, it was able to evade and exert force more effectively, thus gaining a slight upper hand in this brutal melee. Chapter 25. The pact of Vagril the dragon that charged forth to assault the voracious creature was none other than an adult wild dragon, known as the Sheep Thief. At this moment, its length exceeded 40 meters, and though it appeared grotesque and emaciated, it was still a dragon. Perhaps it was incensed by the arrogance of the voracious beast, or maybe it had suffered at its hands before. With Dreamfire engaging the ferocious elder dragon as the primary combatant, the Sheep Thief seized the splendid opportunity to attack the voracious creature. Nevertheless, its combat prowess was rather lacking. Even in a surprise attack, it hardly inflicted any significant damage upon the voracious beast. Yet, it undeniably created an excellent opportunity for Dreamfire to strike, allowing her to gain a modicum of advantage in the ongoing dragon battle. While the voracious creature had bitten the Sheep Thief's wing, it had not dealt substantial harm, leaving the Sheep Thief capable of continuing the assault. Seizing the moment, the Sheep Thief soared into the air and unleashed a torrent of searing dragonfire upon the voracious beast's already wounded back. In agony, the voracious creature turned its head towards the Sheep Thief, retaliating with a spray of sickly green molten flame. However, the Sheep Thief adeptly evaded the attack. Dreamfire then capitalized on this moment, swinging her massive tail with a howling gust, delivering a powerful blow to the voracious beast. Caught off guard, the creature's immense form veered to one side. Observing this, the Sheep Thief opened its maw, filled with sharp teeth, and sank its fangs into the exposed flank of the voracious creature, tearing away a chunk of dragon flesh before swiftly retreating. Dreamfire, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a torrent of brilliant azure flames, the fire crashing upon the voracious beast like a surging wave. Responding quickly, the voracious creature retaliated with its own sickly green flames, the two fires intertwining, igniting the air around them. The Sheep Thief circled behind the voracious creature, rending away a large swath of flesh and swiftly consuming it, causing the voracious creature to writhe in agony. Consumed by rage, its eyes turned crimson, and it abandoned its confrontation with Dreamfire, turning its fury upon the Sheep Thief. Daenys, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, urged Dreamfire to accelerate fiercely towards the voracious beast, delivering a powerful kick to its lower back. This strike not only threatened to unbalance the dragon, but also risked severely injuring its hindquarters, compromising its ability to move. The glutton was caught in a pincer attack, momentarily thrown into disarray. Yet, despite his numerous wounds and the grievous injury to his lower back that rendered his dragon claws somewhat feeble, His vast experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure. The cunning and ferocious glutton understood that he would not emerge victorious today, having fasted for an extended period. His stamina was nearly depleted. In stark contrast, the robust Dreamfire still exhibited commendable vitality. If this continued, he risked succumbing to the very two colossal dragons he had previously dismissed. Thus, he fervently flapped his dragon wings and fled toward the narrow sea. Rhaenyra, observing the frail form of the sheep stealer, called out, "Thank you, my dear sheep stealer. I shall roast you some plump goats in the future." Although Rhaenyra was uncertain if the sheep stealer could comprehend her words, she was genuinely grateful for the assistance of this unsightly dragon today. She resolved to show him more kindness moving forward. After all, while this dragon may not be particularly formidable, it was nonetheless an adult dragon, and nurturing a friendship could prove beneficial. As she followed the fleeing glutton on Dreamfire, Rhaenyra had no intention of pursuing him to the bitter end. She trailed him slowly, ensuring he was genuinely abandoning the fight. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the glutton reached a cliff by the seaside, the dragon Vagharl suddenly lunged forth, seizing the glutton's body and forcefully slamming him onto the beach. Chapter 36. The glutton, already fatigued, succumbed to the severe blow and dramatically lost consciousness. Shocked, Rhaenyra urgently shouted to halt Vagharl's impending strike. "No, Vagharl, do not kill him." Perhaps due to the numerous delicious roasted sheep Rhaenyra had provided Vagharl in the past, he unexpectedly ceased his actions. He gazed at Rhaenyra in confusion, and upon confirming her intention, he refrained from inflicting further harm on the glutton. Vagharl landed lazily on the nearby beach, yet his fierce gaze remained fixed on the unconscious glutton. Rhaenyra, guiding Dreamfire, also descended beside the glutton. Upon confirming that he had truly fainted from his grave injuries, her heart finally felt at ease. Now, it was time to attend to the aftermath. To express her gratitude to Vagharl and the sheep stealer for their contributions in the battle, Rhaenyra arranged for the meticulous roasting of over 100 succulent goats, delivering them to their location. Since the sheep stealer had made his den within Dragon Mountain, Rhaenyra had her dragon guards personally deliver the roasted goats to the vicinity of his lair. Surely, the sheep stealer would not miss the delectable aroma of the feast. The formidable dragon Vhagar was personally escorted by her father, Viserys, along with the Kingsguard, after the recent battle of the dragons. Following this fierce confrontation, Daenerys contemplated the implications of her father's inability to assert control over the dragons and protect their family. She felt compelled to abandon the notion of a weak father. In the ensuing struggle for the throne, she would rather see her kin shed blood than allow her feeble father to ascend to the throne, potentially leading to further chaos. Due to the immense size of the dragon, the cannibalistic beast could not be moved. Thus, the dragon lords produced specially crafted, robust chains designed to restrain dragons, securing Vhagar firmly to the beach with the aid of large nearby rocks. This ancient and ferocious dragon was finally compelled from a state of wildness into one of domestication. However, Viserys did not let Daenerys down this time. Seizing the opportunity of delivering roasted sheep to Vhagar, he boldly approached the dragon in an attempt to tame the last founding dragon of House Targaryen. Although Viserys typically exuded a gentle and amiable demeanor, he revealed an enthralling presence when confronting the dragon, as the dragon rider who had once tamed the Black Dread, Vhagar. Unlike his uncle Daemon, whose charm was marked by reckless bravado and a surging masculinity, Viserys embodied a calm, resolute, and unwavering male figure. It became evident that beneath his mild exterior lay a depth of character often unnoticed by others. Daenerys stood nearby, anxiously observing their interaction. Having feasted on numerous plump sheep, Vhagar was in a pleasant mood as she regarded the robust man before her. Tilting her head to glance at Daenerys and inhaling the scent of Viserys, the dragon soon made a decision, gradually lowering herself in submission. At this juncture, Viserys was still under 30, possessing a slightly stout physique that, combined with the Targaryen lineage's distinctive appearance, rendered him a rather striking figure. His successful taming of the founding dragon Vhagar captivated the maidens present, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Emma, holding Daenerys' hand, was filled with joy. Her beloved daughter was safe, and her husband had successfully tamed the mightiest founding dragon of House Targaryen. Viserys was the only one to have tamed both the Black Dread Vhagar and the founding dragon, and his name would surely be etched in the annals of Targaryen history. For Emma, the day had been a whirlwind of emotions, oscillating between elation and worry. Although she was aware of her daughter Daenerys' bravery and the formidable strength of her dragon Dreamfire, the infamous reputation of the Devourer was not to be taken lightly. She had frequently heard members of the royal family recount tales of the Devourer consuming young dragons and the island's inhabitants. Now, not only was her daughter Daenerys safe, but she had also successfully subdued the ferocious dragon devourer, rendering it incapable of further malice. Her husband had finally resolved to tame a dragon once more, and in a single attempt, he had managed to tame the currently largest dragon, Vhagar. From that moment onward, Viserys possessed the means to protect his family, no longer needing to worry about his daughter facing external threats alone while riding a dragon. At that moment, Viserys, seated securely on the saddle of Vhagar high in the sky, found his emotions difficult to articulate. He had never anticipated that he would once again tame a dragon of his own, and one that was second only to Balerion, Vhagar. Henceforth, he would no longer endure the sight of his children valiantly battling while riding dragons without his presence. This newfound mastery over Vhagar not only brought immense satisfaction to Viserys' soul, but also infused him with a renewed vigor and ambition that seemed to swell within him. At that juncture, the storm finally descended. Fortunately, Daenerys and her companions had been well prepared. Towering tents had been erected at both the barbecue site and the beach for everyone's convenience. Barbecuing amidst pouring rain offered a unique charm of its own. Meanwhile, as Viserys soared over the narrow sea on his dragon during the tempest, Rhaenyra, on a mission to summon reinforcements from Storm's End, appeared alongside Princess Rhaenys, who was riding the Red Queen, Maleys, over Dragonstone. Upon catching sight of Viserys commanding Vhagar in the skies, they were momentarily taken aback. "Father," Viserys. When Viserys spotted Princess Rhaenys approaching, he promptly maneuvered Vhagar to land on the beach. Ecstatic, he stood in the rain before the tent, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his cousin. To satiate Vhagar's enormous appetite, the Dragonstone's guards had scarcely ceased their roasting of lamb. The succulent roasted lamb was now perfectly timed to express gratitude for Rhaenys and Maleys' arrival. "Congratulations, cousin." Princess Rhaenys, having received Rhaenyra's call for assistance, had swiftly flown over on Maleys. The distance between Storm's End and Dragonstone was not great, and Maleys was known as the swiftest dragon in Westeros. To their astonishment, they had arrived without delay, only to discover that the dragon battle had already concluded. Upon arrival, they witnessed Viserys soaring through the air on Vhagar and curiously inquired, "Did you, dear cousin, triumph over the devourer while riding Vhagar?" No wonder Princess Rhaenys harbored such doubts. After all, aside from Vhagar, it seems no dragon could possibly inflict such grievous injuries upon the vicious dragon, the devourer. Viserys proudly elucidated that it was Daenerys who commanded the Dreamfire, with the aid of the sheep stealer, who first vanquished the devourer. During its retreat, the devourer was ambushed by Vhagar, leading to its severe incapacitation. This battle truly belonged to Daenerys and the prowess of her Dreamfire. "I see," Rhaenys remarked, her satisfaction evident as she gazed at Daenerys. "Good girl. You truly embody the honor of House Targaryen. Cousin, let us unite Daenerys with Driftmark. I shall cherish her as if she were my own daughter. You know, there are few who capture my admiration, yet both of your daughters delight me immensely. The Targaryen and Valerian houses have a long-standing tradition of marriage. A union between these two children would indeed be fortuitous." Viserys offered no definitive response, suggesting instead that they were still young and should spend time together before contemplating marriage. "Your words suffice." Princess Rhaenys, ever forthright, declared, "I am determined to see one of these princesses wed to Driftmark." While Viserys and Princess Rhaenys deliberated on their children's futures, Daenerys had arranged for the roasted lamb to be presented before the Red Queen, Melisandre, and Rhaenyra's dragon, Syrax. Exhausted and breathless, Rhaenyra embraced Daenerys joyfully, exclaiming, "Daenerys, I am so relieved you are safe. Do you know how terrifying it was? I nearly lost my mind." To urge Syrax to fly faster, "I have worn my hands raw." At that moment, Rhaenyra was overcome with a blend of joy and relief, though the fierce storm had drenched her, making it difficult to discern whether her tears were those of sorrow or rain. Remarkably, Syrax was able to keep pace with Melisandre. That dragon is the swiftest in all of Westeros. It appears Syrax possesses great potential. Rhaenyra's sudden affection left Daenerys feeling somewhat discomposed. Indeed, it seems that blood ties ignite the deepest connections in times of peril. Witnessing Rhaenyra in such a state, Daenerys felt an unexpected fondness, momentarily overlooking her own drenched and soiled attire, which would typically provoke her aversion due to her fastidious nature. In gratitude for Princess Rhaenys' presence, the Targaryen family not only treated her dragon, Melisandre, to a lavish feast of numerous roasted lambs, but also extended an invitation to Princess Rhaenys for an extravagant banquet at Dragonstone. The kitchens of Dragonstone are renowned throughout Westeros, and thus, Princess Rhaenys enjoyed a delightful meal, ensuring a joyful gathering for all. As everyone indulged in their merriment, Uncle Demon finally returned, riding his magnificent dragon, Caraxes. Was today a day of significance? Prince Demon, having braved the rain, seemed oblivious to the events that had transpired. Yet, awaiting him was a hefty goblet of dragon fire wine from Viserys and a barrage of scathing rebukes. By the time they returned from the adjacent banquet hall, Prince Demon bore the marks of a beating, his face bruised and battered. In this 38th chapter, the theme unfolds as brother confronts brother. Not only was Demon left with a swollen visage, but he also returned to the hall with his hair and clothes drenched in Viserys' dragonfire wine. Guilt etched upon his features. However, the onlookers feigned ignorance, maintaining their graceful demeanor and amiable expressions, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Yet, the glee in their eyes was impossible to conceal. Congratulations, Daenerys. To gain the upper hand against the glutton is truly remarkable. Demon, ever the free spirit, paid no heed to the gazes upon him. He boldly pulled a chair beside Viserys at the head of the table, exuding a sense of triumph as he produced 2 necklaces forged from Valyrian steel from within his cloak. Addressing Rhaenyra and Daenerys, he proclaimed, "These are small gifts I brought back from Pentos for my dear nieces. It is only fitting that the princesses of House Targaryen adorn themselves with these exquisite Valyrian steel trinkets. I had intended to present them on your birthdays, but given the day's tumultuous events, let this serve as an early token of solace." Valyrian steel, a wondrous alloy crafted by the ancient Valyrians, derives its extraordinary properties not from rare materials, but rather from its unique forging process. Through the integration of magic and incantations during its creation, alongside the assistance of dragonfire, this steel becomes remarkably lighter and more resilient than ordinary iron. Following the cataclysm known as the Doom of Valyria, the secrets of this forging technique were lost, rendering the production of new Valyrian steel impossible. Weapons fashioned from Valyrian steel surpass even the finest quality steel crafted within castles in both lightness and sharpness. The surface of Valyrian steel exhibits a wave-like pattern reminiscent of Damascus steel in our world. With the knowledge of its creation now a relic of the past, existing Valyrian steel has become exceedingly precious and rare. It is said that a few thousand swords of Valyrian steel remain, approximately 300 of which reside in Westeros. Most are preserved within the ancient noble families, each possessing its own name and tale. Valyrian steel utensils and ornaments cherished by the affluent are even more numerous. The Targaryen family, as the last surviving dragon lords of the ancient Valyrian freehold, possesses only 2 Valyrian steel swords, Blackfire and Dark Sister, along with a Valyrian steel dagger and a ruby crown forged from the same esteemed material. Thus, it is indeed a rare and precious gift for Demon to present 2 Valyrian steel necklaces to Rhaenyra and Daenerys. This gesture brought a faint smile of satisfaction to Viserys, who had just given Demon a sound thrashing. He imagined an explanation for Demon's recent frequent trips between Dragonstone and the Free Cities. Could it be that these journeys were solely to craft these 2 Valyrian necklaces? Yet, even such a rationale could hardly absolve his transgressions, were it not for the divine providence and the assistance of 2 mighty dragons today. Who knows what calamity might have ensued? Should you continue to act so recklessly, I shall personally break your restless legs. Although Viserys still spoke with bravado, those familiar with him understood that his fury had completely dissipated. While Valyrian steel necklaces are indeed precious, to many they are merely rare artifacts. The attendees of the evening banquet, though few, were predominantly of noble lineage, with nearly all families possessing Valyrian steel weaponry. The tax collector Sir Samwell of the Valerion family from Crab Island not only owned numerous Valyrian steel trinkets, but also wielded a battle axe forged from the same. Even Daenerys' 2 personal guards, from the Cameron family of Driftmark and the Darkland family, possessed Valyrian weapons, albeit of lesser renown. Moreover, all 4 of Daenerys' handmaidens hailed from families that owned some Valyrian steel items, as the wealthiest of the Valerion houses in Westeros. Their treasury boasted a plethora of Valyrian steel artifacts, a small fraction of which they had brought when fleeing the ancient Valyrian freehold, while the majority were gathered by Lord Corlys Valerion during his 9 great voyages. Princess Rhaenys, as the matriarch of the Valerion family, frequently visited their treasury, casually glancing around before returning to savor the exquisite feast. Only her sister Rhaenyra exhibited great excitement, rising from her seat to approach her Uncle Demon, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you. Uncle Demon, please, would you adorn me with it yourself?" As Demon was in the act of draping the Valyrian necklace around Rhaenyra's neck, Daenerys signaled her personal maid, Annie, with a glance. Understanding the cue, Annie promptly rose, took a tray from another maid, elegantly laid her silk handkerchief upon it, and gracefully approached Demon. Chapter 39. Just as Demon, With a beaming smile, adorned Rhaenyra with the Valyrian necklace, his expression swiftly darkened. In the reading room, the tax king casually tossed the remaining item onto the tray held by Annie. When Annie returned to Daenerys with the tray adorned with the Valyrian necklace, Daenerys finally set down her knife and fork, beaming at her uncle, Daemon. "Thank you, Uncle Daemon. This necklace is exquisite. I adore it. I suppose I shall reluctantly grant you an opportunity for redemption." Daenerys's words caused everyone to pause, curiosity piqued regarding her intentions. With calm composure, Daenerys continued. "The reason my great-grandfather entrusted you with the guardianship of Dragonstone was to leverage your dragon, Caraxes, in conjunction with Dreamfire to drive away the greedy ones and protect the 3 young dragons. However, during the incident today, you happened to be absent. Fortunately, the gods were merciful, and the matter with the greedy ones was resolved satisfactorily. Regrettably, Uncle, you missed out and did not partake in it. Thus, in a sense, you have failed in your duty." At her words, Daemon's expression darkened, while the others in attendance relished the unfolding drama. "Of course, we could consider an alternative." Daenerys pivoted her proposition, adding, "To compensate for your absence during this dragon battle, I have a suggestion, or rather, I merely require a promise from you. Not only can we forego the matter of that 1,000,000 golden dragons, but I will also cover all your expenses on Dragonstone from now on." Daemon's grim demeanor lightened slightly, yet he replied coldly, "Speak." Daenerys met her uncle's gaze unwaveringly, resolutely stating, "All I require is for you to promise me that in the days to come, you will unconditionally command a dragon to aid me 5 times. Everyone anticipated that Daenerys would present further demands, yet they were taken aback by her simplicity. They instinctively assumed she would request Daemon to command Caraxes to confront other dragons. With the most ferocious wild dragon, the greedy one, now restrained, and with Vhagar and Dreamfire at their disposal, there seemed little need for Caraxes to intervene. Daemon, who already felt somewhat guilty about the day's events, did not dwell on it, and casually agreed, "No problem. It's merely dragon combat, after all. This happens to be my favorite endeavor. Moreover, would I not assist my niece when she calls upon me, even without this agreement? Kid, I must admit, you have guts." Yet, inexplicably, after Daemon readily acquiesced, he sensed something amiss, an unsettling feeling that he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. At this moment, he could not discern the reasoning behind it. After all, Daenerys was merely a child. Perhaps she had simply spoken offhandedly. Thus, Daemon chose to refrain from further contemplation and instead devoted himself to relishing the exquisite food and wine before him. The culinary delights and fine wines of Dragonstone were indeed rare treasures in the 7 kingdoms, and for someone like Daemon, who reveled solely in beauty and indulgence, it was only fitting to savor them fully. However, much to everyone's surprise, Daenerys' other attendant, Layla, had prepared a parchment contract and brought it forth. Both Viserys and Princess Rhaenys could not help but direct their gazes towards Daenerys, silently pondering if she had been prepared for this all along. Layla, with an earnest expression, presented the inked parchment to Daemon, urging him to sign it immediately. Layla, like Daemon's wife, hailed from the illustrious Royce family, being a cousin of Daemon's spouse. Given Daemon's lack of respect and care for his wife, Layla harbored no fondness for him. Thus, with her already frosty demeanor, she appeared even more austere in Daemon's presence. "Prince Daemon, this is the contract you promised. Please sign it once you have verified its accuracy." Daemon merely cast a cursory glance before inscribing his name, and, in a jest, remarked to Layla, "If your cousin were as beautiful as you, I would surely never leave Dragonstone." Layla responded with a scoff, her face devoid of expression as she retorted, "Then perhaps, Your Highness, you should ride a goat. I believe that would suit your taste far better." With that, she took the signed contract and departed without a backward glance. Layla's words incited hearty laughter from Viserys and Princess Rhaenys, affirming the notion that a strong leader commands formidable followers. Princess Rhaenys expressed her admiration, declaring, "I like this girl's spirit." Daemon, appearing indifferent, continued to engage with the sumptuous food and drink before him. Viserys, with a knowing tone, remarked, "Daemon, perhaps you should show your wife a bit more respect, otherwise, the entire Royce family may come to despise you." In a moment of bravado, Daemon downed his goblet of dragonfire wine and declared, "What of it? I have dragons. I, Daemon Targaryen, shall drink the finest wine and pursue the most beautiful women. As for that woman from the Royce family, she is nothing more than a goat without the veil's flavor." The news of Daenerys defeating the greedy one spread throughout the 7 kingdoms in mere days, thanks to the learned ravens. The name of Princess Daenerys rang out once more across the realm, prompting many noble families with eligible male heirs to write in, expressing their intent to send gifts to honor Daenerys' remarkable achievement. Even the sudden storm that raged for 3 consecutive days could not deter their fervor and resolve. On the 4th day, as the skies cleared, Daenys hastily mounted her dragon, Dreamfire, and soared towards the new volcanic mountain range in search of her beloved Miracis and the frightened young dragons. Due to the relentless downpour, the young dragons had taken refuge within the volcanic caves and had not emerged. This morning, upon witnessing the clear weather, Daenys instructed her dragon guardians to procure several plump sheep from Goat Town and transport them to the orchard on the hillside, which had now become her designated feeding ground for the colossal dragons. By the time Daenys arrived at the volcanic cave, the dragon guardians had already placed the marinated sheep on the grill. Uncertain of the exact location of the young dragon's lair, she beckoned Dreamfire to emit a low, resonant dragon's roar upon nearing the general area, hoping to catch the attention of the young ones. Just as humans can distinguish each other's voices, so too can dragons easily recognize one another's calls. Fortunately, the young dragons soon responded, with Miracis being the first to emerge from a narrow fissure in the volcano. Clutching a purple gem the size of an apple, she gracefully flew onto Dreamfire's back and presented it to Daenys. Gazing at the magnificent purple gem before her, Daenys' heart raced as she discovered that its core was a walnut-sized, exquisitely hued, high-quality purple diamond. In her previous world, purple diamonds were revered as the pandas of the diamond realm, their rarity and value evident. The formation of purple diamonds occurs when the crystal structure undergoes plastic deformation, causing a distortion in the lattice, which results in their unique hue. The rarity of purple diamonds is primarily reflected in the scarcity of their pure purple shade, making them exceedingly limited in any world. Most purple diamonds are small, with a pigeon egg-sized gem considered a rare treasure. The purple diamond in Daenys' possession, however, boasted a core that measured at least the size of a walnut, starting at a minimum of 120 carats. Strangely, when Daenys held the purple diamond, she experienced an inexplicable sense of joy and contentment. Could it be the magical essence contained within the gem? It seemed that the young dragon's lair was far from ordinary. Driven by curiosity, Daenys instructed Dreamfire to hover at the edge of the volcanic fissure. At that moment, several young dragons, including Grey Shadow, crawled out from the crevice. The fissure, only 4 to 5 meters wide, could accommodate several people walking side by side, yet it felt somewhat constricted for the young dragons, who were already 15 to 16 meters long. Fortunately, for Miracis, who measured just over 2 meters in length, passage was effortless. Thus, Daenys, under the guidance of the pink young dragon Malesis, ventured toward the volcanic crevice. She followed Malesis deeper into the fissure, where the surrounding rocks emanated a gentle warmth and occasionally flickered with a faint luminescence, reminiscent of mineral reflections. After a brief journey, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a radiant expanse. Malesis joyfully chirped and soared eagerly into the space ahead. As Daenys approached, she beheld a myriad of diamonds scattered across the ground in a kaleidoscope of colors. Though predominantly colorless, the abundance of colored diamonds was striking. Purple diamonds resembled the enigmatic stars of a dark night, scattered in the corners. Pink diamonds clustered together like the shy cheeks of a maiden, their soft hues ethereal and dreamlike, while blue diamonds appeared as treasures formed from the depths of the ocean, glimmering with a cold yet captivating light. Overwhelmed with delight, Daenys crouched down and gently lifted a blue diamond the size of an infant's head. Upon grasping it, an extraordinary force coursed through her arm. Malesis nudged her affectionately, signifying that these gems were her precious discoveries. Overjoyed, Daenys embraced Malesis and planted a fervent kiss upon her. She understood that these diamonds would bestow upon her immense wealth and power. In Chapter 29 of Cave of Dreamfire, titled Perhaps Magic Truly Exists, while Daenys excitedly sifted through the exposed gems on the ground, the trio of young dragons, including Bellerin, gradually returned to the cave. The colorful diamonds scattered about varied in size. Daenys first selected the most vibrant ones, holding them delicately to feel their enchanting power before placing them into her large whale-skin satchel. Fortunately, the satchel contained an array of spices she had meticulously prepared for seasoning lamb, intended for her culinary endeavors that day, unexpectedly proving to be of greater utility. Upon entering, the 3 young dragons sensed Daenys' fascination with the colorful stones and approached the cave's edge, directing their fiery breath toward the nearby rocks. Their actions naturally captured Daenys' attention, prompting her to cease her own endeavors and gaze toward them. To her astonishment, under the searing heat of their flames, the seemingly ordinary brown-black rock began to melt away, transforming the color of the lava. Illuminated by the dragon's fire, Daenys observed that many areas of the cave began to reflect a shimmering glow, while the scattered diamonds on the ground radiated brilliant light. As the flames dissipated, Daenys was astounded to discover that within the molten rock, transparent, colorful diamonds began to emerge, slowly revealing their exquisite forms. Under the searing heat of the high-temperature dragon flames, the once dull-colored diamond was transformed instantly into a crystalline clarity. The soil and impurities surrounding the diamonds melted away, cascading down as a muted, colorful magma. This vibrant magma cooled remarkably swiftly, congealing into coarse, granular-colored soil within mere moments, rather than solidifying into blocks. To Daenerys' astonishment, the three young dragons and Meraxes began to gleefully consume the colorful soil. Daenerys had encountered references in the ancient texts of the Targaryen lineage regarding great dragons consuming minerals. Certain dragons, it appeared, had an affinity for specific minerals, which could accelerate their growth, fortify their scales, and augment the temperature and power of their flames. Reflecting on the significant changes in her appearance and the hue of her flames since she had bonded with Dreamfire, Daenerys pondered whether her own consumption of vast quantities of minerals might be a contributing factor. It seemed the transformation of Dreamfire was not solely attributable to her dragon dreams. Ever since her arrival, many aspects had indeed changed. She mused aloud. Perhaps the true golden opportunity of her crossing was this newly manifested volcanic island. Yet, she quickly chastised herself, realizing she had foolishly focused on developing agriculture and handicrafts on Dragonstone, neglecting to thoroughly explore this treasure-laden mountain. However, Daenerys soon regained her composure. History attests that wealth is the most enticing, and human hearts are the most susceptible to trials, until she possessed absolute power and strength. The secrets of this mountain must remain concealed. Nevertheless, exploration was essential. Only by understanding the intricate details of the mountain could she implement protective measures. There was no rush, for with Dreamfire and the three young dragons present, few would dare approach. It seemed her true concerns lay with those relatives who could ride dragons. The young dragons evidently shared her sensitivity to the uniqueness of these colorful diamonds. Holding some of the gems made Daenerys feel invigorated. She was certain that the diamonds contained a wondrous energy, undoubtedly a form of magical power. As creatures of magic, dragons were particularly attuned to magical energies. Previously, they might have felt little due to the heavy layers of earth covering them, but as Dreamfire and the young dragons unearthed more of these magical gemstones, it was likely that the rich magical energy would not go unnoticed by other dragons. Daenerys ceased her search for the colorful diamonds and began to examine the cavern before her with great care. This cavern stood over 100 meters high, sprawling over nearly a square kilometer, with the ground strewn with an abundance of diamonds, most of which had naturally formed during the volcanic uplift of the island. Deep within the cavern, Daenerys stumbled upon 4 small chambers, 3 large ones, each approximately the size of a room, and one smaller, scarcely larger than a doghouse. Illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the crevices above, Daenerys was astonished to discover that the interiors of the larger caves were adorned with an abundance of brilliantly colored diamonds, each one significantly larger than the gem gifted to her by Melesis, clearly handpicked by the gray shadows. The diminutive chamber, without a doubt, was newly excavated by Melesis over the past 3 days, filled with a considerable number of diamonds, though their quality paled in comparison to those selected by the gray shadows. Just as Daenerys was poised to explore further, the gray shadows abruptly altered their usual affectionate demeanor, loudly roaring a warning for her to halt her advance. Daenerys quickly froze in her tracks. However, Melesis, ever the protective little dragon, was unwilling to allow this. With fervor, she positioned her petite frame between Daenerys and the 3 young dragons. Despite her small stature, her roar resonated powerfully, effectively drowning out the gray shadow's warnings. In Chapter 42, Daenerys joyfully approached Melesis, affectionately stroking her raised neck and murmuring, "Indeed, my Melesis is the most considerate." Desiring to keep the diamonds within the cave concealed, she emptied her bag of previously gathered gems into Melesis's small chamber, retaining only the purple diamond gifted by Melesis and a carefully chosen deep pink diamond. The warmth emanating from the deep pink diamond enveloped her, prompting memories of her mother, Emma, and the thought that this gem might prove beneficial during her pregnancy. Young Melesis, noticing that Daenerys had deposited the selected diamonds into her small cave, affectionately leaned her head against Daenerys, emitting soft, cooing sounds, akin to a playful puppy. Daenerys approached the warm, granular-colored soil, filling her satchel with it. "Let us go. I will use this colorful soil to prepare a seasoning for roasted lamb. It will be far more delightful than merely consuming dirt here," she declared, leading Melesis back through the volcanic crevice. Outside, Dreamfire awaited Daenerys' emergence, fixated on her whaleskin bag. "It seemed my suspicions were confirmed," dragons possess an acute sensitivity to objects imbued with magical essence. Observing Dreamfire's behavior, Daenys quickly discerned the situation. In Chapter 30, the dragon's culinary repertoire had expanded, and she mused, a greenworm might be a delightful addition, as Daenys noticed that Dreamfire's attention was entirely captivated by her whale leather bag. She realized that the vibrant soil within it had caught Dreamfire's magical perception, likely fulfilling a deep need of hers. Thus, she opened the bag to reveal the colorful earth and inquired, Dreamfire, are you also intrigued by this soil? If so, let us proceed. I shall use it to prepare roasted lamb for you. Understanding Daenys' intent, Dreamfire let out an exuberant roar and obediently lowered her body. Once Daenys was comfortably seated, Dreamfire flapped her wings and swiftly ascended toward the hillside orchard designated for roasting lambs, with Molasses and the newly emerged little Bellerin following closely behind. Upon reaching the orchard, Daenys combined the colorful soil with her freshly concocted seasonings, mixing in whale oil and other animal fats, and directed the dragon guards to evenly apply the mixture onto the marinated lambs. The initially unappealing greasy clay transformed into a delectable sight once roasted over the fire. After instructing the dragon guards on how to handle the colorful soil, Daenys tasked 12 skinning knights with preparing shovels and some burlap sacks. She first fed Dreamfire 10 plump lambs and 3 old cattle to ensure she was adequately satiated. Then, accompanied by the ready skinning knights, they soared toward the cave where the 3 young dragons resided. By the time Molasses and the 3 young dragons had devoured a dozen lambs, 5 old cattle, and several pigs, Daenys had made multiple trips with the skinning knights, returning with dozens of bags filled with colorful soil from the young dragon's cave. They also gathered the colorful diamonds scattered across the ground and placed them outside Molasses' small cave. Faced with this bounty of vibrant diamonds, the skinning knights were momentarily stunned into silence, overwhelmed by the spectacle. However, having undergone rigorous cultural assessments, knightly training, and loyalty tests, they quickly regained their composure and diligently followed Daenys' instructions. Once their tasks were completed, Daenys, with a serious demeanor, cautioned the skinning knights, remember, today's events must remain confidential. Otherwise, your fate shall mirror that of the lambs you expertly handle, understood? Confronted by Daenys' fierce demeanor, the skinning knights knelt in sincere trepidation, assuring her, rest assured, Your Highness, we shall not utter a word. These skinning knights had personally dealt with the ferocious sea lambs that Daenys had brought back. Though the princess was typically kind and forgiving towards them, the mere thought of inciting her dragon's wrath sent chills down their spines. Moreover, it was this very princess who had liberated them from the dire circumstances in King's Landing. They enjoyed a lifestyle akin to that of the elite royal guards, which naturally fostered an unwavering loyalty towards Daenys. This is indeed the advantage of early cultivation. Observing that the purpose of deterrence had been achieved, Daenys kindly remarked, I wholeheartedly trust in your loyalty. When you marry in the future, I shall bestow upon your bride a set of exquisite jewelry crafted from these gems. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. The multitude of colorful soil, stored in several dozen sacks, would suffice for an extended period. Moreover, applying this vibrant soil onto the succulent lambs before consumption not only enhanced the flavor, but also facilitated better digestion for the dragons. Chapter 43. Dreamfire and the 4 young dragons were evidently quite pleased with Daenys' approach. Consequently, today they all had hearty appetites, nearly depleting half of the livestock. Fortunately, Daenys had already secured a stable income from dragon porcelain, amounting to at least 500,000 gold dragons monthly from the various pottery sales. Thus, she spared no expense in ensuring a steady supply of cattle, horses, donkeys, pigs, sheep, dogs, and various essential goods to Dragonstone Island. The grain storage at the brewery in White Sheep Town was sufficient for 3 to 5 years of use, thanks to Daenys' meticulous planning during its construction, which included several large grain silos. Given that larger blocks yield greater efficiency in producing black stone, constructing substantial edifices proved to be a time-saving endeavor. Presently, a large pig farm was simultaneously under construction and operation on Dragonstone Island. Under Daenys' guidance, this innovative approach to large-scale farming, distinct from the traditional methods of Westeros, piqued the interest of even Maester Tiger, who frequently brought his apprentices to observe the pig farm firsthand. In truth, the technique involved is not particularly sophisticated. It merely reflects a disparity in experience and perspective. In this era, the living conditions of ordinary people are often appallingly filthy, as evidenced by the squalor in King's Landing. Who would have imagined housing those seemingly dirty pigs in clean brick houses? Typically, one would see a simple enclosure built with wooden fences and a rudimentary shelter. This was considered a decent pigsty. Moreover, it was common for serfs to drive these pigs out to forage for wild food, allowing them to graze on grass, leaves, and aquatic plants. Those without sufficient pasture would confine the pigs in small shelters, feeding them with grains, bran, and vegetable scraps, most of which consisted of inedible wild greens and root vegetables. Only the nobility would occasionally supplement their pig's diet with leftover scraps from their own meals. Daeny's pig farm, however, utilized meticulously formulated feed. The weight of wild vegetables constitutes less than half of the total, with the remainder comprised of various grains, ground livestock, large fish bones, shells, and a secret blend concocted from the excrement of exclusive dragons, all meticulously mixed in differing proportions. This has swiftly transformed the pigs on Daeny's pig farm into robust and well-fed creatures. The quality of the offspring produced by the sows has also significantly improved. Daeny's pig farm is constructed entirely of black stone, with the ground paved in the same material and designated channels for drainage and urine disposal. As for the pig manure, workers clean it daily, consolidating it into a large compost heap. Daenys has also instructed that her dragon, Dreamfire, along with 4 young dragons, should relieve themselves in this area, thereby sparing her the inconvenience of arranging for workers to continuously excavate dragon dung from Dragon Mountain. According to reports from the elder overseeing the area, the dragons have understood Daenys' intentions and complied accordingly. As the number of livestock brought in by traders increases, the vast wasteland of Dragonstone Island is gradually being developed into a natural pasture. The healthy and aesthetically pleasing horses among those transported have been sent by Samuel to the warhorse breeding base, while the older, weaker ones, along with discarded cattle and donkeys, have been distributed to the residents of Bayong Town for farming and transportation. The selected premium cattle and donkeys have been placed in specialized breeding facilities for propagation. Daenys' specially formulated feed is expected to significantly enhance the quality of these cattle and horses within a few years. Only those that have utterly lost the ability to work or are of inferior quality will become food for the dragons. Chapter 31. An influx of arrivals, of course. With the arrival of these livestock and grain traders, the businesses in Fishing Village and Bayong Town have flourished. Moreover, over the past month, caravans from the prominent families of the 7 kingdoms, who have signed orders for dragon flame wine and secured quotas for dragon porcelain with Samuel, have begun to arrive at Dragonstone Island in succession. Naturally, they do not come empty-handed. Their cargo ships are filled with livestock, handmade products, and local specialties from various regions. The Mandrell family from White Harbor in the north not only brought high-quality animal pelts and various livestock, but also a significant quantity of the North's unique sour grape wine and barley beer. The Northern Kingdom, situated at the northernmost point, experiences a frigid climate and scarce resources. Its inhabitants must construct special greenhouses to cultivate vegetables and grapes during the comparatively warmer spring and summer months. Due to climatic constraints, the North cannot support extensive vineyards, resulting in limited production. However, their barley beer is of commendable quality, which Samuel has specifically requested as a substitute for golden dragon currency. The astute Samuel is well aware that, once processed through their brewery, this barley beer can be sold at exorbitant prices, yielding substantial profits. The Riverbend territory is the most affluent and productive ducal domain among the 7 kingdoms, boasting an abundance of resources, with certain areas capable of achieving 3 harvests in a single year. Thus, the lords of the Riverlands are predominantly affluent, making it the region with the highest number of families signing contracts with Samuel. The Riverlands boast both flat terrains and the southern slopes of high mountains, along with expansive valleys that receive ample sunlight and experience significant temperature variations between day and night, rendering them exceptionally suitable for grape cultivation. Chapter 44. The Kingdom of the Riverlands stands as a major wine-producing region, with the finest golden wine in all of Westeros originating from here. This is also one of the items that Samuel specifically indicated could be used for settlement. The Riverlands serve as a principal grain-producing area for the 7 kingdoms, a base for livestock supply, and a kingdom of cash crops. Consequently, their arrival not only brings copious amounts of exquisite wine, grains, and livestock, but also an abundance of silks and various cash crops, spices, and other precious goods, making it the region with the highest volume of trade among all duchies. The Vale, located in the northeast of Westeros, is characterized by its mountainous terrain, making it easily defensible yet challenging to conquer. The valleys are primarily dominated by mountains and forests, rich in resources but difficult to exploit. The Vale is a tranquil and serene realm, surrounded by towering mountains, with its central region featuring fertile black soil, broad and gentle rivers, and countless lakes that glisten like mirrors under the sun. Wheat, barley, and corn are cultivated throughout the Vale, and the pumpkins produced here are notably larger and the fruits sweeter compared to those from the renowned High Garden. The Valerian family is renowned for crafting scented candles, which are infused with nutmeg and other costly spices. The major noble families of the Vale, led by House Aaron and House Royce, provide a vast array of fruit products and fruit wines, alongside a significant supply of agricultural goods and livestock. This is largely due to the prices offered by Whitehill Town, which generally exceed market rates by about 10 to 20%. In fact, even the old and infirm livestock are accepted at lower prices by Whitehill Town, as the daily feeding of dragons requires a substantial amount of livestock, and the kitchens of breweries, porcelain factories, and other establishments also consume considerable quantities of meat. Consequently, Dragonstone has become a favored trading hub for livestock merchants. Not only have merchants from the Seven Kingdoms converged here, but traders of grain and livestock from the free cities have also begun to make long voyages across the seas to engage in trade. Following the conclusion of the recent funeral, King Jaehaerys not only allocated substantial funds to commence the expansion of the fishing village, but also dispatched tax officials and increased the number of guards. Moreover, he sent a royal fleet consisting of 15 three-masted sailing ships to anchor at Dragonstone. Were it not for King Jaehaerys' exemption of trade taxes for the merchant caravans and Whitehill Town transactions in the fishing village, Daenerys was prepared to construct a new port herself. The Riverlands represent a prosperous, bountiful, and densely populated territory. The intricate network of rivers facilitates the exchange of manpower and goods among the inhabitants. In times of peace, the rivers are bustling with fishing boats, grain transport vessels flowing downstream, and the floating barges of merchants meandering along the banks. For a considerable duration, the inhabitants of this region have grown accustomed to transporting their harvests to the riverside, where they exchange their produce with merchants traversing the waters. The Riverlands, being the duchy closest to Dragonstone, engages in the most substantial trade of grains and livestock with White Harbor. In addition to agricultural products, the fishing industry in the Riverlands thrives, yielding an abundance of freshwater fish, pickled fish, caviar, and various other aquatic delicacies. Stormlands lies to the south of the capital, King's Landing, bordered by the Riverlands to the west, the shores of Dorne to the south, and Shipbreaker Bay to the east. In terms of area, it is relatively small among the Seven Kingdoms, characterized by rugged mountainous terrain, particularly near Summerhall. The coastline is predominantly rocky, such as at Storm's End, and features vast, dense forests, notably the Kingswood near King's Landing and the rainforests along the northern coast of Dorne. To the southwest, a narrow expanse extending from the Red Mountains is known as the Dornish Marches. This region serves as an effective geographical buffer, isolating the historically antagonistic realms of Stormlands, Dorne, and the Riverlands. Over the past several centuries, numerous battles have taken place here, resulting in frequent changes of ownership until Dorne was incorporated into the Seven Kingdoms, which led to a gradual cessation of hostilities. In the east, Stormlands also encompasses several islands off its coastline, the most renowned being the illustrious Sapphire Isle of Tarth and the historically rich Isle of Estermont. Most vessels tend to circumvent the waters near the Stormlands, particularly Shipbreaker Bay. However, mere miles away, the waters surrounding Tarth are astonishingly azure and crystal clear, hence the moniker Sapphire Isle. Consequently, Stormlands is recognized as the region with the most abundant timber and wildlife within the Seven Kingdoms. Naturally, the lands near Harvest Hall are also significant agricultural zones, as Stormlands provides vast quantities of timber and furs to Dragonstone, which is crucial for the ongoing construction of the burgeoning Dragonstone New Island and the expansion of the fishing village. While the Westerlands may not boast the largest area, the most populous inhabitants, or the most bountiful resources among the Seven Kingdoms, it is undeniably the wealthiest. The mountainous terrain is rich in gold and silver deposits, with key mining areas located in Casterly Rock, Goldentooth, Castamere, Newstone, and the Pendrick Hills. Thus, the Westerlands has invested substantial manpower into the extraction of precious metals. The noble families of the Westerlands have amassed considerable wealth, facilitating the trade of copious amounts of gold and silver goods. Additionally, the wines produced in the Westerlands are of excellent quality, and the unique geographical conditions contribute to the superior quality of livestock in the region. Particularly in the Sunset Sea, the maritime resources are abundant, and aside from the mining nobility, the income of the Lonling family, primarily derived from oceanic fishing, is substantial. Therefore, the Westerlands possesses a commendable naval strength among the Seven Kingdoms. The twin sons of the Duke of Lannister, Jason and Tyland, had only recently returned to the Westerlands when they found themselves en route to Dragonstone with the family caravan. Chapter 32. Continuing the exploration of the new volcano. It was evident that the roasted meat, prepared using a special mixture of colorful soil and Daenerys' unique seasonings, was particularly palatable to the dragons. Today, both Dreamfire and the 4 young dragons exhibited an increased appetite, with their food intake swelling by half. To thrive, one must eat well. Observing the dragons feasting heartily, Daenerys felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Once satiated, the dragons sprawled lazily on the barbecue square, their eyes gently closing in repose. Miraculous, the bold Miracis even climbed onto the back of Grey Shadow and dozed off. Remarkably, Grey Shadow did not seem perturbed by Miracis' antics. Instead, it turned its head and emitted soft, affectionate sounds as she clambered onto its back. Seeing that the dragons had eaten their fill, Daenerys instructed the dragon guard to carry the remaining roasted livestock with her to the beach where the gluttonous one was bound. After several days, the gluttonous one had awakened from its stupor yesterday. However, the once famished old dragon now appeared somewhat weakened. The massive, custom-made metal chains binding it only served to exacerbate its irritable temperament. Nearby sand and stones had melted into a glassy state under the intense heat of its dragon fire, further discouraging anyone from approaching, and thus no one dared to deliver food. After nearly a day and night of venting its fury, the irate old dragon finally began to calm down, though it was possible that this was merely a ruse to deceive onlookers. When the group arrived within the range of the gluttonous one's fiery breath, Daenerys commanded them to halt. She summoned several aged yellow cattle, covered their eyes with cloth strips, and placed the roasted livestock upon their backs. Once oriented correctly, the dragon guard lashed the cattle with whips, prompting the old cows to gallop toward the gluttonous one. Upon seeing the aged yellow cattle presented before it, the gluttonous one's interest was piqued. Its searing, viscous, sickly green dragon fire promptly engulfed the cows, which, along with the roasted meat behind them, were consumed in a single gulp. Relishing this somewhat unique meal, the gluttonous one's gaze shifted toward Daenerys. From her whaleskin pouch, Daenerys produced a richly magical purple diamond and triumphantly waved it in the direction of the gluttonous one, inciting a fierce roar from the cunning and irritable dragon. From now on, it would suffice to feed it a frail old cow in such a manner each week. One must not allow him to overindulge, lest he regain the energy to wreak havoc once more. After issuing her instructions to the dragon guard, Daenys turned and departed. When she returned to the Orchard-esque barbecue area, Dreamfire and the others had nearly finished their meal. Thus, Daenys roused Dreamfire and guided her towards the entrance of Dreamfire's cave. Miracis and the trio of young dragons followed closely behind, making their way back to the volcanic cavern. It seemed that Miracis had taken quite a liking to her new abode, which was hardly surprising given the rich magical energy there, vital for her growth, making it preferable for her to dwell within. The entrance to Dreamfire's cave was significantly larger than the volcanic crevices occupied by the trio of young dragons, allowing even Vargar to enter and exit with ease. Furthermore, the tunnel bore clear signs of having been scorched by dragon fire, with the surrounding rocks transformed into a glossy, obsidian-like state. While it resembled obsidian, it also bore a likeness to the fabled dragon crystal. However, Daenys was already aware that beneath Dragonstone Island lay a vast deposit of dragon crystals, thus rendering her somewhat indifferent to these manifestations. Dreamfire's cavern was not only spacious and profound, but also entirely devoid of any fissures, resulting in an enveloping darkness. Dreamfire, Dragon Flame. At this juncture, Dreamfire and Daenys had developed a profound mental connection. Even without vocal commands, Dreamfire could sense Daenys' desires. Consequently, Dreamfire unleashed her searing, pale blue dragon flame towards the cave's ceiling. Illuminated by the dragon fire, Daenys quickly assessed the condition of Dreamfire's lair. Although it lacked the ostentatious display of colorful diamonds found in the young dragon's cave, Dreamfire's cavern was scattered with numerous high-quality rubies. Deeper within the recesses of Dreamfire's dwelling, Daenys spotted a glimmering expanse of gold. It was evidently a rich gold vein, yielding an abundance of pure gold under the intense heat of Dreamfire's flames. Indeed, this new volcanic island was proving to be my greatest asset. Considering that this island was born alongside Daenys herself, it was hardly surprising. Chapter 46, however, I currently find myself in no need of wealth. I shall regard this as my reserved treasure trove. Moreover, this location serves as an exceptional site for hatching dragon eggs and nurturing young dragons, as it boasts a live volcano providing a continuous source of heat, coupled with these magically infused gemstones, all of which play a crucial role in the development of young dragons. Having ascertained the situation here, Daenys dismounted from Dreamfire's back and, in the darkness, groped for a fist-sized, pleasantly warm ruby. At that moment, Daenys couldn't help but recall Melisandre's ruby, which granted her eternal youth. Surely, the rubies here could not all possess such extraordinary qualities. Yet, she quickly found amusement in her own greedy thoughts. What was she thinking? If such gemstones were so commonplace, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? However, it is already quite rare for Daenerys to have casually touched this ruby. In terms of both its hue and size, it has never been encountered anywhere in Westeros. Moreover, its warm touch will undoubtedly provide significant assistance to her mother, Aemma. Thus, Daenerys promptly placed the ruby into her whale leather pouch and continued her exploration with Drogon to other locations. Near the volcano of Dragonstone, there were numerous caves of varying sizes, but few that could accommodate Drogon's entry. After Daenerys and Drogon explored 5 accessible caves, she investigated a dozen smaller ones before concluding her expedition. She discovered that nearly every cave contained something of value, with gold veins being the most abundant. However, there were also significant deposits of diamonds, garnets, peridot, and obsidian. Sulfur and lithium veins were even more plentiful. Having not excelled in the sciences in her previous life, she felt ill-equipped to utilize these resources. Furthermore, with the Targaryen family already possessing dragons, there was no urgency to advance technologically. She preferred to apply what she had learned in her past life to benefit as many people as possible. A greater yield of crops and a relatively peaceful, oppression-free society would be far more beneficial to the lower classes. Chapter 33. Family Ties and Undercurrents. Upon returning from the volcanic caves, Daenerys first visited the silver shop in White Sheep Town, where she entrusted several colorful gemstones to the craftsmen, requesting them to create a few pieces of jewelry according to her specifications. When she revealed the gemstones from her whale leather pouch, the masters were left astounded. Their mouths gaped wide enough to accommodate the very gems Daenerys had brought back. "Your Highness, where did you acquire such exquisite gemstones?" one exclaimed. "In over 40 years of apprenticeship, I have never seen gems of such quality and size. And you have brought 4 of them. How incredibly precious." Another craftsman echoed, "Indeed. To have the opportunity to carve such gemstones in this lifetime is truly a blessing." Daenerys, uninterested in their musings, instructed, "Please craft a golden belt from this ruby. It is a gift from my mother, so it need not be overly extravagant. Comfort is paramount. The ruby must be in direct contact with her skin." Upon examining the ruby, the craftsman realized its warm touch and immediately grasped Daenerys' intent. "Yes, Your Highness, I understand your wishes. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. This ruby is indeed suitable for the pregnant Queen Aemma." Dismissing his flattery, Daenerys continued, "Now, please create a set of jewelry from this pink diamond. The style should adhere to the traditions of House Targaryen, as this is a gift for my sister Rhaenyra. Therefore, the design should not be overly antiquated but rather youthful and vibrant. Let us craft a belt and a brooch from this splendid blue diamond. For the brooch, we shall melt down this Valyrian steel necklace." With that, Daenerys produced the Valyrian necklace gifted to her by Daemon. Master O'Neill at the blacksmiths can forge items from Valyrian steel. Once you finalize the design, you may enlist his assistance in crafting it. Ever since Daenerys adorned herself with the Valyrian necklace, she has indeed been immersed in dragon dreams, fleetingly glimpsing scenes of ancient Valyrians forging Valyrian steel. However, perhaps due to the necklace's rather rudimentary design, she has struggled for several days to fully comprehend its essence. Thus, she is reluctant to keep this unsightly Valyrian steel necklace. As for Daemon's potential thoughts upon discovering this, such considerations were beyond Daenerys' purview. Is one not allowed to freely use a gift once bestowed? Let us create a belt and a bracelet from this purple diamond. The remaining Valyrian steel can be utilized for the bracelet. After confirming her desired styles with the jewelers, Daenerys took to the skies on Dragonfire back to Dragonstone. In the ensuing fortnight, only Daenerys and her family remained on Dragonstone. She resumed her daily routine of studying and sword practice in the mornings. With the company of her sister Rhaenyra, her once monotonous scholarly pursuits transformed into a delightful experience. In the afternoons, Daenerys and Rhaenyra practiced embroidery with their mother, Aemma. While Daenerys exhibited a keen enthusiasm and interest in embroidery, Rhaenyra displayed a complete lack of it. Consequently, while Daenerys' embroidery skills were quite mature, Rhaenyra often ended up pricking her fingers during each session. However, she never missed Daenerys' sword lessons and, within just over a month, made remarkable strides in her swordsmanship, indicating her innate talent. This could also be attributed to Master Boron's excellent instruction, for not only were Daenerys and Rhaenyra improving rapidly, but the 12 renowned skinning knights, under Boron's guidance, had reached swordsmanship levels comparable to that of Daenerys' personal guards, Cameron and Harold. It is essential to note that Cameron and Harold are among the finest young knights in the Seven Kingdoms, their martial prowess rivaling that of the Kingsguard. Especially with the aid of Daenerys' special Dragonfire wine and unique seasonings, their physical constitution and strength far exceed that of ordinary men. Each morning and evening, Daenerys would urge her father, Viserys, and sister, Rhaenyra, to take to the skies on their mighty dragon to hunt in the narrow sea. The assertion made by Daenerys is that dragons, much like humans, will experience a decline in both combat skills and physical capabilities if not diligently practiced. Meraxes and the three young dragons naturally follow suit after the dream fire erupts from the volcanic cave, becoming a peculiar sight among these magnificent creatures. Their father, Viserys, has repeatedly urged Daenerys to bring Meraxes and the three young dragons to Dragonstone, entrusting them to the Dragon Keepers for training and care. However, Daenerys resolutely rejected this notion, arguing that allowing them to roam freely would enable their growth in a more natural manner. What a farce! Entrusting their training to the Dragon Keepers would grant others the opportunity to master them. The Velaryon family's Laenor has yet to successfully bond with the dragon, and Daenerys has no desire to provide them with an advantage during this crucial period of succession. Moreover, in Daenerys' heart, these dragons have long become her exclusive companions, meant solely for her future offspring to tame. Upon witnessing Daenerys effortlessly commanding these young dragons, Viserys ceased to press the matter. Although Viserys possesses a tendency toward leniency, he is nonetheless a commendable member of the royal family. The concept of these dragons being under the control of one's family is entirely distinct from that of being under the dominion of the realm. Furthermore, the schemes of the sea snake, Corlys, in vying for the next heir to the throne, are well known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. As hypothetical adversaries, it is improbable for them to genuinely coexist in harmony. Uncle Demon, having received Daenerys' support, is currently maneuvering his bloodworm, Caraxes, throughout the Seven Kingdoms, gathering followers. However, unlike Lord Corlys, who seeks to forge alliances with various lords through substantial financial means, Uncle Demon primarily focuses on recruiting the younger sons of nobility and wandering knights. With Daenerys' fire-kissed gardens blooming across the major cities and towns of the Seven Kingdoms, a multitude of refugees and diverse talents have begun to converge, slowly gathered by Samwell in White Harbor. The operators of the fire-kissed gardens, having meticulously selected refugees of sound background, generously provide them with sufficient funds to secure passage with the noble caravans to Dragonstone. This serves as their final test. In just over a month, the number of refugees arriving at Dragonstone to settle has already reached several thousand. Their arrival has undoubtedly accelerated the development of Dragonstone, leading to the gradual cultivation of vast tracts of fertile land. Additionally, due to Daenerys' recent extensive acquisition of livestock, the expansive grasslands of Dragonstone have been stripped bare, rendering the task of breaking new ground relatively effortless. Chapter 34. Visitors to Dragonstone Island. Currently, the total number of high-quality livestock in Whitehorn Town has surpassed 100,000, all of which are herded in designated pastures. Meanwhile, the livestock reserved as sustenance for the dragons has exceeded 200,000, grazing on barren lands earmarked for future cultivation. As these animals satiate their hunger, they also devour the weeds that once thrived on the wasteland. This will greatly facilitate farmers when they come to cultivate these lands. And the manure from the cattle, horses, pigs, and sheep, after a year of fermentation, will enrich the soil even further. Of course, the concentration of livestock may lead to some degree of soil compaction, yet the land of Dragonstone Island is primarily composed of volcanic ash deposits and remains remarkably soft. Even if the surface becomes somewhat compact, it can be easily tilled using the advanced agricultural tools refined by Daenys, causing minimal disruption. Furthermore, when the vegetation in the enclosures has been sufficiently grazed, herdsmen swiftly relocate the livestock to another pasture. At present, the degree of land development on Dragonstone Island is merely a few %, leaving ample space for grazing. The abundant food and the rich magical energy from within the volcano have recently spurred the dragons under Daenys' command to grow robustly. The young dragon, Meraxes, only 2 months old, has already reached a length of 3 to 4 meters, making her the fastest-growing dragon in the Targaryen family's history. Her scales, initially a delicate pink, are now transitioning to a deeper rosy hue, with subtle reddish patterns emerging along her small ridges and spine, imbuing her with an air of ferocity. Despite her petite size, Meraxes is more agile than even the fully grown dragon, Dreamfire, when it comes to catching fish. She can effortlessly dive into the water to seize large fish measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. Meraxes shares a particularly harmonious relationship with Greyshadow, who also has a penchant for fish. When they venture out to hunt, they are the most enthusiastic in their pursuit of aquatic prey. Over the past month, the trio of young dragons, including Greyshadow, has been well fed with roasted meat provided by Daenys, and they have begun to gain a robust physique. Notably, the young Bellerin and Vagana are starting to exhibit the fierce countenance characteristic of dragons. They both possess wolf-like heads with prominent horns, resembling Dreamfire and Sea Smoke. And like Bellerin, they belong to the warrior lineage among dragons. In contrast, Greyshadow's appearance is more akin to Silverwing, albeit in a lighter shade, which is also influenced by her youth. Dreamfire, having gradually transformed from a light blue to a deep blue over the past 3 years, embodies a commanding presence. Just as the tranquil days of Daenyla's family have settled for over half a month, they are abruptly disrupted by the arrival of young nobles from the Seven Kingdoms. The first to arrive are the 12-year-old Mederic Mandrell and his 10-year-old brother, Torrin Mandrell, from the northern White Harbor Mandrell family. However, as Daenys gazed upon the relatively lush hair of Mederic and Torrin, a silent lament filled her heart. Alas, the hereditary curse of baldness from the paternal line is indeed formidable. Such spirited young men are likely destined to transform into balding, portly uncles by their 20s. The Manderley family traces its origins to the Riverlands, having been expelled due to irreconcilable disputes with the ruling family of that region. They found refuge with House Stark of the North, who granted them White Harbor and its surrounding territories. By controlling the North Soul City, White Harbor, the Manderleys became one of the wealthiest families in the North. White Harbor, not only a vital trade hub, boasts abundant resources and a strategic position, enabling the Manderley family to amass considerable wealth. Historically, the Manderleys have been esteemed vassals and loyal servants to House Stark, maintaining amicable relations with the Targaryen dynasty as well. During the conquest, a daughter of their house served as the personal attendant to Queen Alysanne. Moreover, King Jaehaerys once sought to betroth one of his daughters to the then Earl of White Harbor, but tragically, the princess met her demise in a riding accident before the wedding. The wealth of the Manderley family primarily stems from several key areas: trade and commerce. As the principal port of the North, White Harbor attracted extensive trade, and the Manderleys accumulated considerable riches by controlling the port and trade routes. Land and resources, the bountiful agricultural and mineral resources surrounding White Harbor provided a stable income. Taxes. As lords of White Harbor, the Manderleys garnered substantial wealth from trade and taxation. Family enterprises. The Manderleys further enhanced their wealth through various industries, including agriculture and handicrafts. The Manderley family's affluence not only wields significant influence in the North, but also establishes them as a loyal and formidable vassal of House Stark. Their wealth and influence afford them a notable standing within the Targaryen dynasty as well. Accompanying Mederic and Torrin on their sojourn to Dragonstone were a fleet of a dozen Manderley ships laden with goods. In addition to a plethora of essential supplies such as grain, livestock, barley wine, and hides, the brothers brought forth an array of exquisite silverware. The proximity of a prosperous silver mine near White Harbor has provided the Manderleys with ample silver resources. Historically, the Manderley family operated a silver mint for the North, though it has long fallen into disuse since the onset of the Conqueror's Wars, now serving as a refuge for the displaced. Furthermore, the brothers presented a selection of unique marine delicacies, such as seals and giant eels, indigenous to the northern seas, as gifts for their visit. To Emma and Daenys, they bestowed a complete set of radiant silver jewelry adorned with gemstones, each set valued at no less than 1,000 gold pieces, a truly lavish offering. The arrival of the two sons of the earls was met with enthusiastic hospitality from the Velaryon family. In addition to preparing a sumptuous banquet on Dragonstone, Daenerys graciously took the brothers on a few exhilarating flights around the island atop her dragon, Drogon, much to their delight. However, the elder brother, Maegor, though merely 12 years of age, exhibited remarkable maturity and composure, maintaining an air of noble elegance even amidst his evident excitement. In contrast, the younger brother, Tormund, displayed unrestrained exuberance. As soon as Drogon took to the skies, he erupted into joyous shouts, exclaiming, "Wow, I am soaring on a dragon. I, Tormund, shall be the first of House Manderley to ride a dragon. Ha ha, I will become a legend of House Manderley, a hero sung of by wandering minstrels." His fervor was unmistakable. Maegor, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Daenerys and apologized. "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for our lack of decorum. It is merely Tormund's overwhelming excitement. Please forgive us." Daenerys, unfazed, replied with a hearty laugh, "No worries. Joy should be expressed loudly. Besides, who can see us up here? We need not adhere strictly to noble etiquette." She continued, "Maegor, once we grow up, our troubles will multiply. While we are young, we must seize the day and indulge in our youthful exuberance." As Daenerys guided Drogon back to the ground, the Manderley brothers found themselves somewhat unsteady after their inaugural dragon ride. Tormund, lacking any semblance of decorum, plopped onto the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. Meanwhile, Maegor, though his own legs trembled, valiantly struggled to maintain his composure as he helped his brother back to his feet, ever conscious of preserving the dignity befitting a noble heir. "Maegor, did you bring what Samwell requested?" Daenerys inquired softly as she approached him. After taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Maegor replied with calm assurance, "Yes, Your Highness. In accordance with Mr. Samwell's request, House Manderley has collected samples from several clay-rich locations in the north. I have brought them all, and the servants have already delivered the samples to the pottery factory in White Harbor." At this news, Daenerys' eyes gleamed with excitement. "Wonderful. Let us hurry to see them." Through her studies of the geographical tomes of Westeros, Daenerys had discovered that while the North's climate was harsh and unsuitable for agriculture, the land is vast and rich in mineral resources, particularly abundant in clay. Consequently, Samwell was instructed to contact the Manderley family to procure some samples for examination. Although the clay reserves in the Kingswood are substantial, their quality is rather ordinary, exhibiting a somewhat grayish hue. Furthermore, the dense rainforest vegetation complicates the organization of mining operations, posing a risk of environmental degradation. Moreover, the Kingswood serves as the private hunting ground of the Lord of Westeros, and even Daenerys cannot recklessly exploit it. For an ordinary person, hunting a mere rabbit in the Kingswood could result in losing a hand or being exiled to the Night's Watch at the Wall. At present, the limited extraction poses no significant issues for Daenerys, but any expansion would need to wait until her father, Viserys, ascends to the throne. "Where do these two types of clay originate?" Daenerys inquired, gently pinching a delicate sample of light-colored clay and a soft, warm purple clay, seeking clarification from Meredrick. Meredrick respectfully replied, "Your Highness, this white clay is sourced from the White Knife River, while the purple clay is obtained from the desolate hills near the Wolf's Denver. Are the quality and yield of both types satisfactory?" Daenerys asked, her satisfaction evident as she examined the samples, which rivaled the quality of kaolin. "Certainly," Torrhen Manderley interjected. "The White Knife River derives its name from the white clay lining both banks, resembling a gleaming white blade from afar. The hills near the Wolf's Den are a rich purple hue, offering an inexhaustible supply of this clay." Elated by the response, Daenerys declared, "Excellent. Henceforth, the Manderley family shall ship 5 vessels of this clay to White Harbor each month, for which we shall compensate 500 golden dragons per vessel." 500 golden dragons per vessel? The Manderley brothers were astounded by Daenerys' offer. Although Daenerys could negotiate a significantly lower price, perhaps even as low as 100 golden dragons, she valued the Manderley family's influence in the north and their loyalty. To secure their allegiance, mere trifles would not suffice. Furthermore, the cost of 500 golden dragons per vessel is trivial compared to the substantial profits from dragon pottery. This transaction would effectively bind the Manderley family to Daenerys' cause. Moreover, Daenerys aspired to leverage this opportunity to establish a popular pottery factory in the north. During the forthcoming selection conference for the Crown Prince, the Duke of the North would likely support his aunt, Princess Rhaenys. In Chapter 50, given the character of the Manderley patriarch, Daenerys harbored doubts that he would refrain from informing Duke Stark about the dealings between the Manderley family and White Harbor. The initial tremors of rebellion have surfaced. Such a stable and nearly effortless trade would undoubtedly see the Manler family bringing the Stark family along. This is precisely why Daenerys sought to procure the purple clay from Wolf's Denver. In fact, modern dragon porcelain requires high-quality white clay, while the porcelain crafted from purple clay possesses an antiquated elegance that is yet to be produced in White Sheep Town. The Wolf's Den does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Manler family from White Harbor. Thus, should the Manler family wish to exploit the purple clay there, they would need the backing of the Stark family. In the coming days, Daenerys accompanied the Manler brothers on tours of Dragonstone Island or took them to the orchards of White Sheep Town to feed the dragons. Witnessing those majestic creatures, akin to deities, behaving obediently before Daenerys like large dogs, the Manler brothers gazed at her with profound admiration. Initially, their father, Viserys, had hoped that his sister Rhaenyra would join Daenerys in these endeavors. However, Rhaenyra seemed apprehensive about the genetic legacy of the portly inhabitants of White Harbor and hesitated to engage too closely with the Manler brothers. It is worth noting that King Jaehaerys owed the Manler family a royal marriage alliance. Perhaps she feared her great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys, would meddle in her affairs. The Manler brothers had begun training in knightly swordsmanship, but their natural aptitude left much to be desired. Together, they were no match for Daenerys, who had trained for merely 3 years. Nonetheless, they exhibited commendable skills in commerce and territorial management. When discussing the development and utilization of the new island of Dragonstone, These noble youths, merely in their early teens, shed their usual shyness around Daenerys and spoke with remarkable fluency and insight. On the 5th day following the arrival of the Mandler brothers, another group of youths from Skagos Island in the north reached Dragonstone. Leading them was Dax Magna, the eldest son of the Banya clan, who stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 2 inches at just 16 years of age. Although somewhat unkempt, his bright, clear blue eyes, devoid of any distractions, immediately captured Daenerys' attention. As the Viserys family curiously observed these Skagos youths, who seldom interacted with the outside world, Daenerys' personal guard, Cameron Tars, approached with news. "Your Highness Viserys, Jason Lannister and his brother Tyland from Casterly Rock have arrived." Viserys promptly instructed, "Quickly, invite them in." Shortly thereafter, two proud and handsome youths, with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in red and gold attire, entered the hall of Dragonstone Castle with an air of grace and confidence, flanked by numerous attendants. Chapter 36. The Unicorn Foals. With the arrival of the twin brothers from House Lannister in the west, nearly 40 to 50 eligible young men from various noble families across Westeros began to arrive over the following days, as if preordained. Alongside their attendants and guards, the number of visitors to Dragonstone Castle swiftly exceeded 1,000, rivaling the scale of the recent funeral of Prince Baelor. Naturally, these young nobles were accommodated in the guest rooms of Dragonstone, while most of their attendants sought lodging in the inns of Fishing Village and Goat Town, leaving only their closest companions by their side. This influx of visitors brought immense joy to the innkeepers of both Goat Town and Fishing Village. As the long-quiet Dragonstone Island began to buzz with activity this year, the merchants of Goat Town, being relatively new to prosperity thanks to Princess Daenerys, were less taken aback by the sudden influx of guests. They had experienced a substantial improvement in their lives, all due to the support and loans provided by Daenerys herself. Thus, their attitude towards these unexpected visitors was rather nonchalant. In stark contrast, the merchants of Fishing Village, who had lived on Dragonstone Island for generations, were accustomed to its former desolation and backwardness. While the noble Targaryens had brought them peace and stability, they had not bestowed upon them wealth or abundance. Consequently, the recent boom in business left these merchants with a sense of surrealism. However, those who managed to thrive in the impoverished fishing village were undoubtedly astute. They recognized that this transformation was entirely the result of Princess Daenerys' influence, thus elevating her status in the eyes of the common folk and merchants alike. The young lords of Westeros were fully aware of the reasons behind their visit to Dragonstone, and to demonstrate their family's prowess, they presented lavish gifts to House Velaryon. Each family's offering was of considerable worth, with a total value exceeding 1,000 golden dragons. The gifts from the Lannister twins and the eldest son of House Hightower Mond were particularly precious, surpassing a total value of 10,000 golden dragons, an extraordinary display in the social exchanges among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, compared to these extravagant treasures, what pleased Daenerys most were the two long-haired unicorn foals gifted to her by the Draxbagna of Skagos. Hence, Daenerys promptly arranged for a large expanse of prime pasture land to be designated for the two foals. In this world, unicorns are robust creatures, with powerful claws and fierce teeth. Their bodies are adorned with silvery, fine fur, while their manes are black and white. The horns atop their heads are crystalline, shimmering with a diamond-like brilliance under the sun. The diminutive pair of unicorns bestowed upon Daenerys by Dax is no larger than goats. Perhaps due to their prolonged drift at sea, their spirits appear somewhat diminished. They have consistently exhibited a lethargic demeanor and have refused sustenance. After a day of recuperation, although their condition has improved significantly, they still exhibit a feeble appearance. Observing their pitiable state, Daenerys' maternal instincts surged, compelling her to extend her assistance. Thus, she inquired of Dax, "What do unicorns typically enjoy consuming?" Dax's voice, low and raspy due to his changing tone, yet undeniably charismatic, responded, "Your Highness, unicorns possess a diverse diet. They indulge in moss, grass, tree leaves, and even carnivorous delights from mineral-rich sources." "Is that so?" Daenerys pondered inwardly. It seems that Skagos Island is indeed barren, as this noble magical creature must resort to consuming whatever it can find to satiate its hunger. Realizing that unicorns are not picky eaters, she hastily instructed her attendants to prepare a goat seasoned with a lang of colorful earth, slicing it into strips, and to gather the freshest grass to mix in, placing it into the stone troughs for the two little unicorns. The enticing aroma of the special seasoning, combined with the savory scent of meat and the fragrance of fresh grass, immediately captured the attention of the two small creatures. Daenerys surmised that even the most powerful dragons would be tempted by such magical substances. The two unicorns promptly rushed to the trough, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Once they discerned no threats, they eagerly buried their muzzles into the feed, chewing voraciously. However, they would pause after a few bites to glance warily around them. What vigilant little beings they are. Dax, have these unicorns always been so cautious? How did you manage to capture them? Daenerys probed, seeking insight from Dax. Your Highness, have you heard of the Wayfarers? Dax replied, his gaze intense as he locked eyes with Daenerys. The clarity of his azure eyes caught her off guard, prompting her to respond, ISNT that a magical talent possessed by some of the forest children and those of ancient bloodlines, enabling them to control animals? Upon hearing this, Dax's eyes gleamed even brighter, and he pressed further. It seems the princess is indeed knowledgeable. Do you believe in such abilities? Daenerys nodded affirmatively, asserting, I certainly do. Our Targaryen lineage allows us to command dragons. Is that not another form of the Wayfarer? Just as Dax was about to articulate further, a throng of noble youths approached from a distance, led by the Lannister twins and Mondi Hightower of House Hightower. However, they were halted at the periphery by Daenerys' dragon guards and Dax's subordinates. How audacious! How dare you allow a wildling to be alone with the esteemed princess? Should an unforeseen incident occur, are you prepared to bear the consequences? Why do you not allow us to pass and safeguard the princess? A young nobleman from a prominent family in the west addressed the dragon guards with a loud rebuke. His words instantly provoked the ire of the other youths hailing from Scargas Island. Which of you is the savage? One robust young man bellowed from the crowd. Dare to speak again, and I shall make you unrecognizable even to your mother. Despite the youthful innocence evident in his face, this towering figure stood nearly 2 meters tall, his visage adorned with a thick beard. His voice resonated like a bear's roar, effectively silencing the delicate Westlander nobleman, who dared not utter another word. At this moment, Tywin Lannister discreetly gestured to a tall young man behind him, who was tethering 3 large dogs. The young man tightened the leashes, causing the dogs to lunge forward in pain and commence a furious barking. The tall youth immediately began to berate, You uncouth mutts! Do you not recognize where you are? Daring to cause such a ruckus? Continue, and I shall ensure you become my feast. He continued, Unrefined mongrels like you should be cast into the wilds to gnaw on dirt. Let us see if you still possess the strength to bark here. Myricys, in her current guise, appeared in this manner. Chapter 37. The most difficult nature to tame. Hey, the one over there with the dogs. Do you not understand the temperament of your own foolish beasts? Chapter 52. If you cannot restrain them, why release them to embarrass yourself? I deem such useless creatures better suited for the pot. Ha ha. A lean, hawk-nosed boy from Scargas Island leapt and jeered, eliciting uproarious laughter from his 7 companions nearby. In response, Tywin Lannister feigned concern and loudly addressed his dog handler. Since you cannot control them, let them go. No need to injure your hands unnecessarily. Such untamed creatures are of no use. Better to release them to seek their own kind. Upon hearing this, the dog handler promptly loosened the leashes, and the 3 large dogs charged towards the youths from Scargas Island. The dragon guards of Daenerys drew their swords, prepared to intervene. However, the 8 boys from Scargas Island exhibited no signs of fear. The previously mentioned tall youth clenched his fists, his gaze fiercely fixed on the approaching dogs. Just as the 3 ferocious dogs reached the boys, their jaws agape, the massive young man swung his fists like boulders, striking down 2 of them with a single blow each. As the 2 howling large dogs had yet to touch the ground, the final one was sent flying by a swift kick from the youth. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 massive canines fell several meters away, reduced to mournful whimpers, utterly incapable of rising again. Bravo. Truly commendable. Alas, how pitiful these dogs on the continent have become, rendered so ineffectual. The youths of Skagos Island, witnessing their companions' display of prowess, erupted into exuberant cheers, dancing with uncontained delight. Among them, 2 boys clad in animal pelts, with long hair cascading down their faces, dashed forward, unceremoniously snapping the necks of the still howling dogs. They then tore open the animals' arteries with their teeth, greedily gulping down the warm blood. This gruesome spectacle caused many noble youths from the 7 kingdoms to retch in disgust at the sight. However, the boys from Skagos Island only grew more exhilarated by the carnage, distinctly highlighting the divergence between Skagos Island and Westeros. Some of the more hot-tempered noble youths of the 7 kingdoms drew their swords, intent on teaching these savage islanders a lesson. Yet, they were promptly restrained by Daenerys' Kingsguard, who, despite sharing noble lineage, secretly held disdain for the Skagos youths. Nevertheless, those chosen by Daenerys were of commendable character. The Kingsguard understood their current position was to ensure that no conflict or mishap occurred among the visiting guests of Dragonstone. Failure to do so would result in their disgrace, akin to their predecessors who had been dismissed by Princess Daenerys. Upon noticing the commotion, Daenerys and Daxos reluctantly left the two small unicorns they had been feasting upon and hastened towards the gathering. As she walked, Daenerys silently summoned Malaise, intending to instill a sense of discipline among the youthful ruffians without the need for her dragon's fiery presence. By the time Daenerys and Daxos arrived at the scene, the three large dogs had met their end, leaving a gruesome tableau of blood. Observing the two long-haired boys with blood-stained mouths, Daenerys furrowed her brow and cast an irritated glance at Daxos. The Skagos youths, upon noticing Daenerys' arrival, tempered their earlier bravado, recognizing that their leader had brought them to Dragonstone for the sake of the dragon-riding princess. Your actions have been exceedingly barbaric. Daenerys chided the boys who had drunk the dog's blood. In response, one of the Skagos youths merely grinned and replied, "This is customary on our island. The survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Besides, these dogs were not destined to live. We cannot waste their precious warm blood." Daenys, dismissive of the petty minion, turned her attention to Dax. To her surprise, Dax, seemingly unfazed, explained, "Your Highness, consuming the blood of one's prey is a tradition of Skag's Island. It is believed to bestow courage and vitality upon men. Wolf 1 and Wolf 2, having grown up alongside their pack, have a particular fondness for the blood of dogs. Thus, their behavior should not be condemned." Just as Daenys was about to respond, a resounding roar echoed from the sky, and the massive form of Syrax descended rapidly upon the gathering. As the golden dragon landed gracefully, its enormous wings stirred a tempest, causing those present to sway slightly. The youths of Skag's Island wore expressions of terror. They had never encountered such a colossal and fierce creature before. "What a coincidence to find you all here," exclaimed Princess Rhaenyra, seated majestically atop the dragon. "Daenys, I have received word from a shepherd that a sheep farm in Whitehill has been ravaged by thieves. It appears a significant number of breeding sheep have been lost. Let us investigate together." "Very well, sister. I shall summon Dreamfire at once. You proceed ahead." Daenys replied earnestly to Dax. "Dax, I do not wish to dwell on today's events, but you must understand that this is not Skag's Island. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, one must adhere to its customs. I fully respect your traditions and way of life, yet you cannot exploit that as an excuse for reckless behavior within my domain. I trust you comprehend the gravity of my words. Otherwise." Daenys cast Dax a meaningful glance and chose to say no more. Instead, she turned to the noble youths of the Seven Kingdoms and proclaimed, "True nobility is never a mere display of superficial grandeur, nor is it a means of boasting or belittling others. Genuine nobility brings joy akin to sunlight and rain. It is the essence of virtuous actions that resonates like a melodious symphony, stirring the hearts and minds of people, influencing their conduct. If you truly believe yourselves to be superior, I hope to witness your character and magnanimity here in Dragonstone." With that, Daenys, flanked by her Dragonstone guards, departed with an air of pride. Observing the lack of spectacle, Rhaenyra guided Syrax away as well. As the two princesses left, the noble youths of the Seven Kingdoms hastily exited the scene, treating the Skag's Island youths as though they were mere refuse. Dax surveyed his companions with piercing blue eyes and quietly remarked, "If they dare provoke you again, let us sever their throats as one would a rabid dog. Only strength and blood can command respect and submission." Indeed, Chapter 38 of Syrax and Drax. Sometimes, cunning proves more advantageous than benevolence. Ever since Daenerys faced off against the sheep thief alongside the gluttonous creature, she has been receiving several roasted livestock delivered to the vicinity of the sheep thief's lair every few days for her consumption. Regrettably, most of these animals have gone to waste, merely benefiting the wild beasts and raptors inhabiting the mountains. Dragonstone, despite its rocky terrain, is home to numerous raptors that thrive on marine fish. The mountains also shelter various creatures such as coyotes and foxes. Particularly in recent years, Daenerys has been consistently feeding her dragons, leading the wild dragons, which once preyed on these beasts and raptors, to disdain their meager flesh. Consequently, their population has significantly increased. Previously, the sheep thief had a penchant for poaching the shepherd sheep on nearby islands, with her presence being frequently reported on Tideshead Island and the Wind River. However, following Daenerys' relentless feeding of dragons on Dragonstone, she had scarcely engaged in poaching again, until now, when her old habits have seemingly resurfaced. Daenerys suspects that something must have transpired with the sheep thief. Otherwise, such an unusual behavior would not have emerged. Upon sensing Daenerys' call, Dreamfire swiftly arrived alongside Malaise and Grey Shadow, the young dragons. Mounting Dreamfire, Daenerys hastened towards the sheep breeding grounds. By the time she arrived at the scene, Samwell and several officials from White Sheep Town had already reached the location. The surviving breeding sheep had been relocated by the shepherds to a backup sheepfold. Fortunately, this dragon attack resulted in no casualties, a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Her sister Rhaenyra sat idly upon the back of her dragon Syrax, observing the sheepfold that had been ravaged by the sheep thief. Syrax's gaze was fixated on the charred sheep, clearly desiring a meal. This exemplifies the distinction between tame dragons and wild ones. With a dragon rider by their side, even the most ferocious dragons exhibit a demeanor of decorum. The main structure of the sheepfold was constructed entirely of black dragonstone. So although the roof had been torn open by the sheep thief, and more than half of the sheep inside had perished in the flames, the overall integrity of the sheepfold remained largely intact. Witnessing malaise and several young dragons drooling over the burnt sheep, Daenerys deduced the motive behind the sheep thief's attack on this particular sheepfold. The breeding sheep housed here were of premium quality, meticulously selected by Daenerys herself, and their feed had been infused with colorful earth and special nutrients. Thus, over the past month, they had absorbed a hint of magical essence, explaining the sheep thief's attraction to them. Although the loss of her carefully nurtured breeding sheep brought her sorrow, Daenerys felt a greater surge of excitement. Her method proved to be remarkably effective. By combining the colorful clay with specially formulated feed, not only could the quality of the livestock be significantly enhanced, but they would also imbibe a hint of magical essence within their flesh and blood. Such livestock would provide immense benefits to dragons, and it is believed that prolonged consumption by humans would also contribute to strengthening their bodies. However, despite this, Daenys was not inclined to allow the sheep thief to act so brazenly within her territory. Sister, let us teach that sheep thief a lesson. Otherwise, I dread to think how many more of my pastures will suffer. Rhaenyra, who had long envied Daenys for her experiences in several dragon battles, eagerly agreed, absolutely. With your Dreamfire and my Syrax joining forces, that sheep thief will stand no chance. Let us hasten. Daenys then gestured towards the charred sheep, smiling as she said, Sister, there's no rush. First, let the dragons consume these scorched sheep. Feast. The sisters simultaneously issued the command for their dragons to begin their meal. However, with Minghua present, no dragon dared to approach first, save for Malasis. After Dreamfire had devoured 5 sheep, Daenys commanded her to withdraw, while the bold Malasis had nearly finished off a half-eaten sheep. At that moment, Syrax, moving closer, unleashed an enraged roar at Malasis, attempting to drive the little one away. Yet, despite her small stature, Malasis possessed a fierce temperament. She retaliated with a blast of dragon fire directed at Syrax, and swiftly seized her half-eaten sheep, fleeing the scene. Infuriated, Syrax prepared to retaliate, but was promptly restrained by her sister Rhaenyra. Syrax, calm down, calm down. Soon, Syrax was pacified and began to consume the plump sheep before her. As Syrax settled, the 3 eager young dragons, including little Bellerin, relaxed, ready to pounce. Daenys harbored no doubt that should Syrax attempt to confront Malasis, the young Bellerin and his companions would undoubtedly unite against her. Despite their smaller size, merely half that of Syrax, together, the 3 young dragons would pose a formidable challenge. Yet, it was evident that neither Syrax nor sister Rhaenyra noticed the subtle movements of the 3 inconspicuous young dragons. With 3 sheep remaining, sister Rhaenyra halted Syrax from continuing her feast, ensuring that each of the little ones would have at least one. Once the dragons finished their meal, the sisters, commanding their dragons, set forth towards the lair of the sheep thief. The lair of the sheep thief is located on the backside of Dragon Mountain. Its entrance modestly sized, rendering Dreamfire unable to enter. In contrast, the formidable figures of Syrax and the trio of young dragons fit perfectly within. Dragons possess a strong territorial instinct. Had it not been for the glutton's proximity to the sheep thief's den, which instilled a sense of threat and offense, the situation would have been different. Furthermore, it is likely that the glutton had frequently bullied her. Otherwise, the sheep thief would not have so readily taken action against him. Upon the arrival of the dragons, the sheep thief quickly sensed their presence. From within her cave, she unleashed an enraged roar towards the entrance, hoping to deter the intruding dragons. This tactic is typically effective against wild dragons, as the cave's acoustics amplify the dragon's roar, creating an illusion of greater power. However, this strategy holds little sway against dragons ridden by dragon knights. Dany, your Dreamfire cannot enter this cave. Allow me to ride Syrax and flush her out. You guard the entrance, and when the time comes, we shall ambush her from both sides, imprisoning her just as we did with the glutton, preventing her from causing us further trouble. With this, he urged Syrax to crawl into the sheep thief's lair, while young Baelor and the other 3 dragons followed suit at Dany's signal. Chapter 39. an unexpected delight the sheep thief. Witnessing her furious roar fail to intimidate the audacious yellow dragon that brazenly entered her cave, became infuriated. Without hesitation, she unleashed her searing orange dragon flame. Akin to a tempestuous storm. Anticipating her move, Rhaenyra commanded Syrax to breathe forth his fiery orange breath. The collision of orange and tangerine flames erupted within the confined space, causing the temperature to surge dramatically. The rocks at the point of impact were charred black in an instant. Observing this, young Baelor and the trio of hatchlings quickly utilized their size advantage to encircle the sheep thief, simultaneously unleashing their flames upon her, one black and red with a scale-like ripple, one orange-yellow with green markings, and one bright white shimmering with a pale blue sheen. Despite Syrax's size being only 2/3 that of the sheep thief, and Baelor and his companions being merely half her size, the 4-against-1 scenario instilled a sense of trepidation in the sheep thief. Typically cautious by nature, she swiftly fled through the open area above the cave, only to be met head-on by Dreamfire, who had been circling outside. With a swift dive, Dreamfire's claws raked across the sheep thief's wings, causing her flight to falter. Chapter 55. At this moment, Dreamfire executed a sudden counterattack, fiercely clawing at the sheep thief from below, causing her abdomen to bleed profusely. Meanwhile, the arriving Syrax and young Baelor took the opportunity to launch a coordinated assault on the thief. Within a mere quarter of an hour, they succeeded in bringing her crashing down from the skies. Despite her attempts to regain flight, the injured thief repeatedly failed. Ultimately, on the brink of unconsciousness and unable to resist further, she was captured by Dreamfire and imprisoned within the dragon's lair on Dragonstone. This was not an act of cruelty on Daenerys' part. She had invested a significant amount of effort into the new island. Allowing the sheep thief to remain as a potential threat, continually ambushing her breeding grounds, was intolerable. One could only blame the thief's own disregard for rules and her lack of foresight. Had it not been for her previous cooperation in the assault against the Devourer, Daenerys would undoubtedly have delivered a harsher punishment. After eliminating the sheep thief, Rhaenyra, who was participating in the dragon battle for the first time, was brimming with excitement, eager to return to Dragonstone and boast of her achievements to her parents. The dragon wardens of Dragonstone also expressed their enthusiasm, as the addition of another dragon to care for was a source of great pride for them. In their long-established beliefs, serving a dragon represented the pinnacle of their existence. Moreover, their families had been confined to this role for generations, prohibited even from learning the common tongue of Westeros. Thus, many dragon warden families lived in relative poverty, making their excitement also rooted in practical considerations. With an additional dragon to tend to, the number of personnel in the lair would inevitably increase, providing opportunities for their offspring to secure employment there. Daenerys, ever perceptive, addressed the dragon wardens, stating that with the new dragon requiring care, there was a clear need for more hands. Please recruit some of your offspring to come here. Let us set aside 20 positions for now. You may decide the specifics together. I will personally cover their wages, alleviating the need to go through the commander of the dragon wardens in King's Landing. They can collect their salaries from Annie each month. Yes. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. These dragon wardens had been loyal to the Targaryen family since the era of Old Valyria, yet they belonged to various family factions. Those who accompanied the royal family to the dragon lair in King's Landing were the ruling class among the wardens, determining the selection of new dragon wardens and the allocation of their duties. Naturally, the more hazardous and lower-paying jobs would be assigned to the less powerful families. Opportunities to present oneself before members of the royal family and accompany them in training dragons are naturally monopolized by the ruling families and factions. Such is the nature of this world. Where there are people, there are inevitably disputes, factions, competition, and inequity. Over the past 3 years, Daenerys has discreetly bestowed numerous benefits upon the dragon guards of Dragonstone. While others may overlook the immense significance of these dragon guards, Daenerys, possessing a semblance of divine insight, understands that even the most inconspicuous individuals can play pivotal roles at critical moments. The tragic fate of the Targaryen dragons in later generations is directly linked to the near extermination of the dragon guards during the riots in King's Landing. Without the protection of the dragon guards, it became all too convenient for scholars to target the surviving dragons of House Targaryen. Thus, Daenerys seeks to seize this opportunity to consolidate some of the dragon guards under her command, believing they will prove invaluable in the future. Having resolved matters concerning the dragon guards, Daenerys once again mounted Drogon and returned to the lair of the sheep stealer. She had discovered that the cunning Myricus had not emerged since entering the cave. This opportunistic little creature would not remain inside unless she had made a significant find. The cave's exposed ceiling allowed ample light, so Daenerys instructed Drogon to guard the entrance while she cautiously ventured deeper into the cavern. Upon reaching the dark pile of rubble where the sheep stealer typically resided, Daenerys found Myricys sleeping soundly, with 2 exquisite dragon eggs nestled beneath her belly. Myricys. In that moment, Daenerys fully comprehended the unfolding situation. The wasteful Myricys had devoured the dragon eggs of the sheep stealer. It is known that each clutch of dragon eggs typically contains at least 5. Thus, with only 2 remaining, it became evident that Myricys had consumed at least 3. At the sound of Daenerys's furious roar, Myricys leaped into the air. As a dragon attuned to Daenerys's emotions, she had sensed her approach long before. However, perhaps due to the effect of consuming the dragon eggs, she now appeared quite lethargic. It was only upon sensing Daenerys's wrath that she took flight to evade her ire. In a flurry, Daenerys bent down to examine the 2 remaining dragon eggs. One was a vibrant green adorned with silver swirling patterns, while the other was a pure white, covered in star-like markings. Alas, this was truly unfortunate. It dawned on her that the sheep stealer had resorted to raiding the sheepfold due to the weakness brought on by laying eggs. Nevertheless, since the events had already transpired, dwelling on them served no purpose. The acquisition of these 2 dragon eggs was, to Daenerys, a delightful stroke of luck. After all, having discovered them in secret, she had no intention of surrendering them. She hurriedly embraced the dragon egg, guiding Dreamfire as she soared towards her lair. Meanwhile, Myricys anxiously trailed behind. Chapter 40. Planning the tournament. Fortunately, Daenys carried a fire starter with her today. Otherwise, navigating the dimly lit caverns of Dreamfire would have posed considerable difficulty. Upon entering Dreamfire's lair, Daenys discovered a volcanic fissure nearby, from which occasional bursts of geothermal heat emerged. She gathered a substantial pile of rubies and buried the 2 dragon eggs within. Touching the vibrant life emanating from the newly formed eggs, a profound sense of fulfillment welled within Daenys. Relying on the incessant flow of searing energy from the fissure and the magical essence contained within the rubies, she believed the eggs would be relatively easy to hatch. Having secured the eggs, Daenys solemnly patted Dreamfire and turned to Myricys, who was lurking at a distance, and admonished, "Dreamfire, Myricys, you must never harm the dragon eggs. Do you understand? If you ever discover any danger to them, inform me immediately, and I shall reward you with succulent roasts." With that, she shot a fierce glare at Myricys. The 2 colossal dragons, now attuned to Daenys' thoughts, emitted a low, resonant response from their throats. Aware of her misdeeds, Myricys seized the moment to edge closer to Daenys, affectionately nuzzling her thigh. Given that events had already unfolded, what could Daenys do? She could only lightly tap Myricys on the head as a symbolic reprimand, reiterating that she must never consume dragon eggs again. After departing from Dreamfire's lair, Myricys retreated to her own small den to resume her slumber. It seemed that devouring dragon eggs had some benefits for the mighty dragon. After escorting Daenys back to Dragonstone Keep, Dreamfire returned to her nest. With her vigilance and care, the 2 dragon eggs would remain safe. How about a little appearance from the 3 little ones? Rhaenyra exclaimed upon returning to Dragonstone Island. Rushing to her parents' chamber to animatedly recount how she and Daenys had captured the sheep thief and brought him to Dragon Mountain for confinement. Regrettably, the Targaryen family currently lacked a suitable dragon rider. Observing his daughter's beaming pride, Viserys felt a mix of exasperation and admiration as he proclaimed, "You both have indeed accomplished a remarkable feat. However, refrain from provoking dragons in the future. Livestock losses are trivial and do not amount to a grave matter. The unpredictability of dragon conflicts is immense, especially for dragon riders. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster." Mother Emma, beside them, expressed her concern, saying, "What troubles me is that if the visiting noble youths become aware of this matter, I cannot fathom the commotion that may ensue. It has become rather challenging to find a tranquil spot to enjoy the scenery these days. Moreover, I am subjected to daily discussions among the maidservants regarding their various amusing anecdotes. Alas, it has become so noisy that it gives me a headache." Upon hearing her, Viserys chuckled and shook his head, responding, "These noble youths are in the prime of their youth, brimming with energy that is surely in need of an outlet." At this moment, Rhaenyra, excitedly proposing, interjected, "Father, Mother, since we have such a gathering of noble youths from the 7 kingdoms, why not host a tournament?" Viserys and Emma both considered Rhaenyra's suggestion to be a splendid idea. After all, the purpose of these noble youths' visit to Dragonstone was well understood, and a tournament would indeed serve as an excellent means for the Targaryen family to better familiarize themselves with them. Hence, they engaged in earnest discussions. Not long after, Daenerys returned to Dragonstone Castle, greeted her parents, and joined in on the deliberations. Once they had nearly finalized their plans, Viserys stroked his beard thoughtfully and then said slowly, "Now, we face but one dilemma. Organizing a tournament requires a substantial investment of manpower and resources. With the current personnel on Dragonstone, it may prove insufficient." Upon finishing, the family turned their gaze towards Daenerys. After all, unlike her, who possessed her own fief, Viserys and his family relied on the royal stipend for their livelihood. This year, due to successfully taming Vhagar, Viserys' stipend would see an increase, yet the funds had yet to be dispersed. Rhaenyra had some savings, but they were limited, as the expenses of raising a dragon were considerable, especially for a dragon like Syrax, who was in its prime growth phase. The annual costs could easily exceed 200,000 gold dragons. Rhaenyra herself incurred annual expenses of 50 to 60,000 gold dragons, leaving her current savings shy of 100,000. To host a proper tournament, expenses would start at a minimum of 2 to 300,000 gold dragons. Understanding the unspoken implication in her family's eager gazes, Daenerys realized their thoughts. However, the shrewd Daenerys was unwilling to shoulder the burden without compensation. Thus, she cunningly proposed, "I can arrange the expenses and manpower, but I shall claim 80% of the proceeds from this tournament." Rhaenyra, perplexed, inquired, what profits could possibly arise from a tournament? Viserys and Aemma, too, were equally baffled, for in their understanding, a tournament was merely a lavish expenditure, a display of power and status by the crown or the great nobles. Daenys patiently elucidated that wherever there are people, there exists a means of generating wealth. Firstly, we can create varying tiers of seating, transforming those with the best views into luxurious boxes. We shall then sell these at different price points based on their exclusivity. The noble scions, eager to display their status before the masses, would undoubtedly be willing to pay handsomely for these opulent seats from which to witness the matches. Upon hearing this, Viserys immediately grasped the implication. This approach mirrors the methods employed in the dual arenas of the free trade city-states, which may provoke the ire of the nobility across the Seven Kingdoms. I find this somewhat inappropriate. Daenys responded resolutely, asserting that as long as we do not infringe upon the interests of others, their objections hold no validity. Should anyone dare to voice their dissent, I would let them experience the searing heat of dragon fire. Father, traditions and customs have their founders. If the Targaryen family, capable of commanding dragons, cannot innovate and adapt in matters as trivial as this, it would indeed be a lamentable state of affairs. Viserys, usually hesitant, found himself silenced by Daenys' unwavering conviction. She continued, "Moreover, we could discreetly arrange for the establishment of betting pools. Such practices are not uncommon among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. It is an unspoken understanding." Viserys had no objections to this. Indeed, as Daenys pointed out, it is a widely accepted norm. However, he found himself curious about how Daenys, who seldom ventured from Dragonstone, was so well acquainted with the clandestine machinations of these nobles. He glanced at Rhaenyra, who appeared perplexed. Clearly, his eldest daughter, having long mingled among the aristocracy, remained completely oblivious to such matters. Even his wife, Aemma, shared this ignorance. Disregarding Viserys' momentary distraction, Daenys pressed on. "Furthermore, the tournament will necessitate a considerable consumption of various delicacies and libations. To ensure the safety of both competitors and spectators, it would be prudent to engage specialized suppliers for these provisions. We can directly invite external investors, initially charging a fee for the opportunity to participate, followed by a share of their sales." Observing the bewildered expressions on her mother's and sister's faces, and even her father Viserys' lack of comprehension, Daenys elaborated. "The tournament is inherently a display of power and affluence. The nobles would naturally be inclined to invest some gold dragons in showcasing their family's signature delicacies and fine wines at the arena. Moreover, if they could thus gain the recognition and admiration of their peers, would they not have a continuous influx of wealth in the future?" Upon hearing Daenys' explanation, the others suddenly understood, all silently marveling at her intelligence. Aemma sincerely praised, "What an innovative approach. I am truly astonished at how you conceived such an idea. Were it not for witnessing you emerge from my womb, I could scarcely believe that I have borne such a remarkably clever daughter." At this juncture, Viserys interjected, "We must ensure the safety of the tournament grounds. After all, the attendees are the scions of prominent families. Should any mishaps occur, it could precipitate considerable trouble." With unwavering confidence, Rhaenyra proposed, "I have an idea. While the Knights of Dragonstone may be few in number, we possess dragons. In addition to deploying soldiers and knights, we could summon Vhagar, Dreamfire, and Syrax to lend their presence. I refuse to believe anyone would dare to stir up trouble in their company. Furthermore, The spectacle would be all the more captivating with dragons in attendance. Daenerys immediately concurred. I find my sister's suggestion splendid. A tournament hosted by the Targaryen family must indeed feature dragons. She continued, we could also hire artists. Anyone wishing to be immortalized alongside the dragons need only pay a sufficient amount of gold dragons. Chapter 58. Daenerys' words were met with Rhaenyra's enthusiastic response. That is an excellent idea. What do you think would be an appropriate fee for such an experience? After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys replied, surely it should start at 1,000 gold dragons. However, for those daring enough to seek our assistance in mounting a dragon, the fee should commence at a minimum of 10,000 gold dragons. Viserys, upon hearing this, immediately objected, that is unacceptable. While we Targaryens can command dragons, we cannot guarantee that they will not attack strangers. This is far too perilous. Moreover, how could our Targaryen dragons be allowed to bear others? Rhaenyra, hearing this, pouted in dissatisfaction. Daenerys countered, isn't the essence of demonstrating power to command respect? Maintaining the dragon's mystique and majesty certainly fosters reverence for the Targaryen family. However, allowing others to experience the might of our dragons up close, knowing that we alone can master these formidable creatures, might not shift their respect from the dragons to the Targaryens themselves. After nearly an hour of deliberation, the Targaryen family finally established a rough framework. Daenerys summoned Samwell, instructing him to execute their vision, while also appointing her sworn knight, Ser Cameron Tarth, and her devoted handmaiden, Lena Royce, as temporary aides to Samwell. Cameron, being diligent and diplomatic, and Lena, known for her swift decisiveness, would undoubtedly provide significant assistance to the busy Samwell. Simultaneously, Daenerys personally invited Meridric from the Manderley family of White Harbor, who was tasked with overseeing the betting and vendor recruitment for the upcoming tournament. Through their days together, Daenerys developed a profound admiration for the capabilities of the Meridric brothers, particularly for the 12-year-old Meridric, whose maturity and competence earned her great respect. In response to Daenerys' sincere invitation, Meridric readily accepted. Fortunately, he had brought a considerable number of associates from White Harbor, prompting immediate action. Given the need to construct a dedicated arena for the tournament, the date was set for 1 month later. As news spread, Dragonstone once again became the focal point of attention for the Seven Kingdoms, especially since the participants were limited to the youth of the noble families. Even those families with no aspirations of royal alliance sent their progeny to Dragonstone. The tournament venue was chosen by Daenerys at the juncture of Old and New Dragonstone. Just a few kilometers northeast lay Whitehill, while to the southwest, across the Great River, was the fishing village of Dragonstone. This location was envisioned by Daenerys as the future dock of New Dragonstone, given its expansive harbor and deep waters, nestled amidst surrounding hills. By establishing fortifications along the rocky shores, the security of the entire port could be easily safeguarded. Previously, Daenerys had delayed her plans due to insufficient financial resources. However, with the sudden influx of 20 million gold dragons from Dragonstone, and a monthly income of approximately 200,000 gold dragons thereafter, she was ready to commence construction. With her mastery of the Blackstone crafting technique, along with the assistance of Dreamfire, Millicese, and the 3 young dragons, the speed of the Blackstone smelting for the tournament venue significantly increased. Occasionally, her sister Rhaenyra and father Viserys would arrive with their dragons to lend a hand. The fact that Daenerys could produce black dragonstone was no longer a secret within the Targaryen family, and they were not surprised by her abilities. Rather, they expressed a keen interest in the Blackstone forging technique, though upon witnessing it, they deemed it somewhat ordinary. Nonetheless, Daenerys could distinctly sense that the black dragonstone being forged now differed greatly from previous attempts. Particularly, the black dragonstone produced using Dreamfire's Dragonfire was evidently of superior quality compared to that crafted by Syrax and Vhagar. Daenerys understood that this was undoubtedly related to the magical essence, although her knowledge of magic remained rudimentary. She could only faintly perceive some elusive energy fluctuations through her unique sensitivity. However, she has now come to a definitive conclusion. The unique energy contained within the gems in the cave where Dreamfire and several young dragons reside must indeed be magical power. This is fundamentally why Dreamfire's dragon flames differ from those of Syrax and others. Chapter 42. The Thief. As news of the Dragonstone Island Martial Arts Tournament spread and construction began on the new arena, a multitude of refugees and traders flocked to the Seven Kingdoms. Each year, the noble class of Westeros faces bankruptcy due to mismanagement or localized conflicts, compelling the inhabitants of their territories to flee the turmoil and seek survival in the major cities. Chapter 59. Moreover, The countless victims of various natural disasters and man-made calamities find themselves unable to sustain their families through agriculture, thus becoming refugees. Even more abominable is the fact that many nobles and ecclesiastical organizations resort to all manner of tactics to evict farmers from their lands in order to consolidate territory, raise more livestock, or cultivate specialty crops. This not only results in the usurpation of land, but also forces dispossessed farmers to become cheap labor, subject to the whims of their oppressors. Although Westeros prohibits the ownership of slaves, the lives of many serfs bear little distinction from that of slaves. They toil ceaselessly, often unable to secure even a single meal. In the eyes of many nobles, commoners are merely two-legged cattle, and their well-being is of no concern. Occasionally providing aid to the destitute in their lands is regarded as a virtue worthy of praise. This may also serve as a significant reason why, despite millennia of history, the population of Westeros has seen little growth. The chances of survival for refugees during their exile are quite slim. So those who endure possess some form of skill or resourcefulness. Their acute awareness of news from the Seven Kingdoms reveals their adaptability. It is no wonder that the mob in King's Landing can become the strongest force in this world of power struggles. Gluttony as the dragon's kiss flowers blossomed across the major cities of the Seven Kingdoms during this period. A stable route for the influx of refugees to Dragonstone Island was firmly established. Thus, when news of the martial arts tournament spread, it was the arriving refugees, rather than the nobles, who arrived first. For these refugees, Daenerys had already instructed Samwell and his companions to devise a response strategy. Those who wished to settle in White Sheep Town and pass the vetting process were assigned to work on ranches and farms. Generally, those who passed the evaluation were families, as their attachments made them more likely to adhere to their responsibilities. The remaining individuals were placed in a refugee camp situated between White Sheep Town and the arena. Surrounded by towering black stone walls, the camp allowed for the construction of tents. Samwell had also organized a militia to maintain order in the area, and they provided free food to the refugees every morning. Most of the able-bodied men were recruited for the construction of the arena. The elderly, women, and children could find work in White Sheep Town, sorting wool, cleaning the streets, and transporting manure. Although their earnings were modest, they sufficed for their sustenance. Meanwhile, some downcast nobles, or those with a semblance of martial prowess, were temporarily assembled by Samwell into a security coordination team of 100. These individuals, having emerged from the ranks of the downtrodden, were well acquainted with the underhanded dealings among the populace, making them ideally suited to oversee and manage the refugees. With a fixed salary and generous benefits, the members of this security team became the most stringent enforcers among the displaced. On this day, Daenerys was at the arena, guiding Dreamfire and Malaise in the forging of black stone. A contingent of the security team was escorting a dozen thieves nearby, and one particularly tall, silver-haired woman immediately caught Daenerys' attention. She commanded her guards to halt the group. The leader of the security team, known as Clever Jack, approached Daenerys with a sycophantic smile. "Your Highness, these are the thieves apprehended in recent days. After Lord Samwell's judgment, all their possessions were confiscated, and they were to be expelled from the island." Daenerys called out to the silver-haired woman, "You there? Raise your head. What is your name? Why do I find you so familiar?" The woman, initially too timid to meet Daenerys' gaze, finally lifted her head after Daenerys called her out. "Why, you are Lena?" Daenerys exclaimed, astonished to see the once radiant beauty now marred by dirt, for Lena was a maid chosen by Daenerys herself from the Targaryen bastards at Dragonstone. Though taken aback, Daenerys maintained her composure and instructed Clever Jack, "The island is in need of labor. There is no need to expel them just yet. Let them first serve at the arena, and once the construction is completed, send them to the Night's Watch at the wall. As for the women, sell them to the brothel. If they refuse to engage in honest work under such favorable conditions, we shall oblige them." Yes, your Highness." "Understood. I shall make the arrangements at once." Enjoying his moment of recognition before Daenerys, Clever Jack felt a swell of pride, and, brandishing his whip, bellowed at the thieves. "Hurry up, you lazy bones. The princess has provided you with such favorable conditions, yet you squander it on disgraceful deeds. You lot deserve a good thrashing. Move it, or beware of my whip, which shows no mercy." The gluttonous Daenerys took Gino aside and coldly reproached her. "Have you still not spoken the truth to me? You are so recklessly squandering the bloodline of House Targaryen. Tell me, what has transpired?" Upon hearing this, Gina immediately knelt with tear-filled eyes and lamented, "Your Highness, I am with child by Prince Daemon. My parents are forcing me to terminate this pregnancy. I do not wish to, so I attempted to flee Dragonstone." She pleaded, "Please, Your Highness, allow me to leave. Let me keep this child. Does Prince Daemon know of your situation?" Daenerys asked, taken aback by the revelation. Jaina shook her head and murmured, Prince Daemon only favored me a few times during Prince Baelon's funeral, and since then, he has disregarded me. What good would it do to speak with him? Jaina's words held a measure of truth. Daemon was heartless even to his lawful wife, let alone to a fleeting lover. Daenerys pondered for a moment, having formed a resolution, and continued to question Jaina. Even if I help you escape, how do you plan to survive? What will you rely on to support yourself and the child? Jaina fell silent, and after a considerable pause, she hesitantly replied, I just want to leave Dragonstone first. Otherwise, my parents will surely force me to take Moon Tea. I haven't thought much beyond that. The world is vast. Surely, there is a place for me. I could work as a maid, or even as a courtesan. I would manage to raise my child. Daenerys could hardly contain her incredulity. It was no wonder such beauty could be so easily dismissed by Daemon. A good mind is a valuable asset, yet it appears you possess none. Chapter 43. These men deserve a beating with your reasoning. I doubt you could survive, let alone raise a child after leaving Dragonstone. If you truly wish to keep this child, I can show you a clear path. Hearing Daenerys say this, Jaina's sorrowful eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Daenerys continued, however, I need to confirm one thing with you first. Do you solely wish to ensure this child has a good life, even if it means living apart or never recognizing one another? Or is it imperative for you to raise this child together, no matter the circumstances? Jaina took a moment to reflect, tears streaming down her face, before responding to Daenerys. Your Highness, I only wish for this child to have a good life, even if we cannot be together. Though not particularly clever, Jaina quickly grasped Daenerys' intent and made her decision. Daenerys noted her resolve with approval, with a sense of satisfaction. She continued, I can first arrange for you to reside in a secluded place where you can safely nurture your pregnancy. Once you have given birth, you may commence working at the Fire-Kiss Garden. With your beauty, you will undoubtedly thrive there. I shall ensure that this child is raised within the royal household, but you must never disclose his lineage. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what fate may befall you or your child. Lyanna promptly swore, I pledge by the old and new gods that once this child is born, I will sever all ties with him. I shall never reveal his true heritage to anyone. Daenys, however, paid her vow no heed. If she dared to renege in the future, it would provide a fitting opportunity to experiment with her as a material for hatching dragon eggs. In order to avoid drawing attention, Daenys instructed her subordinates to bring 2 veils. After donning a disguise, she led Lyanna toward the Fire-Kiss Garden. To her surprise, the establishment was bustling with patrons, nearly filled to capacity with the young nobles from the 7 kingdoms. Observing the scene, Daenys instinctively adjusted the veil that concealed her features. Young Master Jason, it is said that the Fire-Kiss Garden is the finest pleasure house in all the 7 kingdoms. I dare say it pales in comparison to our gold cat in Atlantisport, remarked a silver-haired woman. Where is the allure of your golden-haired ladies from the Westerlands? The food and strong liquor here are indeed flavorful. Nearby, Mont Hightower scoffed in response, humph. Such the airs of a nouveau riche. If we speak of uniqueness, the girls from Honeywine Alley are undoubtedly the most cultured in all of Westeros. Jason Lannister immediately countered, what? Has the brothel of Old Town become a place for disseminating knowledge like the Citadel? It seems the men of Old Town are quite inept if they have time for their women to engage in idle chatter with you. His words elicited laughter from the gathered noble youths. Ha ha. The men of House Hightower have yet to experience the delights of a woman's cherry lips, have they? Dax Spargon retorted, ugh. Hearing such crude remarks makes me feel nauseated. After spitting in disgust, Daenys hurriedly led Lyanna deeper into the Dragon-Kiss Garden. Once she ensured Lyanna was settled with the head of the Fire-Kiss Garden, Daenys swiftly departed. However, little did she expect that she would soon encounter a group from Skagos Island swaggering out of the Dragon-Kiss Garden. Boss, the food at the Fire-Kiss Garden is absolutely delectable. It rivals that of Dragonstone, exclaimed the towering bear, savoring the taste as he walked. The Wolf brothers nodded in agreement. Roast meat, delicious, truly delightful. The lean eagle, upon hearing these words, sprang up in anger and kicked one of them, scolding them for their lack of ambition. This is a brothel. I sold a polar bear skin to treat you to a glimpse of beauty, not to indulge in meat and drink. Beside him, the slender black-haired youth, known as the Lynx, expressed his confusion. What is so appealing about those emaciated women? Our women from Skag's Island are far more attractive with their ample figures. At that moment, Dax's gaze swept over Daenys, and he seemingly implied, indeed, they are rather withered. Daenys instantly felt a strong sense of offense from Dax's remark, and she shot him a fierce glare. Unfortunately, she inadvertently caught Dax's scrutinizing gaze. What are you staring at? Do you dare to believe I'll gouge your eyes out? Daenys' anger peaked, and she unleashed a torrent of insults at him. When did your Skaggs Island become so affluent? Able to frequent high-end brothels? A bunch of shameless Northmen. With fervor, she employed every coarse expression she had acquired in this world. The youths, astonished that a mere girl dared to publicly berate them, were on the verge of retaliating. However, Dax swiftly intervened, commanding, "Do not act rashly, step back." They obediently retreated several paces, still loyal to their leader. Dax then leaned closer to Daenys and whispered, "Your Highness, do you truly wish to continue this tirade? The crowd is growing larger." Daenys felt a mix of embarrassment and fury, prompting her to cease her outburst. Yet, in a fit of rage, she swung her fist at Dax's handsome face. After several blows, she brought Dax to the ground. Her training in martial arts and swordsmanship over the past 3 years evident in her strength. Moreover, Dax, wary of harming Daenys, hardly resisted. Thus, Daenys found herself atop Dax. Delivering a flurry of punches, the youths from Skaggs Island rushed to intervene, but Dax's commanding voice halted them. "This does not concern you. Stay put." After a dozen punches, Daenys' anger subsided, and she delivered a final thump to Dax's chest before attempting to rise and leave. Unexpectedly, he seized her, pulling her down onto his broad, muscular chest, and whispered in her ear, "Do not worry, Your Highness. I shall not expose you." Once she had vented her frustration, Daenys quickly broke free from his grasp and ran off into the distance. "Damn, Dax. If not for the fear of revealing my identity, I would make you pay." Meanwhile, Dax gazed intently at the direction in which Daenys had departed, savoring the moment with a satisfied expression. It seems that rather than being beaten, he has just indulged in a rather delightful massage. The youths of Skaggs Island exchanged glances at their leader's demeanor and wondered if he had been struck senseless. Yet, how could it be that he appeared to be relishing the experience? "I suspect he has taken a liking to that emaciated girl." "Oh, so it seems our leader has a preference for such individuals. No wonder he disregarded the numerous beautiful women who courted his favor on Skaggs Island." Chapter 44. You clean yourselves up and wait. In order to avoid drawing attention, Daenys swiftly departed from the scene, while the perceptive Dreamfire and Malasis hastened to her location. To prevent causing panic among the crowd, Daenys promptly conveyed a telepathic command for them to distance themselves from the throng. After 3 years of companionship with Dreamfire, Daenys had already mastered the art of mental communication. To her pleasant surprise, Malasis, having spent only a few months with her, was also able to establish a telepathic connection. The dragon riders of the Gryan family can almost all communicate with their dragons on a profound level, with Daemon and Rhaenys being exemplary figures among them. However, no one has yet appeared who can simultaneously connect with 2 colossal dragons and accurately relay commands, as Daenys can. After emerging from the fishing village, Daenys guided Dreamfire directly to the administrative hall of Ares Town. At that moment, Samwell was engaged in discussions with Mederic, Cameron, and Annie regarding the logistical details of the martial arts tournament. Upon seeing Daenys enter, they all rose respectfully to greet her. Daenys inquired directly of Mederic, "What is the fee you plan to charge for the vendors at the tournament?" Mederic sensed that Daenys was somewhat displeased, despite her outward calmness. Thus, he cautiously replied, "Your Highness, we have tentatively set it at 1,000 golden dragons. Adjust it to 10,000 golden dragons. If the Lannisters and Hightower families wish to participate, ensure they receive the best positions and charge them a fee of 50,000 golden dragons." "Such a sum?" Samwell exclaimed, taken aback by Daenys' directive. Daenys confidently responded, "Do not underestimate the competitive spirit of those noble youths. Not only will they strive to showcase their family's prowess, but once gathered, they will even compare who can urinate the farthest." Her crude remark left the attendees feeling rather awkward, with her personal attendant Annie subtly tugging at Daenys' garment. Unfazed, Daenys continued to instruct, "Rest assured and proceed boldly. I believe those noble youths will surpass your expectations." In the esteemed chambers of the palace, Torrhen sought the assistance of Meredrick. Instantly, Meredrick respectfully responded, "Your Highness, I am bound by duty to heed your command. Please, instruct me." Leaning closer, Daenerys whispered into Meredrick's ear, "Spread a rumor that I once spent 100,000 gold dragons to have my dragon carry you for a flight over Dragonstone, and that I held you in my embrace." Meredrick's countenance flushed crimson at her words. "Your Highness, such a claim is improper and could tarnish your reputation." Daenerys, unfazed, continued, "Just do as I say. I am indifferent to such matters. My reputation as a gold lover is already well known across the 7 kingdoms. Why should I concern myself with this? A generous reward awaits you once the task is accomplished." Satisfied, Daenerys departed the administrative hall. After several days without visiting the 2 dragon eggs, Daenerys felt a sudden urge to see them again. Thus, she mounted Drogon and returned to her cavern. Gently caressing the two warm eggs, heated by the earth's fire, she sensed a vibrant energy brewing within them. To her astonishment, the vitality of the eggs had significantly intensified in just a few days. It seemed that the new volcano and the gemstones were indeed beneficial for the dragons. If only she could relocate all the Targaryen dragon eggs here. Who knows how many hatchlings might emerge. However, the Targaryen family maintained strict regulations over the dragon eggs, and even Daenerys could not easily access them. Perhaps I could use the excuse of my mother's pregnancy to select a couple of eggs for experimentation. Resolute, she mounted Drogon once more and soared towards the dragon lair in King's Landing. After establishing the lair, the Targaryens had transported all their dragon eggs there. Since returning to Dragonstone, Daenerys had only ventured to the Isle of Tarth a few times after hunting in the Narrow Sea. This was her first return to King's Landing in 3 years. Thus, when Drogon appeared above the city, it sparked a commotion among the citizens. Daenerys guided Drogon directly to the dragon lair, but chose not to confine him within. Instead, she instructed him to wait outside. "Your Highness, welcome," greeted the dragon guards respectfully in Valyrian. "I have come to select 2 dragon eggs for my mother's unborn child. Let me there?" "Of course." The guards respectfully led Daenerys toward the chamber that housed the dragon eggs. To ensure optimal hatching conditions, all Targaryen dragon eggs were kept in a furnace, nurtured daily by the warmth of coal fires, resulting in a significantly elevated temperature within the storage room. Upon entering the furnace chamber, even the heat-resistant Daenerys felt a slight difficulty in breathing. "You can wait for me at the door. I shall take my time to select," she instructed. "Yes, Your Highness." "Your Highness, as you venture further inside, you will encounter the most ancient dragon eggs. Among them, 2 were brought over from the ancient Valyria." "Understood," Daenerys replied calmly, though her heart brimmed with joy. The lineage of the dragon eggs from the Valyrian era was far more formidable than those laid by the dragons after their arrival on Dragonstone. However, Daenerys did not rush into the depths. Instead, she meticulously observed each one. The furnace chamber was expansive, spanning over 100 square meters, densely filled with 4 or 5 dozen coal-burning furnaces. The shells of the dragon eggs resembled exquisite gemstones, intricately carved and glimmering. Each egg was so enormous that Daenerys needed both hands to cradle them. Each time she held these eggs, it felt as though she bore the weight of the entire world. Having withstood the ravages of time, these dragon eggs had transformed into eternal fossils, yet continued to radiate a mesmerizing brilliance. Their surfaces were adorned with scales as fine as fish scales, exhibiting a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors and intricate patterns, akin to the most beautiful jewels, exuding an enchanting allure. Even after countless times of admiration, Daenerys remained captivated by their charm. Eventually, she stood before the 2 oldest dragon eggs. Upon opening the furnace that contained them, she discovered one egg was a blood-red hue, adorned with swirling patterns, while the other was an ebony black, embellished with exquisite silver ripples. As she gently caressed the 2 eggs, Daenerys sensed a potent magical resonance within, more substantial than that of the majority of dragon eggs. Yet, a puzzling thought arose. How could these 2 eggs remain unhatched until now? Without a hint of hesitation, Daenerys placed both ancient dragon eggs into her specially crafted whale leather satchel. They were indeed quite heavy. Fortunately, Daenerys had spent the past 3 years honing her martial arts and swordsmanship, granting her considerable strength. Though it required some effort, she managed to lift them with relative ease. As she progressed halfway, Daenerys also added a shimmering dragon egg with a delicate lavender sheen to her bag. Observing the princess's audacity in taking 3 dragon eggs at once, the dragon guards refrained from obstructing her but cautioned, "Your Highness, taking 3 dragon eggs at once necessitates the king's permission." Daenerys, unwilling to put the guards in a difficult position, reassured them, "I shall present these dragon eggs to His Majesty. There is no need for concern." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon exiting the dragon's lair, Daenerys soared towards the Red Keep on the back of Drogon. In accordance with the customs of House Targaryen, dragon riders typically land their dragons at the lair before proceeding to return to the Red Keep on horseback or by carriage. However, Daenerys had no desire to endure the stench of King's Landing, so she chose to fly directly. The Red Keep possessed ample space for Drogon to land, and her mastery over him was unparalleled, eliminating any possibility of losing control. As Drogon appeared over King's Landing, King Jaehaerys received word of her arrival. He promptly instructed his servants to prepare refreshments, holding a certain fondness for his whimsical great-granddaughter. Especially since Daenerys had amassed considerable wealth from the noble houses of the 7 kingdoms through her ventures, King Jaehaerys felt a growing satisfaction towards her. After all, When it was not so easy to strengthen oneself, weakening one's adversaries was a rather effective strategy. Yet, he was taken aback by the sight of her flying directly to the Red Keep on Drogon. What a remarkable girl she was. Once Daenerys had settled Drogon and arrived at the entrance of Maegor's Holdfast, she was greeted by Audrey and Alicent. "Your Highness, the king has been awaiting you for quite some time." The two young ladies, one exuding a gentle charm and the other embodying serene grace, stood together. A delightful sight to behold. "Greetings, Miss Audrey, Miss Alicent. I appreciate your personal welcome," Daenerys replied, her demeanor polite despite a hint of awkwardness. Alicent eagerly took Daenerys' arm, affectionately saying, "It is our honor, Daenerys. I hope you don't mind me addressing you so familiarly." Daenerys, with a courteous smile, responded, "That is quite pleasant. It feels more intimate." Audrey walked ahead respectfully to guide them, striking a balance between warmth and formality, unlike Alicent, who seemed a touch overly eager. It was evident that Alicent's social finesse paled in comparison to Audrey's. Upon encountering King Jaehaerys, Daenerys rushed forward affectionately, exclaiming, "Great-grandfather, what do you think of the 3 dragon eggs I have chosen?" As she spoke, she proudly opened her whalehide satchel, revealing the 3 eggs to the king. 3. Jaehaerys was momentarily taken aback, then feigned a stern expression. "Even if your mother were expecting, you are allowed to select only one. Why such greed in choosing 3? Daenerys eagerly responded, "What if my mother is expecting twins? It wouldn't be fair to favor one over the other. As for the extra egg, I have recently devised a new method for hatching dragon eggs, and I intend to experiment with it. Although the chance of success is quite slim, it is undoubtedly worth the attempt, is it not? What do you think, great-grandfather? Surely, you must wholeheartedly endorse my actions." "Ha. While I might be skeptical of others, if it were Daenerys, I would indeed be curious to witness it." "Very well, you have successfully persuaded me. Take these 3 dragon eggs." In truth, Jaehaerys has always been perplexed by Daenerys' ability to hatch Mirian and forge a close bond with her. He has always sensed that this rather extraordinary great-granddaughter might surprise him anew. Thus, he allowed her to take away the 3 dragon eggs without hesitation. Chapter 64. After enjoying some refreshments with King Jaehaerys, Daenerys bid him farewell. Upon returning to Dragonstone, the night had already fallen. However, Daenerys promptly placed the 3 dragon eggs in the cave of Dreamfire. Gazing at the 5 exquisitely beautiful dragon eggs of varying hues, her spirits lifted, and she found herself caressing them affectionately. To her surprise, she unknowingly dozed off atop the 5 eggs. In her slumber, Daenerys felt as though she had ascended above a magnificent and wondrous city. This vast metropolis was encircled by a range of towering volcanoes, their dark mouths billowing thick smoke, obscuring the stars and moon in the night sky. However, the molten lava and the soaring black obsidian candles adorning the volcanoes illuminated the night as if it were frozen dark blood. The architecture soared into the clouds, showcasing a striking palette of black and red. The city was adorned with numerous crystalline magical lanterns, casting a brilliant glow throughout. In many areas, towering sphinx-like statues loomed, crafted from a material strikingly similar to the black stone used in the construction of Dragonstone Keep. As Daenerys beheld these statues, she faintly heard the ethereal echo of ancient Valyrian chants. Just as she endeavored to listen more intently, a powerful gust of wind suddenly stirred behind her, prompting Daenerys to turn around, only to be confronted by 2 colossal dragons, one black and one red, soaring rapidly towards her. Their fearsome heads bore menacing features, with spines extending from their heads to the formidable, barbed tails. They appeared far more ferocious than any dragons Daenerys had ever encountered. Their massive wings blotted out the sky as they flapped, easily dispersing the clouds above. Yet, despite their strikingly vivid presence, Daenerys discerned a significant difference from real dragons. They seemed more like embodiments of fire, fierce yet devoid of the genuine essence of life that characterizes true dragons. As Daniela's thoughts circled, the 2 colossal dragons had already descended before her, transforming into 2 torrents of flames, one black and one red, which instantly engulfed her. Having long prepared herself mentally, Daniela felt no trace of fear. Instead, she calmly opened her arms to embrace the baptism of the flames. As she had anticipated, after being consumed by the fire, she did not experience even a hint of discomfort. Rather, she felt as if her entire bloodstream was boiling. The melodic incantation resonating from the Sphinx was vividly etched in her mind. It was, in fact, the magical formula for forging dragonstones. Chapter 46. The enchanted dragonstone accompanied by the exalted ancient Valyrian chant. Daniela sensed a fervent energy surging through her veins. This exhilarating sensation of her blood boiling brought her immense comfort. Her body felt as light as a cloud and as warm as fire. Gradually, she began to unconsciously join in the chant, the rhythmic cadences of ancient Valyrian flowing from her lips. This awakening of a searing energy within her propelled itself swiftly into her consciousness, flooding her mind with countless fragmented images from Valyrian history, causing a profound ache in her brain. Those immense, fragmented memories jolted Daenys awake from her reverie. Upon regaining her senses, she discovered that the torch she had set beside her had long since extinguished. It seemed that a significant amount of time had elapsed. How could she have fallen asleep so deeply? The Dreamfire cave was shrouded in darkness, and Daenys had placed several torches near the dragon egg's resting place to illuminate her visits when she came to collect rubies and check on the egg. Each torch burned for at least 2 or 3 hours, yet the one before her offered no residual warmth, indicating that much time had indeed passed. Thus, Daenys fumbled for a fire starter and ignited another torch. By its faint glow, she observed that the 5 dragon eggs before her appeared even more radiant. As she caressed the 2 Valyrian dragon eggs, Daenys realized that her dragon dream must be intertwined with these eggs. Having established a connection through her dragon dream, she hoped they would soon hatch. Surely, the dragon lineage left behind by Valyria would prove to be even more formidable. When Daenys emerged from the Dreamfire lair, she noticed that dawn was breaking. Thankfully, before her departure, she had instructed her subordinates to inform Viserys of her intention to return to King's Landing for the dragon eggs. They must have assumed that she remained in King's Landing. As Daenys rode the Dreamfire to the dueling grounds, she found that everyone was already fervently engaged in their activities. Thus, the question arises, until when can high welfare and generous treatment ignite the greatest enthusiasm for work among individuals? Unlike the daily remuneration system in Westeros, Daenerys proposed that Samwell and his compatriots adopt a method of compensation based on performance metrics. Those who exceeded the expected workload each day would receive additional rewards. Consequently, the construction efficiency of the arena on Dragonstone significantly surpassed that of other locations. The novel Chasing the New Terrors notes that the use of the lightweight and durable stone known as Dragonstone allowed the arena to be erected at a pace several times faster than comparable structures elsewhere. This also led to a substantial daily consumption of Dragonstone, prompting Daenerys to visit the site every 2 days to assist the craftsmen in forging new materials. Today, Daenerys was particularly eager to arrive at the Dragonstone forge, driven by a desire to test the efficacy of a magical incantation she had learned in her dreams. Harnessing the power of Dreamfire, she approached the mold filled with the forged Dragonstone materials. Following the visions from her dreams, Daenerys mounted Dreamfire's back, placing her hands upon the dragon's spine, and began to chant softly in High Valyrian. Essence of stone, flame of the earth's core, might of the gods, power of blood. Forge the immortal creation. As Daenerys continued her incantation, she felt an extraordinary sensation, as if she were gradually merging with Dreamfire. A wondrous force seemed to envelop both her and the dragon. Dragonfire. In a moment of instinct, Daenerys commanded Dreamfire to unleash its fiery breath. The dragon let out a triumphant roar before directing a stream of blue-violet flames towards the Dragonstone materials. The mixture of crushed stone, clay, dragon dung, and the bones and blood of livestock instantly melted into a molten pool. Even the meticulously crafted stone molds showed signs of softening. Had Daenerys not skillfully commanded Dreamfire to retract the flames, the molds would have been irreparably damaged. To Daenerys' astonishment, she discovered that the incantation not only summoned the flames, but also elevated their temperature. A delightful surprise. Moreover, she could distinctly sense Dreamfire's exhilaration and pride in the blue-violet flames, invigorating her own weary spirit. While she previously shared a telepathic bond with Dreamfire and Malaise, allowing the dragons to perceive her emotions and intentions, today's connection was remarkably clearer and more pronounced. Do you believe you are the most beautiful among dragons? Daenerys playfully projected this thought to Dreamfire. At this moment, the Dreamfire beneath her proudly raised its dragon head, emitting a resounding roar and delightfully flapping its enormous wings. Indeed, Daenys was astonishingly attuned to this sentiment. Such a profound connection transcended the boundaries of verbal communication, manifesting as a resonance of thought and shared understanding. Thus, the duo engaged in a silent exchange of ideas, leading Daenys to her utter astonishment. She had not anticipated that Dreamfire possessed an understanding and communicative prowess comparable to that of an adult. It seemed the wisdom of dragons as highly intelligent magical beings was indeed a confirmed truth. Before long, the newly forged Dragonstone below had begun to cool and solidify. However, unlike the typical obsidian hue, this Dragonstone bore a striking resemblance to Dreamfire's coloration, presenting a much deeper indigo shade. Its surface no longer resembled the rough texture of black stone. Instead, it shimmered with a gem-like luster. This sight conjured memories for Daenys of the towering structures she had glimpsed in her dragon dreams, which were constructed from stones akin to this one. Such beauty surpassed the monotonous black Dragonstone significantly. It appeared that the methods employed by her ancestors to forge Dragonstone were merely the most rudimentary within the ancient Valyria. The surrounding stonemasons were instantly filled with joy. After all, this indigo stone was far more aesthetically pleasing than the pitch-black variety. Buildings crafted from this indigo gem-like Dragonstone would undoubtedly set a precedent on the continent of Westeros. These artisans, imbued with a spirit of craftsmanship, sought to etch their names into the annals of human history through their profession. The indigo stone undoubtedly presented them with an opportunity for eternal renown. It is worth noting that even the coarse black Dragonstone was a legendary creation on the continent of Westeros. How much more so for the indigo gem-like Dragonstone before them. Thus, the stonemasons were ignited by greater ambition. A mere arena for tournaments could no longer contain their boundless enthusiasm. They hurriedly scurried to consult Samwell regarding modifications to the design of the tournament grounds. Chapter 47. The Grilled Fish of House Haddock ignoring the fervent stonemasons. A somewhat fatigued Daenys, feeling quite famished, took to the skies on Dreamfire. As for their construction revisions, Daenys felt her expertise was limited, and such matters were best left to the professionals. However, judging by their fervor, they would not be satisfied until they had produced a masterpiece that would astonish the world. For now, the arena had only been completed to its foundation. Any expansions or significant alterations to the architectural style could be easily accomplished. Let them toil away. Daenys was not lacking in funds at present. In the realm of competitive combat, if they truly managed to devise something remarkable, Daenys could subsequently utilize it to generate substantial profit. Thus, why not embrace such an opportunity? It is noteworthy that the earnings from the gladiatorial arena at Slave Bay are quite commendable. Although Daenys would not exploit the slaves with the same cruelty as certain slave owners, organizing more visually captivating tournaments in the arena remains a viable option. Additionally, she could gather rare creatures or develop intriguing products. Hosting exhibitions as another splendid choice. With a venue established, the potential for profit lies in how it is utilized in the future. As Daenys gracefully glided low over the construction site of the arena, she caught a whiff of tantalizing grilled fish. Looking down, she discovered that the destitute had spontaneously formed a small marketplace at the newly constructed Longstone Island dock by the sea. Intrigued, Daenys commanded her dragon to descend and proceeded on foot towards the bustling market. Upon her arrival, the crowd hastily parted, bowing respectfully in greeting as they lowered their heads. Your Highness, they exclaimed. Please, continue with your activities. I merely wish to browse. Daenys called out cheerfully, her voice resonating throughout most of the modest marketplace. Yet, as she walked through, the crowd remained tense and reverent, with some individuals remaining frozen in place. This was not merely due to Daenys' popularity, but rather a long-standing survival instinct ingrained in the populace. In the territories of the nobility, the lord possesses absolute power over the lives and deaths of their subjects. Numerous nobles have ruthlessly punished or even executed those they deemed disrespectful under the pretense of maintaining authority over their vassals. The crowd's gaze remained fixated on Daenys until she had moved a considerable distance away, at which point they resumed their normal activities. Had it not been for her newfound social prowess acquired in this world, she would have likely fled in embarrassment in her previous life. Though the market was small, it was replete with an array of goods. Vendors offered coarse linen garments, knives, sickles, vases, bowls, nets, and various leather products, supplying almost all essential items for daily living. Notably, the wares crafted by vendors specializing in common utensils, though rudimentary, possessed a unique charm. In this world, the utensils used by commoners primarily consist of wood, crude porcelain, and ordinary metal. While they may not have access to expensive pigments for coloring their utensils, they skillfully adorn these everyday items using various natural dye plants found in their surroundings. Although the patterns above may not be particularly intricate or elaborate, they exude a rustic and natural beauty. The bustling marketplace is predominantly filled with fishermen hawking their fresh catches of sea fish. The fish leap energetically, their delectable taste undeniable. Fresh and succulent, come take a look. Fish for sale, fish for sale. Women who regularly consume fish are the most beautiful. Young men who eat fish often are the strongest. The elderly who partake in fish live the longest. Fresh oysters, bamboo clams, raw oysters, and scallops. Lively grouper, cod, tuna, trout, snapper, and large squid. The variety of seafood available here is quite extensive, and each fisherman boasts their own catchy and humorous sales pitch. Despite the unpleasant odor emanating from the multitude of seafood, it provides Daenys with a rare opportunity to experience the vibrant essence of life. However, the finest seafood is typically purchased by the chefs of Dragonstone Castle and the affluent families of Whitehorn Town. Most commoners, especially the newly arrived refugees, can only afford to buy some less desirable, spoiled fish and shrimp. Soon, Daenys followed the enticing aroma to the breakfast vendors. The stalls were few, predominantly selling dark bread and various seafood porridge. The cleanest and most orderly was a grilled fish stall adorned with a wooden sign, which was the source of the alluring scent that drew Daenys in. The wooden sign bore the inscription Haddock's grilled fish in the common tongue. A long queue had already formed in front of the stall, indicating the exceptional quality of the grilled fish. Daenys instinctively positioned herself at the end of the line and inquired of those ahead of her, "This grilled fish smells delightful. How is it sold?" Upon noticing Daenys' arrival, the patrons in line quickly dispersed, eagerly yielding the front position to her. "Your Highness, please go ahead." Daenys graciously accepted their kind gesture. "Madam, your grilled fish is truly aromatic. How much does it cost?" Despite the slight commotion caused by Daenys' presence, the owner of the grilled fish stall, Mrs. Haddock, remained composed, diligently attending to her tasks while skillfully bowing to greet Daenys. Daenys couldn't help but steal a few more glances at the neatly dressed proprietress. Chapter 67. Your Highness. The grilled fish is 10 copper coins each, Mrs. Haddock replied with a dignified yet humble demeanor. "Madam Haddock, please prepare 10 for me," Daenys requested, producing a gold coin from her pouch and handing it to the proprietress. "The remainder, please give to those who made way for me." There were only a dozen individuals ahead of Daenys in line. A single gold coin would suffice for each of them to take 10 pieces. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you, Your Highness." Observing the spices that the fish grill mistress sprinkled over the grilled fish, Daenys was astonished to discover they were the specially crafted barbecue seasonings developed by Rhaenyra. "Such a blend is rather costly," she exclaimed. "No wonder your grilled fish tastes so exquisite. Yet, it is evident that mere seasoning cannot solely account for such delectable fish. It seems that Madame Haddock must possess her own unique recipe." Upon receiving Daenys' commendation, although Madame Haddock displayed a face full of excitement, she maintained a composed tone as she replied, "Indeed, Your Highness. Our ancestors grew up at the fishing village dock, and hence, a remarkable grilled fish recipe has been passed down through generations. It is our utmost honor to receive Your Highness' approval. While our grilled fish was palatable before, it pales in comparison to the allure of the present dish. As you mentioned, it is thanks to the special spices sourced from the spice shop in Aries Town that, when combined with our secret recipe, yields such delightful grilled fish." "Ah, I see." Daenys then smiled and suggested, "Perhaps in the future, you could also experiment with chicken, duck, and pork. It might turn out equally delightful." Madame Haddock worked with remarkable efficiency, having grilled all 10 fish within no time at all. She meticulously wrapped each one in thin pancakes and then presented them respectfully to Daenys, all bundled together in a dry lotus leaf. Daenys, encountering such a novel packaging method for the first time, expressed her intrigue and inquired, "This packaging technique is quite innovative. With these pancakes, one could forego a staple dish alongside the grilled fish. However, where did you procure this dry lotus leaf? It seems that our Dragonstone island does not produce lotus flowers." Madame Haddock, without any hesitation, warmly replied, "My husband has accompanied Lord Sea Serpent on several voyages and brought back these lotus seeds from the Summer Isles. We planted them in our own pond, and they thrive remarkably well, blooming beautifully. They also develop substantial rhizomes which, when cooked, are edible, albeit rather bland and quite tough." "Is that so?" Daenys then presented a golden dragon coin to Madame Haddock, saying, "I find this quite intriguing. I would appreciate it if you could send some of these plants' rhizomes and seeds to Dragonstone Castle. This golden dragon is your reward." However, Madame Haddock declined Daenys' golden dragon, explaining, "That item holds little monetary value. Since Your Highness is fond of it, I shall gladly deliver it to you without any reward." Daenys gently placed the golden dragon beside her stall, asserting, "Please accept it, otherwise, I would feel remiss to trouble you with a journey. I shall not disturb your business further. I wish you prosperous trade, Madame Haddock." With that, Daenys swiftly departed the market, carrying the neatly packaged grilled fish. As the morning sun illuminated Dragonstone, the warmth lingered on the dried lotus leaves when Daenerys returned with grilled fish to the castle's kitchen. Emma, unable to suppress her curiosity upon seeing Daenerys so early, inquired, "Did you return from King's Landing at this unearthly hour? How astonishingly early. While unwrapping the lotus leaves and serving the grilled fish to her family, Daenerys explained. I arrived last night. After visiting the forge this morning, I passed through a small market and thought the grilled fish looked delightful, so I brought some back for everyone. Last night, I was completely unaware, Emma remarked, glancing at her husband, Viserys. Feeling unusually heavy and fatigued lately, she had been retiring early to bed. Hence her ignorance of Daenerys' return. This grilled fish is indeed delicious. Viserys interjected, noticing Emma's look. I had no idea she came back last night either. Weren't you supposed to be selecting dragon eggs for the prince your mother carries? Where are the eggs? With a mysterious air, Daenerys replied to Viserys. I have placed them in a secure location. They will be revealed when my brother is born. As for now, it remains a secret. At that moment, Rhaenyra piped up. Daenerys, I heard you embraced the Manderly brothers from White Harbor, taking them on a dragon ride. Is it true? Her words left both Viserys and Emma astonished. Their gazes shifting to Daenerys, stunned by Rhaenyra's revelation. Emma's mind fixated solely on the notion of Daenerys' embrace of the Manderly brothers. You embraced the Manderly brothers. Although the culture of Westeros was relatively liberal, the nobility still placed great importance on honor and reputation. Daenerys refrained from directly answering her mother's question, instead countering with an inquiry for Rhaenyra. Where did you hear this news? What were the exact words? Caught off guard by Daenerys' question, Rhaenyra's face flushed crimson, her speech faltering. I heard it from those noble youths. As for whether you embraced them, I am not certain. Was it your handmaiden who suggested this? So you wouldn't have to wed the balding Manderly family, is that it? Daenerys astutely perceived Rhaenyra's little ruse and promptly called her out. You dare play such games before me? The political machinations of Westeros are mere child's play to this humble gardener. It seems that in the future, you must inevitably become a dutiful wife. Although Daenerys did indeed instruct Maegor to spread the word, she was confident that, given Maegor's character, he would certainly omit the part about him embracing her dragon. Witnessing Rhaenyra's speechlessness, Viserys and Emma quickly realized that Daenerys was entirely correct. Their expressions darkened instantly. Viserys set down his meal and, with a serious demeanor, looked intently at Rhaenyra, solemnly asking, Is it as your sister has said? Rhaenyra, being merely a 10-year-old girl, was not particularly cunning and had always been favored by Viserys and Emma. Even though she felt a tinge of envy towards Daenerys, it was merely a trivial sibling rivalry. This time, driven by a great fear of being wed off to White Harbor, she had foolishly heeded the maid's suggestions and embellished her words. Having been exposed by Daenerys, she could think of no rebuttal and thus chose to confess. Yes, it was my handmaiden who prompted me to say that. However, it is not their fault. It is I who am too frightened of being married off to White Harbor. I see that Daenerys and Maegor appear to be getting along splendidly. Perhaps this could even aid them. Rhaenyra's words, imbued with the essence of a common thief, left Viserys and Emma exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Emma, our daughters are growing up and require stricter guidance. After all, they are approaching the age where marriage discussions are imminent. If this continues, their reputations may truly be at stake. Ultimately, Viserys managed to express such sentiments. What could Emma say in response? Yes, I will be vigilant. Once this child is born, I will ensure that they are both raised properly. It was indeed time for Rhaenyra's handmaidens to be replaced. Those older handmaidens who attended to Daenerys would serve well in this regard. Is it not true that Daenerys' handmaidens are not even older than mine? Upon hearing that her mother intended to replace her handmaidens, Rhaenyra was immediately incensed. Daenerys, standing nearby, merely rolled her eyes and remarked, I believe mother is referring to their emotional or intellectual maturity. Your handmaidens may be fine company, but with their intelligence and prolonged association, one might easily become dull-witted. I suggest you heed mother's advice and choose a few more astute and virtuous companions. Chapter 49. The Rift Between Sisters Enough, Daenerys. Emma, wishing to prevent any discord between the sisters, intervened to halt Daenerys' further remarks. Your handmaidens are indeed pleasant, but I find they do little to restrain you. There is no girl in the 7 kingdoms bolder than you. It is evident that one should assign a few stern handmaidens to temper your temperament. In order to avert reigniting the flames of conflict, Daenerys wisely chose to remain silent. What began as a delightful breakfast atmosphere was thus soured by Rhaenyra's remarks, leaving everyone with little appetite. Following the meal, Emma escorted the 2 sisters to her chamber, where she commenced her protracted educational endeavor. Just as Daenerys was on the verge of losing her resolve, her devoted handmaiden, Madame Jyrel, knocked on Emma's door like a herald of salvation. Your Highness, the artisans from the silver shop in White Sheep Town have arrived with your jewelry. Emma paused momentarily, pondering that she had not commissioned any jewelry from White Sheep Town. Could it be that Viserys intended to surprise her? Suppressing her curiosity, Emma swiftly guided her daughters to tidy their appearances before elegantly stating, "Please allow them to enter." The silver shop dispatched a master artisan accompanied by 4 youthful apprentices, each holding trays draped in silk, perhaps due to it being their inaugural visit to Dragonstone. The group appeared somewhat uneasy, yet their eyes reflected sincerity and their demeanor was respectful. "Your Highness," the master artisan addressed, "this is the jewelry we have crafted specifically for you. Please take a moment to examine it and let us know if any adjustments are required." With that, he gestured for the first young apprentice to step forward, unveiling the silk covering from the tray. What lay beneath was a magnificent golden belt adorned with a colossal ruby. "This," Emma gasped, well aware that Viserys' gifts were never lacking in grandeur, yet she had not anticipated such extravagance. "Oh my, what a magnificent ruby! This is truly priceless," exclaimed her handmaiden beside her. Although Emma hailed from a prosperous valley and had been a princess for over a decade, she had never encountered a ruby of this size before. Yet, as a daughter of a duke, she maintained her composure and instructed her handmaiden, "Please fetch Prince Viserys." Then, as if unperturbed, she delicately lifted the exquisite belt from the tray, admiring it closely. Feeling the ruby's warm touch, she marveled, "This gem radiates warmth?" The master artisan, brimming with pride, explained, "Indeed, Your Highness. Not only does the ruby emanate warmth, but it also possesses remarkable restorative properties. We intentionally designed this belt with gaps to allow the ruby to make contact with your skin." Emma nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Truly ingenious. The craftsmanship is of the highest caliber." She particularly noted the belt's soft and comfortable leather, its coloring rich and exquisite. "Is this made from whale skin, Your Highness?" The princess possesses remarkable discernment. "Indeed, it is whale leather." Soon after, my father, Viserys, arrived. "Emma, did you call for me? Have these 2 mischievous girls upset you again?" After breakfast, since the sisters Daenerys had been taken away by their mother, Emma, Viserys, as a devoted father, remained anxiously in his chamber, not venturing anywhere. It wasn't long before the esteemed craftsman from the silver workshop appeared. "I summoned you to inquire about these exquisite ornaments. When did you acquire such precious gemstones?" "I am utterly unaware." Despite the numerous individuals present, Emma's tone unmistakably bore a hint of playful petulance. "Ornaments? Gemstones?" Viserys found himself increasingly bewildered. Emma waved the golden belt before his eyes, exclaiming, "Isn't this jewelry something you commissioned? Why feign ignorance now?" With a chuckle, she added, "The children have grown so much. Yet you remain so oblivious." While Viserys relished Emma's playful demeanor, he was genuinely perplexed by the situation. "How could I possibly procure such a large ruby? It truly isn't me." At that moment, the master craftsman cleared his throat and explained, "Your Highness, Prince, these ornaments were commissioned by Princess Daenerys for you. Not only for you, but also for Prince Viserys and Princess Rhaenyra." He then unveiled a second tray, revealing a silver belt adorned with whale leather and set with blue sapphires, alongside a Valyrian blue sapphire brooch. "This silver belt and brooch were crafted for you by Princess Daenerys." With the large ruby on Emma's belt, the smaller blue sapphires on Viserys' belt appeared less ostentatious. However, the peculiar dragon motif captured Viserys' interest. The design on the belt was indeed unique, resembling a colossal dragon, yet it lacked wings. Its body was serpentine with 4 claws. Odd as it appeared, it exuded an even more formidable presence than a dragon. The master craftsman promptly elucidated, "Indeed, Your Highness. This design was personally conceived by Princess Daenerys." "Daenerys?" At that moment, the family's gaze turned toward Daenerys, who was casually sipping juice. Emma shot her a pointed look, saying, "You, my dear. Since this was your commission, why didn't you mention it sooner?" Daenerys thought to herself, "If I had revealed it earlier, would I have witnessed such amusing reactions?" Yet, she feigned innocence, replying, "Wasn't it meant to be a surprise for father, mother, and sister?" Rhaenyra's complete set of pink diamond jewelry, Daenerys belt, and Valyrian steel bracelet. "Let us unveil my sister's treasures as well, for her adornments are the most exquisite of all." Shifting attention, Daenerys is indeed quite adept at this. When the silversmith revealed the third tray, the entire set of pink diamond jewelry dazzled brilliantly under the sunlight streaming through the window. Although Rhaenyra typically held little interest in such jewels, she found herself captivated by the opulence before her today, particularly in the radiant sunlight. Those ornaments sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. Yet, reflecting on her actions from that morning, Rhaenyra was suddenly overcome with a sense of profound shame. This feeling made the usually proud Rhaenyra acutely aware of her own insignificance in Daenerys' presence, igniting an unnameable fury within her. In a fit of rage, She overturned the tray in front of everyone and loudly berated Daenys. Who cares for your worthless trinkets? Do you think these baubles can buy my loyalty? No wonder you adore wealth so much. You would go to any lengths to acquire it. You have brought disgrace upon the Targaryen name. I am ashamed to associate with you. With that, she stormed out in a flourish. This outburst left the onlookers in utter shock. The maids and silversmiths instinctively lowered their heads, afraid to make a sound. Meanwhile, Daenys' personal maid, Madame Gariel, hurriedly picked up the scattered jewelry and returned to Daenys' side. At that moment, Viserys felt a throbbing headache, while Aemma experienced a twinge of pain in her abdomen. However, their greater concern was for Daenys, fearing that Rhaenyra's reckless behavior would leave her humiliated. Aemma, while rubbing her stomach, approached Daenys to offer comfort, saying, I apologize, Daenys, for the distress Rhaenyra has caused you. Rest assured, I shall properly discipline her. Viserys also chimed in, Daenys, thank you for your silver belt and brooch. I truly adore them. Rhaenyra's reaction stems from her envy of your understanding nature. It is she who is being unreasonable. Do not take it to heart. At this moment, Daenys' mind was racing with countless thoughts, yet her expression remained composed as she replied, what is happening, everyone? It's quite all right. I believe Rhaenyra is simply feeling embarrassed. After all, I did expose her little schemes this morning. She must be frustrated and lashing out in shame. She is still young. I bear her no ill will. Since she finds no value in this jewelry, I shall keep it for myself. I will not disturb my father and mother. Try the belt again, and if any adjustments are needed, just inform the craftsman. I shall take my leave now. Father, mother. With that, Daenys hurriedly departed with Gariel. As she stepped out of the room, Daenys deliberately pinched herself hard, causing tears to stream down her face. She then subtly turned to the side, ensuring her parents caught a glimpse of her tear-filled, aggrieved expression. On her way back to her chamber, Daenys adorned her wrist with the Valyrian bracelet while saying to Gariel, distribute this set of pink diamond jewelry among yourself, Anna, and the others. After all, you are no longer children. Consider it an early dowry. Gariel shot Daenys an incredulous glance. Your Highness, please refrain from jesting with us. If it weren't for Sir Harold's severe punishment of the servants who gossiped about you and Metarek at Dragonstone, who knows what rumors would have spread by now. This morning, I heard you were summoned by Princess Aemma for a reprimand. I promptly dispatched someone to White Sheep Town to fetch the silversmiths. You do not reward my cleverness yet still find amusement at our expense? How unreasonable. Will you accept this set of jewelry or not? Daenys directly addressed the crux of the matter, halting Gariel's complaints. Why would I refuse? Who would be foolish enough to decline such exquisite gemstones? They are rare treasures even in the Seven Kingdoms. Gariel exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Daenys couldn't help but laugh heartily in response. Last night, through her dragon dream, Daenys not only mastered the incantation for crafting ancient Valyrian Dragonstone, but also became more attuned to magical energies. She could distinctly sense the magic within the amethyst of the bracelet flowing gradually through her wrist and into her entire being. Although her body did not undergo any immediate transformation, she believed that over time, it would yield significant benefits. The future is long. The outcome will undoubtedly reveal itself in due course. Such is the nature of both objects and people. Upon returning to her room, Daenys rested for a brief half-hour before rising. She hurriedly selected a light pink leather armor and adorned herself with her new belt. Gariel and Bashani had already divided the pink diamond jewelry among themselves and were adorning their bodies with it. As Anna was the eldest and the chief maid, they reserved the most valuable necklace for her. Gariel chose a ring, while the youngest, Bashani, selected a brooch. To complement the exquisite pink diamond jewelry, they all donned dresses in shades of pink. How are things preparing on Harold's side? Chapter 71. As Daenys adjusted her attire, she inquired of Gariel. The young talents from the prominent families will soon be arriving, and we shall require ample assistance. Gariel, busy braiding Daenys' hair, promptly replied, rest assured. Everything has been arranged on my end. Whenever there is a martial competition, the younger sons and bastards from those noble families are ever eager to participate. However, Your Highness, must we truly recruit 300 individuals this time? While we possess an abundance of gold dragons, maintaining 300 noble knights would incur considerable expenses. Moreover, enlisting so many at once makes it challenging to rigorously assess their character and abilities. Dear Sister Gariel, does not the princess often say that time reveals a person's true nature? Even if we gather extensive intelligence on them, I believe a gradual evaluation by having them close at hand would prove more prudent. The 10-year-old Bessani, however, held a different perspective. With a larger pool, we can certainly uncover more exceptional talents. Thus, even if it requires additional gold dragons, it would be worthwhile, would it not? Daenys was taken aback by Bassani's astuteness at such a tender age. It appeared she had inherited the Rosby family's keen business acumen. Haha. No wonder Annie always claims Bessani is the best at figures. Gariel, look. You've already been outmatched by Bessani. Once Rhaenyra had completed her preparations, Dreamfire and Miracis responded to her summons and arrived above Dragonstone Keep. Rhaenyra then mounted Dreamfire, leading Miracis toward the site of the Dragonstone Forge. This morning, the Dragonstone Rhaenyra had crafted was now fully formed, and she commanded Dreamfire to transport the stones, piece by piece, to the arena. In the annals of House Targaryen, there had likely never been a dragon rider who employed a dragon as a mere porter. This not only conserved considerable manpower, but also served to strengthen the dragon's might. Truly a win-win situation. After Rhaenyra had relocated all the dragon stones to the designated spots, the stonemasons had already filled the molds with new materials. This time, Rhaenyra placed her hands upon Miracis' chest and began to chant an incantation in the ancient Valyrian tongue. As Rhaenyra and Miracis reached a critical point in their magical resonance, she proclaimed loudly, "Dragon fire." Miracis let out a mighty roar before unleashing a stream of purple-pink blazing dragon fire upon the Dragonstone materials. Indeed, this incantation not only served to forge dragonstones imbued with magical attributes, but also augmented the potency of the dragon's fire. However, perhaps due to Rhaenyra's repeated incantations throughout the day, she felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her after this particular spellcasting. Yet, Miracis appeared to be more spirited than ever. Daenys hastily seated herself upon a nearby stone, preparing to rest. "Are you tired?" Just as Daenys settled down, she was unexpectedly struck by the sensation that someone was speaking within her mind. Who is speaking? At that moment, Miracis leaned closer, affectionately nudging her. "Are you tired?" This message resonated in Daenys' consciousness once more. "Miracis, is that you communicating with me?" Perhaps it was not merely speech, but rather a form of communication on a conscious level. Earlier that morning, after performing the incantation, Daenys and Dreamfire had also managed some mutual conscious communication. Yet it was never as precise as Miracis' ability to interpret her thoughts. "I'm Miracis. Are you tired?" "I am somewhat fatigued, but a brief rest will suffice." "You need not worry." Daenys affectionately stroked Miracis' head, her heart brimming with joy. Sensing Daenys' emotions, Miracis chirped delightfully in response. At that moment, Daenys noticed that the purple diamonds adorning her bracelet and belt were gradually emanating warm energy, swiftly replenishing her stamina. However, the diamonds themselves had dimmed considerably, causing Daenys to feel a pang of sorrow. Yet, recalling Melisandre's ruby, which could absorb magical energy to restore vitality, Daenys couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope for her own purple diamonds. After more than half an hour, Daenys sensed that her strength had fully returned, so she stood to stretch her limbs. She glanced at the dragon stones, which were nearly solidifying, and observed that their color had transformed into a deep purple-black, adorned with numerous lavender streaks. This hue exuded a solemnity and an indescribable nobility. It seemed that different colors of dragon flames could forge dragon stones of varying colors. Since her strength had only just recovered, she decided against experimenting today. Instead, she planned to summon the 3 little ones tomorrow for further testing. Meanwhile, the stonemasons were gathered around the newly colored dragon stones, eagerly discussing how to best utilize this novel material. By midday, they had reached a consensus with Sam Wilder to construct the arena in a manner that rivaled the grandeur of the Colosseum in Slave Bay. Just as Daenys was transporting dragon stones, Sam Wilder had already consulted her regarding this. Although the budget would significantly increase, the allure of such a project would be undeniable. Given that Daenys was not lacking in golden dragons, she readily consented. Moreover, in this world, whether constructing castles or large buildings, the bulk of the expenditure stemmed from stone and mason costs. With Daenys now mastering the art of forging dragon stones, she had managed to save over 80% of these expenses. The transportation of large stones was efficiently managed by Daenerys utilizing her dragons, significantly conserving both labor and time. This efficiency instilled confidence in Samwell and others, allowing them to construct the arena, a task that would typically take over a year, within just a month. Simultaneously, the location where they gathered Dragonstone for construction materials was also strategically chosen by Daenerys and Samwell as the future site for a castle. As they excavated gravel and other building materials, they inadvertently addressed a portion of the groundwork required for the castle's foundation. After regaining her strength, Daenerys was preparing to depart on her dragon when she noticed Monty Hightower approaching with several young nobles from the Reach. "Your Highness, Princess Daenerys." The noble youths displayed a respectful demeanor towards the princess, who could command both a large and a small dragon. After a slight bow, Daenerys spoke in a composed tone. Greetings. Do you gentlemen have an interest in exploring this disordered quarry? Monty Hightower quickly clarified. Your Highness, we did not come here to tour a quarry. We heard that you flew with the Manderley brothers from White Harbor around Dragonstone on your dragon. Is that true? Daenerys nodded. Indeed, that did occur. However, I do not provide free dragon rides. Each of them generously sponsored 100,000 golden dragons for the construction of the arena. So, Lord Hightower, are you interested in a ride on my dragon as well? But I must warn you that dragon riding is not a trivial matter. I cannot guarantee that you will not encounter any mishaps. If you are timid or afraid, I advise against attempting it. Just as Monty and the other young nobles hesitated, a group from Skagos suddenly emerged. A lean, hawk-nosed boy among them mockingly addressed the group from the Reach. If you're scared, perhaps you should reconsider. If you happen to wet yourselves on the dragon's back, be wary of being roasted by its flames. That would certainly be amusing. Ha! It would be quite the spectacle. The simple-minded bear, eager to join in the jest, chimed in. Isn't it said that the people of the Reach love fruit wine? Even their urine must have a fruity scent. I would truly like to see that. Ha! Despite the rivalries and factional disputes among the noble youths from the various great houses of the Seven Kingdoms, a lively atmosphere prevailed. However, when confronted with the rough youths of Skag's Island, they invariably unite in a natural alliance, directing their ire towards the Northerners, whom they regard as no different from savages. Thus, in the face of the scorn from these island youths, Mond Haytarl felt a surge of hormones. As civilized individuals, we adhere to decorum and thoughtful deliberation in our endeavors. How could you possibly comprehend such matters? Not to mention our willingness to soar upon dragons with Princess Daenerys. We at least possess the means to afford the expenses of such an endeavor. Can you? Upon witnessing Mond's grim demeanor, Wolves 1 and 2 felt their eyes redden with fury, emitting howls akin to wild wolves. At this moment, Dax gently stroked their heads, calming their tempestuous spirits, and looked down upon Mond Haytarl, stating, Since you of the Haytarl family are so bold, why waste words here? Produce the coin and mount the dragon for all to witness. Is it truly as the golden-haired Lannisters claim, that you Haytarl folks are oblivious to the allure of a woman's delicate lips? Or is it that you merely wish to flaunt your verbal prowess? Beside them, Daenerys could only feign ignorance, though inwardly she cursed, wondering if these ruffians felt compelled to lace every utterance with vulgarity. Chapter 52. The Dreamfire ignited. Mond Haytarl was acutely aware that Dax, this savage, was deliberately provoking him. Yet, for the sake of preserving the dignity of the Haytarl family and his own pride, he steeled himself to engage. Chapter 73. To ride a dragon through the skies is indeed a privilege bestowed upon me, Mond Haytarl. My library is filled with delights. After all, apart from House Targaryen, few nobles of Westeros have the fortune to soar through the heavens alongside dragons. Upon concluding this, Mond Haytarl executed what he believed to be an exceedingly gallant bow towards Daenerys, proclaiming, Should the exquisite and noble Princess Daenerys deign to accept my humble request, I would gladly present her with 100,000 golden dragons. Yet, before Daenerys could respond, he slyly turned to Dax, laced with insinuation, and remarked, regrettably, Not every noble family in Westeros possesses the means to beseech the princess for such an opportunity. Wouldn't you agree, nobleman of Skag's Island? He feigned profundity, adding, thus, It would be wise for certain individuals to recognize their limitations sooner rather than later. Dax, seemingly oblivious to the scorn in Mond Haytarl's words, replied with an unfazed demeanor. Only the inept coward seeks to embellish their facade through the glory of their lineage. The valiant warriors of Skag's Island rely solely on their genuine prowess to earn respect. Therefore, I hope that Master Mond Haythar can showcase the grandeur of your esteemed family upon the back of the dragon. Dax. Mond Haythar cast a scornful glance at Dax, then respectfully addressed Princess Daenys. Esteemed Princess Daenys, might I have the honor of soaring with you upon the dragon? Daenys coldly retorted, Let me reiterate. Should any unforeseen events occur upon the dragon, I shall bear no responsibility. However, the sum of 100,000 gold dragons cannot be overlooked. Mond Haythar confidently replied. Of course, all present can attest to my words. With everything clarified, Daenys ceased the idle chatter and turned, climbing onto the saddle of Dreamfire. After soothing Dreamfire's emotions, she instructed, Mond, you may ascend along the dragon's wing, but be gentle, do not provoke Dreamfire. With that, Daenys continued to reassure the reluctant Dreamfire through their mental connection, for she harbored little fondness for the Haythar family. Naturally, Dreamfire, attuned to Daenys' inner sentiments, also held a disinclination towards Mond Haythar and was reluctant to allow him onto her back. Unlike the times when Daenys flew with the Medarek Mandler brothers, when Dreamfire was quite cooperative. Facing the colossal creature, Mond Hathar took several deep breaths to steady himself, preparing mentally for the ascent. He then cautiously climbed along Dreamfire's wing. Throughout the process, every fiber of Dreamfire's being radiated resistance, as if she longed to shake off this small intruder from her form. Grip the spines on the dragon's back firmly. Do not be careless. Upon seeing Mond had successfully climbed up, Daenys instructed, you may also secure your cloak to those spines. It will provide excellent stability. Understood, Your Highness. Mond Hathar obediently complied, yet Daenys could distinctly hear the tremor in his voice. A flicker of disdain arose within Daenys towards him, while Dreamfire, in sync with Daenys' feelings, impatiently shook her body. This startled Mond Hathar, prompting a scream from him. Yet, he quickly adapted, altering his tone to sound as if he were cheering, which incited his sycophants below into a frenzy of encouragement. Their cheers continued unabated until Dreamfire, in her irritation, opened her mouth and let out a roar, finally silencing them. Master Mond, are you ready? We are about to take off. Yes, Your Highness. Dreamfire, ascend. Dreamfire initially dashed a few steps on the ground before vigorously flapping its enormous dragon wings, swiftly soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Myricist joyfully chirped, following closely behind Dreamfire. Naturally, Mond Hathar was exhilarated by his first ride upon a colossal dragon. The excitement and nervousness nearly made him forget to breathe. The heat emanating from the dragon's body, combined with the biting winds at such heights, overwhelmed him with a sense of suffocation. Thus, after only a short flight, Mond Hathar began to feel dizzy and lightheaded. Daenys glanced back at him, raising her voice in concern. Mond, are you all right? At that moment, Mond Hathar was experiencing a ringing in his ears, rendering Daenys' words somewhat muffled. Consequently, he shouted, Your Highness, this sensation is simply exhilarating, utterly magnificent. To become a dragon rider from the hatching of a green egg of a sheep thief is truly remarkable. Chapter 74. Due to the ringing in his ears, Mond Hatar's voice was particularly loud, which irked Dreamfire, who was already a bit impatient. In response, Dreamfire executed a rapid vertical ascent, piercing through the clouds. This sudden movement left Mond Hatar momentarily disoriented, causing his limbs to go limp. Yet, the remnants of his rationality and willpower compelled him to grip tightly onto Dreamfire's spines, allowing him to endure. However, Dreamfire had no intention of making it easy for him. Upon reaching several thousand meters in altitude, the oxygen became exceedingly sparse, and the winds intensified. Dreamfire joyously performed aerial maneuvers, which made Daenys, seated in the dragon's saddle, feel as though her body was being jolted painfully. It is easy to imagine the state Mond Hatar was in, perched uncomfortably atop the rigid dragon's back. While Mond could tolerate the discomfort caused by the turbulence, he felt as if the world was spinning around him, and he was on the verge of vomiting. Yet, with his reason still intact, he forced himself to swallow the nausea. He had no doubt that should he dare to vomit upon Dreamfire's back, the dragon would respond with a fiery blast. Observing that this little creature could endure, Dreamfire dove sharply downwards, causing Daenys to experience a moment of weightlessness. However, being an experienced rider with 3 years of training, Daenys quickly regained her balance. Unfortunately, Mond Hatar, relying solely on his grip on the dragon's spines, was not so fortunate. Overwhelmed and at the brink of his limits, he inadvertently loosened his hold and plummeted from the dragon's back. Chapter 53. The perils of unrequited affection can be truly daunting. With a triumphant roar, the cunning Dreamfire soared exuberantly, capturing the rapidly descending Mond Hatar with a graceful dash. Daenys, startled by this display, quickly cautioned Dreamfire to cease her fiery antics and to exercise caution with her claws, lest she inadvertently ruin the sole heir of House Hatar. At that moment, Dreamfire had descended to several dozen meters above the ground. Whether it was due to the resurgence of oxygen or Mond Hatar's superior constitution, he surprisingly regained consciousness. Help! Princess, save me! He cried, his pants thoroughly soaked. An unknown liquid dripped onto Dreamfire's claw, and the intense heat emanating from her body swiftly transformed it into steam. How could this escape Dreamfire's keen senses? Enraged, she opened her maw, intent on incinerating the wretched insect. Sensing Dreamfire's shift in mood, Daenys quickly interjected, Dreamfire, take him to the sea and wash him off, but do not harm him. At that moment, Malesis flew beside Dreamfire. Although only 3 to 4 meters in size, Malesis surprisingly kept pace with her. It appeared that the title of the swiftest dragon in Westeros, once held by the Red Queen Melias, was about to change hands. Moreover, Malesis was the most aesthetically pleasing among the existing dragons, embodying elegance and grace. With the arrival of Sunfire, they would make a splendid pair. In her fury, Dreamfire surged toward the ocean, vigorously swirling Mont Hyder in the water several times. This tumult nearly caused the newly revived Mont Hyder to lose consciousness once more. As the salty water made him cough incessantly, drenched, he was relieved that this predicament at least concealed his embarrassing mishap. Strangely, Mont Hyder fancifully concluded that Princess Daenys must have noticed his plight and ordered the dragon to drench him to spare him any humiliation. If Daenys were to learn of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Wong Defa." Daenys had initially planned to take Mont Hyder on a flight around Dragonstone. But after encountering this incident just halfway through, she opted to return him to the quarry. When the others beheld Mont Hyder, soaked and cradled in Dreamfire's claws, they were left in astonishment. The youths of Skagos Island reveled in schadenfreude, their expressions betraying unrestrained delight. Even the group of youths at the river bend struggled to suppress their amusement, for genuine concern for Mont Hightower was a rarity among them. Dreamfire harbored no fondness for Mont Hightower, and thus, when he was a mere 2 or 3 meters above the ground, Dreamfire unceremoniously cast him down. Fortunately, the young master of House Hightower had trained for many years. Although the fall was painful, it left him unscathed. Chapter 75. In light of the unfortunate incident, Daenys could not act as if nothing had occurred. Therefore, she descended from the dragon's back. Retrieving from her whale leather satchel a vial of ointment she had concocted after consulting Bachelor Tigress, blending it with her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine specifically to treat bruises and injuries. This ointment, specially crafted in Dragonstone, was remarkably effective for such ailments. "Take this and apply it," she urged. However, the typically loquacious young master of House Hightower blushed deeply and stammered, "Thank you, Your Highness. I understand your intentions. Just be sure to deliver the promissory note for the 100,000 golden dragons directly to Samwell in Whitehorn," Daenys replied. Upon hearing this, Mont Hightower's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly nodded, "Of course, Your Highness, rest assured, I shall deliver it immediately." In that moment, Daenys appeared to him as a radiant star, illuminating his eyes with sparkling brilliance. Yet, Daenys had little interest in observing the changes in Mont Hightower's expression. After handing him the ointment, she turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, their exchange sparked a different suspicion in Dax's mind. Surely this pretty boy didn't he attempt to impose upon Daenys while on the dragon's back, only to be thrown off? He mused. Thus, he called out to the departing Daenys, "Your Highness, the 2 little unicorns have fully recovered. Let us go and see them." Having nearly forgotten about the little creatures amidst her busy days, Daenys immediately halted, extending her hand. "Let us go. We must hurry to the dragon." "Absolutely," Dax responded, promptly assisting Daenys onto the dragon's saddle before grasping the spines on Dreamfire's back to mount. Observing the intimate gestures between Dax and Daenys stirred dissatisfaction in Mont Hightower, who promptly instructed his attendants and noble companions, "We must swiftly procure some exotic beasts. We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by the savages from Skagos." From behind, Dax gazed at the still youthful, yet already curvaceous form of Daenys, unable to suppress a smile as mischief brewed in his mind. Soon, they arrived at the pasture where the 2 little unicorns were kept. In order to avoid startling the 2 little ones, Daenys parked Dreamfire and Miracis at a considerable distance, then walked towards the 2 young unicorns alongside Dax. The known portions of the world map revealed a stark contrast to the previous days. As the 2 unicorns were now frolicking joyfully across the lush meadow, their spirits lifted. Standing at merely half a meter tall, they galloped with a speed that far surpassed that of an average adult horse. Upon noticing Daenys' approach, they bared their teeth and emitted warning growls, displaying a vigilant demeanor. At that moment, Dax's pupils instantly turned white, and the young unicorns quickly fell silent. Dax's action evidently caught Daenys' attention, as she distinctly sensed a surge of energy at the moment his eyes changed. Under Dax's influence, the 2 unicorns approached the pair with remarkable docility, and Dax's pupils returned to their normal hue. It appeared that Dax Bargana possessed an exceptionally high aptitude for shape-shifting. The young companions from Skag's Island accompanying him were likely adept shapeshifters as well. Daenys inquired casually, her tone seemingly nonchalant. However, the distant roars of 2 dragons alerted Dax to Daenys' growing displeasure. Miracis swiftly soared towards Daenys' side. Chapter 54. Child of the Forest. Miracis, moving with incredible speed, reached Daenys in mere breaths. Despite still being a young dragon, her length had exceeded 4 meters, and when standing upright, she towered over the tall Dax. Upon arrival, Miracis immediately shielded Daenys with her body, glaring fiercely at Dax, her throat flickering with embers. "Speak," she demanded. "What is your true purpose in approaching me?" With Miracis present, Daenys felt secure, and her voice grew colder, her aura fully manifesting. I believe the biting winds of Skag's Island have bestowed not only courage upon you, but also wisdom from the towering fishbeam trees. I am willing to listen to your explanation, but I expect a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I shan't hesitate to let Miracis sample the taste of human flesh. Seeing the genuine intent behind Daenys' words, Dax immediately knelt on one knee, swearing earnestly, I, Dax Bargana, swear by the name of the old gods that every word I speak henceforth shall be sincere, devoid of any falsehood. Your Highness, I truly wish to approach you, and I vow that there is no malice or ill intent behind it. Chapter 76. Do you remember our previous discussion regarding the shapeshifters? Daenys felt that Dax's words were likely credible, yet she remained vigilant without the slightest relaxation of her guard. Indeed, as the princess mentioned, all the companions I brought with me are transcenders. Furthermore, they have all successfully transitioned their respective animal companions. What I am about to say may be hard to believe, but I assure you that my words are devoid of deceit. Your Highness, since you are aware of the transcenders, you must also know of the existence of the children of the forest. This is not an uncommon matter. Many tomes recount the legends and chronicles of the children of the forest. Daenys gestured for him to continue. 10 years ago, to be precise. On the day of your birth, a fierce storm erupted on Skag's Island, which soon cleared. At that time, I was 6 years old and went to play by the sea after the storm passed, fortuitously rescuing 2 children of the forest who had been swept to the island by the tempest. However, due to their diminutive stature, I initially mistook them for unfortunate little girls who had suffered a shipwreck, and I brought them back to my family as castle. Upon arriving at the castle, the adults immediately recognized them as children of the forest. Initially, they intended to slay them, but due to my fervent insistence, their lives were spared, and the healer was summoned to tend to them. Fortunately, I protected them with all my might. However, during their convalescence at the castle, I suddenly fell gravely ill. If it had not been for the healing herbs from the children of the forest, I would have surely perished. Strangely, since that severe illness, I awakened the talent of a transcender and, with the aid of the herbalist and the Watcher, successfully transitioned an adult unicorn. The Watcher, possessing the sight of green, remarked that both they and I were meant to have vanished from history. Until your news reached Skag's Island. The Watcher, upon hearing this, Daenys felt a tightening in her chest, and a wave of fear coursed through her, causing her to shudder. Could it be that this Watcher is a terrifying being akin to the three-eyed raven in Game of Thrones? Sensing Daenys' emotional shift, Miracis immediately erupted in rage, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire towards Dax without hesitation. Fortunately, Dax's agility allowed him to leap and roll several times in place, narrowly evading Miracis's fiery onslaught. Coming to her senses, Daenys quickly employed her telepathic abilities to calm the enraged Miracis, halting her relentless breath of fire. Otherwise, the already down Dax would have had no chance of escaping Miracis's attack. At this moment, not only was Dax covered in mud, looking utterly disheveled, but the 2 young unicorns were also so frightened by the furious Miracis that they lay on the ground, immobilized. They had already been quite timid since Miracis' arrival. Upon witnessing that Miracis had indeed calmed down due to Daenys' soothing presence, Dax managed to brush off the dirt from his body and returned to Daenys' side. I am truly sorry, Dax. I lost focus for a moment, which allowed Miracis to slip out of control. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would have had a difficult time explaining things to the Panama clan. It's quite all right, Your Highness. After all, I am unscathed. Dax at last grasped the magnitude of the dragon's wrath, and it humbled the pride he had inflated over the years from being able to ride unicorns. Is that Watcher the Green Prophet among the children of the forest? Daenys fixed her intense gaze upon Dax, meticulously observing the nuances of his expression. Your Highness is familiar with the Green Prophet? Dax felt increasingly intrigued by this remarkable princess. According to the Watcher's own words, she had merely awakened the green sight but had not yet ascended to the status of the Green Prophet. She had mentioned that in his green dreamscape, he and she, had previously not existed in the future. Yet now, their presence had altered the course of destiny. The Watcher deemed this a perilous situation, for when the gods become aware of such anomalies, they would stop at nothing to obliterate these unknown variables. I approached you, Princess, with the intention of joining forces to confront the dangers that may lie ahead. Vagahana, so what then? Although Daenys held reservations about Dax's intentions, she found the truths he revealed to be rather credible. Do you believe that merely our combined efforts can extricate us from the clutches of the gods? Perhaps you should summon the other 2 children of the forest. I find them far more intriguing. Dax, the gods' methods are simply whispers in the ears of mortals, sowing discord within their minds. leading them to unknowingly become their pawns, mere pieces to manipulate the fates of others. The old gods of Westeros could not withstand the bronze weapons of the first men, nor did the seven of the Undulls manifest to save humanity. Regarding the gods, I believe they are worthy of listening to and respecting, like the king of mosquitoes, Gingshin, yet I shall never entrust my life or future to anyone's hands, including those of the gods. Daenys' words ignited a spark of clarity in Dax's eyes. Your Highness, my reason for coming to Dragonstone is to defy fate. I believe in the power of human agency. As long as we wield sufficient strength, neither man nor god can dictate our destinies. Daenys merely regarded Dax with a profound glance, saying nothing further. Meanwhile, Myricus unleashed another torrent of fierce dragon fire towards the sky, with a provocative gaze directed at Dax, as if to convey, young one, this is true power. Daenys departed with Dax, while the youths of Skaggy's island hastened toward the pasture where the unicorns resided. However, the distance was considerable, and they had yet to arrive. Seizing the opportunity during their wait, Daenys approached the two frightened little unicorns, gently caressing their trembling bodies. Their pitiable appearance was far more endearing than when they had previously bared their teeth and roared at her. Unicorns are indeed magical creatures endowed with a delicate spirit. It remained uncertain whether they sensed Daenys' capacity to shield them or if they were still under Dax's previous enchantment. Before Daenys, the two little beings exhibited remarkable docility, and upon feeling the potent magic emanating from the purple diamond bracelet adorning her wrist, they seemed to revel in her gentle touch. It appeared that utilizing the dragon's formidable presence to tame creatures was an effective strategy. With a dragon, the apex of magical beings in this realm, no creature dared to act defiantly before Daenys. By the time the youths from Skaggy's reached the unicorn pasture, the two little unicorns had become as obedient as large dogs in her presence. As the two diminutive youths shed their cloaks, their true forms as forest children were unveiled. Although their skin was somewhat darker, their features were exquisitely beautiful, reminiscent of ethereal elves with enchanting eyes and elongated ears. Notably, they possessed only 3 fingers, with sharp claws adorning their thumbs. Greetings, Watcher, Herbalist. Daenys, gazing at the adorable, doll-like forest children, could not help but softly inquire, might you share your story with me? The green-eyed Watcher regarded Daenys with curiosity before nodding and speaking. We delved deep underground, into the stones and trees. Long before your ancestors arrived in this land you call Westeros, it was our sanctuary. Yet even in those days, our numbers were scant. The gods bestowed upon us longevity, yet constrained our population to prevent us from overwhelming the world, much like deer proliferating in a forest devoid of wolves to hunt them. In the dawn of time, the sun that illuminated us began its ascent. But now our sun has set, while the sun of humankind shines resplendently. Your rise and prosperity signify our decline and impending demise. Giants have nearly been extinguished. They were both our scourge and our brethren. The great lions of the West have been hunted to extinction. Unicorns are nearly vanished, and only a few hundred mammoths remain. The ice wolves will outlast us, yet their fate will also arrive. In a world crafted by humanity, there is insufficient space for either them or us to thrive. Listening to the tale narrated by the Watcher, Daenys felt her words flowed like a melodic chant of the earth and history, exquisitely harmonious. Thank you, Watcher. Your voice is truly enchanting, akin to that of a songbird of nature. She exclaimed. In truth, there is no need for despair. Humanity is a remarkably inclusive race. In times of conflict, they may exhibit greed and brutality, yet we must not overlook their compassion and tolerance. In my understanding, an ideal realm should see humans, children of the forest, giants, and even beasts coexisting in harmony. Such a vision would be far richer and more beautiful. But, dear princess, the Watcher interjected, even in such an ideal world, the architects of order would inevitably be humanity, would they not? Although Daenys' words momentarily touched the Watcher, her long life had accustomed her to the shattering of dreams and the harshness of reality, and she swiftly regained her composure. Does this truly matter? Daenys continued. To maintain harmony in a world, it is essential for a strong and benevolent race to occupy positions of leadership. If we could once again hear the songs of the children of the forest echoing through the land, and provide a sanctuary for the giants riding mammoths, it is the chance for all beings to thrive and reproduce that holds utmost significance, is it not? Just as you mentioned, in a forest devoid of wolves, even the gentlest deer can become a calamity, correct? Her words plunged everyone into contemplation, and they regarded the young princess with admiration. During this time, they meticulously examined the transformations that had occurred in White Sheep Town over the past 3 years. It could be said that the people of White Sheep Town were among the happiest on the entire continent of Westeros. Not only were they well-clothed and well-fed, but those possessing skills were also given ample opportunities, leading to a more prosperous life. Moreover, the rule of law in White Sheep Town was transparent and just. All wrongdoers faced stringent punishment, while the diligent and law-abiding were under the protection of the young princess. Even the livestock raised in White Sheep Town exhibited increasingly superior qualities. For the Watcher and the Herb, both beings of ancient lineage, this was a sight they had never encountered before. As the Watcher and the Herb exchanged glances, they unexpectedly took each other as hands and began to chant softly. Their song, composed in an ancient tongue, was incomprehensible to Daenys and the others. Yet, the primal instincts and emotional currents woven into their melody resonated deeply with all present, moving even the unicorns, Meraeus, and the distant flora and fauna, who seemingly succumbed to the enchantment of the sublime song. As they sang to the earth, everyone instinctively seated themselves upon the grass, listening in serene silence. Daenys gradually succumbed to a state of semi-consciousness, her awareness seemingly transcending infinite realms of time and space. She found herself transported back to an era on the continent of Westeros, a time abundant with fish-leaf trees and dense forests. Countless primitive races inhabited this land, the Earth's singers, the forest children, and towering giants riding colossal mammoths. Yet, more prevalent were the forest elves, closely resembling humans, alongside the beastly orcs who commanded various fantastical creatures, and the industrious dwarves skilled in crafting exquisite equipment. However, the elves, orcs, and dwarves, embroiled in relentless conflicts, gradually faded into the annals of history. Subsequently, the forest children and giants entered a prolonged state of opposition and combat. One fateful day, ancestors wielding bronze arrived, felling the revered trees and igniting fires to construct dwellings, driving away the forest children and giants who had once thrived there. The forest children and giants united to resist the encroaching human settlers, until one day, from the distant land of eternal winter, a blinding white mist descended upon them. At that moment, Daenys shivered, abruptly awakening. Chapter 56, The Sapling of the Fishleaf Tree. When Daenys regained consciousness, the songs of the Watcher and the Herbalist had long subsided. Out of respect for her dreams, they silently stood guard, awaiting her awakening. What is that terrifying presence from the land of eternal winter? Daenys tentatively inquired of the Watcher. Your Highness, it is the darkness that concludes the light, the bitter cold that seizes warmth, an existence too profound to be spoken of in the realm of life. However, in the short term, they will pose no threat to our current Westeros. It was evident that the Watcher hesitated to divulge the truths of the White Walkers and the Night King. Legends of the White Walkers had long circulated within the Stark family of Winterfell. Is the dreadful entity you speak of the White Walkers? Daenys boldly elucidated the matter herself. I have also heard that it was your forest children who created the first White Walker to combat the settlers, yet you ultimately lost control over them. In the end, you had no choice but to ally with the settlers to banish the White Walkers to the land of eternal winter. Together with the giants and the settlers, you forged the wall to impede the northern invasion of the White Walkers. Your faith in the old gods and your green seers, capable of glimpsing the past and future, has led you to believe that you could guide events towards your desired outcome. Yet, it is precisely your actions that have precipitated great calamities. Thus, how can mortal beings truly comprehend the divine revelations of the gods? To me, the whispers of the deities in your ears merely render you pawns and accomplices. Therefore, it is essential for one to live in the present, cherishing the people and matters at hand, while harboring thoughts of righteousness and compassion. With regard to the divine, we must simply maintain a posture of reverence and respect. While we may not be able to resist fate, we ought to recognize that only through the acquisition of sufficient power can we hope to alter our destinies. Since you have resolved to seek me out in hopes of finding a way forward, I sincerely hope that in the days to come, we can at least engage in candid exchanges. By the way, Watcher, your verdant eyes should indeed signify that among the forest children, you may become the Green Prophet, correct? Daenys' words plunged everyone present into profound astonishment. However, the Watcher, being a sage who has lived through countless ages, refrained from affirming or denying Daenys' statement. Instead, she spoke calmly. Your Highness, much of what is recorded in those tomes is merely the result of misinterpretation. Yet, from your words, I can perceive the confidence and strength within you, and I am increasingly convinced that you are the one who can lead us to genuinely transform our fates. Chapter 79. Though I am not the Green Prophet, I can still glimpse numerous past and future visions through the fishbone tree. I once beheld countless images of my sister and me meeting our demise in Westeros. However, we did not wish to succumb to fate. Thus, we prepared to escape from Westeros to other continents in search of an infinitesimal chance for survival. This very decision nearly led us to perish in the trembling sea. Yet, it was also through this brush with death that our future began to unveil many blank spaces. Perhaps this signifies a turning point in our destinies. Throughout more than a decade of relentless searching, I have come to realize that the true force capable of altering our fate is your birth, Princess. It is not that the Watcher desires to withhold the truth from you, but rather that knowing certain things may not aid you in your current state and might, in fact, adversely affect your mindset. Please trust that both I and the herbalist will devote ourselves wholeheartedly to your commands in the days ahead. For you are the key to our future reversal of fate. After the hatching of the black dragon egg, there is also us, your highness. Dax interjected eagerly. My brothers and I are children who, after the Watcher and the herbalist arrived on Skaggs Island, narrowly escaped the clutches of death. With that, Dax knelt on one knee, once again pledging his loyalty to Daenys. Princess Daenys, I swear my allegiance to you once more. I shall safeguard your well-being and guard your secrets, and if necessary, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. In the name of the old gods, I solemnly swear. The other 5 youths from Skaggs Island promptly knelt behind Dax, proclaiming in unison, we pledge our loyalty to the princess, unto death. These seemingly boisterous, wild, and fierce boys of Skaggs Island, having narrowly escaped death and acquired the gifts of the Wayfarer, have grown increasingly fearful and respectful of the powers of the divine. In the House of Leaves, the youth were often instilled with the notion of an inescapable destiny by the Watchers, fostering within them a profound rebellious spirit against fate. However, as they matured and each formed a bond with their animal companions, it became evident just how terrifying and powerful that supernatural energy truly was. Thus, when the Watchers informed them that Princess Daenys Targaryen might be the pivotal force in altering their destiny, they made the audacious journey to Dragonstone. During this time, they indeed witnessed Daenerys' uniqueness, which set her apart not only from the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, but even from the Targaryen family, often regarded as closest to divinity. Their conviction solidified that Daenerys was the one who could assist them in reshaping their fates, prompting them to pledge their loyalty to her. Upon the hatching of the red dragon egg, Daenerys welcomed their fealty, exclaiming, I am willing to accept your loyalty, young ones from Skagos. However, I solemnly warn you, I would prefer to trust a person's actions over their words. Therefore, in the days to come, let your deeds testify to your loyalty and worth. Yes, your highness. For these straightforward youths from Skagos, Daenerys' words revealed her magnanimity and grace. Consequently, they refrained from further speech, rising with newfound respect and caution, including Dax Spargon, who had previously jested with Daenerys. Your highness, look, exclaimed the melodious-voiced son of the forest, as he produced a split seed from his bosom and presented it to Daenerys. During the recent song, the fishleaf tree seed in my possession sprouted. It appears we can indeed plant fishleaf trees on Dragonstone. Daenerys took the seed, cradling it in her palm for closer examination. The unripe seed was pure white, and from it emerged a pair of tender red shoots. I have already selected a small dormant volcano behind Whitehill Town as the site for my castle. Let us plant this fishleaf tree seed there. As the golden dragon egg hatched, Chapter 57, Daenerys' new spell unfolded. Daenerys summoned the dream fire and, with her dragon, transported the youths from Skagos and 2 forest children to the location she had chosen for her castle. It was a modest dormant volcano, standing only 1,000 meters tall, with a summit covering merely 4 or 5 square kilometers. The summit had been considerably leveled, with hundreds of workers tirelessly extracting gravel daily to be transported to the stone factory for the creation of Dragonstone. Daenys chose a high-altitude location, rich in dense vegetation, for Dreamfire to descend. The terrain here is relatively flat, with a thick layer of soil and lush plant life, not far from a hot spring river. I aspire to cultivate a garden here in the future, and planting the fish seeds should be feasible, shouldn't it? In Chapter 80, Daenys inquired about the herbs. The herbalist, observing the surroundings, concurred that this place was indeed suitable, as the fish possesses remarkable resilience. With that, the forest child took out her obsidian dagger, carefully excavating a small pit in the earth to plant the fish seeds. After nurturing the soil, the herbalist and the Watcher both made incisions in their palms, allowing their blood to drip onto the tender sprouts of the fish, while they began to chant softly. As they chanted, the blood of the forest child swiftly merged with the young fish shoots. Witnessing this, Daenys felt an inexplicable warmth radiating from her brow, followed by an uncontrollable impulse. She seized the Watcher's obsidian dagger and similarly cut her palm, letting her blood fall upon the ground. In harmony with the chants of the forest children, a sophisticated Valyrian incantation emerged in her mind, prompting her to join their low murmurs. Upon completing the chant, their blood was fully absorbed by the fish sprouts. The two tender leaves of the fish turned a deeper crimson and grew slightly larger. Daenys sensed an almost ethereal connection forming between herself and the fish, as if she could perceive the happenings around her through it. At that moment, a revelation dawned upon her. Was not the etymology of the term fish akin to that of werewolves, signifying a being that is half human, half tree, or treeman? Perhaps the reason the forest children and certain descendants of the ancients could observe the past and foresee the future through the fish is that their bloodlines had established a form of bond with it. This bears a striking resemblance to the relationship between House Targaryen and dragons, does it not? To validate her hypothesis, Daenys urgently beckoned Miracis to her side, then made a cut on her dragon wing, allowing the fiery dragon blood to drip onto the earth near the fish. Daenys refrained from directly applying the dragon blood to the fish, mindful of its intense heat. The last thing she wanted was to inadvertently incinerate it. She then began to recite the incantation she had recently comprehended. 15 minutes later, upon concluding her chant, the scene before everyone was once again astonishing, as Miracis's blood had indeed been entirely absorbed by the fish. In a mere quarter of an hour, the fish Liangmu unexpectedly grew to over a foot in height. Its initially pallid branches transformed into a striking pattern reminiscent of zebra stripes, black and white intermingling beautifully. Even the blood-red leaves, shaped like human palms, elongated further, resembling the claws of a dragon. The onlookers were left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the bizarre fish Liangmu before them. A gentle breeze swept through, and the group of young men and women, each possessing some form of extraordinary ability, could not help but sense that this small hill had undergone a remarkable change. Though this hill was not the highest on Dragonstone Island, it offered a panoramic view of the entire island and a significant portion of Driftmark. Moreover, the dormant volcano beneath it continued to emit geothermally heated springs that occasionally burst forth. Once the castle was completed, these springs could be channeled into the palace, becoming a distinctive feature of Rhaenyra's stronghold, akin to Winterfell in the north. Dragonstone Island is rich in hot springs, which contribute to its abundant freshwater resources. Even during the frigid winter months, verdant life flourished in the areas where the spring water flowed. Over the past 2 years, Rhaenyra has employed glassmakers and crystal artisans, purchased at great expense from Marine, to create numerous expansive glass greenhouses utilizing the warmth of the springs. As a result, Rhaenyra was able to enjoy fresh vegetables and fruits even in the depths of winter. And last winter's bumper crop allowed her to sell a considerable surplus to nearby Driftmark and King's Landing. Although the profits were modest, they still yielded an income of 4,000 to 5,000 golden dragons over the winter, sufficient to cover her team's expenses. Within the various free trade city-states, many skilled individuals live as slaves. When they grow old or their health declines, they are often discarded by merchants and slave traders alike. Consequently, countless artisans with remarkable skills endure hardship in these regions. Despite potentially losing some physical capacity, their memories and technical prowess remain intact. Rhaenyra has invested heavily to rescue these artisans, bringing them back to teach the apprentices of White Sheep Town. These artisans enjoy relatively favorable treatment in White Sheep Town, with spacious, well-lit accommodations provided free of charge, along with dedicated attendants to manage their daily needs. Their sole focus is to impart their lifelong knowledge to the apprentices. In the past 2 years, Rhaenyra has successfully acquired over 3,000 artisans from the free trade city-states. The flourishing development of her enterprises in White Sheep Town owes much to the pivotal role played by these artisans she rescued. The small and vibrant tax collector has released the enchanting work of Zue Xian Zhongjia. After all, even with her remarkable creativity, it is quite challenging for Daenerys to swiftly transform her ideas into reality on her own. It is precisely because of the presence of these individuals that once Daenerys shares her innovative thoughts with them, they can soon devise practical solutions grounded in the realm of possibility. Concepts such as dragon porcelain, dragon fire wine, glass houses, dragonstone forging, and jewelry manufacturing are all examples of this. Your Highness, how did you come to know of the ancient blood sacrifice ritual? Inquisitively, the eldest of the Watchers, having regained composure from his astonishment, directed his question towards Daenerys. Without any pretense, Daenerys responded with playful candor. If I told you that I merely grasped the essence of your chants in my mind, would you believe me? Chapter 58. Practicing archery through the cultivation of the fishbeam wood. Daenerys has gained new insights and understanding of certain extraordinary forces in this world. Perhaps the fishbeam wood, along with magical creatures such as dragons, possesses the ability to attract, gather, and absorb stray magical elements. Those who can establish a close connection with them may, under specific conditions, harness a portion of the magical energy they accumulate. The Valyrian dragon riders, commanding dragons that unleash dragon fire, provide a more tangible demonstration. However, the ancients' ability to peer into the past and foresee the future through the fishbeam would mirrors the talents of the Targaryen family's dreamers and dreamwalkers. According to the records of House Targaryen, all dreamwalkers are indeed descendants who successfully bonded with dragons. Perhaps the limitations of their own bloodline and the magic of dragons are the key factors that enable them to possess such abilities. Whether this is the case remains for Daenerys to explore further. At this moment, she can distinctly feel that the fishbeam wood before her is rapidly attracting and gathering the surrounding magical energies, invigorating her own blood in the process. Young dragon Myricus shares a similar sensation around this modest, 1-foot-high fishbeam wood. She perceives her efficiency in absorbing magical energy to be on par with that in the gem cave. Perhaps this is destiny. Upon hearing Daenerys' explanation, the Watcher expressed his awe, remarking, "This fishbeam wood has evidently transformed significantly, though it stands merely over a foot tall. Its capacity to absorb magic is now more vigorous and lively than that of ancient trees thousands of years old. It is no wonder that everyone feels this small hill has changed in some way. After all, they possess some extraordinary qualities and are naturally sensitive to fluctuations in magical energy." Daenerys, however, is quite pleased with the presence of this unique fishbeam wood. Her castle may gradually become as wondrous as Wind's Rest and the Wall of Despair, perhaps even more so. It seems that in the future, I should visit Wind Whisper Fortress and the Great Wall of Absolute Ridge, perhaps to uncover the enchanting magic that lies within their architecture. Subsequently, while Daenerys was drawing blood from Dreamfire, she dispatched Melisus to summon young Balerion and his companions as well. Uncertain if Yuliangmu would exhibit such miraculous attributes again, she decided to forge a connection between Yuliangmu and the dragons she could command all at once. Fortunately, under the melodic incantations of Daenerys and the two sons of the forest, both Dreamfire and Greyshadow successfully established a bond with Yuliangmu. The dragon blood from these magnificent beasts elevated Yuliangmu's stature even further. However, when Daenerys later attempted an experiment using the blood of two young unicorns, she discovered it had lost its efficacy. Afterward, Melisus moved all the gems from her lair to surround Yuliangmu, reconstructing her nest in this new location and vigilantly guarding it day and night, unwilling to depart easily. To shield Melisus from the elements, Daenerys forged and erected a towering circle of massive Dragonstone around Yuliangmu. Gratefully, with the assistance of Dreamfire, this monumental task was rendered feasible. Otherwise, it would have been a considerable undertaking relying solely on human effort. As an adult, Daenerys found that her actions, managing dragons, transporting Dragonstone, charging riding fees, or frequently flying with others, were met with disapproval from the Dragon Guards and her sister Rhaenys. The Dragon Guards' rationale was one Daenerys could comprehend. In their worldview, dragons were sacred and noble beings, unfit for menial labor or casual interaction with ordinary nobility. They believed such actions could undermine the dignity of the dragons and the Targaryen family. Rhaenys' criticism, however, was far harsher. She contended that Daenerys' behavior not only belittled herself but also degraded the dragons, whom their family took pride in, reducing them to the status of mere beasts. Such actions, she deemed, were utterly senseless and indicative of a descent into disgrace. In response, Daenerys merely chuckled softly, unwilling to engage in discourse with those of such a limited perspective. Chapter 82. This situation is akin to a person in the countryside, pushing a cart to transport goods, ridiculing someone driving a Rolls-Royce for doing the same. "Look, that person in the Rolls-Royce is also hauling cargo. Surely there is not much difference between the Rolls-Royce and my cart." One might wonder how others perceive him. The individual driving the Rolls-Royce is doing so by choice, while he is confined to his cart. Those with any sense would merely mock the cart puller. Since the youths from Skagos Island formally pledged their allegiance to Daenerys, she promptly equipped them with a complete set of knightly armor, swords, and steeds, hoping they would astonish everyone in the forthcoming tournament. After all, there were less than a month remaining before the grand contest commenced. Though they possessed formidable strength, they were not well versed in the chivalric codes of Westeros. Thus, Daenerys instructed Boros to diligently train them. Given their solid foundation in martial prowess, their knightly skills progressed remarkably swiftly. Meanwhile, Daenerys also began to learn archery from the skilled lookout, who wielded a longbow crafted from fishbone wood, demonstrating extraordinary swordsmanship, hitting his mark with unparalleled precision. Although Daenerys was a woman of substantial strength, her inherent physical limitations placed her at a disadvantage in prolonged confrontations with men. However, mastering the art of archery could alter that dynamic. Perhaps due to her keen perception, Daenerys made considerable advancements in her archery skills, achieving remarkable accuracy within just 3 days, though her strength, endurance, and firing speed required further practice. Indeed, mastery of any skill demands both innate talent and relentless effort. To alleviate the monotony of her archery practice, Daenerys commissioned the creation of numerous blunt-tipped arrows and summoned Mira and Grey Shadow to serve as moving targets. This not only enlivened her training sessions, but also enhanced the young dragon's ability to evade arrows and heightened their sense of danger. Daenerys's aim was impressive. She deliberately targeted their eyes, leading to several near misses that startled them, for the only vulnerability of dragons lies in their eyes. Throughout the histories of House Valyrian and House Targaryen, most dragons slain by common folk met their demise from arrow wounds to the eye. Consequently, they no longer dared to be careless, and over time, their agility in evading arrows and their ability to anticipate danger significantly improved. Chapter 59. All in competition at White Sheep Town, the number of warhorses bred had surpassed 200, with the adult warhorse count exceeding 2,000. The stables alone occupied vast tracts of land, spanning hundreds of thousands of acres. After 3 years of Daenerys' meticulous selection and optimization, the quality of these horses had improved tremendously. Each time a dragon soared overhead, the horses would instinctively gallop, creating a spectacular and invigorating sight across the lush meadows. During his tenure guarding Dragonstone, Uncle Demon would return from his patrols with a gaze that seemed perpetually fixed on Daenerys. Particularly in the past 2 years, the young foals born had undergone significant improvements in both size and physical condition, undoubtedly due to Daenerys' enriched feed. Recently, Daenerys has once again attempted to mix the enchanted soil into their fodder, rendering the warhorses increasingly wild and untamable. It has become quite a challenge for an ordinary person to tame them. Only 12 seasoned knights, who had cultivated a bond with these steeds from a young age, managed to tame 3 warhorses each. The 20 newly summoned knights of the Dragon Guard put forth considerable effort to tame their own steeds, yet even so, the horses they subdued belonged to an earlier batch. As the saying goes, a fine horse deserves a fine saddle. An exceptional warhorse greatly enhances a knight's prowess. The Dragon Guard is quite satisfied with their steeds. Thus, when Dax and his companions effortlessly tamed the most spirited horses in the stable, they quickly earned the respect of the Dragon Guard. Perhaps the camaraderie among men is as simple and pure as that. Initially, the Dragon Guard held a certain disdain for the youths from Skagos, but after they successfully tamed the horses, they immediately bonded as if they had known each other for years, akin to long-lost brothers. Particularly, Dax, with his extraordinary strength, defeated all challengers to the Dragon Guard, swiftly establishing himself as their leader. With Dax's formidable presence as a benchmark, the Dragon Guard, who once considered themselves quite impressive, intensified their training regimen. Aside from Dax, each of the Skagos youths possesses remarkable strength. The giant-like Bile, with his unmatched brute force, prompted Daenerys to commission a blacksmith to craft for him a specially made long-handled iron hammer weighing 120 pounds, along with a suit of heavy multi-plate armor. In Chapter 83, Bile's prowess with the hammer is such that even Dax refrains from challenging him, as Bile has transformed into a veritable human tank. The Wolf brothers exhibit a swordsmanship akin to one another, yet their movements are swift and synchronized. Consequently, Daenerys had a batch of finely crafted steel sabers designed in the style of Mongolian curved blades, allowing their martial skills to flourish. In close combat, their combined efforts make it difficult for even Dax to secure victories as effortlessly as before. Igor takes great pride in his archery skills, rivaling even the long-lived forest dweller known as the Watcher. He often boasts of his sharp intellect, claiming that anyone who has crossed his path will never forget him. Igor is also the only Skagos youth to have brought his easily recognizable giant eagle to Dragonstone. It is no wonder that Dax frequently encounters Daenerys so effortlessly. Kai, whose demeanor is shy and reserved, prefers not to speak much. However, when he does engage, his strikes are swift and merciless. His weapon of choice is an obsidian dagger. To fully harness his potential, Daenerys consulted the blacksmith to create a pair of steel claw gloves inspired by Wolverine's iconic claws. This brought immense joy to Kai, as his combat skills were entirely derived from the insights gained through his shape-shifting shadow links. The steel-clawed gloves undoubtedly allowed him to unleash his full combat potential. With such formidable weapons and equipment, the Skaggs youths naturally exhibited their prowess to a greater extent, leading them to immerse themselves in even more fervent training. The absence of these young warriors from Skaggs Island as imagined adversaries for the noble youths of the Seven Kingdoms led to immediate discord among the seemingly united noble youth of Westeros. Notably, the rivalry between the Mont-Hartels of the Riverlands and the Lannister brothers from the west escalated, transforming Dragon's Kiss Garden into their daily stage for showcasing their family's prowess. How could Jason, the Lion of the West, possibly rival the dragons of House Targaryen? Moreover, the lions nurtured by the Lannisters would likely falter against Princess Daenerys' formidable mastiffs. What need is there to boast incessantly? Alas, to soar upon the back of a dragon is the mark of a true man. I, Mont-Hartel, would consider my life fulfilled even in death, for I shall be forever recorded as the first heir of my lineage to have ridden a dragon. In a fit of exuberance, Mont-Hartel proclaimed, "Today, I shall purchase every single drink in the house." As he expressed his excitement, he called out to the madam, who, unable to contain her delight, responded, "Indeed, Master Hartar. It is no surprise that one who has once ridden a dragon possesses such a grand spirit." The madam of the establishment, reveling in her recent financial windfall, was beaming with joy. Yet, in the realm of wealth, how could the Lannister family concede defeat? Bring forth 5 towers of fine wine. This place lacks brilliance. The wine towers, a signature of Dragon's Kiss Garden, resembled the champagne towers of the future, but crowned with a colossal crystal goblet filled with flaming dragon fire wine, illuminating the entire tower in a spectacular display. However, such opulence came at a steep price. Each tower demanded 1,000 golden dragons. Yet, I hear that Mederic from White Harbor has flown even more times than you, and he does not boast as you do. Furthermore, he ascended and descended from the dragon without incident, unlike certain individuals. I have heard that you were unceremoniously cast down by Dreamfire, as if you were refused. Boomed Tywin Lannister, interjecting with a jest. Some fishermen claim that a certain someone was flung from the dragon's back, only to be caught by Dreamfire and dunked into the sea, soaked through. It is possible that some were so frightened they wet their pants, inciting Dreamfire's ire. Who would have thought that the great dragon possesses such intelligence, discerning sense? Tywin's words sparked a chorus of laughter among the crowd present. Mond Hightower, unexpectedly pierced by the truth he sought to conceal, found himself blushing deeply with embarrassment. However, the guards of House Lannister far outnumbered him, so he refrained from expressing his anger openly. Instead, he smashed his wine goblet heavily upon the ground and strode away with a flick of his sleeve. "Oh dear, Master Hightower. The cost of that wine goblet will need to be accounted for," came the sultry voice of the madam before he had even exited the gates of the Dragon's Kiss Garden. Recently, perhaps due to Daenerys' excessive exertion while practicing archery, she had been retiring to bed early, often falling into a dreamless slumber until dawn. Occasionally, she would enter a state of dragon dreams. Yet, it seemed that due to a peculiar connection established with the weirwood tree, her perspective during these dreams would inexplicably shift to that of either Viserion or Drogon. This was a stark contrast to her previous experiences with dragon dreams, resembling more the dream states of the faceless men. This peculiar phenomenon allowed Daenerys to uncover fascinating truths. When her perception transformed into that of Drogon, she discovered she could see clearly within the pitch-black confines of Drogon's lair. No wonder the dragons were unperturbed by darkness. They possessed the ability of night vision. Daenerys also attempted to manipulate Drogon's body, gathering all the rubies within the cavern. Contrary to her expectations of requiring effort to acclimate to Drogon's form, she found it as fluid and instinctive as using her own body. It appeared that when Daenerys entered Drogon's consciousness, his awareness remained alert, creating a profound fusion of their minds, with Daenerys' consciousness prevailing. This sensation was far more profound than the connection she experienced when commanding a dragon. Through Drogon's eyes, Daenerys beheld an entirely different world, where the strength of the magical essence emanating from the scattered rubies was as clear as the flicker of candlelight. Thus, controlling Drogon, she unearthed several larger rubies within the dragon's den, the largest surpassing even the size of a watermelon. The magical energy contained within was blinding. Even when viewed from Drogon's perspective, the elemental magic surrounding them swirled like sparks, gradually converging into Drogon's being. Turning her gaze to the 5 dragon eggs she had placed within Drogon's lair, they appeared as 5 vibrant flames dancing in the dim light. The elemental magic from the surrounding environment continued to flow towards them, intensifying their glow. Yet, apart from the black flame that emitted a faint soul vibration, the other 4 seemed devoid of any soul essence, resembling pure, untainted fire. Could it be that the hatching of dragon eggs required an infusion of souls? This thought brought to mind the scene of the mother of dragons hatching 3 fossilized eggs, alongside her own experience hatching Viserion. Daenys suddenly felt as if she had grasped something significant. Before she could ponder further, she was awakened by Layla's voice. "Your Highness, it's time to rise. Your body has yet to fully mature. Perhaps you ought to refrain from expending so much energy on archery practice each day." Layla chattered as she helped Daenys sit up. "I think this arrangement is quite favorable. At least Lady Emma is aware of the effort the princess puts into her archery, thus sparing her from the rigors of etiquette lessons." Beside them, Jarrell, assisting Layla, remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "Recently, Princess Rhaenyra has been rather beleaguered. I hear she has to spend her entire morning learning the rules in the ladies' chambers. Since Daenys' last confrontation with her sister Rhaenyra, she had taken to having her breakfast in her own room. Both Viserys and Emma believed that Daenys had been wronged, thus they said little about it. They would, however, send someone to invite her for lunch and dinner each day. Yet, Daenys had declined their invitations 7 or 8 times under the pretext of practicing archery. Even when she did attend, it was merely to partake in a hasty meal before departing, with little communication or interaction throughout the gathering. You may not be aware, but Mond Hightower paid 100,000 gold dragons for the privilege of flying with the princess. At this juncture, Bashani interjected with a gossip-laden expression upon learning of this. Princess Rhaenyra publicly announced that she would only require 10,000 gold dragons to take someone flying. Little did Hightower anticipate that after paying the gold, he would be entirely barred from approaching Syrax. Rhaenyra was left with no choice but to personally assist Hightower in climbing onto Syrax's back. However, midway through, they were both flung off by Syrax. Fortunately, Hightower was agile enough to catch the princess and cushion her fall, or else calamity would have surely ensued. Regrettably, Hightower's own arm was broken in the process. How absurd it would be if every Tom, Dick, and Harry could easily mount a dragon's back. It would surely diminish the exclusivity of the Targaryen bloodline's ability to ride dragons. Layla, ever the sharp-tongued critic, scoffed at the notion. Moreover, the skill level of dragon riders is not uniform. Syrax may be young and good-natured, but had it been another more temperamental dragon, a mere breath of dragon fire would spell disaster, far beyond a mere broken arm. And isn't Hightower known as the Bonebreaker? Ironically, his own arm has now been shattered. Truly a case of living up to one's moniker. Daenys paid little mind to the maid's gossip, for her aspirations were set upon the grander stage of the world. She had no time to concern herself with the follies of her foolish sister Rhaenyra. After a simple breakfast, Daenys swiftly donned her attire and summoned Dreamfire, soaring towards the town of Whitehill. "Your Highness, at present, only the Targaryen family adheres to the ancient Valyrian tradition of cremation. Such a custom does not exist on the continent of Westeros. If we were to enforce it, it could incite public discontent. Of course, I am fully aware of this. However, Dragonstone is a newly formed island, and White Harbor has only been established for a little over 2 years. What traditions could possibly exist? Moreover, if we are to speak of tradition, it is indeed the custom of Dragonstone to practice cremation. We could construct a cremation tower and reward those who choose to cremate their loved ones with a silver coin. As for those who insist on burial, they may transport the bodies to a suitable resting place for interment. In my domain, burial is strictly prohibited. In a world where the Lord's word is absolute law, Daenerys, having made her decision, cannot be refused. To expedite the completion of the cremation tower, Daenerys, accompanied by Drogon and Missandei, forged all the necessary stone materials in just 1 day at the quarry. Thus, within 3 days, the cremation tower was completed. To attract people, Daenerys specially retrieved a ruby the size of a grinding wheel from Drogon's lair, which the stonemasons crafted into a splendid diamond shape, placing it atop the cremation tower on a bronze pedestal. Beneath this bronze support was a massive, ever-burning coal furnace, within which lay a red dragon egg. The task of replacing the coals daily was entrusted to her personal guards, ensuring that others remained unaware of the contents within. Consequently, although the populace felt considerable confusion, they were nonetheless pleased to have such a grand venue for funerals. The residents of White Harbor eagerly held ceremonies for their departed loved ones here. However, regrettably, after several funerals, Daenerys, through the eyes of Drogon, observed the dragon egg atop the tower and found no significant changes. Until one day, after a funeral conducted by an elderly dragon knight from a fishing village, Daenerys discovered that the dragon egg had begun to emanate a pulse of life. This revelation filled Daenerys with exhilaration. No wonder the Targaryen family's motto is blood and fire, for it carries such profound meaning. Ascending to the tower's apex, she caressed the now-altered red dragon egg, sensing the vibrant life force within. This egg could indeed be on the verge of hatching. Simultaneously, Daenerys noted that with the recent increase in cremations, the magical essence contained within the ruby at the tower's summit had also intensified. It appears that the construction of this cremation tower was a wise choice. Consequently, Daenerys relocated all 5 dragon eggs to the loft atop the cremation tower, transforming it into a new hatchery. She also gathered a substantial collection of rubies and various gemstones to adorn this incubation chamber. Due to the cremation, he was guarded by his own elite and loyal hounds. Thus, even those who wished to venture inside found it utterly impossible. The opulent funeral venue and the reward of a silver stag facilitated the smooth promotion of Daenerys' cremation plans. Naturally, many speculated about Daenerys' true intentions, with some even suggesting that she might be employing the cremation ceremony for some nefarious dark blood magic. Even the scholars of Dragonstone began to investigate the matter. However, they discovered that aside from the lavish construction of the cremation tower, everything else appeared perfectly normal, and thus they dismissed their concerns. Meanwhile, Samwell and Mira presented a grandiloquent excuse to the public, asserting that the reason for the elaborate promotion of cremation in White Harbor was merely to enhance the traditional influence of House Targaryen. Gradually, the populace accepted this explanation. Nonetheless, the reward of a silver stag ignited ulterior motives in many crafty individuals, leading to the emergence of smugglers who trafficked corpses to White Harbor for cremation. Upon receiving Samwell's report regarding this, Daenerys adopted a somewhat indifferent stance. After all, with her current wealth, she could afford to cremate the entire populace of Westeros if she so desired. One night, after falling asleep, Daenerys once again entered a dream state, this time from the perspective of Myricus. Through Myricus' eyes, Daenerys observed that the fishwood absorbed magical energy more efficiently than dragons, albeit in a manner distinct from the sparks of magic gathered by the dragons. The fishwood before her continuously absorbed the surrounding crimson sparks of magic, while simultaneously drawing in the occasional chilling energy that drifted by. The fiery energy was concentrated within the fishwood's branches and leaves, while the cold energy was directed toward the roots. The vibrant red energy allowed the fishwood to grow taller, while the dark energy enabled its roots to delve deeper. Myricus, perched beside the fishwood, was also affected by the influx of these two energies. The red magical energy fortified Myricus' body, promoting rapid growth, while the chilling energy enhanced Myricus' wisdom and gradually strengthened her soul. It was no wonder that since acquiring the fishwood, Myricus had become reluctant to part with it. However, just as Daenerys was meticulously studying Myricus' transformations and the wonders of the fishwood, an immensely powerful energy suddenly erupted from the fishwood. In the following moment, a black crow, measuring over 3 feet in length, materialized upon the fishwood, astonishingly bearing a third eye upon the back of its head. As the three-eyed raven made its appearance, Daenerys' consciousness abruptly detached itself from the body of Myricus. She gracefully settled upon the back of Myricus, who had fortunately grown to nearly 4 meters in size, ample enough to bear her weight. Three-eyed raven, heretic, you should not exist in this timeline. Return whence you came. The colossal raven lunged towards Daenerys. However, the fiercely temperamental Myricus would not tolerate such insolence from a mere bird. In an instant, she unleashed a torrent of dragon fire towards the raven. Simultaneously, Daenerys began chanting a spell to augment the might of the dragon's flames. Myricus' dragon fire ignited the raven instantly, but it quivered violently and exploded into a swarm of slightly smaller black ravens, attempting to circumvent Myricus and converge upon Daenerys on the dragon's back. Under the enhancement of Daenerys' incantation, Myricus' flames became increasingly formidable, incinerating the majority of the ravens into ashes. Yet, as the chilling aura intensified, more and more ravens appeared, overwhelming Myricus' capacity to retaliate. Gradually, a few ravens managed to evade Myricus and flew directly towards Daenerys, pecking fiercely at her. The sharp beaks of the ravens pierced Daenerys' flesh, drawing blood and causing her to break into a cold sweat. Yet, the pain did not instill fear within her. Rather, it ignited an inferno of rage. Daenerys felt a flame burning within her, particularly the fiery mark upon her forehead, which became intensely heated. Three-eyed raven, this is my dream. Myricus, unleash your dragon fire. With a fierce roar, Myricus expelled a searing, purplish-red flame, incinerating a vast number of the surrounding ravens into mere ash. At that moment, Daenerys experienced a profound realization. She spread her arms wide as a mysterious power seemed to awaken within her. The still blazing dragon fire of Myricus expanded exponentially under Daenerys' conscious command, setting all the ravens ablaze. To prevent the three-eyed raven from regaining its strength, Daenerys commanded Myricus to devour the charred remains of the ravens. Simultaneously, She glared menacingly at Yiliangmu, warning, "Should you dare to provide energy to the three-eyed raven again, beware that I shall incinerate you." Yiliangmu, already somewhat connected to Daenerys, seemingly exhibited a semblance of sentience, effectively severing the raven's access to the energy channel it sought to exploit. "You, who are you? What manner of being are you?" At this moment, the three-eyed crow finally exhibited a hint of trepidation, for he had transferred the majority of his consciousness and soul power into this temporal dimension. Yet, he now felt ensnared within it. Although he possessed the ability to traverse time and space, his actual combat prowess was rather lacking. The large crows formed from condensed magical energy could handle ordinary individuals, but against a dragon like Myricus, even a young one, he was utterly powerless. It was indeed a grave miscalculation on his part to provoke the wrong adversary. Did he truly believe that his ability to navigate through time rendered him invincible? How audacious of him to intrude upon Daenyla's dreamscape and confront her. Having savored the delectable essence of these crows, Myricus, without further encouragement from Daenys, began voraciously consuming them. As these crows were pure aggregations of energy, they proved far more nourishing than ordinary sustenance. Chapter 62. The Gathering Storm. The three-eyed crow, whose energy supply channel had been severed by the fishwood, found himself unable to draw energy from it or return to his true temporal realm. Left to be gradually devoured by Myricus amidst an overwhelming sense of dread and despair. Despite the inherently cold and dark nature of the magic he embodied, it possessed a peculiar restorative quality for Myricus's soul. This avatar of the three-eyed crow carried his primary consciousness and accumulated a significant amount of ancient godly energy amassed from his era's fishwood. Through countless lessons learned from correcting established history, he understood that any variable could prove challenging to manage. Thus, he had given due consideration to Daenys, the outlier. However, he could never have anticipated that Daenys could directly manipulate the fishwood to sever his connection with the sacred tree. This endeavor had not only resulted in a complete failure for the three-eyed crow, necessitating a prolonged period of slumber to restore his consciousness, but it also squandered an immense amount of ancient divine power. As the three-eyed crow was devoured by Myricus, few noticed that many ancient fishwoods across the continent of Westeros began to wither and decay. In stark contrast, the fishwood on Dragonstone Island surged in growth. Reaching over 3 meters in height, its black and white branches and blood-red, claw-like leaves radiating an extraordinary vitality. Chapter 87. With the frenzied growth of the fishwood, Daenys sensed that her own body was undergoing remarkable transformations. She felt an enhancement in her sensory abilities and heightened perceptions. Since her arrival in this world, Daenys had harbored a deep apprehension towards the seemingly ambiguous deities that existed within it. She approached all forms of divine worship with a sense of reverence. Be they the 7 gods, the old gods, or the myriad deities of the eastern Essos continent. Not one did she dare to underestimate or offend lightly. Moreover, she refrained from meddling in the course of history, mindful of her prophetic insights. It is precisely the fear of provoking an uncontrollable chain reaction that compels her to seek refuge on Dragonstone Island. After all, much like Dragonstone itself, she feels she is an anomaly in the annals of history. Only here can she find a profound sense of security. To her dismay, despite her utmost caution, she has still attracted the attention of the three-eyed crow. It seems that mere avoidance and concession will not soften the hearts of those who harbor hostility towards her. Observing the rampant growth of the fishbone tree and the slumbering Miri Mazdur, ensnared by the crow's consumption, Daenerys' resolve to grow stronger intensifies. As the sun gradually ascends, its warm rays envelop Daenerys. The refreshing sea breeze, along with the invigorating scent of trees and grass, awakens alongside the morning light. Just as she prepares to relish the beauty of the sunrise, a sharp pain grips her abdomen, jolting her awake from her dreams. To her embarrassment, she suddenly realizes a warm flow has begun beneath her. Layla, Layla. Given the early hour, Daenerys reluctantly calls upon Layla, who is on night watch in the adjoining sitting room. Upon hearing Daenerys' urgent summons, Layla swiftly enters the bedroom. What is it, Your Highness? Did you have a nightmare? No, please prepare some warm water and fresh garments, Daenerys requests. She lifts her blanket to reveal her predicament. Upon seeing the crimson stain, Layla immediately comprehends the situation. The maids move briskly, soon replacing the soiled sheets and bedding. Layla then assists Daenerys in reclining once more, ensuring that hot ginger water and a warmed fish skin hot water bag are readily available. Before long, Emma arrives with news. Now 5 months pregnant. Her belly has grown considerably. My Daenerys has finally grown up, Emma exclaims, placing a tender kiss on Daenerys' forehead before gently massaging her abdomen and imparting maternal wisdom in her ear. Given Daenerys's robust constitution, she experiences only mild discomfort and no other symptoms. With her prior life experience, she knows how to manage the situation. Thus, after several days of idly reading, she finally emerges from this vexatious monthly ordeal. During this time, news of her coming of age spreads throughout Westeros, carried by the Black Crow, hastening the steps of noble youths eager to attend the upcoming tournament. Meanwhile, in the royal court of King's Landing, the succession crisis is escalating, especially since King Jaehaerys' health has been steadily declining since the passing of Baelon. Though the Dragonfire wine crafted by Daenerys invigorated King Jaehaerys during his morning councils, by afternoon he found himself in a state of considerable lethargy. Only with a final glass of Dragonfire wine before slumber could he attain a restful night's sleep. The companionship of Audrey and Alicent, who served the solitary and aged monarch, provided him with a modicum of solace. Alicent's gentle attentiveness and Audrey's humorous sincerity brought comfort to this weary old man, and in return, they received ample rewards from King Jaehaerys. Unlike Audrey, who appeared only when necessary, Alicent was almost incessantly at the king's side, offering her mature insights at opportune moments. On numerous occasions, in a state of half-consciousness, Jaehaerys mistook Alicent for his clever daughter, Snella, returning from Volantis. In moments of idleness, he would quietly observe these two youthful maidens, akin to buds on the verge of blooming, and through them, he felt a faint echo of his long-lost youth. It was only in the company of these innocent girls that the old king felt he had temporarily extricated himself from the tumultuous political maelstrom of King's Landing. The various proceedings of the council had naturally attracted the keen attention of the lords across the Seven Kingdoms. While the lineage of the Targaryens on the throne did not particularly concern these lords, the benefits and influence that the reigning monarch could bestow upon them warranted their careful consideration. Unlike his father, Viserys, who remained comfortably on Dragonstone awaiting the birth of his wife's child, both the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, and Daemon had already commenced their bustling activities in King's Landing. Chapter 88. Duke of Storm's End, as the uncle of Princess Rhaenys, was wholeheartedly intent on supporting his niece or her progeny in their ascent to power. Through his alliance with the sea snake, numerous noble families had established close ties. Moreover, many possessing Targaryen blood had begun to act covertly. Chapter 63. The social structure of Westeros. After breakfast, the rejuvenated Daenerys promptly summoned Dreamfire and hastened towards the Dragonstone forge. During her period of rest, the shortage of Dragonstone had threatened to impede the construction of the tournament grounds. Fortunately, Daenerys had previously been diligent, having forged a considerable amount in advance. Your Grace, from the moment Dreamfire took to the sky, the artisans of the forge had noticed her presence and had respectfully awaited her arrival. Your Grace, the walls of the tournament grounds and the spectator stands are nearly complete. Within a fortnight, the main grandstand, waiting area, and beast pens will also be finished. The leading craftsman, with an air of pride, reported to Daenerys the progress of the construction. The specifications of our arena in White Sheep Town are undoubtedly on par with those grand beast pits of Slave Bay. However, those arenas took years, even decades, to complete, while ours has only taken a little over a month. This remarkable feat is largely thanks to the assistance of Dragonstone and Dreamfire. The other craftsmen chimed in. Indeed, historically, arenas built with the aid of Dragonstone and dragons have only been seen in Old Valyria. Nowhere else has such a thing occurred. In the realm of Westeros, we stand alone. Even in the annals of architectural history, our arena deserves a place in the chronicles. Amidst the craftsmen's self-congratulatory praises, Daenerys began to softly chant Valyrian incantations. The Dragonfire, having been enhanced after her previous encounter with the three-eyed raven, transformed into a deep blue-black hue after today's incantation. It was only after unleashing Dragonfire 3 times that Daenerys felt a hint of fatigue. With the Dragonstone fabrication completed, the necessary materials for the arena had all been forged. Daenerys then summoned her dragon and swiftly made her way to the administrative hall of White Sheep Town. Your Highness, Samwell, Medric, Cameron, Annie, and the others immediately rose and greeted her with respect upon her arrival. Observing the noticeably slimmer figure of the once rotund Samwell, Daenerys jested. It seems you have all been quite busy lately. Even Sam has shed some weight. The group couldn't help but laugh at her remark. Samwell, patting his belly, boisterously replied, if the princess says so, I suppose it counts as a work benefit. However, it is true that we have been quite overwhelmed lately. The arena is nearing completion, which will free up significant manpower. Moreover, the nobles attending the tournament have been arriving in droves. With so many people, incidents are bound to occur. necessitating considerable effort in both security and accommodations for the young lords. After all, there are not many nobles eligible to reside in Dragonstone, and the others must find their own lodging. The inns in Fishing Village are already full, but we do have some vacancies in White Sheep Town, and I've arranged for them to be cleaned up and temporarily rented to the nobles for a bit of revenue. The challenge lies in the surge of small traders and refugees accompanying these nobles, which has stretched our security resources quite thin. After discussions, we have begun to recruit a group of young individuals from the town to form a temporary security detail. Thankfully, with the assistance of the Dragon Guard and the garrison from Dragonstone, we can train them. I believe they will be ready to serve officially in no time. The paramount issue remains how to manage the vast influx of displaced individuals. Daniela found it perplexing that, despite the generous resettlement conditions in White Sheep Town, these people still preferred to remain as wanderers rather than embrace the status of subjects in the town. Samuel shook his head with a wry smile, explaining that most of these displaced individuals had suffered severe persecution in their former territories or could not bear the heavy burdens of taxation, military service, and labor, which compelled them to seek freedom. If they could endure, they would not easily choose to become subjects. The social structure of Westeros is intricately organized into a complex hierarchy, known as the feudal lord system. At the heart of this system lies land ownership and territorial governance, which tightly interconnects the various strata of society, forming a pyramid that stretches from the king at the apex to the lowest subjects. Within this system, each member holds a clearly defined position and responsibility, their actions governed by a strict set of rules and obligations. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy stands the King of the Seven Kingdoms and the Wardens of the Realm, namely, King Daenys Targaryen. He wields the greatest power. In addition to his direct dominion, the other kingdoms are obligated to pay him taxes and tributes annually. In times of war, they must also respond to his call to arms. Beneath him lies a series of nobles, including dukes, earls, and other noble lords, who enjoy considerable autonomy over their respective domains, while also bearing the responsibility of maintaining peace within their territories. Through their allegiance to the king, these nobles exchange loyalty for land and various privileges, a relationship known as feudalism. Aside from the secular power structure, Westeros also hosts a formidable religious institution, the Faith of the Seven, alongside the Citadel, which monopolizes the transmission of knowledge. Both play vital roles in the social fabric of Westeros, guiding and controlling the behavior of the populace spiritually, while also wielding significant political and economic influence. The Archbishop, as the leader of the church, holds a status second only to that of the monarch, with bishops and priests from cathedrals forming other essential components of the church. Every noble castle houses a body of scholars, who not only assist and guide the lords in managing their lands, but also take on responsibilities related to education, healthcare, communication, and even midwifery. However, during the reign of Maegor, the Faith of the Seven suffered significant losses in its armed forces due to several wars instigated by the crown. Further down the hierarchy are the free folk and the subjects. The free folk are individuals who do not owe allegiance to anyone. They cultivate their own lands and enjoy certain rights and liberties, with some opting for commerce or crafts. Yet, the majority are subjects, the backbone of the lordly system, tasked with providing food and services to their lords, bound to their lands unless granted permission to leave. If fortunate enough to have benevolent lords or during prosperous years, they may find their lives bearable. Once their lord disregards the well-being of their subjects, or when calamities such as war strike, these subjects must endure immense suffering and hardship. Among the marginalized groups in society, the destitute, vagrants, and criminals inhabit the lowest echelons. These individuals lack stable homes and employment, living in the shadows of society, often facing discrimination and injustice. In Chapter 64, The Roar of the Gluttons, the presence of vagrants and marginalized populations in every developed city of Westeros presents significant hazards, as they are breeding grounds for crime and malevolence. The sanitation issues and recurring chaos in King's Landing are largely attributed to these urban vagrants and marginalized groups. Thus, it is understandable that Samwell and his companions find this troubling. With the upcoming tournament, an influx of over 100,000 vagrants and idlers has already flooded the refugee settlement area in White Harbor. Although most come seeking a livelihood, many among them are criminals. Recently, the dungeons of Dragonstone have housed dozens of incapacitated offenders, while over 100 robust individuals have been sentenced by Daenerys to labor. Upon the completion of the tournament grounds, thousands of temporary workers and their families will inevitably face significant economic pressure, surely exacerbating the security challenges in the vicinity of White Harbor. Therefore, it is imperative that the construction in White Harbor continues unabated. After contemplating the situation, Daenerys decisively declared that now that the blueprints for Dragonstone Castle are finalized, construction should commence following the completion of the tournament grounds. This would not only allow the workers engaged in building the tournament site to continue their employment, but also provide additional job opportunities for the arriving vagrants. Given the grand scale of Dragonstone Castle, even if constructed entirely from Dragonstone, it would require several years to complete. By that time, the development of New Dragonstone Island would be well underway, providing ample space for their resettlement. "Yes, Your Highness," they replied. "We can proceed to recruit more laborers, allowing those vagrants to enjoy a few years of improved living conditions." Samwell and Medric had previously discussed this matter, but constructing a castle is a significant undertaking, and they dared not take unilateral action. Moreover, they had refrained from bothering Princess Daenerys due to her recent ill health. Now that she had broached the subject and granted her authorization, they were more than willing to accept. Having the opportunity to participate in the construction of a magnificent castle would undoubtedly be a noteworthy milestone in their lives. "By the way, Your Highness," one of them said, "your earlier suggestion to have the horse breeders castrate the non-breeding warhorses proved effective. The temperament of those gelded steeds has indeed become much gentler, without compromising their stamina or fighting prowess." Samwell subsequently reported to Daniela that although several warhorses had succumbed to infections during the initial attempts, the current castration techniques have matured considerably, virtually eliminating any unforeseen incidents. This technique has also been extended to the husbandry of cattle, sheep, and pigs. The castrated livestock not only exhibit a marked increase in docility, but also gain weight more readily. The advantage of being a lord in this world lies in the fact that any innovative ideas can be entrusted to subordinates who will execute them proficiently. Chapter 90. Moreover, Daniela discovered that although this world lags in certain aspects, its rich history spanning nearly 10,000 years has endowed its people with remarkable craftsmanship in various manual trades. With just a hint of guidance and inspiration, the results they produce often leave Daniela pleasantly surprised. Subsequently, they each reported on recent progress in White Sheep Town, to which Daniela provided her insights and directives. Particularly, the recent pace of development in White Sheep Town has exceeded expectations, necessitating her decisions regarding its expansion and the establishment of new farms. Unbeknownst to them, their discussions extended late into the night, and even their meals were simply resolved in the administrative hall. Such occurrences have become commonplace for Samwell and his companions. However, Daniela's presence at the dining table rendered the men somewhat bashful. Upon exiting the administrative hall, Cameron leaned close to Daniela and whispered, "Your Highness, the caravan from Tar's Island has safely returned from the eastern continent. This caravan has ventured all the way to Quers, and upon their return, they brought back a total of 50 ships laden with goods. However, during the voyage, 8 ships were lost due to various extreme weather conditions." Cameron's words instantly brightened Daniela's eyes. "Did they bring back everything I requested?" Cameron nodded vigorously. "Indeed, they did. 1,000 unsullied and 200 gladiators have been temporarily settled on Tar's Island to learn the common tongue. 5,000 artisans of various trades were also acquired, including the scholars, healers, and elite attendants you specifically instructed. A total of 10 elephants of different breeds were procured, and thankfully, they were fed our special fodder from Dragonstone Island as per your instructions. Although many elephants appeared somewhat lethargic during the latter part of the voyage, there were no casualties. Furthermore, I have heard of numerous rare and exotic beasts, which I am sure you will find delightful. In a few days, once the secret passages and tunnels of Dragonstone Island are completed, we will be able to transport both people and goods there. Between Dragonstone Island and New Dragonstone, there lies a large gourd-shaped harbor connected by northern mountains. The entrance is narrow and elongated, allowing only a single 3-masted ship to pass through. However, the space within could accommodate hundreds of large vessels simultaneously. The gourd-shaped harbor lay at the foot of the hill where Daenerys intended to construct her castle, a location serendipitously discovered while she was soaring through the skies on Drogon. Consequently, Daenerys had ordered the construction of a clandestine dock here, carving out several secret warehouses within the mountainside bordering the harbor. Once the castle was completed, this would become Daenerys' exclusive dock and covert passage. While Daenerys was engrossed in conversation with Cameron, a sudden roar of fury erupted from the Devourer. Quickly, Daenerys mounted Drogon and flew towards the source of the commotion, while Cameron hurriedly summoned the dragon guards and the security team of Ares Town, rushing desperately towards the shoreline. Upon Daenerys' arrival, she was met with a grim sight. A dozen guards lay lifeless in pools of blood, and her 2 blood dragon guards were battered and bound, their mouths gagged. Surrounding the Devourer, several mercenaries had already succumbed to his green dragon flames. Among them, Two burly men swiftly retreated towards the sea, carrying a charred, grotesquely disfigured figure. Two silver-haired noble youths, aided by the guards, hastily made their way to the ships at the shoreline, followed closely by a panicked silver-haired middle-aged man. Chapter 65. The Wealthbringer. Witnessing the scene before her, Daenerys was immediately consumed by rage. Although she had surmised the identities of her adversaries, she had no intention of showing mercy. Dragonfire. The deep blue flames of Drogon swept over the three moored, three-masted ships, igniting the sails and the deck where sailors attempted to set sail. Those engulfed in flames did not perish instantly. They screamed in agony, leaping into the sea. The raging inferno illuminated the waters, casting a brilliant glow. Given the substantial cost of the three vessels before her, Daenerys had no desire to destroy them entirely. She merely sought to ensure they could not escape. Once she had dealt with those aboard, Daenerys maneuvered Drogon to land on the beach, blocking the fleeing brigands' path. "Drop your weapons and kneel," Daenerys commanded fiercely, as Drogon ignited a significant portion of the guards trailing the audacious rogues. The surviving guards and the two silver-haired youths, recognizing the futility of resistance, hastily discarded their weapons and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Do not burn us, please." Daenerys disregarded their pleas, keeping her gaze fixed on them until her own guards arrived to subdue the captives. Only then did she dismount from Drogon and confront the leading youth, demanding, "Speak. Who are you, and why do you dare to target the Devourer?" Chapter 91. Your Highness, I am Seth Limga, the son of Princess Rhaenyra, and my father is Maradona, the governor of the Volantis Tiger Party, cried the handsome youth, his eyes glistening with tears as he approached Daenerys. "I heard that the princess is to host a grand tournament, and I came to witness it. I also heard tales of a bound dragon here, and my curiosity compelled me to come and see it for myself. I assure you, my intentions are pure. Please, Your Highness, see my sincerity." At that moment, Cameron stepped forward, brandishing an exquisitely adorned sword and a Valyrian dagger with a dragonbone hilt, presenting them to Daenerys. "Your Highness, this Valyrian steel sword was confiscated from him. It appears his lineage is indeed remarkable." Daenerys, taken aback, accepted the sword and drew it from its sheath. The weapon, a hand-and-a-half sword, was a stunning shade of smoky black, adorned with beautiful wave-like patterns, undoubtedly Valyrian steel. She could sense the potent aura of magic emanating from the blade, which bore ancient Valyrian inscriptions near the hilt, proclaiming, "In the presence of the gods." However, upon noticing the recently added inscription "Sweet Widow," her expression soured, and she turned to the handsome youth with an air of displeasure. "Did you name this sword?" "Yes, indeed, Your Highness," he replied eagerly. "In Volantis, we have a fondness for sweets and sweet wines, so I thought it fitting to name the sword thus. Your father dotes on you, bestowing such a precious Valyrian steel sword upon a bastion." The handsome youth, noticing Daenerys' willingness to converse, momentarily forgot his precarious situation. "I am my father's only son. Thus he indulges me. Moreover, the Mga family possesses numerous Valyrian steel swords, which is why this one was gifted to me. It is said that this sword once belonged to a prominent family among the 40 dragon lord families of ancient Valyria. The Mga family acquired it during the Bleeding Century," he continued, recalling the historical epoch marked by turmoil following the Valyrian catastrophe. This era, known as the Bleeding Century, saw the entire continent of Essos engulfed in over 100 years of conflict. In truth, the Valyrian catastrophe did not annihilate all descendants of the Dragon Lord families. Many who were away on holiday or engaged in affairs survived, along with their dragons. Numerous individuals sought to restore their power and revive the splendor of the Valyrian freehold. Yet, for reasons unknown, they gradually vanished from history. Ultimately, the only surviving descendants of the Dragon Lords were the Targaryens, who lingered on Dragonstone. As the scene unfolded, the grandeur of the tournament grounds was apparent, with the colors and style radiating an aura of magnificence. It was then that the children of the forest, accompanied by the dragon guards, approached Daenerys respectfully. "Your Highness, only 5 of those soldiers survived, the rest perished." After listening to the report on the herbs, Daenerys, who was initially elated by the acquisition of a Valyrian sword, was soon filled with anger. With a heavy tone, she instructed Cameron to properly attend to the wounded. The families of the fallen soldiers must be taken care of. In addition to the standard compensation, let each family receive an extra 100 gold coins. After all, these rascals must have brought plenty of valuable items with them. Having said this, Daenerys turned her gaze towards another silver-haired youth and a silver-haired middle-aged man in the vicinity. "By your appearance and attire, it seems you have some noteworthy background. Who might you be?" The tall, slender, silver-haired youth replied in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, my name is Situ, son of Princess Rhaenyra. However, I am merely the son of a humble merchant, and I came purely to observe the spectacle. I truly know nothing." With that, he lowered his head deeply. Cameron had seized the Valyrian dagger made from Dragonbone from this very youth. His pitiful demeanor immediately drew disdain from the nearby Cecily. "Your Highness, he speaks no falsehood. Satu's father is the principal benefactor of the Volantis Tiger Party's governor." He then pointed to the robust man, gravely injured and on the brink of death from the Devourer's dragon fire. "His name is Simon, the eldest illegitimate son of Princess Rhaenyra. His father is the captain of the Volantis Great Axe Mercenary Corps." Indeed, it was unmistakably the three sons contending for the crown. Realizing this, Daenerys commanded the herbalist, "Please see if he can be saved. Do everything possible to preserve his life." The herbalist approached Simon, producing a vial of potion from his bag and administering it to him. Following this, he applied a thick, green herbal paste to the areas of Saemon's body scorched by dragon fire. Much of Saemon's armor had liquefied, melding into his flesh, yet his helmet, chest plate, and shoulder guards remained intact, fortuitously protecting his vital parts and preserving his life. "Remove his intact armor and bring it to me." Chapter 92. As Daenerys beheld the preserved armor, a flicker of intrigue ignited within her. The dragon guard, upon hearing her command, promptly stripped the armor from him and respectfully presented it before Daenerys. "Humph, it truly is armor forged from Valyrian steel." Upon closer inspection, Daenerys recognized that all the preserved armor was crafted from Valyrian steel. "These are no mere bandits. They are indeed bringers of fortune." Daenerys silently mused. "Now what about you? Your attire suggests you are a local from Dragonstone, am I correct?" Rhaenyra turned her gaze towards the middle-aged, silver-haired man, her tone frigid as she inquired. "What is your name?" "Your Highness, I am Gaiman, a native of the fishing village," he replied, his head bowed low, unwilling to let Rhaenyra glimpse his face. "Interesting. You dare to bear that name here on Dragonstone. I am quite intrigued by your tale," Rhaenyra remarked, her voice laced with mockery and discontent. Gaiman, clearly aware of the derision in her tone, quickly pressed his forehead to the ground, kneeling before her. "I am but a humble descendant of Daemon Targaryen, the second lord after the Targaryens arrived on Dragonstone." "Oh, so you possess the blood of House Targaryen. No wonder your attire is somewhat more respectable than that of common folk," Rhaenyra observed, her tone growing even colder. "Yet, as a Targaryen bastard, why would you conspire with outsiders to attempt to steal the dragons of House Targaryen? A traitor like you is more despicable than those brigands from beyond." Daenerys' sudden rise in volume frightened Gaiman into pleading, "Your Highness, please show mercy. I merely saw their wealth and acted as a guide. I truly had no idea they would audaciously attempt to steal the dragons. I am wronged, Your Highness," he continued to beseech. Having confirmed the circumstances, Rhaenyra grew weary of Gaiman's feigned innocence and waved her hand, commanding her guards to take them all away and imprison them. "Ensure the three illegitimate sons of Princess Rhaenyra are settled in the estate under careful watch, without leaking any information," she instructed Cameron. "As for Gaiman and the others, they are to be locked away. Arrest Gaiman's family and investigate those who have been closely associated with him." "Yes, Your Highness." Once Cameron had escorted everyone away, Harold Darklyn, having extinguished the flames on 3-masted ships and dragged them to shore, began to tally the supplies aboard, which would take considerable time. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra, accompanied by the remaining members from Stark's Island, headed towards the direction of the Devourer, intending to assess the situation. "Princess, the dragon is currently in a state of fury. Perhaps we should refrain from approaching," Dax advised. "Not to worry. We shall remain beyond the reach of its fiery breath," she replied. At that moment, the Devourer was consuming those who had perished in its flames, the metallic chains binding it rattling under its strain. Truly, dragons are intelligent beings. They can gradually melt away the chains that confine them with their fire. However, the chains binding this dragon were forged from a special alloy, with a melting point exceeding 2,000 to 3,000 degrees. When the dragon is capable of melting the metallic chains, the intense heat of these shackles will be sufficient to inflict fatal harm upon the dragon. The youths of Skagos Island, despite their upbringing in the savage Northern Isles and their exposure to various scenes of bloodshed and brutality, are likely witnessing a dragon incinerate a human before devouring them for the first time. Thus, although they do not exhibit any discomforting physiological reactions, they are nonetheless filled with a profound sense of dread. This experience inevitably diminishes the once sacred image of the dragon in their hearts. Such is the psychology of empathy for one's kind. No matter how formidable one may be, if one continues to commit heinous acts, it is only a matter of time before the oppressed rise against their oppressors. This applies to both the surviving dragon lords and dragons after the Valyrian catastrophe. as well as those dragons historically slaughtered in their lairs by the mob of King's Landing. The root cause lies in the collective resentment and fear directed towards them, stoked by the populace. For countless centuries, the Valyrian Federation enslaved the peoples of the entire Essos continent, amassing a wealth of animosity that the Valyrian dragon lords could still endure when their power was sufficient to suppress it. However, when the cataclysm struck, they seized their opportunity and, at any cost, annihilated all dragons and the descendants of the dragon lords. The blood-soaked rampage plunged the Seven Kingdoms into years of turmoil, tormenting the common folk. The successive downfall of dragons led the people to cease venerating them as untouchable deities, paving the way for the mob's assault on the dragon lair in King's Landing. Chapter 93. Daenerys, undeterred by the whispers of the masses, actively participated in the construction of the combat arena alongside her Dreamfire. She sought to demonstrate that dragons are not merely powerful instruments of war, but possess immense significance in other realms as well. Your Highness, look. That great axe appears to be forged from Valyrian steel, the lookout suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards scattered weapons a few dozen meters from the devourer. Daenerys, lacking the keen eyesight of the lookout, and aware that the area still lay within the range of the devourer's dragonfire, hesitated to approach for confirmation. Dax, quickly head to White Sheep Town and gather a herd of cull cows and old horses, Daenerys instructed, prompting Dax to respond immediately, setting off towards White Sheep Town. Meanwhile, the devourer, preoccupied with its feast, had already taken notice of Daenerys. This ferocious old dragon, never before tamed by the Targaryen family, harbored no mercy for the bloodline of House Targaryen. Especially regarding Daenerys, the very one who had ensnared him here, the devourer felt a deep-seated loathing. Should Daenerys dare to approach, it would undoubtedly unleash its dragonfire upon her without hesitation. As Harold and his companions were nearly finished unloading the ship's supplies, Dax and his group finally drove a dozen old cattle and horses over. To draw the attention of the voracious beast, Daenerys boldly guided Drogon directly above the greedy one. This audacious act incensed the ancient dragon, who felt deeply affronted. Meanwhile, Dax and his team blindfolded the old cattle and horses, then fiercely struck them, urging them to sprint frantically toward the greedy one. Seizing the moment, the swift Walfo brothers and Kai hurried to gather the scattered weapons. By this time, the greedy one had already charred the unfortunate cattle and horses that had rushed too close. Alas, how unfortunate for the hides of those beasts. Seeing that their plan had succeeded, Daenerys eagerly descended with Drogon. She eagerly took hold of the massive axe the lookout had mentioned. How heavy it was. Though Daenerys possessed considerable strength, it took all her might to lift the colossal Valyrian steel axe. Its dark hue and exquisite wave patterns unmistakably indicated its exceptional craftsmanship. Gazing upon the enormous and weighty Valyrian axe, Daenerys' eyes sparkled with delight. What a splendid day this was. It is known that Valyrian steel is remarkably lightweight, resilient, and impervious to rust, dulling, or breaking. This axe weighed at least as much as 2 or 3 of House Targaryen's ancestral swords, Blackfire, due to its immense weight. Daenerys had Dax carry it while she held a torch, carefully inspecting it. Her fingertips glided over the axe, and she could distinctly sense the surging magic contained within, far surpassing that of the Widow's Kiss. The axe, including its dragonbone handle, measured nearly 2 meters in length. The upper half of the handle was crafted from black dragonbone, encased in leather. The axe head was an asymmetrical, double-bladed marvel, adorned with intricate designs inscribed in Valyrian script. Daenerys softly pronounced the words etched upon it, Crackbone. What a formidable name indeed. Such a sharp axe could sever not only a man's spine, but could also cleave a warhorse or a giant bear in two with a single stroke. Dax, elated as he held the axe, could scarcely contain his desire to wield it, were it not for Daenerys' admiration of the weapon. Just then, Samwell arrived with a group, guiding several carts to the shore, having come specifically to transport the treasures seized from the 3 captured galleons. With Samwell and Cameron present, Daenerys felt little inclination to observe their inventory of treasures. Instead, she instructed the herbalist and the lookout to accompany her, wielding the long-handled giant axe, Breaker, the sword, Sweet Widow, and the Valyrian dagger, Firefall, as they navigated the Dreamfire back to Dragonstone. Since both the herbalist and the lookout were female children of the forest, Daenerys welcomed them into her Tower of the Holy Flame. The herbalist possessed commendable medical skills, excelling in the concoction of various herbal salves and potions, as well as in the care of pregnant women and childbirth. Consequently, Daenerys frequently brought her to examine her mother, Emma, and under her guidance, Emma's health significantly improved. During her menstrual cycle, Daenerys engaged in discussions with her regarding the traditional medicinal theories of the Flower Country. which proved immensely beneficial and provided her with fresh perspectives and ideas for developing herbal remedies and potions. Upon returning to the Tower of the Holy Flame, Daenerys refreshed herself before retreating to her chamber to once again admire the 3 exquisite Valyrian weapons. It was not until late that night that she embraced Sweet Widow and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 94. In her dream, Daenerys found herself in what appeared to be a forge. The air was thin due to the intense heat, and hundreds of robust blacksmiths chanted ancient Valyrian incantations while intently hammering the dark alloy in their hands. Though they sported extremely short hair, their light golden or silver locks, along with their distinctly purple or blue eyes, revealed their Valyrian heritage. Nearby, several massive dragons lay coiled, ready to unleash their fiery breath when needed to soften or melt the alloy. The scene shifted abruptly to a blazing furnace, where a number of ancient Valyrian craftsmen commanded dozens of numb-faced slaves, coldly directing them towards the searing flames. Daenerys was horrified to discover that a recently deceased young dragon lay within the furnace. The subsequent scene struck her with profound dread. The normally fearless Daenerys found herself trembling uncontrollably. Was it fear? Rage? Sympathy? Perhaps it was all of these emotions intertwined. The slaves were ruthlessly and mercilessly thrust into the furnace by the craftsmen. As the flames seared them, the slaves seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. Yet they could only emit a piercing scream before being completely consumed by the inferno. On the other side of the furnace, several Valyrian dragon knights chanted spells while commanding their dragons to unleash scorching flames upon the furnace. Under the relentless heat, the slaves and the young dragon's corpse gradually merged with the molten alloy within the furnace. As the flames eventually subsided, a substantial mass of heavy Valyrian steel began to take shape. All the Valyrians displayed satisfied smiles, as if the dozens of slaves sacrificed by them were as inconsequential as common fowl. Daenerys had never felt such an urge to extricate herself from the dreamscape of dragons as she did this time. Yet, it seemed as though she were ensnared in this realm, endlessly witnessing the Valyrians forge Valyrian steel. Her longing for the ancient methods of crafting Valyrian steel was profound. However, upon realizing that the process required the blood of the living, she was relieved that such methods had been lost to time, even if Daenerys wished to refrain from learning. The repetitive incantations and techniques of forging and bloodletting infiltrated her consciousness during this relentless cycle. When Daenerys awoke the next morning, her bed was thoroughly soaked in sweat. As she gazed upon the 3 Valyrian weapons she cherished, her emotions became exceedingly complex. Lella, she called for her personal maid. After changing and refreshing herself, she merely consumed a light meal before summoning her dragon fire and mounting the Sweet Widow, flying directly towards King's Landing. Daenerys instinctively believed that the heads of the Targaryen family must possess some knowledge of the ancient Valyrian secrets. However, over the years, she had perused nearly every tome within her family's archives that chronicled the mysteries of Valyria, yet found scant useful information regarding the significant legacies of ancient Valyria. Despite the Targaryens' diminished circumstances, they remained one of the 40 noble houses of dragon lords. Even if they were not privy to the grand affairs of ancient Valyria, it was improbable that they were entirely ignorant of the methods to forge Valyrian steel. The crafting of Dragonstone was not an esoteric skill. Any dragon rider who mastered the associated incantations could forge it with ease. Moreover, Dragonstone Island was constructed under the aegis of House Targaryen, and having not suffered a great calamity, it seemed implausible that they would have lost the knowledge of Dragonstone forging. The only rationale Daenerys could conceive was that the Targaryens had chosen to conceal their possession of ancient Valyrian knowledge from the outside world. Furthermore, it was highly likely that they deliberately allowed this knowledge to fade into obscurity along with the ruin of Valyria. Nonetheless, Daenerys believed that the heads of House Targaryen would at least have passed down such wisdom orally. Thus, the only potential source of enlightenment for Daenerys remained her great-grandfather, King Aegon IV. Chapter 68. The wisdom of King Aegon IV. Indeed, it was a rare and exquisite sword. King Aegon IV held the Sweet Widow in his hands. Examining it meticulously, this Valyrian blade bore dimensions similar to those of the Targaryen's dark sister, yet its embellishments were far more opulent. The lavish scabbard and hilt were encrusted with an array of precious gemstones and intricate gold filigree, while the pommel was adorned with a ruby the size of a quail's egg. Perhaps others may remain oblivious. Yet Daenerys could perceive the faint magical vibrations contained within the ruby. Great-grandfather, do you see the ancient Valyrian inscriptions adorning the blade? That must be the family motto of a dragon lord's lineage from the Valyrian era, correct? Daenerys inquired seemingly nonchalantly, though her gaze was fixed intently on King Jaehaerys, anxious not to miss any flicker of emotion or reaction from him. As he softly murmured the inscriptions etched upon the sword, King Jaehaerys gradually succumbed to profound contemplation. His murky eyes appeared to lose focus, yet they deepened in their inscrutability. Ah, I recall now. This is the family motto of House Hyperion. Among the 40 Dragon Lord families, the Hyperion, Balerion, and Augustus houses consistently rank among the top 3. The Hyperion family is renowned for producing sorcerers and master blacksmiths. Thus, they have long been entrusted with forging the Valyrian steel weaponry for the Valyrian Federation. Upon hearing this, Daenerys eagerly pressed, House Hyperion? Why have I never encountered any records of these Dragon Lord families in our family's library? King Jaehaerys regarded Daenerys with affectionate eyes. What is it? Little Daenerys. Are you intrigued by the tales of ancient Valyria? Daenerys nodded earnestly. Who wouldn't be fascinated by that magnificent and wondrous realm? Ha! If mere interest were the sole factor. There are countless tales about ancient Valyria across both Westeros and Essos. Even bards could spend centuries recounting them without exhausting the narratives. After this, King Jaehaerys, with keen interest, continued to regard Daenerys. Yet for many, their desire extends beyond mere curiosity. They seek to unearth deeper truths through the stories of Valyria, hoping to derive benefits and power from such revelations. During the Age of Blood, countless descendants of dragon lords and their mighty dragons perished, not solely due to the enmity harbored by the people of the East towards Valyria. Often, it is not hatred, but the pursuit of profit that drives one to madness and unscrupulous actions. The true cause of their demise lay in Valyria's dragons, magic, the crafting of Valyrian steel, the methods of producing Dragonstone, and the immense wealth that remains. At that moment, before Daenerys sat King Jaehaerys, who appeared as a carefree, benevolent elder. Yet his profound gaze seemed to see right through her. Therefore, Daenerys boldly inquired, does great-grandfather imply that the Targaryen family did not lack knowledge of certain legacies from ancient Valyria, but rather chose to deliberately lose them? Faced with her query, King Jaehaerys did not respond directly. Instead, he countered with a question, why do you think so? Daenys smiled back, posing a counter-question. It depends on whether the destruction of the Valyrian Federation is the will of fate or the actions of man. Ha ha, what an amusing little girl. It seems you have glimpsed quite a bit in your draconic dreams, haven't you? Daenys feigned indifference, reveling in her own cleverness. Is the forging of Dragonstone and Valyrian steel part of that? At this moment, King Jaehaerys' expression suddenly grew solemn. Little Daenys, this world is far more intricate than we can comprehend or recognize. Whether it be human actions or divine judgment, you must remember that absolute power is indeed significant. Yet it cannot resolve everything. The human heart is the most elusive. Human nature is often cold and selfish, and human wisdom can easily be obscured. But human strength remains paramount. A competent lord or king need not engage in every task personally. It is essential to discern, select, and employ the right people, devising ways to inspire their loyalty and dedication. This is the primary concern of a good lord and king. A great lord or king, too, must learn to be selfish. Yet they must understand that their greatest selfishness lies in the welfare of the realm. Daenys found herself puzzled as to why her great-grandfather had suddenly begun imparting the principles of governance to her. However, she listened intently, recognizing the profound wisdom of an elderly king revered by the world, who was sharing the essence of his life's knowledge in such simple terms. After all, having lived a mere 30 years across 2 lifetimes, how could she truly grasp the intricacies of ruling a kingdom, despite her spirited endeavors in Dragonstone? Much of her success stemmed from her prophetic insight and the capable individuals she had attracted through her royal status. King Jaehaerys spent an entire day in his chamber instructing Daenys on the art of territory management, from morning until evening, with their lunch taken simply in the sitting room. Whether it was due to the king's profound loneliness in recent years or Daenys' exceptional ability to absorb knowledge, the elderly monarch exhibited no signs of fatigue throughout the day. Great-grandfather, dinner time has arrived. Shall I accompany you to the dining hall? Very well. After listening to this old man ramble on all day, you must be growing weary of me, right? Daenys quickly shook her head. How could that be? As long as you are willing to share with me, I would gladly stay by your side forever. Upon hearing this, King Jaehaerys burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 96. I believe among the Targaryen princesses throughout history, you are the most cunning and bold. Ha ha. Lady Audrey, Miss Alicent, please come in. Daenys summoned the 2 most favored handmaidens of King Jaehaerys to serve him as they dined together in the restaurant. After their meal, Daenys and her companions accompanied King Jaehaerys for a leisurely stroll in the gardens of the Red Keep for half an hour before assisting him back to his chambers to wash up and retire for the night. Perhaps due to the extensive conversation he had engaged in that day, King Jaehaerys quickly succumbed to slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Daenys borrowed the two Valyrian steel swords of House Targaryen, Blackfire and Dark Sister, holding them close as she drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, Daenys indeed found herself immersed in the visions of the Valyrians forging Valyrian steel. However, this time, amidst the shifting scenes of her dream, she encountered a most peculiar sight. Chapter 69. The shadows in a dim, sweltering place resembling a cave or mine. Two figures cloaked in robes seemed to be whispering conspiratorially. Daenys wished to draw closer. Yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding emanated from one of the slender figures, compelling her to halt her advance. I can assist you only to this extent. Do not forget your promise, the silver-haired man, wielding the sword Blackfire, reiterated emphatically. No matter what transpires henceforth, you shall not lay hands on my family, correct? All mortals must face death. The frail figure, shrouded entirely in his robe, assured him. As long as your family distances itself from slavery, divine favor will surely follow. Thank you for all you have done. Farewell. With that, the figure gradually faded into the murky passageway. Observing his departure, the silver-haired man, torch in hand, turned and left as well. At this moment, the scene of Daenys' dream shifted once more. She found herself atop a towering structure devoid of a ceiling, where a colossal sculpture of a sphinx adorned the pinnacle. Dark Sister hung upon the walls of the chamber in which Daenys now stood. Daenys, you truly dreamt of the fall of Valyria, did you not? Upon hearing a commotion from the adjacent chamber, Daenys hastened to investigate. Indeed, father, nothing in this world is immortal. When a flower blooms in its most resplendent form, it signifies its impending decay. Similarly, when darkness reaches its zenith, light is soon to follow. A striking maiden with platinum hair, draped in a delicate blue veil, lifted a goblet of golden wine, gazing wistfully at the thriving city before her. Just as Daenys intended to approach for a closer look, the maiden abruptly turned, her gaze locking onto Daenys' position. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Daenys jolted awake from her dream. Yet the voice of that young girl seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. Resonating in Daenerys' ears, at last, you have arrived, the one who will lead us home. Gazing at the three Valyrian steel swords strewn about the bedside, and recalling the fragmented images from her dreams, Daenys was suddenly engulfed by a chill. It appeared that the devastation of Valyria was indeed a calamity, perhaps concealing a far greater conspiracy. What role did her own family play in this affair? Burdened by a myriad of uncertainties, Daenys found herself in a state of disorientation throughout the morning, even as she accompanied King Jaehaerys, her mind wandering elsewhere. Little Daenys, did you not sleep well last night? Inquired King Jaehaerys with genuine concern. Did you dream of something again? Indeed, I dreamt of some incomprehensible visions, Daenys replied candidly. Jaehaerys gently patted Daenerys' shoulder in a comforting gesture. Do not dwell on what you cannot understand. With time, all will become clear. Of course, time can also help you forget many things. You are still so young, you should relish life. Daenys, never allow your dreams to ensnare you. And do not pay too much heed to the whispers of the gods in your ears. I dreamt of my great-grandmother, Daenys, the one from our family who foretold the downfall of Valyria. She said I am the one to lead them home. Daenys resolved to share her experiences with the wise king. Her revelation stirred a rare excitement in the typically solemn and composed monarch. What? Jaehaerys exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, his aged but strong hands gripping Daenerys' shoulders as he sought confirmation. Are you certain she told you that you are to lead them home? Though the pressure on her shoulders was painful, Daenerys maintained her composure and resolutely nodded. In the dream, she seemed to see me. When our gazes met, she indeed uttered those words. What significance does this statement hold? Daenerys pressed, sensing the weight of its importance, especially given the king's unusual reaction. Great-granddaughter, why are you so agitated? Daenerys' inquiry gradually restored Jaehaerys' calm. These are merely ancient tales passed down through the ages of old Valyria, he began. What I am about to share with you, Daenerys, is not a secret among the dragon lords of Valyria, yet it must never be disclosed to others. Very well, I swear. King Jaehaerys once again assumed his enigmatic demeanor, his gaze becoming profound and distant. While the world is aware of the rise of Valyria from the 14 flames of Essos, few recognize that their bloodline traces back to the Amethyst Empress of the Dawn Empire. The Dawn Empire, the precursor to the present Golden Celestial Empire, spanned from the Bone Mountains in the west to the Grey Wastes in the east, bordered by the Trembling Sea to the north and the Jade Sea to the south. During that era, even the Thunder Islands within the Jade Sea belonged to the Dawn Empire. The first sovereign of the Dawn Empire was the human emperor, reputed to be the sole offspring of the divine Night Lion and the Lady of Light. Yet, does divinity truly exist in this world? when mortals earnestly pray. Who has ever witnessed a genuine response? These are but the fabricated halos of rulers, mere adornments for their facades. I perceive them as individuals wielding some formidable power. It is said that the human emperor's palanquin was carved from a single pearl, borne by 100 of his queens. This sovereign reigned for 10,000 years until he ascended to the stars, reuniting with his ancestors. The throne then passed to his eldest son, the Pearl Emperor, who ruled for a millennium. The imperial lineage continued through the Emerald Emperor, the Tourmaline Emperor, the Black Agate Emperor, the Yellow Sapphire Emperor, and finally the Opal Emperor. Each emperor's reign was shorter than that of his predecessor, facing increasingly dire circumstances. Barbarians and beasts encroached upon the kingdom's borders. Vassals grew ever more arrogant and rebellious, and the kingdom's subjects descended further into debauchery. Upon her ascension, the Opal Emperor's daughter, the Amethyst Empress, was overthrown by her envious brother, who proclaimed himself emperor, thus becoming the Bloodstone Emperor, plunging the realm into terror and enslavement. The Bloodstone Emperor indulged in dark and dreadful sorcery, marrying a woman of brutal cruelty and frequently feasting on human flesh. Furthermore, he forsook the worship of the gods of Edi and instead venerated a black stone that had fallen from the heavens. The ensuing bloodshed in the Far East ultimately led to the Long Night. The Maiden of Light turned her back on the world, while the Night Lion descended to punish humanity for its excesses. Darkness lingered for an eternity until a great warrior, Ithar, emerged, wielding the Lightbringer and leading a band of the righteous into battle, ultimately restoring light to the world. Yet, this magnificent empire could never rise again. The world lay in tatters, with various tribes struggling for survival, harboring deep mistrust towards one another. War, greed, and murder persist to this day. Daenys, like the course of a human life, be it in flora, fauna, or dynasties, each has its own destiny, regardless of their might. They ultimately undergo the cycle of rising from weakness to strength, only to decline once more. Humanity delights in the light, yet remains oblivious to the existence of darkness that shadows it. Moreover, people often prefer to hide within the darkness of others. Chapter 70. Forgetting the past. Fearless of the future. Jaehaerys nearly spent an entire day recounting the history of the Valyrian dragon lords, as passed down through generations, to Daenys. King Jaehaerys possessed remarkable eloquence, and his extensive years of governance endowed him with profound insights and sagacious judgments on various matters. Thus, the seemingly monotonous and fantastical historical tales, when narrated by him, made Daenerys feel as though she were experiencing them firsthand. This allowed Daenerys to immerse herself in the stories while still maintaining an objective, fair, and wise perspective on the past. She couldn't help but muse that if King Jaehaerys could take Aegon under his wing and mentor him for a few years, perhaps upon ascending the throne, he would avoid committing the same grave errors that marred their history. Meanwhile, the descendants of the Dawn Age, having endured countless hardships, managed to resurrect dragons in Valyria's 14 flames, thereby establishing a colossal empire that dominated the entirety of Essos. However, the rise and splendor of Valyria became a nightmare for the vast majority across the Essos continent. In their pursuit of extravagant pleasures and terrifying power, the noble families and sorcerers committed innumerable atrocities to satiate the desires of the dragon lords, while the inhabitants of the magnificent city-state of Valyria lived lives akin to deities. The caverns beneath the volcano echoed with the anguished cries of countless souls. Humanity was lost, despite Valyria's grandeur and strength enduring for over a millennium. Even with their command over the world's most formidable dragons and various magics, they ultimately vanished in the cataclysm. Whether it was divine retribution or human folly, it was undeniably the dragon lords who bore the brunt of the wrath of gods and men alike. From King Jaehaerys' words, Daenerys could distinctly sense that he did not take pride in Valyria's former history. Moreover, she felt this sentiment was likely a shared value among the Targaryen lineage. Chapter 98. Thus, Daenerys continued her inquiry, Great-grandfather, why do the dragon lords not compile these precious histories into a tome for our kin to study? After all, history enlightens the mind, poetry refines the spirit, mathematics fosters precision, science deepens understanding, ethics instills gravity, and the art of logic and rhetoric sharpens discernment. All knowledge shapes character. Upon hearing such philosophically rich words from someone so young, King Jaehaerys was pleased and took Daenerys' hand, exclaiming, "Oh, my little Daenerys, were you a prince? I would surely bestow upon you the title of Prince of Dragonstone. Ha ha ha, let us forego the title of Prince of Dragonstone. If you truly cherish me, great-grandfather, grant me the title of Prince of New Dragonstone. And if you could bestow upon New Dragonstone a more melodious name, it would be even better." That way, the title would carry a more resonant significance. Though I may be young, I am aware that the lords of Westeros would rather turn the Seven Kingdoms to ash than allow a woman to govern them. And what of the vast unclaimed territories in Essos and Sithorios? There are so many lands untended. Rather than contending with the antiquated lords of Westeros over the decaying power of the Seven Kingdoms, I would prefer to harness my dragons and forge my own dominion. The audience erupted in laughter at Daenerys' words, as King Jaehaerys chuckled heartily. There was something about his great-granddaughter's remarks that struck him as profoundly insightful, far beyond the whims of a child. He recalled how Daenerys had transformed the once barren Dragonstone into a prosperous realm in merely 3 years, leading him to entertain the notion that perhaps his great-granddaughter could indeed realize her dreams. With the conversation unfolding, Daenerys candidly inquired, "Great-grandfather, it has been over a month since grandfather's passing. Should we not consider appointing a new Prince of Dragonstone?" Upon hearing this, the elderly king's gentle, murky eyes darkened with contemplation. What do you propose, young Daenerys?" Remaining composed, Daenerys replied, "Surely the first candidate must be our uncle Vagon, who resides in the Citadel." Jaehaerys smiled at her words. "When your grandfather passed, I reached out to him at once. However, he declined my proposal, citing his oath as a maester. He suggested convening a great council to allow the lords of the Seven Kingdoms to collectively recommend the next heir." Daenerys, well-versed in the currents of history, carefully considered her response. "A great council? Why should the affairs of the Targaryen dynasty be subject to the opinions of those lords? That would be far too generous. Would it not imply that they could meddle in matters of royal authority? Ultimately, would it not reduce the decision to a mere choice between Princess Rhaenys and my father? Should my father be elected, would that not establish a precedent that male heirs supersede female ones? Conversely, if Princess Rhaenys were chosen, would that not compel the Targaryen dynasty to adopt the Valyrian name? Regardless of the outcome, it seems to lay the groundwork for future strife within the royal family." Jaehaerys' eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Oh, what do you mean?" Daenerys, displaying wisdom beyond her years, continued, "If my father were to be chosen, he currently lacks a male heir. If he were to remain without an heir in the future, it would be rather inappropriate for Daniela to express such sentiments. Thus, she concocted an excuse for herself. What I mean is, if there were to be no heir, then my father would undoubtedly prefer to pass the throne to his own daughter rather than to other male relatives. Wouldn't that inevitably lead to strife? Should Princess Rhaenys be chosen, I fear the Valyrian family would no longer be the closest allies of House Targaryen, but rather its most formidable foes. Whichever outcome arises, it would leave a lingering threat." King Jaehaerys found himself increasingly impressed by his great-granddaughter's astuteness. "Oh, what do you propose as a solution?" Daniela, with a hint of playful discontent, replied, "Great-grandfather, isn't it your duty as king to ponder such matters? Why burden a mere 10-year-old child with these complexities? I do have some rather immature thoughts on the subject. For instance, we could establish a rule that if the Targaryen family requires a female heir to the throne, her husband and children must all adopt the Targaryen surname. Furthermore, the queen's consort should be granted only a title, without any political authority. The greatest assurance of the Targaryen reign lies with the dragons, and I believe we could also use this Grand Council to formulate a management system for them. For example, Targaryen dragon riders should not engage in civil war. Should anyone contravene this, all dragon riders would unite against them. Otherwise, they would forfeit their right to control their dragons." Chapter 99. All that has passed is but a prologue. The world has published a message. Trust few, and be true to none. I wasted time, and time in turn wasted me. In bleak days, let not cold fate take delight. Since fate seeks to humiliate us, we should retaliate with an attitude of serene defiance. The wise do not lament in despair over failure. They optimistically seek ways to salvage their circumstances. Chapter 71. Who points the finger? Jaehaerys gazed at his articulate great-granddaughter, his heart heavy with the regret that Daniela was merely a princess. Though her ideas were still somewhat naive and unrefined, it was evident that her vision and ambition were remarkable. Consequently, he found himself unconsciously imparting the wisdom he had garnered over 50 years of rule to the young princess. Despite her tender age, Daniela absorbed his teachings with remarkable clarity, offering her own insights and feedback. Thus, the two conversed late into the night, only parting ways to retire to their chambers at the gentle prompting of the maidservants. The following day, Daniela indulged in an unusual lie-in. By the time she awoke, midday was fast approaching. After a brief wash and a light snack, she made her way to King Jaehaerys' study, as the maidservant had informed her that he would likely be attending to official documents at that hour. Along the way, she took a moment to gather some fresh flowers from the garden, arranging them in a vase. Good morning, great-grandfather. After settling in, Daenerys placed the vase upon King Jaehaerys' desk. Good morning, Dany. Ah, splendid. The fragrance of these flowers invigorates the spirit. Please, take a seat. I shall attend to these documents shortly. Very well. Thus, Daenerys casually selected a book from the shelf and quietly settled by the window to read. However, it may have been due to King Jaehaerys' prior neglect of his paperwork that scarcely had Daenerys seated when Otto Hightower, the newly appointed hand of the king, entered bearing a stack of documents. Good morning, your majesty. Good morning, Princess Daenerys. Daenerys rose slightly and curtsied, replying, Good morning, Sir Otto. Otto respectfully placed the documents upon King Jaehaerys' desk, stating, Your Majesty, here are today's documents. If I may speak candidly, you are advancing in years, and your health has only recently improved. It is advisable to take care of yourself and rest early. He then turned his stern expression towards Daenerys, adding, I have heard that Princess Daenerys is quite the eager learner and has recently been receiving personal instruction from His Majesty. However, I believe that Maester Tiger of Dragonstone possesses ample knowledge to satisfy your curiosity for learning. If that proves insufficient, you may also request a scholar from the Citadel to tutor you. Ah, both King Jaehaerys and Daenerys exchanged bemused glances. Who was he referring to? Sir Otto, hailing from the old Hightower family, was renowned for his extensive knowledge and was thus appointed as the new hand of the king. Yet, his performance fell short of expectations. Eventually serving as a cautionary example for future prime ministers, knowledge does not solve all dilemmas. Though he was exceptionally organized, his arrogance, bluntness, and aggressiveness alienated many lords and nobles, even inciting discontent in King Viserys later on. I shall attend to the documents post-haste. Sir Otto may take his leave, declared King Jaehaerys, his tone seemingly mild yet imbued with an unmistakable firmness that brooked no dissent. Otto, being newly appointed as hand, found it difficult to withstand the weight of King Jaehaerys' authority and thus bowed before turning to depart. However, Daenerys would not indulge him. Rather than suffer discomfort herself, she preferred to impose it upon others. She approached Otto with a hint of dissatisfaction, saying, Sir Otto, I have not been sleeping well in my chambers these past few days, and yesterday I seemed to hear the sound of mice nesting within the Red Keep. With your ample time, please address this matter swiftly. After all, everything concerning the Red Keep relies upon you. It would be quite unfortunate if the mice were to proliferate unchecked and bite your hand in the end. After all, you are the hand of the king. The foul stench of King's Landing is all but wafting towards the Red Keep. Yet, the old town, equally grand and steeped in history, remains pristine and refreshingly clean. Surely, Lord Otto, hailing from the esteemed Hightower family, possesses the necessary experience to swiftly resolve this matter. Daenerys' remarks elicited uncontrollable laughter from the serving maids present. Audrey, with an innocent expression, chimed in, The princess is absolutely right. These two issues are indeed the most intolerable. If the Prime Minister could take action, they would undoubtedly be resolved in no time. Then all of King's Landing would sing praises of his name. The Hand of the Rat-Catcher? The Prime Minister of Cleanliness? Chapter 100. Audrey was secretly plotting in her mind how to propagate this new title of Lord Otto. Although Alicent did not fully grasp the nuances of their banter, she instinctively felt that their words were not particularly kind towards her father. Yet, lacking eloquence, she struggled to find a way to defend him, merely casting anxious glances at those around her. At that moment, King Jaehaerys interjected, Then let Lord Otto first address these two most urgent and significant matters. Other issues can wait, and of course, I could delegate the handling to someone else. Their words made Otto, who was already accustomed to maintaining a stern demeanor, appear even more drawn. Yes, your majesty, Otto replied respectfully, then turned to Daenerys to bow, saying, Thank you for your reminder, Princess. I shall attend to it. It seemed that Princess Daenerys was indeed far more perceptive than most. With that, he left in a somewhat disgruntled manner. After Otto's departure, King Jaehaerys picked up the stack of documents he had brought and flipped them over. Daenerys, observing his actions, curiously inquired, Grandfather, why do you always turn the documents upside down when reviewing them? Jaehaerys, with a mysterious demeanor, whispered, The documents they wish for me to see are placed on top, while those they do not want me to see are at the bottom. Why should I grant them their wishes? His words immediately amused Daenerys, revealing a charming side of this illustrious figure of the Targaryen dynasty. Meanwhile, Alicent, observing from a distance, silently noted this incident, determined to share it with her father at the right moment. Alicent, King Jaehaerys suddenly seemed to recall something and called out to her from afar. Yes, your majesty. Recently, I have noticed Prince Daemon bouncing around King's Landing, quite wearied by his antics. He drinks excessively every day, with no stable person to attend to him. Perhaps you should go and take care of him for a while. Once I have chosen the right person to attend to him, you may return." Upon hearing King Jaehaerys' words, Alicent felt a wave of despair wash over her. Yet, she could not refuse. She managed to feign composure and nodded, saying, "Yes, your majesty. I will take good care of Prince Daemon." However, Daenerys noticed that Alicent was so anxious she was nearly drawing blood from her own nails. Chapter 72. A different tale. After Alicent left, feeling wronged, Audrey and the other handmaidens, at Daenerys' prompting, went to comfort her. King Jaehaerys took nearly an hour to attend to the accumulated paperwork from the past few days. Finally, he spread his arms, displaying a look of relief that starkly contrasted with the dignified image of a king he was reputed to embody. "Ah, it is finally done." The lords of the Seven Kingdoms never seemed to have a moment's peace. Fortunately, the tournament in Whitehill next month will divert many people's attention. Otherwise, the daily barrage of disputes would be far more overwhelming. Daenerys approached King Jaehaerys from behind, offering a gentle massage to his shoulders. After all, his great-grandfather was the wisest arbiter of the Seven Kingdoms. This is what they call the capable bear the burden. Besides, dealing with these minor annoyances is far preferable to confronting significant calamities. Wouldn't you agree? Ha! King Jaehaerys chuckled heartily at Daenerys' words. "I am rather curious as to why you harbor such animosity towards Otto." Daenerys feigned innocence, responding, "Is it that obvious? I believe the hands should always obey the commands of the mind. Their role is to manifest our thoughts into reality, just as when we women embroider. It is never said that a girl's clumsiness is due to her hands, but rather her mind's inadequacy. If an individual's hands refuse to obey, they may be ridiculed. However, if the hands of a nation are unresponsive, it could lead to disaster." As she spoke, Daenerys was unaware that her grip had tightened considerably. King Jaehaerys nodded thoughtfully, but chose not to pursue the topic further. It seems that as one ages, there is a propensity to reminisce about the past, a tendency that even a king who has reigned for over 50 years cannot escape. Thus, after answering Daenerys' inquiries regarding the history of Valyria, he began recounting various significant events following House Targaryen's conquest of the distant lands, all from the perspective of House Targaryen itself. According to family lore, Aegon once foresaw the apocalypse of the human world, which would commence from the distant north. A frigid winter would descend, bringing with it an overwhelming darkness, concealing horrors that would obliterate all living beings. For humanity to endure, the Targaryen lineage must ascend to the throne, uniting the entire realm of Westeros against the encroaching cold and shadows. This secret, passed down through generations since Aegon's time, has been entrusted to each successor. Chapter 101. This prophecy, referred to by Aegon as a song of ice and fire, provokes a certain skepticism within me. Had I not inadvertently overheard an old scholar mention that the long table in the Hall of Tables was crafted long before Aegon's birth, I might have fully accepted it. Rulers often drape their reigns in the garments of divinity. Nevertheless, Aegon's A Song of Ice and Fire has been exceedingly well packaged. My father, Daenys, firmly believed in it and passed this prophecy to my brother Aegon, sharing it with my mother as well. They too held it in unwavering conviction. My mother even posited that Medjur's ignorance of this prophecy would ensure his reign was short-lived. Indeed, her words rang true. The formidable Queen Visenya, alongside the ruthless Medjur, ultimately succumbed in their quest for sovereignty. For the Seven Kingdoms and the Church, Medjur was undoubtedly a colossal calamity. Yet, he inadvertently aided the Targaryen family by dismantling the Church's martial forces, thus stabilizing the royal rule and bolstering my own reputation. Consequently, I find myself inclined to believe in this prophecy as well. I intend to pass this tale to the next heir to the throne. However, Daenerys, do you grasp why I am sharing this story with you? Daenerys, bewildered, questioned the necessity of treating a mere prophecy with such secrecy akin to the clandestine establishment of heirs during the Qing dynasty. Thankfully, Daenys also divulged the prophecy to my mother. Had it been entrusted solely to Aegon, he would have been doomed alongside him at the Lake of the Gods. A mere prophecy, I believe, could remain confidential within the family without the need to relay it to the heir apparent. In the face of monumental calamity, wouldn't it be more beneficial for the entire family to unite against external threats? You make a valid point. Yet therein lies Aegon's brilliance. No one is immune to the allure of power, and the path of sovereignty is invariably solitary. He intertwined the prophecy with the concept of rulership, ensuring that those in power would hold this prophecy in unwavering faith. The longer one remains in such a position, the greater the loneliness, and thus the deeper the conviction in the prophecy becomes. For in the end, it may become the only source of companionship and strength. Even the most foolish of kings will prepare exhaustively against the slightest threat to their throne, yet the true peril arises when such a king possesses a tender heart. If he were to become aware of this prophecy, it could render him cautious, leading the Targaryen family to be preyed upon by those lords. Your father, Viserys, appears to possess a tender heart, which is precisely why I chose to share this prophecy with you. Ah, Daenerys, you, a formidable Targaryen. I hope you will safeguard your gentle father in the future. Great-grandfather? Surely, you do not wish for me to play the role of Maegor? I am a kind-hearted Targaryen. As for Ser Harix, great-grandfather should bestow this heavy responsibility upon my sister Rhaenyra. She is the eldest daughter and the light of the Seven Kingdoms. My aspiration is to establish my own kingdom on the continent of Essos, or even across the sea to Sithorios. Ha ha ha. That does not diminish the matter. As long as you can summon the vigor you displayed this morning when dealing with Otto, you can occasionally remind those foul lords on behalf of your father. Furthermore, observing the lives of your subjects in White Harbor is enough to reveal your capabilities. Otherwise, do you truly believe those lords are merely enamored with your title as the Dragon Princess, flocking to Dragonstone for that alone? In the eyes of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, you have already become a dragon princess capable of laying golden eggs. When you call out, your influence rivals even mine. King Jaehaerys has remarkably opened up his own jest. Ha ha ha. Great-grandfather places such trust and importance in me. Should there not be some corresponding gesture? First, help me choose a splendid name for my new island of Dragonstone. Daenerys leaned against Jaehaerys' arm and extended a second hand, saying, Secondly, I desire a princely title. Chapter 73, The Tale of Alysanne. Very well. King Jaehaerys immediately acquiesced. Did you not name your residence in Dragonstone the Tower of the Holy Flame? I believe that name is splendid. Henceforth, the new island of Dragonstone shall be called the Isle of the Holy Flame. I shall inform the Grand Maester shortly, and your princely title ceremony shall be held during the tournament, adding to the grandeur of the event. Thank you, great-grandfather. Daenerys, rare in her affection, nestled beside King Jaehaerys, basking in the warmth of familial love that he had not felt in ages. Haha. However, Daenerys, the continent of Essos is not as simple as it appears. The intricacies of power there are formidable. The bloodshed wrought by various deities through their followers is no less severe than that caused by the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 102. The faceless men of Bravos, the savages of Dothraki, the spies of Pentos, the courtesans and poisons of Lys, Volantis, the Bay of Slaves, and the surviving factions from even farther afield are forces not to be underestimated. While you are still young, you should venture forth and explore the world. Otherwise, as the years advance, one may find increasingly less time to indulge in one's passions. In our youth, Alysanne and I were fervent travelers. Once, we journeyed with 6 dragons and a substantial entourage to the Wall in the north. Together, Alysanne and I rode our dragons to assist the Night's Watch in repelling a formidable army composed of wildlings, shapeshifters, and giants. The air north of the Wall is truly frigid. Even Alyssanne's great dragon, Silverwing, was reluctant to soar beyond its heights. Witnessing the hardships endured by the Night's Watch, the compassionate Alysanne proposed to grant them additional land and aided in constructing the new fortress, Deep Lake Hold. Alysanne paid for the building expenses with her jewelry, while I dispatched workers to erect the castle. However, one must recognize that the cold climate of the north also shaped the Stark family's icy demeanor and heart. Daenerys could sense King Jaehaerys' lingering discomfort whenever the Stark family was mentioned. I recall that it was the year 58 of Aegon's conquest when Alysanne and I planned our inaugural visit to the north. According to our itinerary, the advance party set out first, while Alysanne and I would later take to the skies on our dragons to rendezvous in White Harbor. However, at this crucial moment, envoys from Pentos and Tyrosh unexpectedly arrived in King's Landing. These 2 city-states across the narrow sea had been at war for years, hoping I could mediate peace talks. Their conflict had begun to disrupt maritime trade in King's Landing, compelling me to remain and address their issues first. Alysanne chose to proceed to the north alone, so as not to offend Duke Aelric Stark, who already harbored reservations toward our Targaryen family. This was due to the fact that the Duke's brother had perished during the quelling of the Night's Watch rebellion, a revolt instigated by the very church forces I had dispatched to the Wall. Thus, the Stark family harbored considerable grievances against the Targaryens. Nevertheless, Alyssanne's arrival at White Harbor was met with unexpected warmth. Count Mandler even hosted a small tournament in honor of the Queen. In response, she enthusiastically facilitated a marriage alliance between the Count's son and a southern noble, while also taking the Count's daughter as a handmaiden. Yet, Alysanne was acutely aware that the true challenge lay in Winterfell. Although the Mandler family resided in the north, their roots were in the Riverlands, and they maintained the faith and traditions of the Seven. In stark contrast, Duke Aelric Stark was the quintessential stoic northerner, his rigid countenance rivaling the frost upon the wall. Upon her arrival at Winterfell, Alysanne immediately sensed the Duke's chill. He forbade Silverwing from entering the castle and expressed disdain for the royal entourage's size. However, Alysanne was not one to surrender easily. Whenever King Jaehaerys reminisced about his queen, a warm smile would grace his face. Unlike others, she did not perceive the Duke's coldness as an affront. Rather, she sincerely engaged in conversation with Aelric, ultimately earning the respect of this proud and forthright northern lord. At this moment, I found myself in a state of utter turmoil, embroiled with Prince Pantos and Lord Telosai, due to a profound lack of trust. Negotiations lingered indefinitely without resolution. Thus, Queen Alysanne impulsively took to the skies on Dragonback, journeying to the Wall to visit the Night's Watch. Alysanne left behind a plethora of tales at the Wall. Should you venture there today, you would still hear the locals recounting her numerous exploits and virtues. She dined and shared mead with the brothers of the Night's Watch, patrolled the haunted woods alongside the Rangers, ascended the Wall to visit nearby fortresses, and earnestly listened to the needs and struggles of the Night's Watch. Moreover, she convened a women's court in the nearby village of Mole's Town, attentively hearing the grievances of those women. It was from this moment that the rights of the first knight across the Seven Kingdoms began to be gradually abolished. It was only 6 months later that I flew to the north to reunite with the Queen. Regrettably, Duke Aelric and I did not become close allies. However, thanks to Queen Alyssanne's mediation, the northern tour concluded smoothly and successfully. This was partly due to the vast lands we allocated to the Night's Watch, which left the Stark family with a sense of dissatisfaction. Consequently, the relationship between the North and King's Landing has remained tenuous over the years, with only House Manderley and our Targaryen family maintaining a deep and enduring friendship. Additionally, Alysanne and I had once arranged a betrothal with Lord Manderley. Alas, for various reasons, that union could not come to fruition. I have heard that you have been getting along quite well with Mederic of House Manderley. Indeed, Mederic possesses a commendable character and remarkable capability. He is currently a trusted aide to Samwell. Once my castle, Daenys, is completed, I shall surely appoint him as my hand of the prince. Haha. Daenys interjected, cutting off Jaehaerys, who might have continued speaking. While Mederic is indeed admirable, Daenys harbored no romantic feelings for him at present. Chapter 103. Emotions could only serve as stumbling blocks on her path to queenship. She had no desire to sip from that poisoned chalice too soon. King Jaehaerys understood that matters of the heart could not be rushed, and indeed, such feelings could not be forced. Furthermore, Daenys was not someone easily swayed by others. Thus, the old king hastily shifted his tone, proclaiming, "That is well, that is well. Friendships formed in youth are often the most sincere and genuine. If one can cultivate a few reliable companions, they shall reap immeasurable benefits throughout life. The 7 lads from Skagos you have taken under your wing are quite commendable, especially one named Dax. I have heard not only does he possess extraordinary martial skills, but his leadership abilities are also remarkable. You should nurture him well. Just as my Kingsguard serves as my strongest shield against danger, it is imperative for you, as a young lady, to cultivate a circle of trustworthy and dependable individuals. For in this world, the journey of a female lord is fraught with challenges." Chapter 74. The Royal Council. Rhaenyra's recent visit to King's Landing has proven to be remarkably fruitful. Not only has she acquired knowledge about the secret histories of old Valyria, but she has also gained a comprehensive understanding of the ascension of several generations of the Targaryen family. Particularly, she has forged a profound grandfather-granddaughter bond with King Jaehaerys. The wisdom and magnanimity of her ancestor command her utmost respect, while Rhaenyra's own intellect and vivacity bring comfort to the aged king. Rhaenyra contemplates that her great-grandmother, Queen Alysanne, has garnered such a multitude of illustrious accolades not solely due to her commendable virtues, but also because of her possession of a wise and enlightened husband. Although Rhaenyra has not discerned any direct connection between the destruction of Valyria and the Targaryen family, she is at least assured that the Targaryens were forewarned and adequately prepared for the calamity. Moreover, their relationships with other Dragon Lord families of Valyria were far from amicable. From a positive perspective, one might argue that their animosity towards slavery reflects a certain moral integrity of the family. Rhaenyra speculates that perhaps it is this very quality that incited the other Dragon Lord families to reject them. Conversely, the liberated free cities chose not to pursue further hostilities against the Targaryens. Of course, this is merely Rhaenyra's intuition, lacking substantial evidence. However, historical records indeed indicate that the Targaryen lineage has seen its share of saintly figures. It is also plausible that the Targaryens recognized a significant correlation between the fall of Valyria and the rebellion of the enslaved, which may explain their staunch opposition to the institution of slavery. This includes the legendary Aegon the Conqueror, who notably rebuffed an alliance from Volantis to jointly conquer the kingdom of the Three Daughters, instead opting to wield Balerion and unite with the kingdom of the Three Daughters and the Free Cities to devastate Volantis. This stance certainly contradicts the prevailing worldview that prioritizes self-interest. From the intelligence Rhaenyra currently possesses, it seems the Targaryen family is wary of something. Likely the agents of various deities represented by the faceless men of Bravos. Rhaenyra has spent 3 days in King's Landing, and she feels these days have been the most enriching since her arrival in this world. Although she has long been clear about her true aspirations, utilizing every resource at her disposal to strengthen herself step by step, she has nonetheless operated in isolation. Unlike this occasion, where the guidance of such a sagacious elder has alleviated much of her burden and steered her away from numerous missteps. In her previous life, Rhaenyra was not particularly distinguished for her intelligence. Were it not for the robust condition of her body and mind in this life, she might genuinely doubt whether, despite her possession of advanced knowledge and insights into the historical trajectory of this world, she could have achieved her current accomplishments. In the companionship of Daenerys, Jaehaerys found substantial solace. After all, no matter how eloquent or astute the handmaidens may be, they could never provide the familial joy that Daenerys offered him. Although there was a significant age disparity between Jaehaerys and Daenerys, they shared a profound spiritual resonance. This rekindled the once tranquil depths of Jaehaerys' heart, which had lain still like a serene pond for decades. Thus, he endeavored to bestow upon Daenerys all that he could offer, as if his actions were not merely acts of affection, but also a means to atone for the neglect he had shown towards his beloved daughters in the past. Hence, it is said that even the most formidable king, after a prolonged reign, particularly in the twilight of his years, may succumb to folly upon encountering someone who resonates with him. Historical figures such as Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tang, and Emperor Kangxi seem to exemplify this. Therefore, it does not seem entirely foolish for Jaehaerys, whose political acumen is considerably lacking, to exhibit such favoritism towards Daenerys. On the 4th day, after breakfasting with King Jaehaerys, Daenerys was unexpectedly brought into the royal council under the pretext of serving wine. At that moment, the council consisted solely of the king's hand, Otto Hightower, the Grand Maester, Runethel, the Master of Coin, Linman Bisberry, and Ser Laenor Valerion, the captain of the King's Guard. The Master of Ships, Corlys Valerion, had resigned in anger after King Jaehaerys did not pass the title of heir to his wife. The position of Master of Laws had remained vacant since the death of Jaehaerys' second son, Aemon Targaryen. Furthermore, during the reign of Jaehaerys I, the position of Master of Whisperers had never been established. As it was her first attendance at the royal council, Daenerys felt a thrill of excitement, tinged with a hint of apprehension. After exchanging greetings, she promptly poured a cup of fine wine for each of the attending lords and then quietly stood beside King Jaehaerys. Otto, as the presiding officer of the council, took a sip of the wine Daenerys had poured for him, cleared his throat, and, casting a subtle glance in her direction, began to speak. "Your Majesty, I have just received word that a band of thieves from Volantis infiltrated the shores of the Gluttonous one 4 nights ago, intending to steal a dragon. That gang of thieves has now been apprehended by Princess Daenerys. I propose that we escort them to King's Landing for a trial before the council. It is essential to ascertain whether their actions were personal misdeeds or a provocation from Volantis, as this matter pertains to our diplomatic relations and cannot be taken lightly. Indeed, I was already aware of this matter. Princess Daenerys has come to report it to me during her visit to King's Landing. She managed the situation adeptly, rendering the royal council's concerns unnecessary. Clearly, His Majesty King Jaehaerys was already aware of Otto's intentions and had no desire to engage in the discourse. However, Your Majesty, Princess Daenerys is still quite young. The matter at hand is of significant gravity. Should any oversight occur, it could provoke Volantis, which would be undesirable." Before King Jaehaerys could utter a word, Daenerys boldly interjected, "Lord Otto claims you are well-read in Old Town. Have you not thoroughly studied the laws of the 7 kingdoms? Dragonstone is my domain, and thus I am solely responsible for all thefts occurring therein. This is an inviolable right bestowed upon me by the laws of the 7 kingdoms. I fail to comprehend on what grounds Lord Otto believes he can indiscriminately intervene in this matter. It seems the adage holds true, no matter how much one reads. If one cannot apply that knowledge, it is all in vain." Otto, unfazed, retorted, "The primary duty of the royal council is to uphold the peace and stability of the 7 kingdoms. Any potential threat to this stability falls within our purview and obligation to address. It appears that the appointment of a legal minister for the royal council is overdue. Otherwise, your council will consist of individuals lacking legal knowledge, which is certain to invite the ridicule of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Daenerys first addressed King Jaehaerys with respect before swiftly turning her sarcasm toward Otto. Shouldn't Lord Otto, as the head of the royal council, prioritize filling the vacant seats first? A sound institution is essential for its effective operation, is it not? If the highest governing body of the Seven Kingdoms is missing nearly half of its members, should I deem it a mere facade, a charade? Or should I commend the esteemed lords present for being omniscient and capable of resolving the affairs of 7 individuals with just 4? Yet, that cannot be right. The Royal Council established 7 seats precisely to align with the doctrines of the faith of the 7, no? Old Town houses the Citadel for knowledge and the Starry September for moral guidance. How can Lord Otto, hailing from a noble family of Old Town, completely disregard such fundamental principles while still attempting to meddle in the internal affairs of other lords? Daenerys' words were swift and incisive, complemented by the youthful exuberance of her voice, leaving several courtiers momentarily stunned. Having momentarily subdued Otto's presence, Daenerys stepped closer to him and disdainfully murmured, "If you cannot even manage your own responsibilities, how can you afford to scrutinize others? With such a lack of discernment and virtue, if you were to handle relations between the realms well, it would be akin to encountering a White Walker." Being subjected to such scathing remarks and attacks from a mere 10-year-old girl, Otto, who possessed a naturally strong character, could no longer remain seated. He rose abruptly and, with indignation, directed his grievances towards King Jaehaerys, exclaiming how utterly unbelievable it was. A royal princess daring to berate and insult the prime minister during a council meeting was nothing short of the gravest affront and disrespect to the assembly. This matter must be deliberated in the council. However, Jaehaerys remained unfazed, raising his hand to silence Otto from continuing, and inquired, "What do all the esteemed lords present think?" The Grand Maester, Rhaenyra, was the first to respond, stating that according to the laws of the 7 Kingdoms, if a lord does not submit an arbitration request to the council, it indeed possesses no authority to intervene in any theft occurring within a lord's domain. Otto Hightower, unwilling to concede, retorted, "But the greedy one is a dragon belonging to the royal family." "Indeed, you are correct, Lord Otto," chimed in the Minister of Finance, Lynn Mambusbury, who could not restrain himself from speaking. "The greedy one is undeniably a dragon, yet it belongs to House Targaryen. It is a creature of the Targaryens, not of the 7 Kingdoms. The council has no jurisdiction over matters concerning dragons. I believe Princess Daenerys is absolutely right. The council can only function effectively when it is fully staffed. Otherwise, it is all too easy to become lost. And some may even struggle to discern which rights they can exercise." Otto Hightower sought to counter this assertion, but was promptly interrupted by King Jaehaerys, who declared, "Since a consensus has been reached, this matter is concluded. It is a private affair of Dragonstone, and the council shall not interfere." Jaehaerys offered Otto no opportunity to continue his argument, resolutely making his decision. Daenerys cast Otto Hightower a disdainful glance, recognizing his political naivety in this struggle for power. Simultaneously, she felt compelled to be increasingly wary of this cunning old man, his attempts to undermine her as a mere 10-year-old princess. After having been ensnared in 2 minor traps the previous day, revealed his narrow-mindedness and unscrupulous nature. Realizing that the king had made his final decision, Otto understood there was no point in further contesting the issue. He obediently stated, "Yes, your majesty. I shall expedite the filling of the council's vacancies." However, Daenerys was determined not to allow him to exploit this opportunity to expand House Hightower's influence and interjected, "Lord Otto, do not forget that you still have 2 significant matters to address. The rats of the Red Keep and the foul stench of King's Landing may seem trivial, yet they are of great importance. A rat infestation could bring forth dreadful diseases. Should the sanitation conditions in King's Landing continue to deteriorate, it could severely contaminate and clog the wells and drainage systems that my great-grandfather painstakingly restored at great expense. The first tome of the book has been released in its most pristine form. At that time, an enormous expenditure was required to construct sufficient wells and drainage systems, enough to fill the entire royal council chamber. No matter how robust a dam may be, it can succumb to the smallest ant nest. The Great Wall, no matter how towering, was built brick by brick. If issues arise with the initial bricks, it is likely that the wall will not stand for a millennium. As the prime minister before the throne, it is imperative to possess a broad perspective and a vision that transcends the immediate. While one can gradually hone their abilities through practice and learning, A deficiency in character and wisdom can lead to greater calamities with an increase in power. Daenyla's words left the members of the royal council utterly speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Jaehaerys, however, burst into a proud, hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Now you understand why this old man could converse with young Daenys for 3 or 4 days." Yet, Daenyla's remarks left Otto Hightower feeling increasingly unsettled. His usually composed mind seemed to have become a tangled mess. Lord Linman Bisberry, the most senior member of the council, gazed at Daenys with admiration. Having only heard of her prowess in managing territories and her abundance of ingenious ideas, it was evident now that she was exceptionally astute, of noble character, and possessed a generous spirit. Truly, she is deserving of being the youngest dragon rider and dual dragon princess of House Targaryen. The university, along with Rintel and the captain of the Kingsguard, Lion Redwyn, nodded in agreement. In high spirits, King Jaehaerys seized the moment to suggest, "Then let us propose suitable candidates for the royal council seats." At his words, the assembly began to murmur and confer, yet consensus proved elusive. Daenys leaned closer to Jaehaerys and whispered, "Great-grandfather, during the late Duke Martin Tully's tenure as Chancellor of the Exchequer, he achieved remarkable success with the assistance of Lady Florent. Moreover, for decades, the court has flourished under her stewardship, whether in territorial management or resolving disputes among the lords of the Riverlands. Though I am young, I am somewhat familiar with Lady Florent's esteemed reputation. I believe she would be an excellent choice for the position of Chancellor of Justice." Though Daenys' voice was soft, the council chamber was small, and thus the ministers heard her clearly. Lord Linman Bisberry, however, expressed his disapproval, saying, "Your Highness, you may be unaware that, while it is well known that much of the Duke's work was managed by Lady Florent, the title of Chancellor of the Exchequer was still held by the Duke himself. In the history of the Seven Kingdoms, there has never been a woman who served as a council minister. My Lord Linman, however, the Privy Council has only emerged in recent decades, has it not? History and precedents are forged by great individuals. The most suitable person is one who can accomplish the task at hand, regardless of gender." Chapter 106. Furthermore, the role of the Minister of Justice demands not only fairness and discernment, but also a profound understanding of the nuances of mercy within the law. In this regard, women possess an inherent advantage over men. Chapter 76. Securing the first round. Moreover, since the times of our ancestors, which of the established customs and laws that we adhere to has not been created by great leaders or sages in response to the challenges of their era? As Daenys spoke, she began to pace around the long table of the Privy Council, resembling a speaker or a preacher. Her great-grandfather ascended to the throne at the tender age of 14. In the face of tumultuous circumstances, he restructured the Privy Council, retaining loyalists such as Lord Daemon Targaryen and Count Cobury, while also appointing capable individuals like Count Mars and Count Redwine. Was it not precisely these meritocratic initiatives that swiftly addressed the aftermath of the chaos wrought by Maegor, thereby paving the way for a new era across the Seven Kingdoms? Queen Alysanne convened the Women's Council to abolish the right of the First Knight, bestowing new lands upon the Night's Watch. Collaborating with her ministers, she established the Jaehaerys Code, reforming the streets of the capital, digging wells, and clearing waterways, all of which enhanced the visage of King S. Landing and benefited the realm. Since her great-grandfather took the Iron Throne, he has constructed vital thoroughfares such as the King's Road, Rose Road, and Gold Road. 86. This not only facilitated transportation among the Seven Kingdoms, but also significantly promoted trade and communication between various territories. The unification of the Seven Kingdoms, a feat that had not been accomplished for millennia, was achieved by House Targaryen. From that moment on, the Seven Kingdoms emerged from strife and bloodshed, bidding farewell to violence and ignorance. For decades, the people of the Seven Kingdoms have thrived in peace, and the prosperity and tranquility of the lords and ladies are indeed the bountiful fruits of this foundational work. Today, esteemed lords, each of you has attained a position in the Privy Council through your own talents and capabilities. Do you not aspire to be remembered through the ages like the great leaders and sages of history, celebrated for your wise and pioneering contributions? Daenys' impassioned rhetoric transported the members of the Privy Council back to their youth, stirring within them an undeniable impulse. I concur. Captain Lion Redwine of the Kingsguard was the first to voice his agreement, stating, "Although I have been away from my family for quite some time, I recall vividly that my mother and sisters excelled in managing territorial affairs and resolving disputes, matching any man in their capabilities. Moreover, the maternal grace bestowed upon them by the mother makes it easier for them to soothe the suffering of their subjects. The purity granted to them by the maiden allows them to empathize more deeply with the tribulations and turmoil of the world. The wisdom brought by the elder woman endowed them with the means to address conflicts through more gentle methods. I believe, as Her Highness Princess Daenys remarked, that perhaps a wise woman is even more suited than a man to hold the position of Minister of Justice. Therefore, I concur. As the successor to the former Minister of Finance, Duke Tyler, I was prepared for the worst upon assuming office. For everyone knows that the finances of a territory are the most intricate and vexing matters, let alone the treasury of the Seven Kingdoms. At this juncture, the Minister of Finance, Count Lynn Mambusbury, interjected. It is worth noting that among the lords, there are many who, due to disdain for literacy and arithmetic, cannot even count the gold dragons in their storerooms. Count Lynn's words immediately elicited smiles from the assembly. Indeed, he was correct. The Dukes of Stormland have always regarded literacy and arithmetic as skills for scholars. All they need is the ability to ensure lineage and ride into battle. The remarks of Grand Scholar Rhaenyra further amused the crowd, even eliciting a hint of a smile from the otherwise stern Otto Hightower. Count Lynn suppressed his amusement, took a sip of fine wine to clear his throat, and continued, however, the clear accounts left by Lady Firecrest have spared me much trouble. Is it not said that she could count apples as soon as she learned to walk? Thus, I am also in favor of Lady Firecrest serving as Minister of Justice. I too concur. Grand Scholar Rhaenyra subsequently expressed his agreement. At this moment, all eyes turned to Otto Hightower. Agreed. In truth, the situation had reached this point. Although Otto was the Prime Minister of the Privy Council, he had only recently assumed his position and had yet to establish a foothold at the Red Keep. Even if he were to oppose, it would bear little consequence and might even offend the Tyler family. While the Hightower family's dominion over Old Town is indeed prominent, they are still nominally subject to the jurisdiction of the Tyler family. Offending them would not bode well for the Hightower family. King Jaehaerys cast a deep glance at Daenys, then glanced at the already somewhat disheartened Otto Hightower before speaking. Grand Scholar Rhaenyra, let us swiftly dispatch a raven to summon Lady Firecrest to take on the role of Minister of Justice.